returning to Xiangjiang in its golden age, a time brimming with both opportunity and peril. Amid the ever-shifting commercial tides of Hong Kong Island, he relies on his keen insight and judgment, far ahead of his era, laying out a blueprint for the future from the most ordinary of starting points. He seizes the era's openings in real estate finance and trades steadily growing within the fiercely competitive business world. From an obscure nobody, he advances step by step toward the very center of Xiangjiang's commercial stage. This is a golden age that belongs to those who strive, and an era when wealth is being completely reshuffled. Watch how he seizes the winds of the times to carve out his own commercial domain, and witness how an ordinary man rides the surging waves of Xiangjiang to rise in reversal, becoming a dazzling business legend. Dongxing Donglin, there is a letter for you at the commune. Go and get it after work. On the parched fields, a group of people were sweating profusely as they tilled with hoes. A young man holding a pen and a notebook walked over, stood on the ridge, and spoke to two young men. Thanks, Accountant Chun. The slightly older young man turned back and said gratefully, no need to thank me, just hurry and work. With this year's weather, sigh, if it still doesn't rain, who knows what will become of this year. Accountant Chun looked at the soil already hardened into clods and let out a sigh. After speaking, he picked up the pen in his hand and made a few marks in the notebook, then walked to the side, exchanged a few joking words with those working in the fields, and once again began to jot down notes. He moved from one plot of land to the next, repeating the same actions, and gradually Accountant Chin's figure receded into the distance. Brother, do you think it's a letter from Uncle Ed? Lowering his voice, the younger youth asked his brother. Right now, the only ones who still remember us are probably Uncle's family. I just hope everything is all right. The elder brother replied. Brother, just look at this weather and this land. If the crops grow well, it would be a miracle. We keep toiling like this, and by years, and we still might not even have enough to eat. Donglin. While the younger man was still muttering, his brother could not help but give a soft reprimand. Don't speak carelessly when you're outside. Hearing his brother's warning, Li Donglin had no choice but to shut his mouth. With a start of apprehension, he glanced around in all directions. Only after seeing that no one was paying attention to them did he finally relax and resume swinging his hoe to loosen the soil. They toiled until the sun sank below the horizon, and the day's work was finally done. Carrying their hoes over their shoulders, Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin headed home. Donglin, go to the commune and fetch the letter. All right, brother. Li Donglin agreed, handed his hoe to his elder brother Li Dongxing, then turned and ran toward the... Li Dongxing merely glanced at his younger brothers retreating back, then continued on his way home. Their home was a crude house built of wood and thatch patched together into two narrow rooms with a small yard that was at least relatively level. As Li Dongxing neared the yard, the door opened and a 12 or 13-year-old girl ran out, waving at him and shouting loudly, brother, brother. Only when he had come closer did the little girl hop and skip up to him, looking him up and down from every angle. What are you looking for? Li Dongxing asked in curiosity. I'm seeing where you hid second brother, the younger sister said with a giggle. Donglin went to the commune. Li Dongxing replied with a strained smile. They said there's a letter for us. Is it a letter from Uncle? The little girl clapped her hands and laughed. He perhaps, Li Dongxing answered his smile for no clear reason. A sharp pang shot through Li Dongxing's heart. A letter from Uncle, a letter from kin. At 21, Li Dongxing came from a family that had once been textile merchants in the Fortinan city, owning 2 textile mills, and counted as a fairly well-off household. Of course, in those years as a capitalist, one naturally had to undergo labor reform and public criticism. And so now only he, the elder brother, remained at home, living with his 16-year-old younger brother Li Donglin and their 12-year-old sister Li Xiaoping in this rural backwater far from the Fortinan city, enduring reformation. Is the meal ready? Setting the hoe against the wall, Li Dongxing walked over to a simple rack made from a few branches on which sat a battered wash basin. His hands stained with earth from working the fields, he washed clean there. It's already done. Once second brother comes back, we can eat, Li Xiaoping said. Li Xiaoping took a towel from the side and handed it to him. He wiped his face and set it aside. She emptied the basin, then scooped a fresh basin of water from the water jar and set it back on the wooden rack. After that, she ran to the courtyard gate to peer outside. Before long, she saw a figure walking in their direction. Because the Li family's class background was poor, when housing was allocated, they had been placed in a derelict house on the outskirts of the village. What it was now had been slowly renovated by the Li family's own hands. Second brother, you're back. Hurry, wash your hands and eat, Li Xiaoping called urgently when she saw her brother Li Donglin return, clearly already hungry. You two go ahead and eat, I'm back now, aren't I? Li Donglin entered the yard first, handing the letter to his sister before going over to wash his hands and face. When Li Donglin entered the house, 3 bowls had already been set on the table. Inside was only corn gruel with just a small dish of pickles in the middle. This was a true reflection of rural fare in those years. Even in the cities, one could rarely see meat, all the more so in the countryside. As for vegetables, though the production team did harvest some, they had to be supplied first to the cities. Every 2 or 3 days, a supply and marketing cooperative truck would come to haul them away, leaving very little for the team. Come sit down, let's eat, Li Dongxing said when he saw Li Donglin enter. He picked up his chopsticks and lifted his bowl, the letter lying quietly by his hand on the table. At the Li family's table, no one spoke. They simply ate their bowls of gruel in silence, occasionally picking up a morsel of pickle and nibbling it in tiny bites. After the meal, the younger sister took the bowls and chopsticks outside to wash, while Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin remained seated at the table. In the room, aside from a few stools by the table, there was nowhere else to sit. The four walls of the house were earthen, parts of them already collapsed, and patched with nailed planks and thatch stuffed into the gaps. This was their home, their shelter against wind and rain. The letter still lay on the table. Neither Li Dongsheng nor Li Donglin made any move to open it, though both their gazes were fixed upon the envelope. By the time Li Xiaoping returned after washing the dishes, it was already dark outside. A small oil lamp was lit, casting a faint glow over the pitch-black room. With a long sigh, Li Dongsheng finally reached out, took up the envelope, and slowly tore it open, drawing out the letter. By the oil lamp's dim light, he quickly read through the words on the page. Without saying a word, he handed the letter directly to Li Donglin. A weight sank in Li Donglin's heart as he took the letter from his elder brother and began to read quickly. When he finished, he saw that his brother's eyes were brimming with tears. "Brother, what's wrong? What did uncle say?" Li Xiaoping did not know what had happened, but seeing her brother's expressions, she sensed something was wrong. Perhaps a girl of 12 or 13 ought still to be innocent and lively, but in this great crucible of the countryside, people were forced to grow up early. At the very least, her ability to read people's moods had become far keener than that of other children her age. "Uncle is gone," Li Dongsheng said. "Cousin wrote to inform us and told us to keep working hard at our reform." As he uttered these words, the tears in Li Dongsheng's eyes finally overflowed, running down his cheeks and dripping to the floor, darkening a small patch. "Uncle is gone. Cousin wrote to inform us and told us to keep working hard on our reform." As Li Dongsheng uttered these words, the tears in his eyes finally overflowed, tracing down his cheeks and dripping onto the floor, darkening a small patch. "Woo!" As the tears hit the floor, a little girl's sobbing broke out inside the room, sounding utterly helpless. "Work hard on reform, keep working hard on reform," Li Donglin muttered under his breath as he watched his crying little sister. He did not shed a tear, only a stubbornness shone in his eyes, a defiance that refused to bow to anyone. The moment the little girl began to cry, the agonized expression on Li Dongsheng's face seemed to clear, as though he suddenly came back to his senses. He reached up to wipe his own eyes, brushing away the lingering tear tracks. Then he quickly fished a gray handkerchief from his pocket, unfolded it, and gently wiped the tear stains from the little girl's face. "Xiaoping, don't cry, Xiaoping, don't cry. You still have your brothers. When we get the chance, Big Brother will take you to see our cousins and let them play with you." As Li Dongsheng wiped away her tears, he kept comforting his little sister, though his own tears could not help but fall. Li Donglin simply sat there quietly watching his elder brother and younger sister. He did not say a word, nor did he make a single move. After a long time, the little girl finally stopped crying. In truth, she had not been persuaded, she had simply cried herself to exhaustion and fallen asleep. Li Dongsheng picked his sister up and laid her on the bed in the inner room, pulling a quilt over her before withdrawing and sitting back in his original place. "Brother, do you think we will ever see them again?" Li Donglin asked. "I don't know." Although Li Dongsheng wanted to sit upright and steady, the pressure was unbearable. He braced both hands on the table, rubbing his hair hard until it stuck out like a messy chicken's nest. When Li Dongsheng carried his little sister into the inner room, Li Donglin had already put the letter back onto the table. That single sheet of paper felt as heavy as 1,000 caddies. He could no longer bear to hold it. Though the two brothers no longer spoke, they were both steeped in an indescribable sorrow that made it hard to breathe. In the end, Uncle could only sip white vinegar to ease the pain. They refused to get him a doctor, gave him no pills, nothing at all. He could only wait quietly for death. "Will we die too?" Li Donglin asked in a small voice. I don't know, I really don't know." Unable to bear it any longer, Li Dongsheng finally burst out, forcing his emotions down as he lowered his voice in a hoarse shout. "Brother, let's run. If we don't, well, all die here," Li Donglin suddenly said. "Run? Where can we even run to?" Li Dongsheng lowered his hands and lifted his head to look at Li Donglin, his gaze suddenly flickering. He did not answer further. Instead, Li Dongsheng merely jerked his chin toward the door. Understanding, Li Donglin rose, walked to the doorway, quickly opened it to glance outside, then slowly stepped out. Once outside, Li Donglin carefully surveyed the surroundings. After confirming no one was around, he circled the house, once ears pricked, so as not to miss even the faintest sound. After completing a circuit, he returned to the doorway. Seeing his elder brother at the table, he gave a slight nod. Li Dongsheng picked up the letter from the table and carefully read through its contents once more. Meanwhile, Li Donglin slipped back into the room, shut the door, pressed his ear against it to listen for a while, and only after confirming nothing was amiss did he walk back and sit down. Holding the letter, Li Dongsheng moved it close to the oil lamp, letting the flame's heat scorch the paper from a distance, warming it without letting it catch fire. Every movement was carried out with utmost care, as though he feared even the slightest mistake would let the flame ignite the letter. Slowly the paper began to change. A dozen or so black characters appeared upon the heated sheet. He gently warmed the letter once more, and when no further black words appeared, Li Dongsheng finally drew it back and studied the newly revealed characters intently. "What does it say?" Li Donglin's voice was so soft that one would miss it without paying close attention. "Uncle was killed during a struggle session. Someone smashed his head with a stone. They planned to escape south on the 15th of this month, Li Dongxing whispered to his younger brother. A gleam flashed in Li Donglin's eyes. He reached out to take the letter from Li Dongsheng and read it carefully. Then he lifted his head to look at his elder brother, softly calling brother. Looking at his younger brother, Li Dongxing murmured, "Today is the 13th day of the lunar month. The day after tomorrow they will flee. What about us?" What concerned Li Donglin was not them but themselves. He looked at his brother somewhat tense. "We will go too. Tomorrow we'll turn our food into dry rations and take those things with us. We'll go to Xiangjiang as well." At this moment Li Dongxing's eyes were filled with unshakable resolve. He glanced at his younger brother, then continued in a low voice, "In a while you scout around the area. I'll go dig up the things our parents left behind. Otherwise, even if we manage to escape, we'll starve or freeze to death." Li Donglin nodded with steely resolve, then rose to head outside. "Be careful. We just received the letter today. I'm worried the brigade might send someone to watch us," Li Dongsheng reminded him softly. "I know," Li Donglin replied, then quickly turned and strode out. He opened and shut the door in one smooth motion. In the moment the door closed, Li Dongsheng caught a glimpse of Li Donglin lifting a hand to wipe away the tears on his face. A sigh escaped him, and the room fell into silence. After a long time, Li Dongxing finally rose and walked to a three-legged table against the wall, gazing at the two photographs placed upon it. The man and woman in the photographs were their parents who had left them forever a year earlier. Li Dongsheng stood before the photographs for a long while before finally choking out in a low sob, "Father, mother, I can't bear it anymore. If we don't leave, my younger brother and sister will die. I can't obey you anymore. I must take them away from here. To flee is to die, to stay is also to die." As he spoke, Li Dongxing wiped the tears from his cheeks, and a steely light flooded his eyes. He took a small hoe from the corner of the room, then carefully shifted the rickety table aside, and laboriously moved away several stones stacked against the wall, before swinging the hoe to dig into the earth beneath. The loose soil he dug up piled to one side, and soon he had gone down half a foot. Thud! When the hoe struck down again, it hit something hard, producing a dull knock. Li Dongxing set the hoe aside, reached into the pit, groped around for a moment, and soon lifted out a wooden box about the size of a brick. Setting the box down, he picked up the small hoe again and pushed the loose soil back into the pit. After a quick rough leveling, he restacked the stones one by one in their original places. In no time it was as if nothing had happened in the room, except that there was now a wooden box on the floor that had not. The door creaked open, but Li Dongxing remained oblivious. At that moment he sat at the table staring blankly at the. Another creak echoed as Li Donglin stepped into the room and casually closed the door. He approached the table, glanced at the box, and then slowly took a seat. "Brother, is this the box that Mom and Dad brought out?" This year Li Donglin was already 17, having come here with his parents when he was merely 12. Although he could remember things, he was still too young, and many matters at home were kept from him. This small box was what their father told them about before he died. He could never forget that day when his parents were brought back covered in wounds and barely alive. At that time his mother was already dead, while his father fought desperately, seemingly just to see his children one last time. Li Dongxing nodded, reached out to unfasten the clasp, and slowly opened the box. He knew of this box, but had no idea what was inside. His father had told him before dying that it contained the family's last savings, as everything else had been donated. This was the final family fortune. Originally, he thought their family would be able to return to their hometown and live anew. To ensure the family's survival, he had kept this little something. As the lid was lifted, the contents of the box glimmered under the light of the oil lamp. "Is this gold?" A strange thought emerged in Li Donglin's mind. Li Dongxing's hand had already reached into the box, pulling out a gold ingot the size of a finger. "Little yellow fish." "What? Brother, is this really a little yellow fish?" Upon hearing his brother's words, Li Donglin asked. Li Dongxing nodded. At that time, he was already 16 and certainly knew what this was, especially since their family was well off back then. He remembered how they had tried every means to exchange their money for this. The little yellow fish were neatly arranged together. Li Donglin also reached out to pick one up, but it felt a bit heavy. With the dim light of the oil lamp, he could see some markings on the gold ingot resembling numbers. Li Donglin didn't understand why there were markings, but he believed that what he held was indeed gold, very valuable gold. He also knew that with this gold their family would have a better life after escaping to Xiangjiang. He began counting how many little yellow fish were in the box, while Li Dongsheng had already returned the little yellow fish to the box and fished out a folded paper from above. The unfolded paper was quite large and seemed to bear patterns and text. Li Donglin couldn't see clearly, but he was focused on counting the gold bars at the moment, so he paid no attention. "Brother, there are 50 of them." After finishing counting, Li Donglin quietly said to Li Dongsheng, Li Dongsheng merely acknowledged him, and then handed the paper in his hand to Li Donglin, quietly asking, "Do you still remember the English I taught you?" "It's been a long time since I tested you." "I remember," Li Donglin replied, reaching out to take the paper his brother handed over and glanced at it. HSBC 100,000 Hong Kong dollar deposit slip. Looking at the Chinese and English text above, Li Donglin exclaimed, "That was in 61 when Dad took me to Xiangjiang to deposit it. At that time we considered leaving, but ultimately the pull of our homeland was too strong, and we ended up buried here. Li Dongxing spoke in a low voice. With this, if we go to Xinjiang, we should be able to live well. Li Donglin stared at the number 100,000. They could toil here for a year and barely earn 100. This was money they could hardly earn even after digging through the earth for 100 years. Let's put it away for now. Tomorrow we still need to go to work. In the afternoon we'll say we're sick, get back early, prepare the food, and leave together. Li Dongsheng looked at Li Donglin and quietly instructed. I understand, brother. Li Donglin thought about going to Xinjiang with 100,000, feeling how wonderful life could be. By the way, brother, how do we get there? It's quite far from Xinjiang. Suddenly Li Donglin asked a tricky question. How would they go to Xinjiang? I don't know either. Xinjiang is adjacent to Guangdong province. Oh, we need to head south. Li Dongsheng pondered for a moment before speaking. His face soon clouded with worry as he said, we're too far from Xinjiang. It seems even taking a train would take 2 or 3 days to reach Guangdong. Xinjiang seems to be at the southernmost tip of Guangdong. We should go to Zheng City. I heard there's a train to Xinjiang from there. At this moment Li Donglin suddenly interjected, his expression calm. Perhaps when he decided to escape from here he had already devised a plan for leaving. They were in the north, needing to go to the southernmost Guangdong. The road was too long. Without a letter of introduction the three of them couldn't take trains or cars, nor could they stay at hotels. Even having money wouldn't help. Zheng City has trains to Xinjiang. Who told you that? Li Dongsheng's gloomy expression brightened with a hint of surprise, and he immediately pressed. Last time I heard it from a cadre from the commune. No, it should be from the county. They said that things from our area need to be transported to Zheng City, where special trains gather to transport them to Xinjiang. Apparently they were short on water and food there, and everything had to be transported from our mainland. Otherwise it would have to come from abroad, but the costs were too high and the time too long. By the time the vegetables arrive they would be rotten. Our trains send a load there every day carrying cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and vegetables. Li Donglin seemed to fall into deep thought, his mouth moving as if speaking, which made Li Dongsheng even more pleased. But that train goes directly to Xinjiang. You know that it's headed to a capitalist place, so there will surely be strict checks. It might not be easy to board. That train probably doesn't carry passengers. However, as Li Donglin concluded, his tone grew increasingly somber. Don't worry, we'll observe for a while, think of a way to act. Just how do we get to Zheng City? Li Dongxing knew that the chances of successfully reaching Xinjiang from such a great distance were slim. In this year, without a letter of introduction, they wouldn't even be able to leave this place, let alone leave the province. Taking the public bus from the team to the county didn't require a letter of introduction, but traveling from the county to other places, buying tickets, all required a letter. As for walking, traversing mountain paths, that was out of the question. The militia from various production teams would patrol the main roads. Apart from familiar faces, anyone else would be questioned. If they couldn't answer questions, they would generally be detained. This was also the reason why even when brought here their parents didn't dare to take them away. Zheng City, abbreviated as Zheng, is historically known as the center of heaven and earth, formerly called the capital of the Shang dynasty, and now referred to as the Green City, a prefecture-level city, and the capital of Hunan province. Zheng City is located in the central northern part of Hunan province at the confluence of the middle and lower reaches of the Yellow River. The overall terrain trends from high in the southwest to low in the northeast, characterized by a temperate continental monsoon climate spanning the two major river basins of the Yellow River and the Huai River. Zheng City is an important birthplace of Chinese civilization and a nationally recognized historical and cultural city, being one of the 6 major heritage sites supported by the state. It is also a transportation hub in the country, integrating public transport, railways, aviation, and postal services, forming a transportation network consisting of railroad and air. In the 1960s, the conditions in Xinjiang were extremely limited. In 1962, to transport fresh goods such as pigs, cattle, and sheep to the residents of Xinjiang, the former Ministry of Foreign Trade and the former Ministry of Railways jointly launched trains numbered 751, 753, and 755, which departed daily from Shanghai, Zheng City, and Hankow respectively, and were visually referred to as the 3 express trains. The freight train No. 82755 to Hong Kong departs daily from Zheng City's North Station, operating on this dedicated track. The cargo organized from the areas north and west of Zheng City must gather at Zheng City North Station, and once the train is fully loaded it heads to Shenzhen. For those traveling from the northern part of the motherland to the southernmost Xinjiang, the quickest route is by taking this freight train that departs from Zheng City. However, since it is a freight train, tickets are not sold, meaning there will be no other passengers on board besides the train crew. Moreover, the train crew members have all undergone rigorous political scrutiny before assuming this position. Not just anyone can board this train. However, at this moment, the Li brothers, who were discussing their escape plan, were not concerned about whether this train was a freight train or a passenger train. In their eyes, boarding this train was their only chance of survival. After we obtain the introduction letter, we will head north first, taking a ride to Xinjiang from the county. Even if they discover us, they will only think we are returning to the capital. We will get off on the way and find a way to get to Zheng City. If we see a railway, we will follow it to the Zheng City train station and find the train to Xiangjiang, trying to mix in. However, we must cross the Yellow River Bridge before we can follow the railway, otherwise we won't be able to cross the river. At this point, Li Dongxing interjected, saying throughout the night under the glow of an oil lamp, the two brothers began to discuss their route, trying to avoid any checkpoints they might encounter on the way. Remember, we need to get several introduction letters, otherwise it will be very difficult for us to cross the Yellow River. In the end, Li Dongsheng whispered to Li Donglin. I understand. Li Donglin nodded in agreement. We will tell our little sister tomorrow night. Yes, Li Dongxing nodded repeatedly. For them, the people in the production team did not care about them at all. Now every day when they went to work, the commune's accountant would come out to record their work points. Only by working could they receive rations and wages, and no work meant no registration. Thus, whether or not they worked was of no concern to the production team. In fact, in Li Donglin's view, perhaps they would only be missed 2 or 3 days after leaving and then reported. After all, they lived outside the village, and usually no one came over here. Only the commune office might pose a risk of exposure, as they had to go there to collect the introduction letter. If no one needed to go out in the next few days, it would not be easy to notice a few missing letters. The next day, Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin got up early as usual, washed up briefly, and went out to work. Life at home was extremely difficult, so they could only try to eat 2 meals a day, saving on rations to ensure they would not run out at the end. There was no difference from usual. The two brothers waited for a while at the production team's large yard until the team members gradually gathered. Once everyone was present, the team leader assigned tasks. The work assigned was similar to yesterday's: continue to loosen the soil and break up the compacted earth. They also mentioned that they had applied for water from above, assuring everyone that this year's crop yield would not be affected. In short, they encouraged everyone. Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin arrived at the field they worked on yesterday and began their diligent work for today. Perhaps to disguise their intention to leave, the two brothers worked harder than usual today. As the sun rose, the figure of Accountant Chun from the commune appeared in the distance. Brother, someone is coming. Li Donglin, while working, watched the surroundings and quietly reminded when he saw Accountant Chun approach. I know. Li Dongsheng replied softly, then pretended to have a stomach ache, bending over and waving the hoe with a pained expression. Donglin, you're doing well. Dongxing, what's wrong with you? Accountant Chin stood on the ridge, first praising the sweating Li Dongxing, then noticing that his condition seemed a bit off, he asked with concern. Brother, what's wrong? Is it stomach pain again? Li Donglin seemed to have just noticed and ran to Li Dongsheng's side. It's nothing, keep working. Once we're done, we can go home to rest. A good sleep will make it better, Li Dongsheng said weakly to Li Donglin. Dongxing, I think you can't work like this. You should go home and rest. He'll record half a work point for you, Accountant Chen said softly after observing Li Dongsheng's condition for a moment. Donglin, help your brother go back to rest. If your brother is fine, you can come back. If he needs someone to take care of him, just rest. They'll also give you half a work point for that. When you come back, I will count it for you. Accountant Chen actually pitied the 3 siblings of the Li family, but there was nothing he could do. They were assigned here for labor reform. Different classes meant that sympathy could only be held in the heart and substantial help could not be given. It's fine, I can still work. Brother will take you back now, Li Donglin said determinedly, supporting Li Dongsheng while picking up 2 hoes to send him. Accountant Chun, considering my brother's situation, if he doesn't show up for assembly tomorrow morning, please mention it to the team leader. As they passed by Accountant Chun, Li Donglin said, Okay, I understand. Take care of your brother. It's important to get well. If you need to go to the city, just tell the team leader, Accountant Chun replied to Li Donglin. Thank you, Accountant Chun. Li Donglin expressed his gratitude and continued supporting Li Dongxing home. Accountant Chun merely shook his head as he watched them leave, never doubting for a moment that Li Dongsheng was feigning illness. In these times, pretending to be sick brought no advantages, as it meant losing work points. What are work points? They are grain, they are money, they are the guarantee for survival in the countryside. Moreover, since the Li family was assigned to the Maohan village commune for reform, they had never taken a sick leave. They had always worked diligently, even more so than the mud-legged folk who had lived there for generations. As he watched the Li brothers leave, Accountant Chun continued his work with a pen and notebook, recording the work points of the next. He had to make this trip both in the morning and afternoon. A logging once a day counted as half a work point, while logging twice counted as a full work point. When it came time to distribute grain and money, the remaining allocations from the commune would be based on the total work points of the entire team. However, at this moment, the Li family could only receive a small amount of grain and money, and they were practically excluded from the ticketing system. Otherwise, the brothers' clothes wouldn't be patched upon patches, though when they first arrived their clothes were quite decent, making anyone who saw them envious. As night fell, the sky was cloudless, and the moon hung high, casting the earth in a silvery hue. A figure dashed along the rural dirt road, and soon a dilapidated wooden house appeared ahead. Creak. The wooden door was pushed open, and the figure slipped inside. I'm back. Did you get it? Yes, I got 6 tickets. That's enough. As long as we can reach Zheng City, there's a chance to get directly to Xiangjiang. The figure was none other than Li Donglin, who, due to his frequent trips to the commune, was quite familiar with the place, knowing exactly where the commune's official seal and letters of introduction were stored in the office drawers. At this moment Li Donglin had already approached the desk, pulling out a few blank letters of introduction that had been stamped. Li Dongsheng also took out a fountain pen and quickly filled in the names of the 3 siblings on 3 of the letters, each issued under the pretext of a family visit. Is the little sister still sleeping? Yes, let her sleep a bit longer. Let's divide the items and rest for 2 hours before setting off in the dark. All right. Quickly Li Dongsheng took out 20 small yellow fish and placed them in front of Li Donglin. Keep this bag with you. Li Dongsheng couldn't help but remind him. I know. At this moment Li Donglin was already unbuckling his belt using a longer piece of cloth fashioned like a rope. Originally he had a belt, but he had traded it for grain with the villagers 2 years ago, and since then he had been using a cut strip of cloth. Li Donglin wrapped the small yellow fish in the cloth, readying it into a rope-like shape to secure it around his waist. Li Dongsheng seemed to agree that his brother's method was effective, and he followed suit, wrapping the 30 small yellow fish originally in a small cloth bag around his waist in the same manner. As for the savings book, he had placed it separately in a pocket close to his body. This afternoon, all the grain at home had been stir-fried in the pot, transformed into fried noodles, and 3 bags had been divided. Thus, each of the 3 siblings could have 1 bag of fried noodles. Unfortunately, there were only 2 water bottles, but they couldn't worry too much about that. They had already boiled water in the afternoon and poured it into the bottles. Fortunately, the temperature had risen, so drinking cold water was no issue. If it had been 3 months earlier, they wouldn't have been able to drink cold water and chew on fried noodles as they set off. Let's take a nap first, Li Dongsheng said at that moment. Li Donglin glanced at the 3 bundles on the cabinet, silently reflecting that nothing essential had been left out. Everything needed was already packed. All right, brother, you take a nap too, Li Donglin merely stated. About 2 hours later, the door of the wooden house was pushed open and 3 figures, 2 large and 1 small, stepped out, initially heading towards the 2 mounds behind the house. Before long, the 3 figures were kneeling before the 2 mounds. After bowing 3 times toward the mounds, they rose and hurried along the small road towards the county town. Brother, are we really going to see cousin? After walking for about an hour, the little sister finally broke the silence and quietly asked her elder brother. Throughout the journey, the little sister had shown great resilience, persistently walking on her own without burdening her 2 brothers. However, after such a long walk, even the strongest little girl began to feel fatigued. Yes, Li Dongsheng replied. They hadn't told their sister the truth, fearing it would worry her. Despite her young age, the little girl was quite understanding, having grown accustomed to the harsh realities of life, making her more mature than her peers. Are you tired? Come, brother, will carry you for a while, Li Donglin said, stopping his steps to address his little sister. I can walk, brother. You don't need to carry me. The little sister stubbornly insisted. If I tell you to get on, then get on. You carry my bundle for me first. Li Donglin would not hear of it. He handed the bundle in his hand to his elder brother and bent his legs, squatting down to make it easier for his sister to climb onto his back. Brother, really no need. I can walk. The little sister still wanted to refuse. Although she truly felt a bit exhausted, she knew that if she got on her brother's back, he would become even more tired. Don't waste time. We need to get into the city early and catch the first bus, Li Donglin urged softly. Little sister, be good. Brother will take turns carrying you later. Fortunately, this afternoon, the 2 brothers had mainly been busy making fried noodles and resting to conserve energy for the night's activities, so despite it being late, both of them were still in good spirits. As for the little sister, although she had also slept for a while, she was evidently starting to doze off. Perhaps it was simply the nature of children to be a bit more sleepy. But there was no other option. They were still in danger. Until they boarded the train, or rather until they reached Xiangjiang, they were actually in peril. Because once discovered and captured, they would have no justification for escape. Moreover, they were still targets of reform. If they were found to be fleeing and caught, although it wouldn't lead to severe consequences, being sent to the even more desolate northwest was a possibility. In that place, naturally no one would worry about them escaping. Due to the prepared letters of introduction, they managed to reach the county station before dawn, and using the letters purchased tickets for departure. As the 3 siblings sat on the bus, they could finally relax a little. Li Donglin clutched his bundle, his head resting against the window, and unconsciously closed his eyes to take a brief nap. Before long, he felt a haze before his eyes, as if he were seeing. Hey! Li Donglin stood by the roadside waving his hand, but all that answered him was a gust of wind. After leaving the county town and nearing Xinxiang, the Li siblings got off the vehicle and waited on the national road, hoping to catch a ride toward Zheng City. Vehicles heading south from here generally cross the Huanghe Bridge to reach Zheng City, so the task of flagging one down fell upon Li Donglin. Watching a truck vanish into a cloud of dust, Li Donglin trudged back to the roadside in a listless mood. He had already tried to stop 2 vehicles. None had halted. Each only pressed the accelerator and sped away. Brother, let me try. You standing there are scaring the drivers off. His sister Li Xiaoping suddenly spoke. How could I be? Li Donglin protested, half indignant. He did not think himself frightening enough to chase anyone away. Haven't you heard how chaotic it is out there? Drivers of large vehicles generally don't stop at random. They judge who they're willing to pick up. Li Xiaoping replied, perhaps if I stand out front, some driver will stop and give us a lift. All right. Let Xiaoping try, maybe she'll succeed, Li Dongsheng interjected. Li Donglin merely shrugged and moved aside to sit down. Cars had grown more numerous in these years, yet not like in later times. Most of the vehicles on the road were freight trucks, and passenger cars remained a rare sight. As for buses that carried people, perhaps they did not travel this route. They had been waiting about half an hour without seeing when the distant hum of an engine approached, and a truck drew nearly. Xiaoping rose and walked to the roadside to, "Hey, your folks must be very easygoing to let you go out at such an age," the driver called from the swaying cab. As the truck rolled, Li Dongsheng put on a wry smile. "We couldn't avoid leaving home. Relatives sent word, we had to come. I'm not going into Zheng City. I can put you down outside, but you'll have to walk a stretch before you find a city bus. We are already grateful. If it weren't for seeing this little girl, we generally wouldn't dare stop. I hear the roads aren't safe these days. Can that be true? It's been so many years since the founding of the country. How could highway robberies still exist? You clearly haven't traveled far. Long-distance drivers know not to pick up strangers unless they are familiar. People who try to hitch on the road are often passed by at speed." Curiously, Donglin asked, "Then how can one catch a ride?" He had already failed to stop several vehicles and wanted to Hearing the driver's words, he felt he might at last grasp the answer he sought. The driver chuckled. "When we run long routes, we seldom see people simply waving on the roadside. If we take on passengers for extra money, it's by choice and mood. If we see someone walking toward the city nearer to urban areas, we might stop and ask if they want a ride. People like you usually wait to go to the nearest commune or county to catch transport. Drivers therefore avoid stopping on the open road." The driver added with a laugh, "Especially now with hardship everywhere, taking to the road is even more dangerous." Li Donglin sighed inwardly. He had assumed that a simple wave would be enough, unaware that drivers seldom stopped to earn small fares. Before boarding this truck, they had agreed with the driver that he would drop them at the intersection nearest Zheng City. From there, they would find transport into town. Even so, the three siblings paid the driver 2 yuan. The vehicle was an old Jiefeng truck, its exact model. It seemed tailored for long-haul freight. Though there was only a single row of seats, a narrow space lay behind them. Apparently a place where drivers could doze when weary. Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin sat at the rear. Their sister Li Xiaoping occupied the cushioned seat. Without that cramped space, the two brothers would have had to clamber into the cargo bed. "How much longer till Zheng City?" Li Dongsheng asked. "A little over 3 hours," the driver answered. "While so many soldiers and artillery." Li Xiaoping suddenly cried out in excitement. We're approaching the Huanghe Bridge. Those are anti-aircraft guns on both sides of the bridge," the driver explained. He himself had been astonished the first time he came this way. In peacetime, such a concentration of troops and artillery was an uncommon sight. Soldiers stood watch before some of the guns, and behind each battery 2 ammunition boxes sat ready. The driver pointed toward the downstream stretch of the Huanghe. "The anti-aircraft positions run all the way down there. There is a railway bridge below. Like here, both banks and the bridge are lined with AA guns." As the truck passed the bridgehead, guard booths and patrolling soldiers gave the crossing an air of strict vigilance. Only then did Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin privately feel relieved they had managed to get on board. Otherwise crossing that bridge might have proved no easy matter. The truck finally crossed the Huanghe Bridge. The river's parched bed astonished the three siblings. They had expected surging waters. The mother river that had nurtured civilization was also written about as bringing grievous floods in history. After crossing, Li Donglin's attention turned to the railway the driver had mentioned earlier. Weren't they looking for Zheng City's North Railway Station? At last, after several hours, the driver pulled up at a crossroads and set the three of them down. "Keep going straight, and you'll enter Zheng City. There are many vehicles on that road. I'm turning here and can't take you further. Be careful the rest of the way." "Thank you, uncle." Li Xiaoping thanked the kindly driver as they disembarked. He only smiled, waved, and drove off. "Brother, where are we headed?" Li Xiaoping watched the truck vanish before asking. "To Zheng City's North Station, I think," Li Donglin replied from memory. "That should be to the southeast from here." "Yet certainly north of Zheng City," Li Dongsheng remarked, hoisting the bundle and leading his younger siblings onward. There was no turning back now. Having come this far, they could only steel themselves and press on. "Thank you, master. Please get me 6 fried buns packed in 3 portions." Not far from Zheng City Railway Station, a small shop's door was open with the door panels neatly stacked to one side and 2 dining tables set up both inside and outside the shop. The tables were already filled with people, and a young lad of about 15 or 16 stood at the counter calling out what he wanted to buy, holding 2 military green water bottles in his hands. The shopkeeper wrapped the fried buns in oiled paper and handed them to the young lad, collecting the money from him. The one buying food was naturally Li Donglin, who had no grain coupons in the countryside, so he had to negotiate for quite a while with the shopkeeper to buy the fried buns at a price higher than the market. "Master, could you please give me 2 kettles of boiling water?" After receiving the oiled paper bag, Li Donglin smiled apologetically at the shopkeeper. Such snack shops in this era were state-owned, and the workers in the shop had iron rice bowls, a job envied by all those who had gone to the countryside. In those days, having a job was a true pride. No matter what it was evident that there were countless educated youth in the countryside forced to pick up hoes and work in the fields due to lack of employment. At this time, sending educated youth to the countryside had become the norm and was semi-compulsory. Some people, in order to survive, could only make a choice: either work in remote construction corps or state-owned farms, or be sent to the countryside to wait until job quotas opened up in the city before they could return. The difference between the two was that work in the construction corps and state-owned farms paid salaries, which could be considered a profession as farmers. In contrast, going to the countryside meant earning work points, which were ultimately converted into rations based on. The man appeared somewhat impatient. Although he agreed to sell food to the young lad in front of him, he still felt a bit troubled by the request for 2 kettles of water. If he had ignored him earlier and simply chased him away, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. As for the small profit he made, well, it was still quite appealing. It was precisely because of this that he reluctantly agreed to the request, taking the water bottles inside to fill them up. Tomorrow morning at 7, go to the cargo yard. Brothers, don't forget. Hey, don't worry, we won't forget. Why has the departure time changed these days? It used to be that we only left at noon, which allowed us to move those vegetables in without rushing. Now that the departure time is earlier, we have to start work 2 hours earlier to finish on time. How high are the incomes over at Xianjiang? They send a train there every day. How can they afford it? They should be able to afford it. It's not just us sending a train every day. Oh, I heard there are also shipments from whose city? Where else? Hankow. Yes, Hankow. Those 2 places are like ours, sending a freight train every day. Our main exports are cattle, sheep, and northern vegetables. I heard from the driver that their income seems to be very high, much higher than ours. How high? About 300 to 400 yuan a month. Anyway, it's a lot. If I could earn that much money in a month, I'd be eating fish and meat every day. How wonderful. After eating, let's go home and sleep. There's everything in dreams. Ha. This temp work is really exhausting. Those permanent workers have it better. A few of them take turns while we just watch them move goods, and they earn much more than us. Think of a way to see if the family can buy a quota with money that would make you a permanent worker. Outside the shop, a table was occupied by several rough-looking but sturdy men, clearly laborers from the city. Keywords like cargo yard, Xianjiang, and train entered Li Donglin's ears. When he listened closely and heard that they sent trains to Xianjiang every day, he instantly became excited. He only knew that there were trains transporting goods to Xianjiang, but he wasn't clear on how the departures worked. After all, these trains didn't carry passengers, they were only for transporting food. Now, having come to buy buns, he also gathered intelligence about going to Xianjiang. How could he not be happy? Here, your water bottle. After receiving the water bottle from the shop assistant, Li Donglin thanked him and slowly walked towards the end of the alley. As he walked further away, Li Donglin turned back to glance at those men, knowing they were probably carrying heavy packages near the cargo yard at the train station. He wondered how strict the security was at the cargo yard. If he couldn't sneak in through the main gate, he would have to find a way to go around from the outside, being careful not to be spotted by the yard workers. As Li Donglin contemplated this, he soon reached the end of the small alley. It was a dead end, but between the last yard's wall and the neighboring yard's wall there was about a half-meter wide gap. Yesterday afternoon, the 3 siblings arrived near the railway station, familiarized themselves with the area, and discovered this place, making it their temporary refuge. With a few bundles laid on the ground, they simply sat on them, fully clothed, dozing off. Now the little sister was already aware of her brother's plans, but did not say anything. Now he was left with just 2 brothers, so naturally whatever they said went. Brother, I heard something while buying fried buns. Li Donglin recounted what he had heard earlier. Li Dongjung sat there holding the oiled paper, not bothering to open it, and eat quietly, listening. After Li Donglin finished speaking, Li Dongjung finally spoke. The security at the cargo yard is quite strict. The iron gate only opens when vehicles come in and out. Usually it's a small door for people, which makes it hard to get in. Do not overestimate the qualities of people in any era. In this age, those who prefer to take shortcuts and gain without effort are truly ubiquitous. Li Donglin followed the alley from his memory and soon circled around to the outer edge of the cargo yard, where he saw the barbed wire surrounding it. In the dark, he walked carefully along the barbed wire, observing its condition, and in a secluded corner he indeed discovered a spot that had been clearly damaged. The barbed wire had been cut, it was barely pushed back into place, and the wild grass concealed it, making it hard to notice without close inspection. Clearly this was left by some thieving gang, perhaps sneaking in here periodically to steal items from the cargo yard. Taking advantage of the surrounding emptiness, Li Donglin crouched down, cautiously pried open that section of barbed wire, and a passage wide enough for a person to enter immediately revealed itself. Seeing that there was no one nearby in the cargo yard, Li Donglin quickly slipped through and carefully pushed the barbed wire back, trying to remain inconspicuous as he cautiously explored inside the cargo yard. Night had fallen, and there were no workers moving goods in the cargo yard, indicating that no train was scheduled to depart tonight. Not far ahead, he could see the distant platform where goods were loaded and unloaded, not a passenger area. Li Donglin did not continue toward that direction, but instead searched along the railway for trains. He had no idea where the train would be at this time, since the morning departure was scheduled. If it hadn't been assembled, yet it might be stopping somewhere nearby. Beyond the cargo station was the passenger station, and continuing toward that way would certainly lead to no good. Thus Li Donglin headed outward, looking for a railway junction, the most likely place for trains to stop. Very quickly Li Donglin found 3 junctions, but unfortunately, he did not find his target. He had been out for about an hour, it was very dark which made it easy for him to hide, but also complicated the search for his. Finally, when he discovered the 4th junction, he vaguely saw what seemed to be a large object ahead. Li Donglin could confirm that it was a steam locomotive, but whether it was transporting goods to Xiangjiang, he did not know and could only sneak closer. He was also unsure if there were people on guard on the train. He walked along the edge of the railway, stumbling occasionally, but finally managed to reach the side of the train. Continuing further back, he found that 6 or 7 carriages were already attached with the doors wide open, empty inside, clearly not yet loaded. Entering such a carriage was easy, but there would be no cover while workers loaded goods, and he would be easily spotted. Li Donglin felt somewhat anxious, but there was no way around it. Going up now would mean risking discovery, a result he could not bear. He could only continue moving back, and at that moment a light appeared in the distance moving toward him. Li Donglin was worried about being discovered, so he could only slip through the gap at the junction of the carriages to the other side. Not knowing what the approaching person was up to, he could only hide at the other end of the carriage, hoping not to be seen. As the people approached, Li Donglin noticed that there were 2 of them, one carrying a lantern to light the way, while the other held a flashlight and a wrench, inspecting the iron wheels of the train. Although Li Donglin did not understand the purpose of their knocking, it seemed that inspections of trains were always done this way. Now, he could only find a place to hide and not be discovered. The 2 people checked from one side to the other, and Li Donglin knew that when they reached the last carriage they would circle around and continue inspecting the iron wheels on this side, leaving him with little cover in the open surroundings. He could only take the chance to slip through the gap between the carriages at the moment they passed by. In his extreme tension, the only risky method he could think of was this. As for hiding under the train, wouldn't he worry about being missed by their flashlight? Gradually, Li Donglin reached the end of the train, where a shorter carriage appeared before him. This was a guard car meant for the guard's use, equipped with only a wind gauge and a valve to stop the train. In this era, almost all trains running on the railway had such a carriage at the end. As for its purpose, just seeing the guard and the brake valve would give a hint of its function. When a train carries goods, the guard must supervise the safe transportation of these goods to their designated location. Additionally, the guard can assist the train in braking. Sometimes trains may experience unexpected incidents due to years of operation, and the guard is crucial in helping the train stop in time. Of course, this guard carriage can also serve as temporary accommodation for the train conductor, railway workers, well, it costs nothing, but it's one of the perks of the industry. As the train inspector approached, Li Donglin became increasingly nervous. Upon seeing this carriage with its doors slightly ajar, he took 2 steps without hesitation and climbed up the last iron ladder, pushing the door and slipping inside. The door was made of iron, and it made no sound when opened or closed. However, Li Donglin did not dare to close the door. The sound of the lock could betray him, and he couldn't take that risk. In fact, after entering the carriage, Li Donglin already regretted it. He had no idea what awaited him inside. Fortunately, there was no one there, and even the carriage was empty, making it feel quite spacious. Actually, there's no need for this guard carriage. They haven't assigned anyone to ride with it. The only stops are for refueling and coal, and they don't stop otherwise. That's the rule. Regardless of whether there's anyone, it must be attached. Let's not discuss this further. This was a somewhat mature voice that kindly reminded him. Their conversation was overheard by Li Donglin, who was trying hard to calm his breath, fearing that a loud exhale would expose him. At this moment, he could hear his heart pounding, thump, thump, thump. Never before had he felt his heartbeat. He could hear the footsteps of the 2 people outside circling around this carriage and passing by the other side, making clattering sounds along the way. Master, I didn't hear any problems. The young man spoke again. These cars are well maintained. Keep listening closely to the sounds. Okay, master. Li Donglin silently thanked every deity he could think of, hoping he would not be discovered. Once the surroundings fell silent again, Li Donglin gradually began to calm down. After the 2 inspectors left, Li Donglin continuously thanked the deities, in his heart grateful that he had not been discovered. Once the surroundings fell silent again, he gradually calmed down. The conversation between the 2 people that he had no time to ponder earlier now replayed in his mind. This carriage might indeed be the one they referred to as the guard carriage, which had not been manned in recent times. In other words, this carriage was empty throughout the journey. Li Donglin was unaware that even if no one was assigned to guard this carriage, if someone from the station was traveling south on business, they might also board this carriage. At this moment, his mind was filled with the thought that this carriage would head south with the train, and without anyone assigned to accompany it, could his 3 siblings hide on it and escape to the south. The transition from shock to joy was indeed unexpected. Li Donglin's heart instantly blossomed with happiness, relieved that he had found this place. Moreover, taking advantage of the night, should he move his elder brother and younger sister over here to hide inside. Although the environment was not ideal, at least it could shield them from the wind and rain. Thinking of this, Li Donglin quickly got to work inspecting the carriage in the dark. There was a small room separating the position where it connected to the next carriage, but the door was locked and could not be opened. Not bothering about the locked door, Li Donglin thoroughly checked the entire carriage. There were 2 iron-framed beds, but nothing was on them indicating that this carriage might indeed not have anyone assigned to guard it, otherwise there would have been bedding or other items on the beds. Feeling very excited, Li Donglin slowly got off the train, trying to make as little noise as possible. Perhaps due to the current shortage of supplies, the entire country's industrial production had been greatly affected by the movement, so the freight station usually had some cargo that needed transport, which had led to the current state of affairs. If time could rewind 20 years, or even just 10, this place would not have looked like this. Li Donglin followed the path he had taken to find the barbed wire fence again, crawling through it. After restoring it to its original state, he continued to search for his elder brother and younger sister in the darkness. Elder brother, younger sister. Soon he found their hiding place and called out softly, "Here." His elder brother replied in a low voice as Li Donglin approached. "How is it?" As soon as he arrived, his elder brother directly asked. "There's a chance." Li Donglin suppressed his inner joy and shared the news he had discovered and heard. "Are you saying that there is no one guarding the last small carriage of the train?" "That carriage is a duty carriage, primarily to keep watch from the back and prevent anyone from climbing on to steal." Li Dongsheng had heard some of this. Upon listening to Li Donglin's words, he understood what was going on. This train did not stop midway, only temporarily stopping at specific stations for supplies, such as refueling and coal. "This is indeed an opportunity," Li Dongsheng said quietly. "Brother, let's move over now. They will be departing tomorrow morning, and once we reach the freight yard, we will have no chance to board." Li Donglin whispered. Younger sister, younger sister." Li Dongsheng called softly. "Brother, I'm here." Younger sister's voice reached the ears of the two brothers, and then the elder brother said, "Grab your bundles, we are leaving to catch the train." "Okay." The younger sister simply replied and stood up, grabbing her bundle and following behind her second brother. At this moment, the elder brother carrying the bundle was already at the back of the group, occasionally looking around. At this time, due to security reasons, many cities had patrollers at night, and they had to avoid them. One reason for choosing this small alley was that it was a dead end which patrollers generally would not walk through. Li Donglin led them along the same path, quickly locating the barbed wire fence. He crawled through first, then helped his younger sister through, and once the elder brother was in, Li Donglin carefully restored the barbed wire to its original state. He did not know who had done this, but their successful entry into the freight yard this time was entirely due to someone else's help, so he did not intend to expose this location. He reached out to tug at his elder brother and younger sister, signaling them to follow him, pointing to the ground to warn them to watch their step, and then led the way forward. With the experience from the last time, he carefully led them along the railway, directly passing through 3 intersections, turning into the 4th intersection. They found the train parked here and led them to the end, boarding the guard carriage. There is a small room up ahead, but the door is locked and we cannot enter. There are a few fixed chairs and 2 iron beds. We can take this time to rest. Once daylight comes, we must hide. Li Donglin took out the only flashlight from Li Dongsheng's bundle, quickly shining it around the carriage to assess the situation, then turned it off, worried that the light would attract attention from others. Although it was only on for a brief moment, it was enough for them to see the environment here. "We'll just rest here. If the train starts moving, we can hide under the iron bed. Oh, at least there will be some cover." Li Dongsheng had already seen the environment in the carriage and immediately said this, which was also for their safety. As the morning sun cast its rays on the earth, woo woo woo. The sound of the train whistle came from the front, and the train slowly began to move. At this moment, the Li siblings had already hidden under the iron bed, not daring to make a sound. However, the train was starting and stopping, seemingly undergoing shunting, with new carriages being attached to the front. In truth, at this moment, the siblings were all anxious, worried that this carriage would be abandoned and not head south. Fortunately, their worries were unnecessary. After about 3 to 4 hours of commotion, the train finally chugged out of Zheng City Railway Station, heading south along the Jingguang Railway. After the train had been traveling steadily for an hour, Li Dongsheng crawled out from under the iron bed, observing the outside through the window. Noticing the sun, he confirmed that the train was heading south, and immediately felt joyful. "Donglin, younger sister, you can come out now. We are heading south." Li Dongsheng called out a couple of times, but no one answered, and no one crawled out from under the iron bed. As he nervously leaned down to look under the other iron bed, he was surprised to find that his second brother and third sister were actually asleep under the iron bed. Throughout the journey, the train passed by station after station without stopping. It only stopped 3 times in total, and they had already entered Yu Province. During these 2 days, the entire carriage had only the 3 of them. They either lay on the iron beds resting, or sat on the chairs gazing out at the scenery. When bored, they would directly open the door and stand on the small platform at the back of the carriage, watching the scenery rapidly recede. "We should be nearing our destination. Should we stay on the train, or take the opportunity to get off?" At this moment, Li Dongsheng wondered if this train would go directly to Shanjiang. Will the train go directly to Shanjiang? Should we stay on the train, or find a place to get off and try to sneak into Li Dongsheng looked at the scenery outside the window, the vegetation starkly different from that of the north, and he knew their time was running short. Seeing Li Donglin, he had an idea. "When in doubt, consult your brother. Donglin, come here." For the past 2 days, they had been eating the fried noodles brought from home. They wouldn't starve, but the biggest challenge they faced now was the lack of water. With only 2 water bottles, it was nowhere near enough for the 3 of them. Without water, they couldn't swallow the fried noodles, so at this moment Li Donglin was listlessly leaning against the chair, gazing out the window. "What's up?" Upon hearing his brother's call, Li Donglin weakly asked. Seeing the situation, Li Dongsheng didn't want his brother to come over, and simply said, "We should be in Guangdong province now. Should we get off midway or stay here? I'm not sure if this train will go directly to Xiangjiang." Li Donglin hesitated, scratching his head, and said, "I can't say for sure. Let's observe from the train for now. Oh, it would be best if this train can enter Xiangjiang. But if it can't, we should find an opportunity to slip away when they unload the cargo." The cargo train arrived in Guangdong province, but whether it would directly go to Xiangjiang or unload here on the mainland for transfer to a train heading to Xiangjiang was unknown to them. However, Li Donglin understood that they couldn't last long on the train due to the lack of water. "Then let's wait a bit longer." Hearing his brother's words, Li Dongsheng nodded. "Big brother, how long until we reach Xiangjiang?" At this moment, the younger sister lying on the iron-framed bed spoke up. "Soon, little sister, don't worry." Li Dongsheng could only comfort her. The days without water were truly hard. Before long, night fell. Li Donglin turned on the flashlight, and Li Dongsheng took out the water bottle, dividing the last bit of water. They poured over half of it into both bottle caps. "You guys eat first, I'll eat later." When the train started moving, the three siblings were initially quite excited. But after spending a day and finishing a bottle of water, they realized the big problem. Thus, for the next 2 days, the water was divided this way with only enough to share during meal times. Without water, the fried noodles were indeed hard to swallow. In the pitch-black world, the train continued to run tirelessly on the tracks. In the middle of the night, Li Donglin, who was sleeping, felt a gentle push. He opened his eyes alertly, vaguely noticing that his brother was already by his side. "The train has stopped, but I don't," Li Dongsheng whispered to him. Li Donglin immediately sat up, patted the little sister inside, and soon all three siblings got up and dressed, ready to act at any moment. "Is there any movement?" Li Donglin quietly asked his brother. "I felt the train shake earlier, but it wasn't obvious. It seems the front train has moved, but our train hasn't budged." Li Dongsheng quietly recounted what he saw through the observation window. One side of the train carriage had a window that exposed the carriage body, through which he could see the front of the train. Changing the engine. Li Donglin was a bit surprised, not understanding why this was happening. Just then, Li Dongsheng leaned over to the observation window again, and suddenly said quietly, "A train engine is backing up towards us." Hearing his brother say this, Li Donglin rushed over and peered forward beside him. Sure enough, a train engine completely different from theirs was approaching their cargo train at a slow pace. During these 2 days on the train, they had seen many engines active on the railroads, from black steam locomotives puffing white smoke from their chimneys to green diesel engines. However, the engine backing up now was indeed white on top and blue on the bottom, a color they had not seen before. On the side of the railway, several railway workers were holding lanterns and directing the engine as it backed up slowly. All the lights on the train were also turned on, illuminating the area around the engine brightly. If it weren't for these lights, they wouldn't have been able to see the scene ahead clearly. "Here, do you think this might be the engine for Xiangjiang?" Li Dongsheng quietly asked. "It looks different from what we've seen before." "Perhaps. At first I thought they would unload the cargo at the border and then transfer it to the train on the other side. But it seems they are directly changing the engine with the engine from that side, taking these carriages over." Li Donglin deduced a rough idea. Given the scene they were witnessing now, this was the most reasonable explanation. The carriages won't run away, they'll unload the cargo over there, and then bring the engine back here. Li Dongsheng also understood that the way for the fast train to transfer on both sides was that simple. "That's great, once the train starts moving again, we can head straight to Xiangjiang." Li Donglin became excited, thinking that this way they could directly enter Xiangjiang and wouldn't have to worry about sneaking across anymore. "Are the doors closed?" Li Dongsheng suddenly asked. "We'll go check." Li Donglin walked in the dark to the back door of the train, felt the lock, and confirmed it was closed. Returning to the window, he whispered, "It's closed and no one can open it." Soon, with the efforts of several workers, the front engine was coupled with the carriages, and without further checks the train set off again towards Xiangjiang. During the final leg of the journey, the three siblings did not sleep any longer, looking out the window. That's barbed wire, and there's a guard post. After a few minutes of the train running, illuminated by the train's headlights, they saw a long stretch of barbed wire dividing the land, leaving only a gap at the railway. Next to it, there was a guard post with 2 individuals in gray-green uniforms, likely Xiangjiang police on duty. "When we get here, how do we acquire our identities?" Just as Li Dongsheng was happily dancing around, suddenly, he heard his brother's voice. "I think I came here once when I was young. There were no restrictions back then. I have my ID from that time." Li Dongsheng spoke to his brother. "Big brother, do you have an ID for Xiangjiang?" Upon hearing this, Li Donglin, "Yes, it's a sealed blue card with my name and fingerprint on it." Li Dongsheng replied, reaching into his underwear to pull out a small bag that he had kept close. Li Donglin knew that the deposit slip from HSBC was inside, but he had no idea that his elder brother had an ID for Xiangjiang. "You were too young then, so I didn't bring you along. Even if you had come, we couldn't have obtained an ID. I just happened to be of age. If the whole family had come back, then Mom and Dad should be doing well now." At this moment, Li Dongsheng said wistfully, Before 1949, the authorities of Xinjiang did not restrict residents from the mainland from immigrating to Xinjiang. Ordinary people could freely travel between Xinjiang and the mainland, and there was no identity registration for residents from the mainland. After the power shift in the mainland in 1949, a large number of refugees flooded into Xinjiang. To control the population in Xinjiang, the government began to implement border controls restricting residents from the mainland from entering and started registering citizens of the Hong Kong region and issuing identity cards. The first registration took place in 1949, during which the issued identity cards were merely paper forms filled out by hand. Starting from June 1, 1960, the government issued the second generation of identity cards, which included the holder's fingerprints and photo-typed information and were laminated. The identity card for males was blue, while that for females was red. Li Dongxing obtained his identity card at that time as a precaution. At that time, Zhangjiang's identity cards distinguished between those for adults and those for minors. Adults were those over 18 years old, while minors could apply from ages 11 to 17. The size of the minor's identity card was only about half the size of the adults. The identity card that Li Donglin was currently looking at was a small blue card that had a photo of his elder brother from 10 years ago, along with his name and a fingerprint. You were too young back then, and you couldn't apply for one if you came along, and even after getting the identity card, it was always hidden and not shared with others. Li Dongxing quietly explained the origin of the identity card in his hand, and shared why he hadn't brought him to Xinjiang back then. That's great, elder brother, with your identity card. We can settle down in Xinjiang now. Li Donglin was not concerned about not having his own identity card. Instead, he thought about how his elder brother had residency rights in Xinjiang, which naturally provided him and his sister with a reason to stay here. Neither Li Donglin, nor Li Dongxing, nor Li Xiaoping were aware of the residency system being enforced in Xinjiang. If it weren't for their foresight with Li's father bringing Li Dongxing to Xinjiang to apply for the identity card, when they appeared on the streets of Xinjiang, they would have been treated as illegal immigrants and sent to a detention camp requiring them to contact relatives in Xinjiang with identity cards for sponsorship. If they had no relatives in Xinjiang, they would be sent back to the mainland. At that time, although Xinjiang did not reject illegal immigrants from the mainland, it still exercised control. Only if they had relatives in Xinjiang willing to sponsor them could they stay. This policy continued until November 1974, when the Xinjiang government announced the barrier policy and began its implementation. Before the barrier policy was enforced, mainland residents could freely come to Xinjiang. However, as the number of people from the mainland residing in Xinjiang rapidly increased, it placed tremendous pressure on Zhangjiang's society, forcing the British colonial government to strengthen management of the border zone in an attempt to reduce the influx of illegal entrants. Nevertheless, the British colonial government, based on humanitarian considerations, did not fully prohibit mainlanders from coming to Hong Kong, and the situation in the mainland was still unstable, with many hoping to illegally enter Hong Kong. Thus, any illegal immigrant entering Xinjiang had to have relatives there to provide sponsorship, guaranteeing that they could sustain themselves in Xinjiang without becoming a social burden to obtain residency rights. As for the subsequent barrier policy, it specified that illegal entrants from the mainland could remain in Hong Kong if they successfully reached the urban area and contacted relatives in Xinjiang. If intercepted by law enforcement in the border area, they would be sent back to the mainland. From the 1960s to the 1970s, Xinjiang experienced two large-scale influxes of mainland residents, particularly in 1962, when a large number of residents from Guangdong province stormed the border, trying to enter Xinjiang. At that time, Xinjiang had just tightened the conditions for obtaining an identity card, and rumors spread in Guangdong that anyone who entered Xinjiang on the day of Queen Elizabeth's birthday that year would obtain residency rights and receive an identity card. Meanwhile, the mainland had just ended a 3-year period of hardship, and the supply of living materials remained tight. During that time, Guangdong did not strictly restrict this large-scale illegal immigration and even showed some leniency. They hoped that they could sneak into Xinjiang to alleviate the pressure on material supply in the mainland. A similar situation occurred again in the 1970s, where the initial group of escapees from Hong Kong consisted of members of Black 5 categories, families seeking to escape various political restrictions, followed by sent-down youth who hoped to reach Hong Kong for a better life. This situation continued until the end of the decade. It was not until the barrier policy was abolished in the 1980s that all illegal entrants to Xinjiang could no longer obtain residency rights, and were all repatriated, gradually ending the wave of illegal immigration. Now the three siblings, because of their elder brother Li Dongxing's identity card, naturally felt more assured at least they would not be treated as illegal immigrants and sent back to the mainland. Elder brother, with your identity card, once the train stops we can get off directly and leave here. Li Donglin said. This beginning was 100 times better than he could have imagined. Even if questioned with my identity card, I can handle it. However, we still need to get to Hong Kong Island as soon as possible and find out where we can apply for a new identity card. Li Dongxing pointed to his small identity card and said, by the way, I should have replaced this a long time ago. I can only find a reason to get by for now. Once we get a new identity card, we can rest easy. Also need to ask how to apply for identity cards for you too. Li Dongsheng was too young when he came to Xianjiang, and he didn't remember many details. Moreover, he did not stay in Xianjiang for long, so he naturally had little concept of the place. He only knew that Xianjiang was divided into 3 parts: Hong Kong Island, Kowloon, and the new territories, with Hong Kong Island being the most prosperous. He had come directly to Hong Kong Island with his father, and his identity card was also processed there. Hey, their clothing doesn't seem to be much better than that of the people from the 49 cities. The train had already exited the new territories and entered Kowloon. This area could already be considered one of the more prosperous regions of Xianjiang, with streets and pedestrians visible in the distance. However, Li Donglin felt a bit disheartened because he observed that the people of Xianjiang were not dressed as well as he had. As a ray of sunlight broke through the darkness of the world, dawn arrived, and the train finally came to a stop at What are you doing? As the train came to a halt, the 3 siblings from the Li family seized the opportunity to open the door and stepped off, walking briskly towards the distance. Even when they caught a glimpse of the workers unloading cargo, no one paid them any heed. They needed to unload the goods in front of them to receive their wages for this trip. Even so, they had somewhat guessed that the 3 figures might have just disembarked from this train. Smuggling. What does that have to do with them? That was a matter for the police. However, although no one on the platform was overseeing them, once they reached the exit of the train station, they were stopped by the security personnel there. It should be noted that at this time the Kowloon train station was restricted to cargo trains arriving daily at the port due to political reasons, so there were hardly any passengers here who would go to the train station to take a train to the new territories. After all, this was a train, not a subway. While at this time Hong Kong had not yet opened a subway, that would happen several years later. Hence it was difficult for the pedestrians appearing here not to attract attention. Li Donglin and his younger sister Li Xiaoping naturally could not understand, while their older brother Li Dongsheng might have been able to guess the meaning due to his previous visits here. Looking for someone. Regardless of whether his pronunciation was perfect, Li Dongsheng said this loudly, then hurriedly pulled his younger siblings along to leave. Afterwards they continued their conversation normally, without distinguishing between Cantonese and Mandarin. Seeing their patched clothes, the personnel at the door could somewhat guess their identity. However, during this time, there were many people trying to escape to Hong Kong. It should be noted that most of the people currently in Hong Kong had only arrived in the last 20 or 30 years. In any case, they were not the police, so it was not their place to manage such matters. Once the Li siblings ran out of the train station and looked around, they were momentarily uncertain of where to go. Forget it, they must be from the mainland. It's not easy for them to reach here. A person sitting in the doorroom sipping tea spoke to the one who had just asked. These 3 are really lucky to have arrived in Hong Kong by train. I heard that recently many who swam over died along. That's for sure. Only the lucky ones can reach the shore, and they still have to be extorted by the snakeheads. However, they have no choice now, or it's difficult to obtain identification, and staying behind would only make them illegal residents. The 2 chatted merrily, recalling that they had come here in the 50s, which is why they could leisurely discuss such matters now. Those 3 are standing at the entrance, perhaps unsure of where to go. Ha. Is that so? Let me take a look. The middle-aged man stood up. His skin was slightly yellow. He had an ordinary appearance, and he was dressed in a shirt and shorts with flip-flops on his feet. After watching for a while at the entrance, he shook his head and walked out. What are you going to do? Let's help them. The middle-aged man walked to the 3 siblings from behind and said to them, there usually aren't many people here to take the bus. You need to walk further up. After he spoke, he saw the 3 in front of him looking puzzled. Don't understand Cantonese. This time he spoke in a distorted version of Mandarin, which could at least be understood by most Chinese. Excuse me, how do we get to Hong Kong Island from here? Li Dongsheng stepped forward and politely asked him. You need to go up front to take the bus. It's 2 stops to Tsim Sha Sui, where you can catch the Star Ferry, but it costs 5 cents per person. This must be your younger sister, right? She also needs 5 cents. The middle-aged man kindly explained the route to Li Dongsheng. However, at this moment, both Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin were not in a good mood. They had money on them, but it was all in renminbi, and although they had several bills, they did not have any Hong Kong dollars. Not even a cent, or rather, not even a fraction of a cent. Perhaps those who smuggled into Hong Kong would have exchanged some Hong Kong dollars in the black market ahead of time, but they had come directly from Zheng City to Kowloon, and there was no black market on the train to exchange for Hong Kong dollars. Soon the middle-aged man noticed their expressions of helplessness and curiously asked, "What's wrong? You don't have any?" Most people coming to Hong Kong were generally low on cash because the black market exchange rates in Guangdong were extremely steep, accessible only to a few. "We don't have any Hong Kong dollars," Li Dongsheng replied helplessly. Although he had a savings slip of 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, he couldn't produce even a cent at that moment. Actually, Hong Kong does have units of dollars, dimes, and cents, where a dollar can refer to either a pound or a Hong Kong dollar. However, there are no dimes and cents. They use hao and xian as units. "Do you have any relatives on Hong Kong Island?" the middle-aged man kindly asked. "Yes, as long as we get over there we can find." Li Dongsheng responded quickly this time. "Yes, even if there were no relatives, having money would surely attract relatives. All right, I'll do a good deed this time and lend you 5 cents. Remember to pay me back when you find your relatives. Just come back here and say you're looking for Huazai." The middle-aged man pulled a coin from his pocket and handed it to Li Dongsheng. Avoid the police with your clothes, they will definitely check your identification if they see you. Huazai reminded them. I have a Hong Kong ID, but my younger brother and sister don't, they were still young back then, Li Dongsheng explained. Oh, so it's just a little card. There shouldn't be any problem. But you should hurry to Wanchai to exchange it. Huazai wasn't surprised when he heard that Li Dongsheng had an ID. In fact, those years were quite strange. Many people came to Hong Kong, obtained their IDs, and then returned to the mainland. Until the transportation between the two sides was completely halted, many who had IDs from here could no longer cross over. It wasn't that the Hong Kong police blocked them, but rather that the mainland did not allow them to pass, requiring approval and documentation to come through the port. Now it seems that there is strict population management over there, not permitting ordinary people to come here. Before the 60s, it was basically unregulated. Thank you, uncle. I will remember this kindness, and I will come back to pay you back. Li Dongsheng gratefully glanced at this kind-hearted uncle before bidding farewell and leaving with his siblings. Only after watching them walk away did Huazai turn back into the doorroom. Li Dongsheng continued walking with his younger siblings. Even when they saw the bus stop, they did not pause. Because until they received the money that was deposited in HSBC, they had to save every penny. As for the little yellow fish wrapped around their waist, that was even more untouchable. He had heard about how complicated society was in Hong Kong. The presence of gangsters here was as numerous as fish crossing the river, which is also why most wealthy people chose to live on Hong Kong Island. The social order there is far better than that of Kowloon and the new territories. Some say that when you achieve success, you will find that everyone around you are good people. Well, now that the three siblings from the Li family have successfully arrived at Xiangjiang, it can be considered a success, so the people around them are indeed good. Walking on the way to Tsim Sha Tsui, although they were pointed at by many passers-by, no one stopped them. After all, this is the most prosperous area of Kowloon, and the attire of the passers-by is no longer the cheap clothing they had seen before. It is much more fashionable and exquisite. Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin were fine, but Li Xiaoping envied the girls passing by, admiring their beautiful dresses. Brother. Li Xiaoping followed closely behind her two brothers, constantly glancing around, her eyes never leaving those seemingly beautiful clothes and dresses. Li Dongsheng turned back to glance at her and smiled, saying, Stop looking. Oh, once we reach Hong Kong Island, we will buy 2 sets of clothes for each of us. I'll get you 3 sets, all right? Thank you, brother. Li Xiaoping replied cheerfully. The thought of soon wearing beautiful dresses made her very happy. In the village, she could only wear clothes left by her second brother, and her own dresses, which once looked beautiful, had become too small to wear. With a smile blooming on her face and her mood lifting, she unconsciously quickened her pace. Xiangjiang isn't very large, and although there are 2 stops, the Li siblings didn't walk for long before the distant pier appeared before their eyes. A ferry was docked at the pier waiting for passengers to board. Upon seeing the ferry, Li Dongsheng reached out to take the bundle from his younger sister Li Xiaoping and urged his younger siblings to hurry up. Now that they were here, he didn't want anything unexpected to happen. Getting to Hong Kong Island, quickly obtaining their identification, and withdrawing money were his most urgent tasks. What they didn't know was that in a breakfast shop they had just passed 2 officers in royal police uniforms were discussing them. Sir Gua, are we really not going to check their identification? They don't look like people from around here. Forget it. I know they are from the mainland, but it's not easy for them to make it here. Just let them eat, don't mind them. But there's nothing to discuss. Look at them. Do you think they have any money? Those coming from over there are quite poor, they might not even... True. As they spoke, the group burst into laughter at them. Li Donglin glared at them angrily, but was soon gently tapped on the arm by his older brother. With both hands holding the bundle, it was inconvenient for him to reach out and grab his second brother. Don't cause trouble, getting our identities settled is what's important. Li Dongsheng quietly said to Li Donglin, then led his younger siblings into the pier. 5 cents each. An old lady spoke in Cantonese, which was difficult to understand, but Li Dongsheng understood when he passed the coins to her that she was selling tickets. Li Dongsheng approached and handed over a 5-cent coin from his pocket. 3 tickets. The ticket seller took his coin, then retrieved 3 1-cent coins and 1 5-cent coin for him, along with 3 ferry tickets. At this time, Xiangjiang actually no longer issued 1-cent coins. The previous 1-cent coins, being made of silver, had long surpassed their original value. Now that there wasn't much emphasis on tourism, although the Star Ferry was double-decker, they did not charge differently for the lake. Typically after boarding, people would look for a seat nearby, only going upstairs if there were no seats available downstairs. However, after the Li siblings boarded and walked along the passage, they could only go upstairs as all the downstairs seats were already packed with passengers. At this time, there were no tunnels or subways, and Xiangjiang citizens relied on these small ferries to travel back and forth to Hong Kong Island. Following the crowd, Li Dongsheng and the others went upstairs and found an empty seat. Soon the ferry departed from the pier, heading across the sea. It was at this moment that the 3 siblings began to properly admire the valuable land of Kowloon and Hong Kong Island. Wow, that building is so tall. The younger sister pointed at a skyscraper on Hong Kong Island and exclaimed. It was a skyscraper with a unique round window design, standing proudly among the towering buildings of Hong Kong Island. Li Donglin glanced at his older brother, but he also seemed unaware of what that building was, simply keeping his mouth shut. At this moment, Li Donglin also noticed the hint of disdain in the eyes of the surrounding citizens of Xiangjiang. Remembering his older brother's earlier advice not to cause trouble, he could only pretend not to notice and began to appreciate the beauty of Victoria Harbor. There are so many boats here. The younger sister clearly hadn't noticed the strange gazes of the people around her still chatting. Yes, this Hong Kong island has no bridges. Transportation relies solely on boats, so you can see many boats here, and sometimes even large foreign cruise ships come by. Li Dongxing, seeing his younger sister so happy, continued, once we settle down here we'll buy a house nearby, and then you can come to see it every day. Really? That's great. If it weren't for being on the boat and the swaying of the ferry, Li Donglin felt that his younger sister would have jumped up in excitement. However, the disdain in the eyes of the other passengers only grew stronger. Perhaps to them the property prices on Hong Kong Island were an unattainable existence, and these three individuals dressed in patched clothes boldly claimed they would buy a house here, which was truly laughable. Victoria Harbor is not particularly wide. The Star Ferry reached the opposite shore in just a few minutes after departing the pier. The central pier appeared before the three siblings. The ferry quickly docked, and as the crowd of passengers disembarked, they finally set foot on the land of Hong Kong Island. However, it seemed that their good luck had run out upon arrival. "You 3 identification cards." Just after the siblings left the pier, a police officer patrolling the area appeared before them and stopped them. The issuance of identification cards in Hong Kong was initially meant for population registration and to restrict entry from outside the territory. Thus, since the issuance of ID cards, Hong Kong police have been granted the authority to check them. When stopped by the police, the youngest sister, Li Xiaoping, turned pale with fear as the officer was wearing a gray police uniform indicating he was a government official. As for them, they had just smuggled into Hong Kong. Although the eldest brother had an ID card, it needed to be renewed, and they were unsure if it would count. At this moment, Li Dongsheng stood in front of them. Though nervous, he knew he couldn't back down. Otherwise, his younger siblings would be even more uncertain, and they might end up crying out of fear. "My identification card." When getting off the train, Li Dongsheng had already placed his ID card in his pocket, worried about being questioned about it. Although his ID card seemed to be non-compliant, there was no time to think about that now. Why is this a minor's? The older police officer took a glance at Li Dongsheng's ID card, and then looked at them, asking with some suspicion, "Was it issued a while ago? Did you forget to renew it when you came of age?" Li Dongsheng had no choice but to reply, "I just came over from there." The older officer examined Li Dongsheng from head to toe and asked again. Li Dongsheng hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I was blocked from coming back and finally found a chance to run over, this time to Hong Kong Island, was to plan to go to Wan Chai to renew his ID and to also apply for ID cards for his younger siblings. When they first arrived in Hong Kong, they hadn't been able to get IDs because they were under 11. Li Dongsheng appeared honest, but he described his younger siblings as being from Hong Kong, as well, saying they were supposed to get ID cards, but couldn't because of their ages. "Boss, should we?" A nearby officer leaned in to glance at the ID card in the older officer's hand, and the older officer examined Li Dongsheng's ID card repeatedly. "The ID is genuine, I'll take it and go. Be sure to get it renewed at headquarters quickly, or next time you might not be so lucky." The older officer returned the ID card to Li Dongsheng and said, "Excuse me, officer, how do I get to Wan Chai? Also, how much does it cost to renew an ID card?" Li Dongsheng realized he had no money on him at the moment. Everything in Hong Kong required money, and if there was a fee for renewing the ID, they had nothing to pay with. The older officer chuckled lightly and shook his head, pointing to the right. "Follow this road for 2 stops to reach Wan Chai. The service hall at police headquarters handles ID renewals. For the photograph and ID, it's 10 Hong Kong dollars. "Thank you, officer." Li Dongsheng smiled in gratitude, but did not lead his siblings in the direction the officer pointed. Instead, he looked towards a few tall buildings in the distance. After all, when he first came to Hong Kong, he was only about 10 years old. Although he hadn't been back for nearly 10 years, he still had some memories. He remembered the bank his father took him to, which was very tall. Well, although it seemed that there were skyscrapers when viewed from Tsim Sha Tsui, once here one would find that most buildings by the street were only 4 or 5 stories high. It was just that several tall buildings by the sea made it seem like all buildings here were tall. Of course, there were geographical reasons as well. After all, areas near the coast tend to be lower, while those closer to the mountains are naturally positioned higher. So buildings of only a few stories built at the foot of the mountain behind appear as if they are tall buildings. Finally, Li Dongsheng recognized what seemed to be that building, a structure filled with round windows. He had a vivid impression of the 2 large bronze lions in front of the building. "Follow me." Li Dongsheng beckoned his younger siblings and walked towards that building, their movement naturally attracting the attention of the 2 police officers. After all, they hadn't walked far before clearly changing direction towards the nearby HSBC building. The young officer did not think highly of those coming from the north and whispered to the older officer, "You are still too inexperienced." The older officer merely glanced at the young officer and said softly, "How many of those who managed to reach Hong Kong have had it easy? Just looking at the wealthy here in Hong Kong, do you know how many of those rich people have escaped from the north? It could be said that their relatives are quite influential. Did you not see them heading straight for the HSBC bank?" The young officer was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, and then suddenly understood. He took out a cigarette and offered one to the older officer, lighting it with a match, and then smiled obsequiously, saying, "It's still the boss who is well informed. I almost made a mistake. In Hong Kong, you must keep your eyes open. Knowing the background allows you to avoid trouble. When you don't know the background, leave a way out when encountering issues, understand. So you don't provoke those you shouldn't. Every year, how many end up at the bottom of the sea, don't you think? The older officer admonished. Right. The young officer nodded vigorously in agreement. Moreover, people who escape from the north usually have no valuables on them. Even if we make things difficult for them, we won't gain anything. Those over there will not show mercy to these people. Leave some leeway for others, so you'll have a good meeting in the future. This is the advice your uncle gives you. Of course, the trio could not hear the conversation of the officers behind them. At this moment, they had already entered the HSBC building, and Li Donglin and Li Xiaoping both stared at the two bronze lions. Little sister, keep up. Li Dongxing caught a glimpse of his younger sister lagging behind and turned to her saying, "Oh." Li Xiaoping responded and hurried to catch up. "Sir, how can I assist you?" When Li Dongsheng led his siblings into the lobby of HSBC, their attire clearly attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. While not to mention Hong Kong Island, even in the new territories, people dressed in patched clothing like them are quite rare. "Doing business, my family has opened an account here." Li Dongsheng replied to the approaching bank employee in English, as behind her a uniformed security guard followed. Li Dongsheng looked at the bank employee approaching him and the security guard in uniform behind her, and said in English, "I need to handle some business, my family has an account here." The young lady was clearly taken aback by Li Dongsheng's fluent English, not because of his pronunciation, but because of his attire, making it hard to imagine that he could speak English so well. "Please follow me. HSBC will do its utmost to provide you with satisfactory service." The female employee immediately bowed slightly and gestured for Li Dongsheng and his siblings to follow her to an empty counter nearby, where the staff inside also stood up to greet them. Li Dongsheng took out his ID and the deposit slip and addressed the counter staff, saying, "Open an account for me and transfer this amount of money into it." "All right, I will process your request immediately." A pair of hands reached out from the counter, taking the ID and deposit slip from Li Dongsheng, seemingly unfazed by the small card. While Li Dongsheng was handling the business at the counter, Li Donglin and his sister were casually wandering around the HSBC lobby, intentionally avoiding the customers who were conducting their transactions. The little sister was also carrying a bag, closely following him. "Let's sit over there." "Okay." Li Donglin led his sister to a nearby resting area, found a spot where no one was around, and sat down, his eyes still scanning the surroundings. "Brother, what are you looking at?" Li Xiaoping asked curiously. Earlier, when her second brother had taken her around, she noticed he seemed to be searching for something, and now that they had sat down, she couldn't help but ask. In such a big bank, there are actually no electronic screens. Unexpectedly, this was what came out of Li Donglin's mouth. "What is an electronic screen?" "Her brother." The little sister continued to ask. "It's a sign that can display text and numbers," Li Donglin explained in simple terms. "I saw one outside on the street and thought there would be one here too." Look, in such a big bank buying and selling foreign exchange, as well as precious metals like gold and silver, shouldn't there be something to indicate the prices? At this point, Li Donglin noticed his sister's confused expression and understood that she didn't quite grasp it, so he decided not to continue. After a while, the little sister finally spoke up and asked, "Brother, is this what you are thinking? I've heard elder brother mention foreign exchange. Isn't gold and silver sold in department stores?" "Forget it, you'll understand later," Li Donglin simply said. His sister was too young to comprehend. Perhaps their elder brother would understand. Meanwhile, Li Dongsheng had completed the account opening, and the savings that had been deposited for nearly 10 years were also settled. "Give me 2,000 Hong Kong dollars in small change and deposit the rest into this account. Please also provide me with a checkbook." Upon hearing the value of the deposit slip after calculation, Li Dongsheng said, without hesitation. Although most people at this time regarded banks merely as places for deposits and withdrawals, and were not accustomed to using checks as a payment method, the Li family, being from a lineage of merchants, did not have such issues. Using checks was actually much safer than carrying a large amount of cash. Soon all the procedures at the counter were completed and the cash and checkbook were handed over. "Thank you." Li Dongsheng put away the $200 Hong Kong banknotes and stored the checkbook and deposit book before turning to leave the counter. "Brother, are you done?" Seeing her elder brother coming over, Li Xiaoping stood up happily and asked, "I'm hungry." Although there was still some fried noodles left in the bag, Li Xiaoping remembered what her elder brother had said on the train. Once they arrived in Xiangjiang, they would eat delicious food. She really didn't want to eat fried noodles again. "Let's go. Well, first buy some clothes, then find a place to eat. We also need to take a bus to Wan Chai to sort out the ID card issue. We have quite a bit to do today." Li Dongsheng smiled at his sister, having cashed in the deposit slip and received the money, feeling a significant weight lifted off his shoulders. The three siblings exited HSBC and began searching for shops. Although Central would later become a financial and business hub, it hadn't yet reached that level at this time. Walking south down a street, the buildings on both sides had transformed into 3 to 4-story establishments with shops lined up in an array, creating a bustling scene. They finally found a clothing store by the roadside, and the three of them walked inside. By the time they came out, Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin were already wearing fashionable attire suitable for the streets of Xiangjiang at that time. However, the little sister did not change her clothes, not because they wouldn't buy her new clothes, but because it was a men's clothing store and there were no women's clothes, only children's clothing. However, they had already inquired in the store that just a short distance to the right upon exiting there was a store where they could buy suitable clothes for the little sister. But the first thing they did upon leaving the store was to clean out the bag. Most of the items they had brought over were thrown into the trash, as they were no longer useful and would need to be replaced here. Anyway, now that they had money in Xianjiang, they could buy anything. After coming out of the next store, all three siblings had bought 2 sets of clothes mainly for convenience and changing, and Li Dongsheng also mentioned that they would buy more once they settled in a few days, so there was no need to buy too much now. Looking for food. The little sister ultimately still did not put on a pretty dress. Perhaps she felt a bit shy, as since she became more sensible, she seemed to have stopped wearing dresses and was only in clothing and pants. Although the dresses on the street looked beautiful, she hesitated when it came time to change. After finding a nearby restaurant to eat, the 3 of them returned to the previous street. This time they did not plan to walk to Wanshai, but waited at the bus stop for the bus, and the 3 siblings boarded the vehicle. Although they couldn't quite understand the fluent Cantonese spoken by the people on the bus, fortunately the bus stop sign displayed the station names, so they wouldn't miss their stop. After getting off the bus, the 3 siblings looked around, and took a while to find the Xianjiang Police Headquarters building. Following the signs, they located the service hall. "Elder brother, do you think we can get our ID cards?" Although he had confidently stated earlier that there would be no problem, at this moment Li Donglin inexplicably felt uncertain. He was unaware of the current household registration system in Xianjiang. Earlier, when buying things in several stores, he had casually asked about it, but those people couldn't provide clear answers, and only by coming here could they find out. "Don't worry, your identities are actually easy to sort out," Li Dongxing said simply, but a bitter expression instantly appeared on his face, as if he had recalled something unpleasant. "What's wrong, brother?" The little sister noticed her elder brother's change in expression and quickly asked. "Don't worry, your identities can be easily sorted out," Li Dongxing merely stated, but a look of sorrow suddenly appeared on his face, as if he recalled something unpleasant. "What's wrong, brother?" The younger sister hurriedly asked upon seeing her brother's change in expression. "It's nothing, just thinking about some past events." Li Dongxing feigned indifference as he led them into the service hall. They did not attract the attention of everyone in the hall upon their entrance, as their attire was now similar to that of the surrounding. Upon locating the counter for identity card processing, they found a long queue with about 10 people ahead of them. Li Donglin observed that many of the individuals were teenagers likely here to renew their identity cards. He noted the process for obtaining their documents, filling out forms, submitting their old identity cards, and then being called in for a photograph, receiving a temporary identity card that they could collect a week later, or opting to pay for direct mailing from the police station. While their situation was hardly comparable, no one here was new to Xianjiang, otherwise they could have seized the opportunity to learn about settling down here. However, Li Donglin was still pondering his brother's earlier words about their settlement being completely unproblematic, wondering what that really meant. As the 10 or so individuals processed their business, Li Donglin and his siblings waited for nearly an hour. Alright, this was still a relatively simple matter of renewing their documents, though it was uncertain how long their business would take. Finally, when it was their turn, Li Dongxing stepped forward to articulate their request to the policeman at the counter. "Your identity card should have been replaced long ago. Why are you only coming now?" At this point, the policeman had no doubt that the identity card in hand was a forgery. It should be noted that the identity cards issued to residents in Xianjiang are recorded by the police station, similar to the household registration files on the mainland. "Due to certain reasons, my brother, sister, and I were unable to come to Xianjiang until recently," Li Dongsheng replied directly. "Do they have identity cards?" Hearing that they had just arrived in Xianjiang, the policeman couldn't help but scrutinize the 3 of them more closely. Perhaps because they had not lived in Xianjiang, it was somewhat apparent that the 3 of them were not long-term residents, but rather had escaped from the mainland. "No, but there should be records in the police archives," Li Dongxing informed the processing officer. "Your identity cards need to be verified as do theirs." The policeman addressed them, but still handed over 3 forms for them to fill out. "Once completed, submit them to me, and I will look for your records to verify if there is a file on you." After finishing his statement, the policeman called over the next person in line and resumed his work. The person who came up merely cast a contemptuous glance at them. From the earlier conversation, those waiting in line could somewhat guess what had transpired. They had come to Xianjiang long ago, but had returned for certain reasons. Now those who returned to the mainland must be regretting their decision. Though Xianjiang is separated from the mainland, they had heard through newspapers and broadcasts about the events that transpired there. Moreover, there were occasional reports of illegal immigrants escaping from the mainland, from whom they could gather that political instability seemed to be brewing and everything was rather chaotic. With an overwhelming sense of superiority, a young man raised his identity card and said, "I'm here to renew my card. I just turned 18. Meanwhile, Li Dongsheng ignored the peculiar glances from those around him and began filling out forms with his brother and sister at a nearby table. While filling out his information, he took out an identity card and said to Li Donglin, "For the parents, just fill in your father's name and identity card number." Rest assured, I remember that your names were registered here. Oh, as long as they check the records, they will realize that you have been counted in the Xiangjiang population long ago. Upon hearing her brother's reassurance, Li Donglin's expression instantly relaxed, as if a weight had been lifted from her heart. Guided by Li Donglin, the younger sister Li Xiaoping quickly completed her form, and then Li Donglin carefully checked it once more. After confirming that everything was correct, he handed it over to Li Dongsheng. Have you checked everything? Li Dongsheng, feeling uneasy, flipped through the two forms again, before finally handing them to the policeman. At this moment, a person exited from a small room nearby, the one who had been ahead of them in line for the identity card. Under normal circumstances, Li Dongsheng should have gone in for a photograph at this point, but due to their special situation, he was not called in for the photo. Holding the three forms, the officer glanced at Li Dongsheng and asked, "Are you Li Dongsheng?" "Yes," Li Dongsheng replied. He then proceeded to ask Li Donglin and Li Xiaoping one by one. After receiving confirmation, he called over a younger policeman nearby, saying, "Take these three forms to check, let them verify the document numbers and information." At that moment, the person behind them who had already filled out his form was handed his old identity card and form by the policeman, who instructed him, "Go in for your photograph." Then he turned to Li Dongsheng and said, "There are seats over there, you three can sit and wait for a while." Those individuals were all renewing their identity cards as minors within the specified time, so the police station was directly following a quick procedure, taking their photographs first, then sending their materials upstairs to verify the information before processing new identity cards for them to collect later. However, the situation of Li Dongsheng's siblings was clearly somewhat special and did not necessarily conform to the renewal procedures. "Brother Wei, it's fine, just wait," his younger sister timidly said, only to be pulled aside by Li Donglin to find a seat. Li Dongsheng also sat down nearby, at which point Li Donglin quietly asked, "Brother, is there a record of our identity information here? I remember it was registered." "Oh, don't worry, it'll be fine. If anything unexpected happens, I'll find a way." Li Dongsheng could only say this to reassure his brother and sister. However, at this moment, Li Donglin could only sigh inwardly. Ever since he learned that he also had identity records in Xiangjiang, his heart was filled with mixed emotions, unsure of what to say. Alright, for now the only option was to continue waiting. The identity cards left by his brother and father had been taken by the police station along with the forms for verification. After nearly another hour of waiting, Li Donglin glanced at the wall clock. It was almost 4 in the afternoon. At this moment, he had many things he wanted to say to his brother, but he knew this was not a place for conversation. Finally, the person who had taken the forms came back down from upstairs. After waiting for nearly an hour, Li Donglin glanced at the clock on the wall, and it was almost 4 in the afternoon. Finally, the person who had taken the form came down from upstairs. Walking behind the officer receiving orders, he handed over the information of the Li Dongsheng siblings and whispered a few words in the officer's ear. The officer then placed the form down and began to review the details of the 3 siblings. "Have you verified everything?" "Yes, I've checked, there are records of them, and Lu Ku has signed off on it as well." The officer carefully examined the information below, confirming its accuracy before looking up towards the Li siblings and waving them over. This step of verifying identities was originally scheduled for tomorrow. They would send all the forms received today to the archives for verification. Afterward, the archives would send the verified forms to the certificate office for the uniform production of identity cards. Verifying the information of the 3 siblings was essentially a step taken ahead of schedule. However, their situation was indeed quite unusual, having traveled to the mainland and then smuggled back. Li Dongsheng's documents were already due for renewal. But since there were records, there was naturally no issue in processing the new documents. Li Dongsheng, Li Xiaoping. The officer called out their names one by one as the 3 approached, handing over the form to them. "Go inside for the photo." Li Donglin took the form, feeling completely relieved. He was about to receive his own identity card from Xiangjiang, no longer worrying about being checked by the police. The 3 siblings entered the small room next door and handed the form to the officer at the door. Altogether, the officer took the forms from their hands. Although he seemed a bit impatient with so many people coming in at once, he still took a moment to examine them. Li Dongsheng, Li Donglin, Li Xiaoping. From their names, it was easy to guess that they were siblings, and their information had been verified. $5 for the photo, $5 for the certificate, $10 each for the 3 of you, a total of $30. He said, expressionlessly waiting for them to pay. "Okay." Li Dongsheng took out 30 Hong Kong dollars from his pocket. The officer then picked up a red stamp from the table and stamped their forms before handing them back. One by one, go in when the person inside comes out. As soon as he finished speaking, the person who had taken the photo inside came out holding a temporary identity card. "He'll go in first," Li Dongsheng said to his younger siblings and walked into the room. Li Donglin looked down at the form in his hand, while his sister Li Xiaoping was also checking her own, which had many additional details added below along with a private seal. However, this had no bearing on him. When his elder brother came out, he already had a temporary identity card in hand. "Go in, besides the photo, they will also need your fingerprints and such." Li Dongsheng briefly explained what needed to be done inside to Li Donglin and waited outside. Once inside, Li Donglin first handed the form to the person inside, and then a blank identity card with only a number appeared before him. "Stamp your fingerprints, then sit down for the photo." No, you don't need to take a photo. Following the officer's instructions, Li Donglin was about to proceed, but suddenly stopped. He received a blank identity card, and okay, it was a child's identity card, the same type that his elder brother had previously held. They had Li Donglin stamp his fingerprints and quickly handed him a temporary identity card. Go out, call the next one. It was only then that Li Donglin remembered that he seemed to not have turned 18 yet, and wouldn't be able to get an adult identity card from Xinjiang. His younger sister Li Xiaoping took even less time to finish. She completed the procedure right at the door without needing a photo. By the time the three siblings excitedly walked out of the police station, it was already past 4. Brother, shouldn't we find a place to stay? The sky is getting dark and it won't be long before night falls. Li Donglin said to his elder brother. Yes, we should find a place to stay first. Li Dongxing said without hesitation, leading his younger siblings back. Shall we go to Central? Seeing the direction his elder brother was heading, Li Donglin couldn't help but ask. That area is more prosperous and the public safety is better too. Let's just walk over and see where it looks suitable to stay. Li Donglin was carrying a bag containing the clothes they had just bought and some other items. The bag was actually quite heavy after all. Besides the clothes, it also contained 50 taels of gold weighing over 3 kilograms. Brother, when can we have our own house here? Looking at the tall buildings by the street, Li Donglin naturally felt a bit envious. After all, this was property in Xinjiang. You want to buy a house? Li Dongxing casually remarked, then nodded. Yes, a house should be bought. Only with a house can one settle down. Brother, let's take the bus to Central. At this moment, his younger sister spoke up. Knowing that her brother had money, having enjoyed good food, and bought new clothes, she was no longer as simple as before. Thinking about the distance to Central, she wanted to take a ride. We are looking for a place to stay, as sitting on the bus to see what's suitable and then having to wait for the bus to stop to head back is a hassle. Li Donglin preemptively answered his sister's question before his elder brother could speak. Haven't you sat enough inside? Li Dongxing looked at his younger sister with amusement, and after speaking did not walk toward the bus station, but instead walked directly along the sidewalk. At this moment, Li Donglin hurried to catch up, holding the bag. Now that the money was in his elder brother's hands, although he was also carrying 50 taels of gold, it still wasn't as valuable as Hong Kong dollars. Humph. His younger sister merely stomped her foot, pouting as she followed along. Actually, she was quite spoiled when she was younger. It was those years in the countryside that had tempered that nature. However, after arriving in Xinjiang, it seemed that she was regaining her original nature. Younger sister, we've just arrived here. It's right to walk around and familiarize ourselves with the environment. He whispered to his younger sister passing by a newsstand. Li Donglin pulled his elder brother and said, Elder brother, buy 2 newspapers. We can quickly understand Xinjiang through the newspapers. If there was a map of Xinjiang, it would be best to buy 1 too. Otherwise, if we get lost out here, we won't even be able to find our way back. Okay. This time, Li Dongxing did not hesitate and walked directly to the newsstand, buying 2 newspapers from the... Unfortunately, Xinjiang was not yet an international tourist city, so the newsstand did not sell maps of Xinjiang. Maps are only available in bookstores. We don't have them at these newsstands. The vendor said to them. All right, thank you. Li Dongxing simply responded and continued walking forward with the newspapers, not looking back. Li Donglin did not ask for the newspapers. He decided to find a place to stay first, and then look. Second brother, there's a Wenhua hotel ahead. Oh, what do you think? Suddenly, his elder brother spoke to him. Second brother, there's a Mandarin hotel ahead. What do you think? Suddenly, the elder brother pointed to a hotel in front of him. Li Donglin followed the direction of his brother's finger and saw the words Mandarin Hotel in large letters at the top of the building, indicating that the entire structure was indeed a hotel. The Li siblings were unaware that the Mandarin Hotel before them was no ordinary place in Hong Kong. It was the flagship hotel of the Mandarin Oriental Hotel Group, whose parent company is the renowned Jardine Matheson. Jardine Matheson is the most famous and oldest British trading company, established on July 1st, 1832, in Guangzhou, China. It is the largest British conglomerate in the Far East and had been engaged in trade in China since the Qing dynasty, initially focusing primarily on opium. After 1872, Jardine Matheson abandoned its opium trade in China, and subsequently its investment operations gradually diversified. In addition to trade, it invested in building railways, docks, various factories and mines, and engaged in shipping, banking, and other industries in both the mainland and Hong Kong. Since 1912, Jardine's headquarters have been located in Shanghai. After 1949, most of Jardine's assets and businesses on the mainland were nationalized. By 1954, its last office in the mainland was forced to close, and the company headquarters moved to Hong Kong. Jardine Matheson played a crucial role in Hong Kong's early development, famously referred to as before there was Hong Kong, there was Jardine. However, in recent years, due to various reasons, its power has diminished significantly, and its status in Hong Kong has now fallen far below that of another British company, HSBC. HSBC also has a long history, but in Hong Kong it essentially became the central bank due to its control over 70% of the Hong Kong dollar issuance. The Mandarin Hotel they faced was specially chosen by Jardine Matheson for its prime location in the landmark square, intending to use the Mandarin Hotel as the flagship to establish its hotel management department. For this reason, Jardine placed great importance on every aspect of the Mandarin Hotel, from its exterior to the interior decor and management policies. Combining tradition and modernity as well as Western and Eastern styles is a hallmark of the Mandarin Hotel, striving to integrate traditional Eastern design features and aiming to establish the Mandarin Hotel in Hong Kong as a model of luxury. Situated in the heart of Central, the hotel enjoys geographical advantages, and its award-winning service coupled with a comfortable and elegant environment has earned it international fame. The hotel offers spacious and luxurious rooms and suites, 10 restaurants, and bars, a spa with Shanghai design style, a traditional men's barber shop, a trendy hair salon, a gym with breathtaking views, and a rooftop swimming pool, making the Mandarin Hotel highly esteemed by travelers and Hong Kong residents alike. With an excellent location offering views of Victoria Harbour, Central is also the most bustling commercial area in Hong Kong, gathering international brand stores and providing travelers with the highest shopping experience. However, no matter how impressive this place might be in the future to the three siblings, it currently serves as a place to rest. They entered the Mandarin Hotel one after another, and as soon as they stepped through the door, a hostess came forward to greet them. At the lobby front desk, Li Dongxing inquired about the hotel rooms, only to discover that this seemingly ordinary hotel was in fact quite extraordinary, as the room prices indicated that along with providing quality service, it certainly could not be cheap. The cheapest room costs 80 Hong Kong dollars per night, while ordinary rooms range from 150 to 300 Hong Kong dollars, and the premium rooms cost as much as 500 Hong Kong dollars per night. At this time, the average income of most people in Hong Kong was only around $500 to $600 per month, with the average salary not exceeding $1,000. This means that even the monthly income of a middle-income group in Hong Kong could only afford 2 nights in a premium. Perhaps due to having grown accustomed to a poor life in the countryside, Li Dongxing instinctively wanted to leave and seek a more affordable hotel. However, upon turning around, he noticed that his younger brother Li Donglin and sister Li Xiaoping were both admiring the many antiques and paintings displayed around the lobby. Alright, to reflect the harmony with Eastern culture, the Mandarin Hotel is adorned with antique decorations throughout, especially those domestic antique paintings including porcelain and works of famous calligraphy and painting, which immediately captured the attention of Li Donglin and Li Xiaoping. Li Xiaoping was mainly following her second brother. After all, Li Donglin had seen these things at home when he was younger, but after moving to the countryside, he hadn't seen so many antiques and paintings for many years, making it feel quite familiar. Seeing that his younger siblings seemed very satisfied here, Li Dongxing pushed aside the thought of wanting to leave. After all, they were only staying for a few days temporarily, and once they found a place they would move out, so even if it was a bit expensive it seemed acceptable. Moreover, since they were newcomers in an unfamiliar city, such an expensive hotel likely offered top-notch security. Staying here would put his mind at ease. Thinking that his sister was now grown up, he naturally needed to book 2 rooms, but being new to Hong Kong, he worried that his sister might not sleep well, so he turned to the hotel staff and asked prepare 2 adjacent third-class rooms. The third-class room at the Mandarin Hotel costs 150 Hong Kong dollars per night, totaling 300 Hong Kong dollars for 2 rooms, already equivalent to half a month's salary for an ordinary worker. Thinking that staying for 2 or 3 days would cost 1,000 Hong Kong dollars, Li Dongxing felt a bit pained at the moment. Holding the temporary ID for registration, he called to his siblings who were still looking at the antiques and followed the staff to a nearby elevator. Taking the elevator, the 3 quickly arrived at the 16th floor, where the staff found their arranged room for them. Elder brother, this place is truly luxurious. Once the room service staff left, Li Donglin immediately lay down on the big bed and said to his brother, "The price isn't cheap either. I only just found out that this building is the tallest in Hong Kong, with a total of 25 floors. No wonder we saw it from far away." Li Dongxing smiled wryly at his second brother. "How much is it per night?" Upon hearing that the price was high, Li Donglin immediately asked, $150 a night. Wow, so for 1 night we would need $300. That's quite expensive. It would take years to earn that much up north. Li Donglin felt his eyelids twitch upon hearing the price. He was aware of their financial situation, and after all, they were no longer children. "Elder brother, how much do we have at HSBC?" Li Donglin finally asked the question he had wanted to know. They had 100,000 saved in the bank, but he was unsure how much interest HSBC would provide. "There are still 146,000 in the account. In the next few days we need to check the housing situation in Hong Kong, whether to buy or rent a place. This hotel had truly unaffordable." Li Dongxing shook his head. "There is still 146,000 in the account. We need to check the housing situation in Xinjiang these days to see whether to buy or rent a place to stay. This hotel is really unaffordable." Li Dongxing shook his head. Hearing that there was over 140,000 in the account, Li Donglin felt a little excited, sitting up from the bed and rubbing his hands, saying, "Why is the interest so high, eh? Is it that high, eh?" Li Dongxing shook his head and replied, "Actually, we are still at a loss. 40,000 was the interest for the first 5 years. The later years only yielded a few thousand in interest. Sigh. If only I could have come here a few years earlier, there should have been at least 17 or 18,000 by now. Big brother earning 10,000 a year in Xinjiang should be considered a high salary, right? With more than 100,000 in our bank, shouldn't we be earning over 10,000 in interest every year?" Li Donglin added. Impossible, we still need to buy a house in Hong Kong and find a job first. Those who have property have stability. If one only thinks about living off that little interest. Li Dongxing shook his head here, clearly not wanting to be that kind of person. At this moment the sky in Xiangjiang was already dimming and the boats in Victoria Harbor had lit their lamps twinkling like stars upon the sea. Under the glow of the lights Li Dongsheng was quickly flipping through the newspaper, although it was clear he was not reading the news printed in it. Big brother, what are you looking at? Looking for housing ads. Li Dongsheng replied without looking up. Hearing this, Li Donglin also picked up the newspaper and began to flip through it. I didn't expect the housing prices to rise so much. Just as Li Donglin was browsing through the news in the newspaper, he heard his brother's sigh. Big brother, are housing prices very high in Xiangjiang now? Li Donglin asked with confusion. I saw a few housing ads. The average price in Kowloon has reached 50 to 60 per square foot, while here on Hong Kong Island, it's around 80. Li Dongxing began to explain the area measurement used for houses in Xiangjiang. Due to the influence of the sovereign country, why the building units in Xiangjiang are based on feet unlike the mainland which uses meters. 1 foot 0. 3,048 meters, 1 square foot 0. 0929 square meters, a 1 square meter equals 10. 764 square feet. Here roughly 11 feet equals 1 square meter, so you should have an impression. I saw a house on Hennessy Road on Hong Kong Island priced at $82 per square foot, a 600 square foot house, which is more than 50 square meters, costs nearly 50,000 Hong Kong dollars. Li Dongsheng was still doing the calculations while Li Donglin frowned slightly and asked, Big brother, where is Hennessy Road? I don't know either. Li Dongsheng suddenly laughed, haha. The ad says it's on Hong Kong Island, it should be. Over there. Li Dongsheng pointed to the eastern direction. Big brother, how much did houses cost per square foot in Xiangjiang back then? Li Donglin curiously asked, hearing his brother say it was expensive. Although he was astonished that a house of over 50 square meters cost 50,000, he was also curious about how much houses sold for in Hong Kong Island back then. A house like that, if it were back in 61 or 62, should have been around 30 to 40 Hong Kong dollars. Li Dongsheng guessed, perhaps having heard about it before, but clearly lacking confidence. Back then salaries on Hong Kong Island were probably low too, Li Donglin simply remarked. That sounds about right. I remember back then the average salary in Xiangjiang was around $200 to $300, and now it's more than doubled. That's right, Li Dongsheng nodded. I read in the newspaper that housing prices might increase further. They said that in May a large Chinese real estate company called Jinian Real Estate is going public, followed by a wave of Chinese real estate companies like Sini Real Estate and Hehe Real Estate, which will surely drive the Xiangjiang property market. Li Donglin pointed at the newspaper in his hand. Where? Upon hearing what Li Donglin said, Li Dongsheng dropped the newspaper and leaned over. Here. Li Donglin handed the newspaper to his brother and pointed out the part he had just seen. After looking closely for a moment, Li Dongsheng said, It seems we really need to go check out that Ingli building tomorrow. No hurry. After we eat, we can take a shower and slowly look through all the housing ads in the newspaper to filter them out. Tomorrow we can start checking them one by one, Li Donglin suggested. Li Dongsheng agreed, glancing at the clock on the wall, which was already close to 6 o'clock. It took nearly an hour to walk from Wan Chai to Central. Alright, they also spent this much time walking while browsing. Just then there was a knock on the door. Who? Li Donglin called out loudly. It must be the little sister. Just as Li Dongsheng finished speaking, a voice came from outside. It's me. I'm hungry. When are we eating, brother? The door is not closed. Just push it open and come in. Li Dongsheng called out loudly at the door. In the next room the key was handed directly to the little sister, so she had been there before and was unaware of what she was doing, coming over only after such a long time. The door opened and the little sister came in from outside. Seeing her two brothers sitting there reading the newspaper, she curiously asked, Bro, aren't you hungry yet? Alright, we are also hungry. Let's go eat. Li Dongsheng put down the newspaper and stood up. As they were heading out, Li Donglin inquired with concern, Are you getting used to being next door? I'm used to it. It's very comfortable. Such a large room with a big bed, and there's a toilet and a bathroom. Living here is really so happy. As long as I'm with you two brothers, it doesn't matter where I live as long as I can stay together. The little sister cheerfully said. Little sister is really good. Li Dongsheng, walking in front, turned back and smiled, reaching out to pat the little sister's. Don't mess up my hair, can't you see? Li Xiaoping shook her head. I just styled it while looking in the mirror in the room. Doesn't it look good? No wonder. I was wondering why the little sister suddenly became so pretty. Turns out she styled her hair while looking in the mirror, and indeed it looks nice. Li Donglin joked. However, the little sister clearly didn't understand and thought her second brother was complimenting her, her little face beaming with joy. Li family's siblings descended from the 16th floor to the 3rd, where the hotel restaurant provided dinner services. Of course, the entire building cannot have only one restaurant. In fact, the Wenhua Hotel has around 8 to 9 restaurants of various sizes, offering a variety of Chinese and Western cuisines. They arrived at the budget-friendly restaurant where they could enjoy discounted services with their room cards. Although the Wenhua Hotel is one of the most famous hotels in Xianjiang, not all services are exclusively for the wealthy of Xianjiang. It still needs to cater to tourists and the general public. After a relatively sumptuous dinner, mainly consisting of seafood, the three of them returned upstairs to rest. After several days of anxiety, they felt physically and mentally exhausted when they finally relaxed. As they took the elevator to the 16th floor, Li Donglin stopped by the service desk to converse with a staff member and soon returned with a map in hand. "Is this a map of Xianjiang?" Li Dongxing asked curiously upon seeing what Li Donglin held. "Yes, a guest at the hotel was preparing maps, so I took one." "What did you talk about with the two staff members while having dinner?" Li Donglin smiled. While eating earlier, Li Donglin had finished his meal quickly and chatted with the staff at the entrance of the restaurant. Li Dongxing noticed his younger brother being so resourceful and recalled his earlier behavior, asking curiously. In his opinion, his younger brother shouldn't have been flirting. He was too young to learn such things when they were in the capital. After being sent down to the countryside, he had no opportunity to learn these things. "I asked about the housing prices in Hong Kong, and they said that prices have only risen in the past 2 years. They hadn't increased for several years before that." Li Donglin shared the information he had gathered. By this time, they had also returned to the door of their guest room. "Little sister, you go in and take a shower and rest early," Li Dongxing said to his little sister. "Brother." At this moment, the usually strong little sister seemed a bit shy. "It's fine, Bim, just next door. If you need anything, just call us." Li Dongxing smiled. "Oh, okay. By the way, brother, aren't you going to teach little sister about the things in the bathroom? She might not know how to use them." Li Donglin, "That's true." Li Dongxing realized after Li Donglin's reminder that when they were in the capital, his little sister was still very young and probably didn't remember many things. So after opening the room for Li Donglin, he knocked on his little sister's door and went in to teach her how to use some things. Well, there were some things he didn't understand either, so he called for a staff member to explain them before returning to his own room. Upon entering, Li Dongxing did not see Li Donglin, but he heard sounds coming from the bathroom and noticed that Li Donglin's bag was open. "I'm almost done, you can go next," Li Donglin said from the bathroom. Li Dongxing sat on the sofa by the table and picked up a newspaper to read. Not long after, the sound of a hairdryer whirring came from the bathroom. When the bathroom door opened, Li Donglin emerged wrapped in a bathrobe and wearing slippers, calling out, "Brother, it's your turn to wash." "Okay." Li Dongxing set down the newspaper, got up, found a change of clothes from his bag, and entered the bathroom. This guest room had a double bed, which they had specifically chosen. Li Donglin sat down on the side of the bed by the window, reached for a few newspapers, and leaned back on the bed to read. By the time Li Dongxing came out of the bathroom, Li Donglin had already finished reading all the housing advertisements in the newspapers. He briefly glanced over the English articles in the newspaper, only reading the financial news, while political news was skimmed through hastily. "Have you finished reading the newspapers?" Li Dongxing asked upon seeing the stack of newspapers on the bed. "Almost. It seems we can only afford a luxury apartment around 1,000 square feet high. The rest could only buy a very small house." Li Donglin didn't expect that over 100,000 Hong Kong dollars would not stretch far. He thought it was a considerable sum. "Housing prices have risen too sharply. If we hadn't stored money in the bank and instead bought 2 apartments, it would have been more than enough." Li Dongxing also shook his head sitting on his bed. "Brother, I chatted with some people downstairs, and they said that the residential area in Hong Kong is generally in Shengwan, which is west of here. Shengwan is a residential area, while Central and Wan Chai are commercial and administrative districts. The building you mentioned earlier is in this area, so it might be an apartment rather than a residential building." "Living in an apartment isn't bad," Li Dongxing remarked. "But the lighting and living comfort aren't great, so the prices are cheaper than residential buildings." Li Donglin already understood why his brother valued that property. It was due to the price comparison with other residential buildings, which made that one seem significantly lower, sparking his interest to check it out. Moreover, when buying a house, we not only need to consider living arrangements, but also need to think about little sister's schooling. Li Donglin added, "Your age is also suitable. Aren't you planning to continue your studies?" Li Dongxing asked with a frown when he heard his younger brother only mentioning little sister's education and not his own. "He'll pass. I really can't focus on my studies anymore," Li Donglin replied with a bitter smile. "I've lost my textbooks for several years, so I can't get into it anyway. If you don't want to study, then don't. Once we settle down, we'll look for jobs to earn some money." Li Dongxing said, "As for the house, we will see how things go. If it doesn't work out, we can buy a smaller place as long as it has 2 bedrooms. Since we're here, we still need to keep some money on hand." "Yes," Li Donglin replied. However, as if recalling something, he said to his brother, "By the way, I saw an advertisement in the newspaper for shops for sale. There are shops for sale on Russell Street in Causeway Bay, and the price isn't high. Over 400 square feet for 120,000. Although the price may seem high, shops in the bustling commercial areas of Hong Kong aren't cheap to rent. We could completely buy a shop and cover the rent with the rental income." Li Dongxing didn't take his younger brother's earlier mention of covering rent with rental income to heart. Instead, he focused on his younger brother's idea of buying a shop, thinking he had business ambitions. Li Donglin shook his head. "Given our current situation, we have no plans for business. Let's first stabilize ourselves in Xianjiang before discussing anything further." Li Dongsheng did not take his second brother's previous suggestion of paying rent with rental income to heart. Instead, he focused on his younger brother's plan to buy a shop, assuming he was considering venturing into business. Li Donglin shook his head, saying, "Given our current situation, we have no plans to start a business. Let's first establish ourselves in Xiangjiang before discussing it further. However, I think a shop seems to be better than a residence." "Why do you say that?" the elder brother asked curiously. "The population in Xiangjiang has grown rapidly in recent years, so it seems everyone needs a place to live, which boosts the residential property prices. However, I read in the newspaper that on the other side in Kowloon, in the new territories, many people coming from the north have set up makeshift homes with wooden boards. In other words, aside from those who earn money in Xiangjiang and need better living conditions to upgrade their homes, most others cannot afford to buy property. However, with so many people on Hong Kong Island, whether living or working here, they inevitably need to shop and buy things. I believe the appreciation potential of shops is likely faster than that of residences as long as the right location is chosen." "The place you mentioned, Russell Street, is it a good location?" Li Dongsheng asked. "I first asked the hotel staff, and they all said that the most prosperous areas in Xiangjiang are Central Wanshai and Causeway Bay. Central is primarily a financial and commercial district. Wanshai is mainly government offices, while Causeway Bay is thriving in retail. I believe that since Causeway Bay has become a commercial center, it has its reasons." "The location of Russell Street." At this point, Li Donglin took out the map he had requested from the front desk. Since he had already marked it with a pencil, he easily found the location of Russell Street. Basically, it is at the center of Causeway Bay. Although it doesn't seem as prominent as some surrounding streets, now it still has great potential. Through the map, Li Donglin also noticed that Russell Street appeared relatively short compared to the surrounding major roads, making it seem a bit insignificant. However, given that the newspaper only had this one advertisement for a shop for sale, Li Donglin was attracted by the phrase in the ad, "One shop supports 3 generations." As for housing, there are many areas on Hong Kong Island that can be developed in the future, but commercial centers take time and popularity to nurture. Li Donglin concluded. Li Dongsheng took the map from Li Donglin's hands and glanced at it. His younger brother not only marked Russell Street, but also highlighted the areas where the property advertisements were published in the newspaper. If earlier he could only rely on the marked properties in the newspaper to make choices, now seeing the map in his hands, he gained a deeper understanding of the prices and areas of those houses. No wonder the prices of these houses vary. Naturally, properties in high-priced locations are good, while those in poorer districts are priced lower. Alright, he was initially attracted by some of the prices and was thinking of going to take a look tomorrow. However, after seeing the marked locations on the map, Li Dongsheng had already abandoned the idea of visiting several properties. After eliminating a few poorly located houses, Li Dongsheng started searching through the newspaper again, occasionally cross-referencing with the map in his hand. In the end, he narrowed it down to 3 residential properties and a shop in Causeway Bay that he planned to visit tomorrow. "These are the 3 properties I've filtered out. Let's go take a look tomorrow, as well as the shop in Causeway Bay," Li Dongsheng said. "Okay," Li Donglin agreed. "By the way, Donglin, I plan to sell the 50 taels of gold we brought to HSBC in a couple of days. Otherwise, keeping it in hand is still not safe, but it's better to convert it into money and keep it in a bank account," Li Dongsheng suddenly stated. "Elder brother, we should keep the gold for now," Li Donglin hurriedly replied. While speaking, he pulled out the newspaper and said, "There's a report here that the M country is experiencing a third dollar crisis again." "A dollar crisis? How is that possible? The M country is the most powerful nation. How could it experience a crisis?" Li Dongsheng asked incredulously. To the average person, the dollar is merely the currency of a country. However, for those in business, especially in international trade, the dollar is known as a world currency. Moreover, since the dollar was pegged to gold at that time, with $1 equaling 1 gram of gold, it was also referred to as the US dollar. Before the collapse of the Bretton system, there was no such thing as an international price for gold, because whether it was pure gold or alloy, when priced internationally, it would be converted into standard gold and then calculated at $1 per gram. At that time, the M country benefited from World War II by absorbing funds from around the world as people fled to the M country to escape the threat of war. Moreover, in the 1940s and 1950s, dollars flowed to countries worldwide, especially in Europe, contributing to their economic reconstruction. Additionally, due to trade settlements, gold reserves from European nations flowed into the M country, giving it the motivation to convert dollars into US dollars. However, with the famous economist Triffin from the M country proposing the Triffin dilemma, a dollar crisis was in. The so-called Triffin dilemma essentially notes that because the dollar is the world currency, countries are willing to settle trade using dollars, leading other nations to be motivated to accumulate dollars, which results in a large outflow of dollars from the M country. If too many dollars flow out, then the dollar will depreciate, and once it depreciates significantly, no one will want to accept dollars anymore, thus jeopardizing the dollar's status as a world currency. At this point, the dollar finds itself in a dilemma. If dollars do not flow out of the M country, it cannot become a world currency. However, if the outflow scale is too large, it will lead to a significant depreciation, making it difficult to maintain its status as a world currency. If the outflow of dollars becomes too large, it will gradually exceed the existing gold reserves. Once large-scale international fluctuations occur, and people want to exchange their dollars for safer gold, the Federal Reserve will undoubtedly find it hard to cope. In fact, starting from the 1960s, as the Reconstruction in Europe came to an end, the trend of gold flowing into the M country reversed. Countries no longer needed large amounts of dollars to procure equipment from the M country, and the products manufactured by their rebuilt industries began to compete with those from the M country, leading to a surplus of dollars. Thus, the dollar crisis erupted. In 1960, the M country's gold reserves fell to $17.8 billion, and marking the first dollar crisis. In March 1968, the M country's gold reserves dropped to $12.1 billion, which was the second dollar crisis, caused by large-scale gold withdrawals by European countries from the Federal Reserve. Since last year, European countries represented by France have again begun large-scale transfers of gold from the M country back to Europe, triggering the third dollar crisis. Are you suggesting that the people of M country can no longer bear it, that they cannot continue to maintain the exchange rate of $1 for 1 gram of gold? Li Dongxing took the newspaper from Li Donglin and after carefully reading it asked with some surprise. But the newspaper says that in the last two dollar crises they managed to overcome them, and the dollar did not deteriorate into mere paper currency. They have run out of gold, and if they continue to allow the economically recovering European countries to exchange dollars for gold, the people of M country could transport all their domestic gold to Europe, and it would still not be enough. Because too many dollars have flowed out, they cannot continue to let gold flow out of M country, Li Donglin said. After all, the dollar is merely printed on paper, while gold is not. Forget it, it's not necessary to study M country for the sake of 50 tales of gold. Hearing his younger brother say this, Li Dongxing suddenly found it somewhat amusing that they were worrying about international affairs over such a small amount of money, which seemed rather excessive. Then let's leave it for now. I mainly feel that keeping it at home isn't very safe, Li Dongxing added. Also, elder brother, did you notice that both of these newspapers have extensive coverage of the Hong Kong stock market? Look at this Hong Kong Commercial Daily. It states that the Hang Seng Index was established in '64 and is regularly published by Hang Seng Bank starting from an initial 100 points, which dropped to a low of 58 points in '67. Then until the year before last, which is '69, it finally rose back to 100 points, and today the closing point has already reached 286 points. In just over 2 years, the Hong Kong stock market has nearly doubled. It seems like the stock market in Hong Kong is very profitable right now, Li Donglin remarked. Li Dongxing glanced at his brother and shook his head, saying, I don't understand stocks. I once heard an uncle say that when he was trading stocks in his city, it was very speculative. While making money was quick, losing money was even more severe. Moreover, there are too many dark sides in the stock market that people like us who are outsiders cannot enter. I have certainly seen what was published in the newspaper. Didn't you notice that they used the term speculate? That indicates the stock market is very hot, like throwing it over a fire to cook. Li Donglin just smiled. Indeed, just arriving in Hong Kong and being unfamiliar with the place, rushing to invest in stocks was somewhat absurd. Of course, buying a house is an exception, as we need a place to live. Staying in a hotel for an extended period would indeed be too costly. But to be honest, if that 1.0 HKD had been used to buy a house instead of being deposited in the bank, it should have been enough to purchase several properties. It's a pity we came here late. Now it seems that this amount of money would be barely enough to buy 2 houses unless we choose smaller ones, Li Dongxing said. Back in '61, houses in Hong Kong of 50 to 60 square meters only cost about 2.0 HKD, which means the money they saved back then could have bought 4 or 5 houses. Now, however, house prices have roughly doubled, reaching a market price of 2.0, not to mention the rental income over the years. It turns out that saving money in the bank truly incurs a loss. Houses in Hong Kong are quite interesting. Many of the 200 or 300 square feet are just too small for living, Li Donglin said with a smile. In some housing advertisements in the newspaper, the sizes of the properties are all measured in hundreds of square feet. It seems that most houses in Hong Kong are quite small, generally not exceeding 500 or 600 square feet. Hong Kong is just this big, with so many people living here. Smaller sizes are certainly expected. Li Dongxing nodded in agreement with Li Donglin's point and found it acceptable. In fact, by the 21st century, housing under 600 square feet in Hong Kong accounted for over 90% of the housing market, corresponding to 80 square meter apartments in the mainland. A 60 square meter apartment in Hong Kong corresponds to an 80 square meter apartment in the mainland, mainly because housing in Hong Kong is registered based on actual area without shared space. On the other hand, the shared space in the mainland is very excessive and is said to originate from Hong Kong, but Hong Kong never had this model, or if it did before, it was not implemented. Moreover, in the mainland, over 30% of housing area is counted as shared space, which shows how badly the rules can be manipulated by certain individuals. Houses under 400 square feet account for about 30% of the market, while 500 and 600 square foot homes are the mainstay, occupying more than 60% of the market share. At this moment, Li Dongxing yawned and said to Li Donglin, Donglin, let's go to bed early. After being cooped up on the train for several days, let's rest well tonight, and tomorrow we will wake up early to check out those 3 properties and that shop. We need to settle down in Hong Kong as soon as possible. As for everything else, we can discuss it after a few days. All right, Li Donglin replied, tidying up the scattered newspapers on the bed and placing them on the bedside table while Li Dongsheng turned off the lights and went to sleep. Perhaps they were truly tired of staying in the most luxurious hotel in Hong Kong. The two brothers quickly fell into a deep slumber, completely devoid of the excitement that many experience upon arriving in Hong Kong. In the blink of an eye, the outside world was already brightening. It was the second day since the three siblings arrived in Hong Kong. The guest room had towels and toothbrushes. Li Dongsheng got himself ready first, then went next door to wake his younger sister, guiding her on how to use toothpaste to brush her teeth and wash her face. During their time in the countryside, many rules and habits had been neglected. Now that they were in Hong Kong, they naturally needed to restore them. Li Donglin, being the eldest, naturally understood what to do upon waking, while his younger sister needed the guidance of her older brother. In the cities of the mainland, brushing teeth and washing faces is common. It's just that conditions in the countryside are poorer, and toothpaste and soap are not commonly seen, and even soap needs to be used sparingly. After having breakfast at the hotel restaurant, the three siblings asked at the lobby about buses to several places and hurriedly set out. They left their gold in the hotel, as carrying it around was even more unsafe. This hotel is operated by Jardine Matheson, which is quite reputable in Hong Kong. At least no one in the underworld would dare to cause trouble here. After all, during this time, the decision-makers in Hong Kong were still the Y country people. Soon they had checked out 3 residential properties near Shengwan. How should I put it? They all felt too large. 1,000-square-foot luxury apartment is indeed a bit too large. After looking at it, Li Donglin shook his head, saying, maintaining hygiene would be difficult. Therefore, they also looked at 3 smaller residential buildings, one of which was a 600-square-foot apartment that had 2- and 3-bedroom layouts, which made the 3 siblings quite satisfied. The difference between 3 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms is merely the size of the rooms. However, since they are 3 siblings living together, it would naturally be more appropriate to choose the slightly smaller 3-bedroom apartment. On the bus to Causeway Bay, Li Dongsheng was still talking to his brother, saying, I actually think a 660-square-foot 3-bedroom apartment would be quite suitable. After taxes and fees, it would just be over 50,000. Our money is enough to buy one for you and one for me. This way we can be considered settled in Hong Kong. On the bus to Causeway Bay, Li Dongsheng said to Li Donglin, I actually think a 660-square-foot 3-bedroom apartment would be quite suitable. With taxes and fees, it would only cost a bit over 50,000, which is enough for both of us to buy one each. That way we can say we've settled in Hong Kong. We can live in one unit and rent out the other, providing us with some income. Moreover, after buying the house, we would still have 30 to 40,000 left, and we could consider starting a business. Li Donglin nodded in agreement with his brother's words. When leaving the hotel this morning, his brother handed him $200 bills, saying that in Hong Kong, it would be quite embarrassing to be without money. However, even though he received the money, Li Donglin was still advised to spend carefully. He felt quite grateful towards his brother, who managed all the finances and considered buying another apartment for himself. It is known that the Han tradition has always been that the eldest son inherits the family wealth, so generally most of the family's assets would fall into the hands of the eldest brother. As for him, the younger son, he would only receive a small portion. Yet when his brother spoke about buying a house, he didn't suggest a smaller unit of over 500 square feet, but rather chose a unit similar to his over 600 square feet, which shows that his brother truly cared for him. Brother, let's wait until we check out the shop on Russell Street before making a decision. Li Donglin noticed that his brother seemed quite pleased with the last house they saw. Although he didn't want to disturb his good mood, he felt it necessary to express his thoughts. All right, it's noon. When we arrive, let's find a place nearby to eat first, and after lunch we can go look at the shop, Li Dongsheng said with a smile. In fact, whether buying a house or a shop, he felt indifferent, as it was all about establishing a foothold for their family. When they arrived at the place advertising the sale of the shop on Russell Street, a 3-story building appeared before. The apartments they had viewed that morning weren't the high-rises in Central, but rather 6- or 7-story residential buildings, which lacked elevators and required stairs. In Hong Kong, low-rise buildings are the norm. However, in a place like Central, where land is exceedingly precious, landlords naturally do not waste valuable land resources, so they prefer to construct buildings that are 20 to 30 stories high to maximize the building area. The small building has 8 shop units, each with a standard area of 350 square feet. The upper floors have already been sold, and now the ground floor shop, facing the street, is for sale. A very traditional commercial street. They walked over and had a preliminary understanding of the surrounding situation. Relatively speaking, the first impression this place gave Li Dongsheng was not so good, as a few streets nearby seemed to be more prosperous. At a price of 1.0 Hong Kong dollars, it corresponds to over $340 per square foot, and based on their inquiries, the monthly rent is only around 500 to 600 Hong Kong dollars, making this price seem rather high. Soon they met the salesperson in one of the shops with a sale sign. Li Dongsheng approached him for a chat and learned that out of the 8 shop units, only 2 had been sold so far, with 6 remaining for sale. This belonged to a small British company on Hong Kong Island, which was selling the property to cash out due to a business adjustment. Li Dongsheng discussed the price, but the other party remained firm at 1,200. While the salesperson was still chattering on to Li Dongxing, Li Donglin leaned in and whispered, I've heard that people usually recoup their costs in 10 years. If the monthly rent is less than 1,000 buying, it would still be a bit of a loss. Mr. Li, as property prices rise, rents will follow suit. By next year at the latest, rents here should reach 700, and in the following year it should be 8 or 900. It won't be long before it hits 1,000. Mr. Li, you should know that this shop is in Causeway Bay, the most prosperous commercial center in Hong Kong. Don't be fooled by the high bank interest. The interest rates fluctuate greatly each year. At times it exceeds 10%, and at other times it's only a few cents. The salesperson quickly replied, even though his words were quite convincing. Isn't it true? Rent and property prices are generally interdependent. When property prices rise, rents certainly follow suit. However, the projected rent for next year seems a bit unrealistic here. If we take a bank loan for the shop, how much can we usually mortgage? Li Donglin asked. About 50 to 60%, but that depends on the bank's requirements. Our building was built in 58, so it's relatively new. As 60% should be feasible, the salesperson replied promptly. Is there any room for negotiation on the price? Li Dongxing inquired. After talking for so long, he still wanted to know if there was any flexibility on the price. The apartment they viewed earlier was initially quoted at 86 Hong Kong dollars per square foot, but had eventually dropped to 80. For this shop, even if the price dropped to 300, it could save over 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. That's no small amount. It would be enough to buy a 100 square foot apartment. If they bought the shop, they could still afford a 300 to 400 square foot apartment with the remaining money. Although it would be a bit cramped, the three siblings could manage in a 2-bedroom unit. Originally, Li Dongxing had considered that batch of small yellow fish, but thinking of Li Donglin's words, he decided to put that thought aside for now. Mainly because even if he sold that batch of gold, he would only get a little over 10,000 Hong Kong dollars, which is quite unprofitable. After chatting a bit more, the salesperson still wouldn't budge. Li Dongxing lost patience and glanced at Li Donglin before saying to the salesperson, All right, well, take your business card and consider whether to buy the shop later. Okay, Mr. Li, this is Causeway Bay, the most prosperous commercial area in Hong Kong, and shops here are high. The salesperson said with a smile, I hope you make a decision sooner. If you wait too long, it might be sold out. Li Dongxing and Li Donglin naturally didn't believe the salesperson's words. If it were really that easy to sell, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to come here and look at the shop. As they bid farewell and prepared to return to the bus station to take the bus back to Central, a shocking scene there was a group of 4 or 5 scruffy-looking individuals collecting money from shop owners. Yes, they were collecting money. They just stood outside the shops, and the shop owners would hand them a stack of cash. They seemed quite familiar with one another and greeted each other. What are they doing? Li Dongxing curiously asked the salesperson, who hadn't left yet. They're from a gang collecting protection fees, the salesperson said nonchalantly. Do they collect every month? Li Donglin asked in surprise. Do they collect every month? Seeing the gang blatantly collecting protection fees from shops on the streets of Xiangjiang, Li Donglin asked in surprise. Yes, they collect every month. Everyone is used to it. To run a stable business, this money has to be paid, the salesman casually replied, appearing unfazed. What about the Xiangjiang police? Do they just let the gangsters run rampant? Li Dongxing interjected, having overheard the salesman. This is already considered good. With these ruffians watching, no one dares to cause trouble. As for these shops, haven't you seen how familiar the owners are with them? Everyone actually has their own needs. Although it hurts to pay the money, if someone were to stir up trouble in their shops, these ruffians would be quite reliable. At that time, you would know whether this money was worth spending. As for the police, haha. What can you trust? You must have just arrived in Xiangjiang, so you don't know the truth. Let me tell you, I've heard that a portion of this money is also sent to the police department by the gang leaders. The police also take their share. Of course, the inspector takes the most, and then others follow. Naturally, the higher-ups above the inspector take more as well, otherwise how could they let them do this? The military uniform takes the least. The salesman explained the public underbelly of Xiangjiang society to Li Dongxing, leaving both of them stunned. Having these ruffians around is actually quite good. Oh, at least no one dares to cause trouble. Robberies and thefts are quite rare, because once they collect money, they must ensure the safety of these shops. The salesman chuckled, compared to hiring security guards. So do those owners willingly pay? What about those wealthy big bosses? Do they pay too? Li Dongxing remained skeptical. In the past, there were also gangs in the mainland, and they were quite rampant, colluding with the government, but it never reached this level. Generally, they only deal with small vendors and shop owners who may have backers and are not necessarily afraid of these people. Those big bosses, except for the foreigners, have to give something. If they give, they receive face right, to ensure their business thrives. The salesman still maintained that nonchalant expression, seemingly unafraid. Soon a few gang members arrived here, but instead of coming into their real estate office to collect money, they simply bypassed them and went for the ones behind. See, our boss is just a small foreigner among foreigners, so they won't come to collect our money. The salesman said proudly. Why, oi? Li Dongxing asked curiously. The people in the Xiangjiang police station from the director to the sergeant are all foreigners. They are the boss of the inspector. If this gets reported to them, the inspector can only stand there and take the reprimand. The salesman chuckled. The Xiangjiang police force has a rank system with ranks including Chief of Police, Deputy Chief of Police, Senior Assistant Chief of Police, Assistant Chief of Police, Chief, Inspector, Senior Inspector, Inspector Chief, Inspector, Senior Inspector, Inspector Trainee, Inspector Station Sergeant, Sergeant, Senior Officer, and Officer. Among these ranks, all positions above inspector are held by foreigners, while the officers below Station Sergeant have a large number of Chinese serving. One could say that the entire Xiangjiang police force is sharply divided between Chinese and foreigners. As for the inspector mentioned earlier, it is actually a unique position in the Xiangjiang region belonging to the plainclothes police ranked above officers and below department heads equivalent to a sergeant. Among the inspectors there is also a chief Chinese inspector, a position created in 1958 specifically for Liu Le, who from then on ascended to the highest rank in the plainclothes department. Although the chief Chinese inspector's rank is only equivalent to that of a station sergeant, it is still the highest police position that a Chinese can hold. These Chinese inspectors are impressive. I've heard that an inspector's wealth is generally calculated in tens of millions, while a chief Chinese inspector's wealth exceeds hundreds of millions. As he spoke, the salesman had a face full of envy, clearly coveting their wealth. After bidding farewell, Li Dongxing took his brother and sister towards the bus station, but remained silent all the way. Perhaps what he saw and heard today had a significant impact on him. After all, the Li family did business in the mainland, and Li Dongxing had considered re-establishing the family business upon arriving in Xiangjiang. However, seeing another side of Xiangjiang society today inevitably caused some concern. Brother, wait a moment, let me buy a few newspapers. As they walked, they passed a newsstand, and suddenly Li Donglin spoke up. Okay, Li Dongxing simply replied, and stopped waiting by the newsstand. At this moment his younger sister was the same, standing quietly to the side, without approaching the newsstand. Li Donglin went over, flipped through a few newspapers and asked, which newspapers are selling the most right now? Of course it's the Oriental Daily. There are specially written dog articles on it which are quite popular. Other newspapers like Ming Pao and Sing Tao Evening News are also selling well. Handsome boy, which one do you want? The vendor was an elderly man in his 50s or 60s, and he quickly recommended several newspapers in response to Li Donglin's question. At that time in Xiangjiang, newspapers were single page, essentially 4 pages, unlike later newspapers that consisted of several pages, sometimes even issuing over a dozen papers when advertisements were plentiful. In those years the printing costs of newspapers were still relatively high. Li Donglin did not rush to buy newspapers, but casually flipped through the ones recommended by the vendor, finding that most of them were political in nature. Of course, during that time news was mainly disseminated through newspapers and radio. Although television had already emerged, it had not yet become a primary channel of communication due to its lower penetration rate. Television was still primarily focused on entertainment, broadcasting dramas, and various entertainment variety shows. Li Donglin browsed through the major newspapers in Xiangjiang at that time, involuntarily furrowing his brows, asking, is there any newspaper dedicated to stocks? Why do these newspapers only have 1 page or half a page on stocks? I've heard that stocks are still quite popular now. A dedicated stock newspaper. What a joke, how much is there to write about? The vendor looked at Li Donglin as if he were an idiot and continued, if there were that much stock market news, people who trade stocks would have long since become rich. Why would they bother with a newspaper? Hearing this, Li Donglin nodded, seemingly in agreement. So he quickly searched for 3 newspapers with more stock content, paid the money, rolled up the newspapers and smiled. Brother, little sister, that's enough. Let's go. Okay. As the 3 found the bus station, while waiting for the bus, Li Dongxing finally said, Donglin, let's buy a house, a shop like this. At this point Li Dongxing shook his head repeatedly, clearly not optimistic about the business atmosphere in Xiangjiang. The gangs are too rampant. Donglin, let's buy a house. As for the shop, Li Dongxing said to Li Donglin, clearly intimidated by the gang. Perhaps he had considered doing business in Xiangjiang before, but after today's events he might have dismissed that idea. At least for now, he wouldn't plan to try until he was more familiar with Xiangjiang. Brother, let's discuss it back home, Li Donglin said quietly. The bus station was crowded with people, as many who worked in Causeway Bay were waiting to return to their homes in Shangwan. Li Donglin held a newspaper in one hand, while holding his younger sister's hand with the other. Xiangjiang was still too unfamiliar for them, so he worried about her getting lost. Whenever there were crowds, he would hold her hand. When a bus approached from afar, pushing through the crowded people, the 3 siblings squeezed onto the bus. However, there weren't many empty seats left, and the eldest brother could only grab one. After letting his sister sit down, the 2 brothers stood beside her. After a few stops, the bus finally arrived at Central. They struggled to get off the bus, and as they watched it drive away, Li Donglin let out a sigh of relief. There are really a lot of people in Xiangjiang, Li Donglin remarked, feeling that experiencing it firsthand was more impactful than 1,000 words. Indeed, for people living and working here, the first choice is Hong Kong Island, so there are even more people here. It seems there are many people on the Kowloon side as well, but there are significantly fewer in the New Territories, which is the most backward area. Li Dongxing replied while walking towards the hotel. I wonder if Dafu and Shaoshan have made it here. If they arrived in Xiangjiang, they should also come to Hong Kong Island, right? Li Donglin suddenly sighed. The Dafu and Xiaoshan he mentioned were naturally his two cousins. The decision to escape south was indeed made after seeing their letters, but while they boarded the train in Zheng City to head south to Xiangjiang, those two brothers were not so fortunate. Perhaps they haven't even crossed the Yangtze River yet. If they come, they should also come here, and then we can see them. Li Dongxing sighed upon hearing his brother mention Dafu and Xiaoshan. Perhaps if they had known the shortcut southward, they should have tried to find them. However, since they set off from two different places, if they ran into each other's living areas, it would be like walking into a trap. In such a vast place, those two brothers might not even arrive at Zheng's. If they want to come, they would definitely take the train from Zheng City, otherwise the distance south is just too far. Li Donglin said. I hope so. Perhaps they know about the train as well, and they'll have the same opportunity as us to arrive here smoothly. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of Li Dongsheng's mouth, perhaps also to comfort himself. Upon returning to the hotel after opening the door, the younger sister did not return to her own room, but followed them into their room. Li Donglin placed the newspaper on the table and walked over to where the luggage was kept, reaching in to feel around. Then he withdrew his hand and sat down heavily on the bed. This should be quite safe. Li Dongsheng saw his movement and did not ridicule him, only said this. When outside I always feel uneasy, ha. Li Donglin just smiled and said. At this moment his younger sister had already picked up a newspaper and was casually flipping through it without even looking at the header. Although they couldn't afford to send her to school, when they were in the countryside during their free time, their parents and two brothers still taught her to recognize characters. When there was no one around, they would occasionally teach her a bit of English. While not just the younger sister, Li Donglin also learned English back then. Although he wasn't very fluent, he could manage to speak. However, the newspapers in Xiangjiang were mostly in traditional characters, which were different from the simplified characters commonly used in the mainland. Not to mention Li Xiaoping, even Li Donglin found it quite challenging how often he could only guess through context. Therefore, after a short while, Li Xiaoping tossed the newspaper aside. At this time, even in the best hotel in Xiangjiang like the Mandarin, there were no televisions or radios in the guest rooms, so apart from reading newspapers, it seemed there was no better way to pass the time. Perhaps only in the more upscale rooms would there be such amenities. Donglin, what do you really think? Li Dongsheng asked as he came out of the bathroom after washing his face, sitting on the bed. Are you asking about the house or the shop? Li Donglin retorted. Yes, you heard them say that property prices have risen in the past 2 years. If we don't buy in time, who knows when our money will be able to buy even 2 sets of houses. At the very least, one of us brothers needs to have a house on Hong Kong Island, otherwise it will be difficult to establish ourselves. Li Dongsheng said. Brother, I previously thought buying a shop would be better, at least the rent could allow us to rent a bigger house. Hearing Li Donglin say this, Li Dongsheng only made a sound, waiting for him to continue. Looking at it now, while buying a shop is good, once we buy it, it will be difficult to do anything else, and the prices are just too high. Li Donglin said. Yes. Sai, have you thought of something to do? As soon as Li Donglin finished speaking, Li Dongsheng reacted, seeming to sense that his brother was implying something. I did think of something, but I don't know if I can do it. Li Donglin scratched his head and said. What? Li Dongsheng asked with great interest. His brother had always seemed to have strong opinions, especially after their parents passed away, and they cried a lot. He seemed to have changed from before. Eldest brother, have you paid attention to the content of the newspapers? Li Donglin did not answer directly, but countered with a question. The newspaper, isn't it just news? Oh, and advertisements. Li Dongsheng replied. What about the detailed content? Li Donglin continued to ask. What detailed content? Li Dongsheng said with confusion. He truly did not understand what his younger brother was trying to say. Earlier when I bought the newspaper, the old man selling newspapers mentioned that there are dog training tips in the Oriental Daily. I took a glance that teaches how to raise dogs. Li Donglin said with a smile. You want to raise dogs and sell them in Xiangjiang? Li Dongsheng asked incredulously. We don't even know how to take care of those things. No, I was just using that as an example. Li Donglin directly denied. Eldest brother, take a look at yesterday's newspaper and today's newspaper. What news is being reported the most and is the hottest right now? I know second brother is talking about the stock market. The younger sister, who had been bored, suddenly jumped up from her chair and said to Li Donglin, second brother, am I right? Still, little sister is smart. Li Donglin praised. I heard everything you said to the old man at the newsstand. You asked him if there are newspapers specifically about stocks, and he said no. Donglin, you don't really want to make a newspaper, do you? Li Dongsheng said in surprise. Donglin, you can't really be thinking about starting a newspaper, right? Upon his little sister's reminder, Li Dongsheng also realized, looking surprised. That's somewhat the idea. Li Donglin chuckled. Big brother, you read newspapers too, right? You know that nearly every newspaper these days has news about the stock market, but I previously asked that old man, and he said there's no newspaper in Xiangjiang specifically reporting on stocks. If others aren't doing it, or haven't noticed, we brothers can take the opportunity. Such a newspaper wouldn't have to compete with others. I noticed that currently the newspapers at the newsstands mainly focus on political affairs, while ours would primarily concentrate on the stock market, reporting on Hong Kong stocks. For instance, announcements and news from listed companies in Xiangjiang, as well as economic news from the Hong Kong government and foreign governments. Political and military matters are too far from us, so we won't consider those. We'll mainly focus on economic reporting. What do you think? At this time, Li Xiaoping blinked her big eyes. Well, she could understand what her second brother said when separated, but when it was all put together, she didn't comprehend the meaning. Politics and economics, what are those? Only military matters she could somewhat guess the meaning of. However, it seemed that the content of her second brother's words wasn't related to the news he was concerned about. So difficult. Li Xiaoping sat down again, just watching her two brothers. Li Dongsheng was also pondering his brother's words, seemingly finding them somewhat reasonable. However, since he was not familiar with Xianjiang, he thought they should be cautious. First, they needed to clarify what the situation of the stock market in Xianjiang was, and whether it was thriving. Secondly, they needed to understand how high the entry barriers were for the newspaper industry in Xianjiang. They didn't have much money, and if the requirements were high, they truly couldn't enter this industry. So what do you mean? Li Dongsheng said again, you know how much money we have, we can't possibly invest all our money in starting a newspaper. If we buy a shop, the money available for starting a newspaper would only be 20,000. If we buy a house, the money for starting a newspaper could reach 30 to 40,000. Li Dongsheng began analyzing their current financial situation. Even if we sell that batch of gold, it would only yield a bit more than 10,000. With this money, it's uncertain whether it would be enough to start a newspaper in Xianjiang. Li Donglin nodded. What his big brother said was correct. Starting a newspaper is like engaging in a business venture, which naturally carries risks. All businesses in the world have times of profit and loss. However, their situation was somewhat different in that they were not locals of Xianjiang, so having their own place was very important. Gradually, Li Donglin began to lean toward his big brother's idea of buying two houses. For now, they could squeeze into one house, while the other could be rented out to help subsidize family expenses. The remaining 30 to 40,000 could be used to open a newspaper and attempt to start a business in Xianjiang. Of course, before actually starting, they needed to gain further and deeper understanding of Xianjiang. Only by deeply understanding the situation could they know if it was feasible. If the money wasn't enough, they would decisively abandon the plan to avoid investing money and ending up with nothing. However, this was certainly not the time for a final decision. The two brothers looked at the newspaper for a while, and around 6 o'clock the three siblings went downstairs for dinner. After eating, they returned upstairs to collect the clothes they had left at the hotel for laundry earlier in the morning. While the climate in Xianjiang was such that as long as they didn't encounter heavy rain, clothes submitted for washing in the morning could generally be picked up dried by the evening. Big brother, it looks like we need to buy more clothes. 2 outfits really aren't enough to swap, Li Donglin said, while holding the clothes for the three of them. Yeah, big brother, you said you would buy me 3 outfits. Little sister Li Xiaoping chimed in. Forget it, last time you said you'd buy me a dress, but in the end, who was the one who hesitated and refused to try it on? Li Donglin teased his sister, laughing from the side. Let's arrange it in the next few days. Li Dongsheng turned back to look at the bickering brother and sister, merely smiling, and added a line. When sending the little sister back to her room, Li Dongsheng said again, go in and lock the door. If I come over, I'll knock. Take a shower and get some rest early. I know. The little sister replied unhappily, but brother, it's too early to sleep. After I finish my shower, I'll come to your room to sit and talk. All right. Li Dongsheng laughed and rubbed the little girl's head while Li Donglin had already used the room card to unlock the door and entered. Brother, let's just buy 2 houses for now. According to what you said, we'll live in one and the other can be rented out. When Li Dongsheng entered the room, he heard Li Donglin's words. Decided? Li Dongsheng casually asked. It's decided. Oh, let's buy the houses first, it's safer. Li Dong. Regarding the newspaper, once the housing matter is settled, we'll go out more to inquire about how to establish a newspaper. Honestly, I really don't know how to proceed. You said if we really want to start a newspaper, should we first find a newspaper to intern and understand how it operates? That's a good idea, but let's find a newspaper to work at and gain some experience. Li Donglin smiled. Yes, even if the startup fails, we'll have experience, and it'll be easier to find another job. Li Dongsheng continued. While we were eating earlier, I was thinking about this. Directly starting a company is still too difficult for us. After all, we're not familiar with this place. And as for people in Xianjiang, I don't remember any. Are there no fellow countrymen here in Xianjiang? Li Donglin asked in surprise. I don't know, there should be some, but there probably aren't any that are related to us. Li Dongsheng said quietly. Are they all still in the mainland and couldn't make it out? Li Donglin asked with concern. You have to know if they have no connections here in Xianjiang, starting a business will be just like the Xianjiang gangs we saw in the afternoon. That's a very tricky problem. Didn't we hear those wealthy individuals all support a certain force? Alright, according to the salesperson, there are probably hundreds of forces, big and small, in Xianjiang. Although there are many, and it seems like the Jianghu in Xianjiang should be filled with swords and blades, it's actually not so. Because no matter how large the gang forces are, they are still dark and cannot be brought into the light. As the saying goes, evil cannot prevail over good. In Xianjiang, if the royal police take action against a gang, it can basically be determined that gang's death sentence. Gangs may have conflicts, but generally they are confined to a very small area. They even need to obtain the tacit approval of the district's police chief. Otherwise, if things blow up, they would inevitably face crackdowns from the authorities. In Xianjiang, there are hundreds of factions, both large and small. Although it may seem like there should be a constant clash of swords and blades in the underworld, the reality is quite different. No matter how powerful a gang may be, it exists in the shadows and cannot stand in the sunlight. As the saying goes, evil cannot triumph over righteousness. In Xinjiang, if the royal police take action against a gang, it is essentially a death sentence for that organization. The police do not simply accept money from gangs without reason. When conflicts arise between gangs, if the police intervene, it usually involves violence. However, one must not forget the powerful figures backing these gangs in the police force. Indeed, the detectives are crucial forces in maintaining peace in Xinjiang, and typically the influential figures in the police will negotiate matters beforehand. Of course, there are also those factions that operate in the shadows without the support of any influential police figure. They are merely violent, making them easy targets for both the law and the underworld. It is said that the first chief detective jokingly mentioned that Xinjiang has 4 major detectives and 4 major families of the underworld, which gives the impression that there are only 4 gangs in Xinjiang. However, this is certainly a misconception. The so-called New Yan 14K, Yichun and Heshinga are merely the underlings of the 4 major detectives existing in a vassal relationship. Thus, it can be seen that if these 4 gangs were to go to war with each other, it would likely first result in a deadly internal struggle among the 4 major detectives. Otherwise, under the negotiation of chief detective, how could a conflict possibly arise? They are the very foundation maintaining the stability of Xinjiang society. Though it sounds amusing, it is indeed the truth. Only those emerging factions without any backing truly rely on violence to make a name for themselves. Regarding the question posed by his younger brother Li Dongsheng had already been contemplating this matter. However, in the end, it seems that no one has truly emerged. It is not that no one from the 4-9 city has come forth. Perhaps they are all in despair, just wanting to flee as far away as possible. Xinjiang is indeed their first stop in fleeing, but it is certainly not their final destination. One must remember that in 1945, the Nationalist Army once entered Xinjiang only to withdraw later. Given this, it is clear that arriving here is not the best place to settle down. Thus, most of those who have truly escaped did not choose to settle in Xinjiang, but instead fled to Europe and America, or at the very least to Southeast Asia. Recalling these matters, Li Dongsheng spoke to his brother Donglin. Our family's acquaintances have indeed managed to escape. Many of them chose to leave long ago. I remember when we first arrived in Xinjiang, I even met some of them here. They had advised my father to stay. At this point, Li Dongsheng couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental and continued, but I remember it seemed like none of them considered this a final destination. It was merely a temporary refuge. Afterward, they planned to immigrate to M country or Europe, and some even considered heading to Southeast Asia. I see Li Donglin was unaware of Li Dongsheng's thoughts, assuming they had probably set up contingencies in those places long ago. Their ability to stay at the Mandarin Hotel is precisely because of the backup left by father. Otherwise, even if they successfully crossed over, they would have to carry heavy loads and toil for food. How could they possibly be living the life they have now? Just a moment ago, the 2 brothers were still discussing whether to buy a commercial property or a residential unit. Well, if there isn't one, then there isn't. Li Donglin suddenly smiled and said, since we were able to run from the north all the way here, we certainly have the qualifications to rise again here. Our luck seems to be quite good. Indeed, looking back, it still feels like a dream. Li Dongsheng also sighed. When we left the village, I felt lost about the road ahead. You must understand, the village we lived in is thousands of miles away from here, yet within just a few days we have already arrived here. It has been incredibly smooth. Our luck is turning from adversity to prosperity. Li Donglin chuckled. Turning from adversity to prosperity, it seems our fortunes are about to change. By the way, remember to remind me in a few days, we still need to go to Kowloon. Li Dongsheng suddenly said. What are we going to Kowloon for? Li Donglin asked curiously. At the Kowloon train station, we encountered that kind-hearted brother Hua, who helped us, though otherwise we wouldn't have known how to gather the ferry fare to cross the sea. After settling the house in the next couple of days, we should go there to treat him to a meal, Li Dongsheng said. Upon hearing this, Li Donglin immediately agreed. One should repay the kindness of even a small favor. Brother Hua helped them when they were in dire straits, so it is only right to show gratitude. Then the 2 brothers discussed the 3 properties they viewed today and decided on the Jingsui Garden, located at the intersection of Shengwan and Central. Afterward, the 2 brothers took turns showering in the bathroom and went to bed early. Their younger sister indeed came over, but upon seeing her brothers showering and preparing for bed and hearing they were going to sign the contract for the house tomorrow, she returned to her room to sleep. Without further ado, they spent the night quietly. In the morning, after washing up, they sent their changed clothes to the service. Since they had only booked the room for 2 days previously, they extended their stay for another 2 days. Speaking of which, they have already spent over 1,000 Hong Kong dollars during these few days, which made him quite distressed. However, it's all good. Today they would finalize the house, so they could move out of the hotel, which would save them money. After breakfast, the 3 siblings left the hotel early, bypassing the Mandarin Mansion to enter Wenham Street, and not far ahead was Swang Street. Pulling out the business card given by the previous real estate agent, they glanced at it to avoid forgetting the agent's name. As they approached the sales office of Jingsui Garden, the agent who had attended to them yesterday quickly came out to greet them. Mr. Li, good morning. As I mentioned yesterday, buying a property in our Jingsue garden is undoubtedly your best. Your property is alright, it's just the price. Mr. Lee, the price of 80,000 is already the best offer. You won't find a lower price than this on Hong Kong Island. Just look at the quality. Where else can you find something like this? What if I buy 2 units? Previously, Li Dongxing did not specify whether he wanted 1 unit or 2, but generally, he was considering a 3-bedroom layout of over 600 square feet. This was something the real estate agent was already aware of. After all, the 3 siblings were looking at properties, and 1 room each would require a 3-bedroom unit. The 4 of them walked into the sales office, while the real estate agent took out the community layout map, both to facilitate their selection and to confirm their determination to buy. Of course, the main reason was that he was also uncertain if the property Mr. Lee was interested in had already been sold. For individuals entered the sales office where the real estate agent presented the community's floor plan, both to facilitate their selection and to confirm their determination to purchase a property. Of course, the main concern was that he was unsure whether the house that Li Sheng was interested in had already been sold. Jingsue Garden is a community consisting of 6 residential buildings, each with 6 stories and 3 units per floor. The houses were completed at the end of last year, making them quite new. All the houses have been renovated, requiring only the purchase of furniture and supplies for immediate occupancy. Li Dongxing was still negotiating the price with the real estate agent. After all, for a house over 600 square feet, negotiating even a single dollar could save them over 1,000, which would cover their hotel expenses for these days. At this moment, Li Donglin was researching which house to choose, with buildings 1 and 2 facing the street, while the remaining 4 buildings were located within the community, more suitable for living. At the very least, it would be quiet, and the ground floor was not commercial, so there wouldn't be any noise at night. What about buildings 5 and 6? Li Donglin asked for his sister's opinion, to which Li Xiaoping smiled and nodded. Brother, I'm fine with anything. Unit 3 in Building 5 and Unit 1 in Building 6 are adjacent, but not in the same building, Li Donglin stated. Brother, why not buy in the same building? Li Xiaoping asked curiously. A bit of distance is better. This way it's good enough. Separate, but not too far apart, about 20 meters, so visiting each other will be quite convenient. Li Donglin replied with a smile. Which floors should we choose? His sister asked again. Floors 3 and 4. The top floor is too hot, and the ground floor is too damp. The middle ones are best. Li Donglin said with a smile. Hey, I remember this building has only 6 floors. Oh, why does it say 8 floors above? Li Xiaoping pointed out another issue. Li Dongxing was taken aback, carefully reviewing the information before he smiled, and said they skipped the 4th and 7th floors, going straight to the 5th and 6th. Why is that? Li Xiaoping didn't understand the reasoning and asked. Probably due to superstitions. Li Donglin could only say, well, our priority choices are floors 3 and 5. Just then, the elder brother finally reached an agreement with the real estate company, full payment at 78 Hong Kong dollars per square foot, with a discount of $2. It is said that the real estate market in Hong Kong is very hot right now, and this real estate company is eager to finalize the properties they have on hand, as they are simultaneously developing 2 other similar projects and are still facing tight finances. According to the real estate agent, their boss is also considering going public. Once the company is listed, they could secure a substantial amount of capital, alleviating the financial strain for developing new properties. It is worth mentioning that apart from this completed and delivered project, there are 2 other projects and a plot of land waiting to be developed near the Western District. Of course, such a concession required the real estate agent to consult the manager, and it was only after approval that they agreed to sign the contract. As for whether he truly consulted the boss, only heaven knows. In any case, after negotiating with Li Dongxing, he still spent some time in the office before coming out. Donglin, have you chosen? Li Dongxing took the opportunity to ask, and after Li Donglin shared his choices, Li Dongxing simply considered it for a moment before nodding. He'll ask that person when they return. Oh, as long as the house is still available, well, go for the 3rd floor. Okay, I saw the property management fees they set, which are charged based on floor level and area. The 3rd floor is even cheaper than the 5th, Li Donglin said with a smile. When the person arrived, it was quickly confirmed that the house had not been sold, so the real estate agent took the keys and led them to see the property in person. Last time, they only had a brief look and toured the ground floor without checking the other floors. This time, the real estate agent led them inside, and before them appeared a staircase on one side and an elevator on the other. This house has an elevator? Li Donglin asked curiously while waiting for the elevator. He had thought that since the building wasn't very tall, it would be only stairs, but he was surprised to find that it also had an elevator. Yes, nowadays in Hong Kong, if a residential building doesn't have an elevator, it won't sell. The real estate agent replied dismissively. After confirming the room, they returned to the sales office, where the next step was to prepare the contract and the signing process. This step went quite quickly. Arrangements had already been made before they visited the property, and the people there were preparing the contract, waiting only for the final confirmation of the room number, so they completed the signing shortly after returning. The contracts for the 2 properties were signed by Li Dongxing and Li Donglin, with Li Dongxing ultimately issuing 2 checks each for over 55,000. Of course, the housing cost was only 51,000. There were additional costs for deed tax and utilities, which ultimately added up significantly. In total, the 2 properties cost them 110,000 Hong Kong dollars, and by this time only a little over 30,000 remained in their bank account. While sipping tea and waiting for the finance department to call and verify the check's 110,000 is not a small sum, although they weren't worried that Li Dongsheng and his group were trying to defraud them. After all, they were dealing with property, and once the transaction was completed, it couldn't be taken away. Once the finance department issued the receipt, the real estate agent had long handed over the keys and other materials for the house to Li Dongsheng and his group. "Where are the furniture stores around here?" Li Donglin asked. The real estate agent didn't change his attitude after successfully selling the house. After all, presenting 1,100,000 for a house showed that this brother and sister were quite capable. He pointed out all the nearby shopping areas and mentioned that if they purchased furniture, they could ask the store to deliver the item because there was an elevator. Moving furniture wasn't too difficult. Thus, throughout the day, the three siblings continuously went in and out purchasing various household items. They bought 3 beds and wardrobes, a sofa and coffee table for the living room, as well as a dining table and kitchen supplies. In the afternoon, the real estate agent also called the utility company to activate the water, electricity, and gas for their new house. If they were really in a hurry, they could actually move into the new home tonight. In fact, Jingshui Garden had already seen over 10 households move in with an occupancy rate exceeding 10%. "Let's stay at the hotel tonight and move over after checking out tomorrow morning." Li Dongsheng ultimately decided, feeling that moving into the new house today seemed a bit too rushed. "By the way, brother, when I passed the real estate agency on my way back, I asked and was told that our house could rent for 300 Hong Kong dollars a month." Li Donglin suddenly recalled asking about the rental situation while out shopping earlier. So he shared, "But the agent said we need to furnish and equip the kitchen and bathroom to rent it at that price. However, those can be bought secondhand for just over $1,000. Li Donglin smiled. "Once we move in, we'll ask the agent if we can rent the house out quickly. That would provide some income." Li Dongsheng immediately made the decision. As they exited the Jingshui Garden, Li Dongsheng was still talking as he walked, saying, "Think about it. Is there anything else we need?" Li Donglin replied to his elder brother, "There's a big Shanghai department store over there. I saw they have television sets for sale, only a little over 400 each." Li Donglin explained, "Well, let's buy one then. That way we can watch TV at home." Li Xiaoping clapped her hands. "TV, that's actually a good idea. It seems there's a television in the deluxe rooms of the hotel, and 400 is..." Hearing Li Donglin's words, Li Dongsheng didn't hesitate much and said, "All right, let's go to the bank tomorrow to withdraw some money, then buy it back. We might as well get a radio too, so we can listen to the broadcasts whenever we want." Li Donglin agreed. In those days, the television penetration rate in Hong Kong was not high, but it was close to 30%. It was no longer like a decade or two ago when only the wealthy could enjoy such a product. At that time, the price of a television was almost half a year's salary for an ordinary person, so naturally not many would be willing to spend money to buy one. Having a radio at home was already quite satisfying. However, with the increase in income over the years, a month's salary was nearly enough to buy a television. Televisions finally flew from the homes of the rich into the households of ordinary people. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Hong Kong's television stations were still executing a paid service. The first television station in Hong Kong was Least Television, which began providing television services in the 1950s, but it charged a monthly fee of 70 Hong Kong dollars. It is worth noting that during that time, the average income of ordinary people was only about that amount, so spending money to watch television was considered very extravagant. Only the rich in Hong Kong could afford that expense. However, in the late 1960s, when Hong Kong's wireless television started broadcasting, it chose to offer free television programs in order to seize the market, thereby breaking the monopoly of leased television, which indirectly stimulated the sales of televisions in Hong Kong. In the early 1970s, facing the challenge from wireless television, Leased Television was also forced to abandon its paid service and switched to free broadcasting. However, during the transition, Leased Television halted broadcasts for a month for internal adjustments, resulting in the people of Hong Kong developing a habit of watching wireless television, a trend that has persisted to this day. Ultimately, as the earliest television station in Hong Kong, Leased Television never regained the market it lost and remained suppressed by wireless television. In the 1980s, Leased Television was renamed to the current Asia Television, but the quality of its programs and competitiveness continually declined, and due to frequent changes in ownership, its viewership weakened over time, leading to a crisis in management. Eventually, after entering the new century, Asia Television ceased broadcasting television programs and completely withdrew from the television market. However, this was something the Li family brothers were unaware of. Of course, this was not important. After having a meal at a nearby small restaurant not far from Jingshui Garden, the three siblings made their way back to the Wenhua Hotel to rest. In the small restaurant, the three siblings ordered 2 dishes and a soup, keeping their meal quite simple. However, all three were in good spirits now, because there was a black and white television set in the restaurant playing music programs from wireless television. Although it was in Cantonese, which they couldn't understand, the little sister was still very interested in this box she was seeing for the first time. If it weren't for the education she received from a young age, she might have been circling around that box. The three siblings slowly ate their meal while watching television. Although their Cantonese was still poor, nothing could dampen their interest. "Boss, when we came to eat lunch, why wasn't the television on? It's only now that it's playing. How stingy." Li Donglin said to the boss as he chewed his food, while the boss walked from the door to the kitchen. Little brother, you must have just arrived on Hong Kong Island. It's not that I don't let you watch television. There were no programs. They only start broadcasting at 4 in the afternoon until midnight. If I turn on the TV, what would you watch? The boss responded kindly. At noon, the three siblings were eating here, since it was very close to their new home. At that time, the restaurant owner knew they had just bought a house nearby. While now in Hong Kong, very few can afford a new building, and many still live in old houses. Seeing such young three people, the boss naturally treated them as long-term customers and was very polite to them. There are no programs in the morning, Li Xiaoping said with a hint of disappointment upon hearing they only started at 4 in the afternoon. What do you think? After that, we will arrange for you to go to school, and when you return from school, they will start broadcasting. Oh, Li Xiaoping didn't seem to have any objections to going to school. In fact, she was quite eager to study. In the past, there were no conditions, so she could only learn at home with her parents and brother. Actually, things are pretty good now. Oh, it's a good era. A few years ago, wireless television only broadcast 1 day a week. Back then, buying a television was of no use at home, but now at least we can watch it every day. The boss said again as he was about to leave. Little sister, did you hear? It's a good era now. Li Donglin, now it is indeed a good era. The economy of Hong Kong is developing rapidly. Everyone's salaries are rising, stocks are climbing, and people have more money in their pockets. They can buy whatever they want. Hearing their conversation, a middle-aged man in his 40s at the next table chimed in. Yes, if only the housing prices wouldn't rise, that would be even better. His dining companions agreed. With the stock market doing so well, just watch. Those who made money this time will be competing for houses in the second half of the year, and housing prices will continue to rise. The money you've saved should either be used to buy a house now or invested in the stock market, otherwise you'll lose out. Don't just look at that little interest. The middle-aged man who initially spoke added. Yes, I've also invested my money in the stock market, and everyone is making money lately. Previously, there weren't many people interested in joining the conversation, but when the table of guests started discussing stocks, diners at the nearby tables seemed to perk up and couldn't help but join in the discussion. However, those who were passionate about the stock market were still few. Although nearly every table had someone participating in stock trading, those around them seemed uninterested. The Li siblings were not familiar with Hong Kong and chose to quietly listen at this time. It's because this place is close to the signal tower that the television reception is good. If you go to the Eastern District, the picture quality becomes poor. Yes, I want to buy a television too, but unfortunately the television my neighbor bought isn't good, so I haven't planned to buy one. The money for buying a television is better spent on buying a few more stocks. If you make money, you can buy a big television. The discussions in the restaurant rose and fell, and after the Li siblings finished their meal and paid the bill, they walked out. Indeed, there are many people trading stocks in Xinjiang, but the enthusiasm doesn't seem very high. On their way back to the hotel, Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin chatted casually. Isn't that even better? There are still many people in Xinjiang who haven't participated in the stock market, which indicates that there is still great potential in it. As long as the stocks continue to rise, sooner or later those people will succumb to the persuasion of their relatives and friends, and they will invest their money. Li Donglin laughed. Moi. Hearing Li Donglin's words, Li Dongsheng turned his head to look at him for a moment before curiously asking, where did you learn all this? I didn't know about it. I figured it out myself these past 2 days. Li Donglin quickly responded with a smile. Once we've settled the house issue, we'll wander around Xinjiang these days to get familiar, then arrange for my sister's school, and finally, look for jobs. Actually, getting familiar with Xinjiang can also happen while job hunting. There's no need to specifically roam around. Li Donglin had a different opinion from his elder brother. It doesn't matter. By the way, remind me tomorrow to ask the real estate company about which schools we can enroll in. Li Dongsheng said to Li Donglin. After returning to the hotel and parting ways with his sister, Li Donglin and his elder brother took turns showering in the bathroom. After a refreshing shower, he lay down on the bed. Xinjiang is indeed nice, but just stepping outside makes you sweat. Clothes need to be washed every day. Speaking of which, we also need to buy a washing machine tomorrow. Upon hearing Li Donglin mention changing clothes after showering, Li Dongsheng quickly realized that they had bought everything else today, but forgotten the washing machine. Washing machine, television, radio, haha, these are things one wouldn't even dare to think about back in the mainland. Li Donglin couldn't help but self-deprecate. Early the next morning, carrying their luggage, the Li siblings checked out of the Wenhua Hotel and first went to HSBC to withdraw 3,000 Hong Kong dollars before heading to their new home. The 3 small rooms were all renovated and the furniture had already been purchased yesterday. Though simple, it was their home. As they entered the house, Li Xiaoping, the younger sister, couldn't help but cheer and rushed into the room with the best light. All 3 bedrooms faced the courtyard garden, but the younger sister chose the middle room, which felt slightly larger. Claiming the best room, she first rolled around on the bed before standing by the window to look at the garden. Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin merely stood at the door for a moment before each entering a different room. They put their clothes in the wardrobe. The bed had already been made yesterday, so today they didn't need to do much besides continue purchasing appliances. After tidying up the room, when Li Donglin came out, his elder brother was already sitting on the living room sofa. The living room wasn't large, only about 10 square meters, but felt a bit cramped with all three siblings gathered there. Have you finished tidying up? Li Dongsheng asked casually. Seeing Li Donglin nod, he called out to the room, Sister, hurry up, we're leaving. Where are we going? Li Xiaoping called from inside the room without coming out. We're going out to buy food. Do you want to? Li Dongsheng replied impatiently. Oh, I'm just organizing my clothes. They'll be out in a moment. The younger sister's voice came followed by the sound of her opening the wardrobe. Are we going out to buy vegetables or something? Yesterday they bought rice flour, oil, and condiments, but had not bought any vegetables. After all, everyone wanted to eat fresh. Fortunately, it's convenient to buy things in Shengwan, as there is a market not far from them. Li Donglin asked this because he was also thinking about the television and washing machine. Both were top priorities. Otherwise, with nothing in the house, it would be difficult to stay at home. Last night, they forgot to buy a newspaper after returning to the hotel, so he went to bed early after showering. By the time the younger sister came out, it had already been more than 10 minutes. Li Dongsheng led his brother and sister out, reminding the younger sister, who was last to lock the door, before they exited the community. They had already given them the keys, so now each person had one. Where are we going now, brother? To buy vegetables. The younger sister followed behind, evidently not too fond of going out. It's understandable. After arriving in Xianjiang, communicating with the locals was somewhat challenging, often requiring. With language barriers and the current societal bias against those from the north, the younger sister was reluctant to go out, and Li Donglin could understand. However, he couldn't indulge her. Eventually, they would have to interact with the outside world. It wasn't possible to stay cooped up at home. If they didn't know Cantonese, they would have to learn to avoiding it was not a solution. Let's first buy the television and washing machine, the elder Taoist said. All right. Before Li Donglin could respond, Li Xiaoping had already rushed ahead, linking arms with her elder brother, joyfully exclaiming. Soon the three siblings arrived at a large department store. Looking at the dazzling array of products, the younger sister's eyes nearly glazed over. Seeing the younger sister's eyes fixated on the snacks, Li Donglin gently patted her shoulder and whispered, Once I earn money, I'll bring you here to buy delicious food. Oh, Li Xiaoping replied reluctantly, turning away her gaze from the snack shelves. In truth, the younger sister understood that their money was likely limited and couldn't be squandered. And indeed, aside from necessary household items, Li Dongsheng felt that he truly didn't have much money left, and there were still over $30,000 in the HSBC account, which seemed like a lot, but the premise was that there had to be income, otherwise they would only spend more and more until they were completely broke. For him and his younger brother, whether they could find jobs in Xianjiang was uncertain, let alone arranging for the younger sister's schooling promptly. They first walked to the home appliance section, naturally drawn to the rows of televisions on display. Shanghai truly had a rich variety of goods. Televisions ranged from 9 inches to 26 inches, and Li Donglin even saw a color television priced at over 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. Of course, that was still the cheapest color TV, as the most expensive one was priced at over 4,800. That was the most advanced home appliance of this era. And the one he mentioned yesterday, which was priced at over 500, was considered a popular model. Though not the cheapest, it wasn't too expensive either. The 9-inch black and white screen was truly inconspicuous among this row of televisions. Donglin, how did you see that yesterday? Li Dongsheng asked his younger brother, puzzled. With so many televisions before him, all of which were much better than what his younger brother had described, he doubted his younger brother's judgment. They displayed the televisions at the door yesterday. Oh, I saw them when I went in to buy towels and toothbrushes. Li Donglin shrugged, indicating that he was also quite helpless. Had he known there were so many televisions in Xianjiang stores, he would have taken a good look before deciding. After all, with these prices, it seemed really hard to make up one's mind to purchase. All these over $1,000 are color TVs, the younger sister interjected. These thousands of pieces are all color televisions. Even though all the televisions are off due to the lack of programs, Li Xiaomei still curiously approached to admire these big color TVs. Isn't that so? At this time, the smallest color TV has a 14-inch screen, which seems large compared to the 9-inch black and white TV. Televisions over 20 inches are all color TVs. Does Xianjiang television station broadcast in color? Li Donglin was currently asking a sales clerk. The first time he saw a TV in Xianjiang was while eating at a restaurant there. However, it was obviously just a few hundred yuan black and white TV, and Li Donglin did not realize that the TV programs in Xianjiang were actually in color. The wireless programs include some that are produced in color, while others are black and white. The sales clerk was not impatient. In fact, at that time, the penetration rate of televisions in Xianjiang was still low, with less than 1 in 10 households owning one. However, with the subsequent rise of the Xianjiang stock market, many people earned money through stock investments, and among them many not only quit their jobs to trade stocks full-time, but also began living lavishly. While indulging in feasting, the penetration rate of televisions in Xianjiang also surged. After all, a cheap TV costs only a few hundred yuan, and a regular color TV is only a little over 1,000, which is not a big deal for those making money like watering the plants. Donglin, just buy a cheap one. At this moment, Li Dongsheng whispered in Li Donglin's ear. Li Donglin is not one to overextend himself. He knows what their current economic situation is. A color TV costing over 1,000 seems unaffordable. The 9-inch one is too small. This 12-inch one is just right. Li Dongsheng continued to whisper in his ear, "Anyway, our living room is not big. We can buy a better one when we have money later." Li Donglin nodded in agreement with his brother's words. Although he could see that his little sister clearly liked the color TV, they really couldn't fulfill her request. Since it is a department store, the prices of the goods naturally won't be like those of private vendors, and bargaining is possible. After selecting a Japanese TV costing over 500 Hong Kong dollars, Li Dongsheng also spent over 200 on a twin-tub washing machine, and finally bought a semiconductor radio for a few dozen dollars. The radio was quite compact. After paying, Li Dongsheng directly put it into his pocket. As for the TV and washing machine, the department store arranged for delivery. After exiting the department store, the three of them walked to a nearby real estate agency called Hongda Real Estate to inquire about rental information. If you include furniture, the monthly rent is 280. If there are appliances, it can generally go up to over 300. The real estate agent welcoming them was clearly also from the mainland. He mentioned he was from Zhejiang, and their conversation flowed quite smoothly. "What appliances are included?" Li Donglin asked curiously. "TVs, washing machines, refrigerators, these all count, and the rent is usually negotiated based on the included appliances. I know the Chui Jing Garden you mentioned, it's a new development, and the houses are easy to rent. The main thing is how you plan to rent." The agent then explained the secret of raising the rent after including appliances. "Seeing that everyone is coming from the mainland, let me tell you, whether it's furniture or appliances, there's no need to buy new ones. Second-hand furniture and appliances are cheap, and you can get everything for just over 1,000. In 2 years, you can recoup the money you invested. If needed, I can introduce you to someone." The agent finished explaining the situation and started to pull in business. Perhaps he had more contact with the rental business, so he also had phone numbers of second-hand merchants. According to him, a single phone call could have someone bring the items over, and the rent would go up by dozens of dollars. If you want to go to the store to purchase, it will be a bit more troublesome, as second-hand stores are generally not on Hong Kong Island, but rather in Kowloon, where the rents are cheaper. The second-hand items on Hong Kong Island are usually found in the antique street of the mid-levels. The mid-levels antique market is primarily focused on selling second-hand goods, and is one of Hong Kong's oldest markets. It gathers a large number of second-hand merchants selling various antiques, cultural relics, collectibles, books, stamps, coins, and other precious old items. Of course, the second-hand items they refer to are different from genuine antiques. After discussing for a while and negotiating with the second-hand store over the phone, they settled on second-hand furniture and appliances for over 800 Hong Kong dollars. A 9-inch black and white TV costing $100 was the most expensive appliance in this purchase. They agreed to have it delivered in the afternoon, and payment would be made after inspection and satisfaction. According to the real estate agent's view, a house equipped with furniture and appliances could have a monthly rent of $350, and at least it wouldn't be lower than $330. "Let's go." After finalizing the rental details, Li Dongsheng left his phone number and took his siblings away. On the way back, they bought groceries, preparing to cook in their new home for lunch. After returning home, it wasn't long before the delivery worker from Dashing Department Store brought the appliances. The TV was simple. It was placed directly on the living room table, and after teaching them how to use it, the delivery was considered complete. The washing machine was moved into a corner of the bathroom, and the faucet and drainage pipe in the bathroom were modified. "Mr. Li, the washing machine has been installed and can be used." After the delivery worker finished the setup, he said to Li Donglin. He directly threw the clothes he changed out of last night into the washing machine, and under the delivery worker's guidance turned on the faucet, and the washing machine began to fill with water. When the water was about right, he turned the timer, and with a buzzing sound the clothes began to spin in the washing machine, followed by the sound of rushing water. "Thank you." Li Donglin thanked the delivery worker and returned to the living room together. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when the wireless broadcasts start, this is how you turn it on. Then adjust the antenna on the TV until the picture is clear and in a fixed position. At this point, the TV was already turned on. Due to the lack of programs, the screen displayed only static, emitting a crackling electrical sound. Your neighborhood actually has the Li TV line, and for a monthly fee of a few dozen dollars, you can watch programs from Li TV with better and clearer picture quality. At this moment, the delivery worker reminded them again. "Are you referring to that cable TV station?" Li Donglin asked with a smile. "Someone introduced it yesterday, but with free wireless channels to watch, who would spend money on TV? The service fee of a few dozen dollars isn't cheap either." "That's true, but it's close to the peak, so the wireless reception should be pretty good too," the delivery worker smiled. The living room now has a television, the bathroom a washing machine. This truly feels like home. After the delivery man from Dashing Department Store left, Li Donglin reclined on the sofa and said to his younger sister beside him, "Shinkong, Jinin, the Li Department Store, public offering." As he chatted with his sister, the radio Li Dongsheng had been fiddling with finally crackled to life. Yet the broadcaster's crisp standard Cantonese left all 3 siblings utterly baffled. Outdoors, though they spoke Cantonese, too, context and environmental cues allowed them to piece together meaning. Sometimes correctly, sometimes not, but more often than not they managed. Now facing only static-laced voices from the radio, they were completely lost. "Brother, why not switch stations? Let's listen to some songs. News broadcasts are beyond us." Li Donglin chuckled as he spoke to his eldest brother. "All right, I'm tuning now." At once the polished Cantonese broadcast cut off, replaced by a burst of sputtering static. Brother, forget it. You keep tinkering with that radio. I'll head downstairs to ask around about local schools. We still don't know when the new academic term begins here in Hong Kong. Don't you think we should also find someone to tutor our little sister in Cantonese? Li Donglin rose from the sofa and addressed his elder brother. Go ahead and ask. And yes, Cantonese tutoring is essential, or otherwise we'll embarrass ourselves out there. Without glancing up, Li Dongxing murmured in agreement before returning to his radio. Brother, two, come back early. I'll cook dinner. His younger sister called out as he headed for the door. Be careful with the stove. It runs on gas here. It don't risk carbon monoxide poisoning. Li Donglin paused at the threshold and turned to remind her. I know, I mastered it yesterday. She waved lightly, then leaned against her eldest brother, watching him adjust the radio dials. Li Donglin stepped out and descended the stairs, first seeking out the real estate agent who had welcomed them to gather detailed insights into Hong Kong's education system, and then inquiring about Cantonese language tutoring programs. Indeed, such programs did exist. Though most mainland migrants arriving in Hong Kong hailed from Guangdong province, and thus already spoke Cantonese, there remained a minority from other regions, prompting the emergence of dedicated Cantonese instruction classes. Yet these courses focused primarily on reading. Yes, while mainland China used simplified characters, many could recognize traditional ones, albeit with occasional uncertainty. Cantonese language classes typically assigned newspapers, magazines, or novels for oral practice, correcting pronunciation along the way. Naturally, being unknown, such instruction came at a premium. Next, Li Donglin visited a real estate agency to consult a property broker, whose information largely corroborated what he'd already learned. Good. There's nearly half a year before the new term starts. That gives our little sister ample time to master Cantonese and catch up academically. Walking home, Li Donglin reflected at her current age his sister was precisely eligible for Hong Kong's secondary school entrance examinations. Her prior mainland education might just carry her through, allowing her to enroll and begin studies locally. He resolved to discuss with his elder brother which tutoring institution would best serve her needs. From both the property agent and the broker, Li Donglin obtained addresses and contact numbers for two reputable tutoring centers, planning to visit them the following day to expedite his sister's academic preparation. Listen, I tell you, Jianyin Association is about to issue new shares for Dali Department Store. If you want profits, you must grab those stocks, understand? Can these new shares really yield returns? Absolutely. Even the minimum purchase will double your money. And if market sentiment remains bullish, prices will climb further. Just consider how much the index has surged since January. It stood at 210 points at year's start. Now it's nearing 290. That's a 40% gain for anyone who bought in January. Impressive, isn't it? As Li Donglin passed the sales office, he overheard the very property agent who'd sold them their flats discussing stocks with a colleague. So he paused nearby, listening intently. But another agent spotted him first, and unfamiliar with his face, regarded him warily. Ah, Mr. Li. Hello, gentlemen. His colleague's guarded stance drew the property agent's attention. He turned, recognized Li Donglin, and greeted him warmly. After all, the Li siblings were his personal fortune. Those two flats earned him 500 Hong Kong dollars in commission, nearly a month's wages for an average laborer. To such a benefactor, his enthusiasm was absolute. I overheard your stock discussion. Curiosity made me pause. Apologies for intruding. Li Donglin hastily apologized upon realizing he'd interrupted. The agent introduced his colleague and clarified that Li Donglin was his client who'd purchased the flats. Mr. Han, could you explain this new share issuance by Jianyin Association? Is it truly profitable? Li Donglin deliberately steered the conversation back, keenly interested in Hong Kong's stock market. Starting a business from scratch here was daunting, especially after witnessing Triad-affiliated collectors openly demanding protection fees on broad daylight streets. Do you know how much the Hang Seng Index has risen these past 2 years? Asked Mr. Han, his tone laced with clearly Li Donglin's Mandarin accent marked him as a recent mainland arrival. Yet in truth, most Hong Kong residents had themselves fled the mainland, some during the War of Resistance, others during the Civil War, and many just recently. Their sole distinction lay in the timing of their arrival. Li Donglin naturally had no answer to the question. In 1969, the Hang Seng Index stood at 150 points. By 1970, it reached 210, a 40% surge. This year's latest reading stands at 286, another 40% rise. Mr. Han informed him. Li Donglin nodded with a smile. Indeed, it's remarkably lucrative, far surpassing bank deposits. Exactly. New share offerings are virtually risk-free investments. Listed stocks fluctuate daily, but newly issued shares invariably rise upon listing. Otherwise, how could they ever be floated? You agree, don't you? Absolutely, absolutely. Li Donglin nodded vigorously. How easy is it to buy new shares? What's the Li Donglin asked eagerly, his expression alight with avarice. First, engage a stock brokerage firm to open an account and submit your application through one of the 3 exchanges. For instance, the Li Department Store's upcoming offering will list on the Jianyin Stock Exchange, so applications must be filed there, provided you have funds. Eligibility is assured. How many shares you secure, however, depends entirely on luck. Is it a good time to buy new stocks? How do I buy them? With a keen interest in making money, Li Donglin asked, his face filled with a thirst for wealth. First, you need to find a brokerage firm to open an account with them for subscribing to new stocks on 3 exchanges. For example, the new stock to be issued Delhi department store is listed on the gold and silver exchange, so you need to subscribe on that exchange. As long as you have money, you can. As for how many you can buy, that depends on the arrangement. In the past, new stocks were scarce. It was only after the establishment of the Far East Association in recent years that new stock issuance increased. Previously, it was only the Xinjiang Association that had stocks, which were primarily played by foreigners. We Chinese had little chance to participate. Without the Far East Association, we Chinese wouldn't have been involved in stock trading. The salesman with the surname Han continued, were Chinese not allowed to trade stocks in Xinjiang before? Li Donglin was curious about the past and asked. It wasn't that we weren't allowed, it was more that they looked down on our money and didn't want us in the game. Only during the earlier stock issuance by Jardine Matheson and HSBC were we allowed to participate, and that was during public offerings. I heard that the stock market crashed severely a few years ago. Li Donglin asked curiously. Where did you hear that? Han the salesman asked, puzzled. From the newspaper. There was something about the stock market in the papers a couple of days ago mentioning that it had been doing well in recent years, while also noting the significant drop over the past 2 years, which led to the current bull market. Li Donglin explained. Haha, you seem to know a lot. A few years ago the economy was poor and the mainland was in turmoil along with the 67 riots. How could the stock market not fall? Fortunately, in the following 2 years many people escaped from the mainland, bringing money with them. They invested and started factories, which helped boost the stock market. Han the salesman continued, speaking of which those who came over have made a fortune these past 2 years. He couldn't help but look envious. Mr. Han, please tell me in detail how to participate in stock trading, especially regarding the subscription for new stocks. Is it first come first served, or what? Li Donglin asked humbly, even though many people in Xinjiang were trading stocks and many knew the inside story. Since someone in front of him did know, he might as well ask a few more questions. Indeed, having just arrived in Xinjiang, there was only 30,000 Hong Kong dollars left in his account, and Li Donglin felt a strong sense of crisis. He needed to make money. Once you open an account, the issuance time for new stocks will be set, and during that time you go to the brokerage to fill out and submit the subscription form. They will then negotiate with the exchange to confirm the issuance. Usually a few days later you'll know whether you managed to buy the stocks. Generally, they will accommodate to some extent. I heard the allocation is based on the last digit of the account number. Han the salesman briefly explained. Where is the exchange? How do I open an account? Li Donglin asked. Currently we typically trade at the Far East Association. The trading volume there has surpassed that of the Xinjiang Association, as most stocks in the Xinjiang Association are from British companies, while the Far East and Gold and Silver Associations mainly deal with Chinese companies. As for trading, you find a brokerage firm, and they will help you open an account, which only takes a few days. If you want to subscribe to Delhi department store, you need to act fast, as the issuance should start soon. By the way, the venue for the Gold and Silver Association is located in the Gold and Silver Commercial Building on Ma Sha Street in Sheng, while the Far East Association is in the Chinese Bank Building in Central. You can find many securities brokerage firms there. If you want to participate in the stock trading of the Xinjiang Association, I suggest you open an account with the brokerage department of HSBC or Standard Chartered Bank. Those foreigners are more likely to help you complete the transactions. Han the salesman explained the situation and then said to the previous real estate salesman Wang, look at Mr. Li, who just arrived in Xinjiang and is thinking about investing in stocks while you are still hesitating here. Isn't it because I don't have much money? The real estate salesman who received them felt a bit embarrassed. Let me tell you, once the stock prices soar, the prices of residential properties will definitely rise significantly. Just think about it. Once housing prices start to rise, it was after the Hong Kong stocks increased by 100 points. Now the index has almost doubled and housing prices have also roughly doubled in the past 6 months. Han the salesman continued, speaking to Wang, those who made money in the stock market will definitely want to buy bigger houses. There are still many people crammed into public housing. It's not enough for them. That makes sense. When you have money, you will definitely want to eat well and live well. Li Donglin chimed in. Mr. Li has a better insight than you. When stock prices rise, housing prices will rise too. This is Xinjiang after all. At this point, Han looked at Wang with a look of disappointment and said, if it weren't for the fact that we are relatives, I wouldn't even bother to tell you this. You can't afford a house, so why not invest money in stocks to make money to buy one? What are you waiting for? Only after Li Donglin inquired in detail about the account opening process did he bid farewell to the two and return home. Dinner's ready. As Li Donglin entered the house, he heard his younger sister's voice. Although it was the first time cooking in the new home, his sister prepared 3 dishes of soup and white rice. While having come from the 49 city, although he also eats noodles, both Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin were primarily rice eaters in their childhood. Now that they are in the south, there is nothing to be uncomfortable with. Brother, can you lend me 30,000 from your account? At this, a moment ago, Li Donglin had mentioned his younger sister's. Why do you need to borrow money? Li Dongsheng asked, puzzled. Just a moment ago, Li Donglin had mentioned his younger sister's studies in Cantonese and her education, and now he was turning around to borrow money. Borrowing money is a small matter, but the key is that he wanted to use up all the family's savings at once, which made Li Dongxing think carefully about whether his younger brother was being deceived, so he naturally had to ask for clarification. To trade stocks, I heard that the Gold and Silver Association is about to issue new stocks, the one we heard about on the radio earlier when we didn't quite understand it back then. This time when I went out, I encountered someone from the sales office talking about this matter. Li Donglin relayed what he had heard and added, "Did we not talk about starting a newspaper earlier? We still need to find a newspaper to work for a while to understand the ins and outs of it. I think that putting money in the bank is not as good as trying to invest in stocks. The stock market in Xinjiang is booming. In this atmosphere, more and more people will participate, and it should get even busier in the future. Now buying stocks should be quite profitable, and since we are considering starting a financial newspaper related to the stock market, we naturally need to be familiar with this industry. I plan to use that 30,000 to try and invest in new stocks. Oh, I've heard that they usually rise once listed, but it's uncertain whether I'll be able to buy them. They are bound to rise, which naturally means lower risk. If I can buy them, it's a profit. Why not give it a try?" Li Donglin expressed his intention to borrow 30,000 for investing in new stocks. To be honest, although his elder brother said the money belonged to the family, which meant it was everyone's, Li Donglin still knew that this money really should belong to his elder brother. Li Donglin expressed his desire to borrow 30,000 yuan to invest in new stocks. To be honest, although his elder brother said that the money belonged to the family, thus it was everyone's, Li Donglin still understood that this money actually should belong to his elder brother. His elder brother had already bought him a house in Xinjiang, and he felt quite satisfied. Investing in new stocks seemed to him a low-risk investment at this moment. Due to his unfamiliarity with the stock market, he definitely had doubts about buying stocks rashly. However, he did not see any problem with betting on the luck of investing in newly listed stocks that were bound to rise. Newly listed stocks are bound to rise? Li Dongsheng asked with a frown. Yes, if newly issued stocks do not rise, who would still have confidence to buy stocks? It is certain that newly listed stocks will rise. However, even if we use all our money to subscribe for new stocks, we might not be able to buy many. The Xinjiang stock market is currently very hot, and everyone is scrambling to buy new stocks, so whether we can buy them is uncertain. Oh, it largely depends on luck. Li Donglin explained his thoughts, acknowledging that the probability of new stocks rising is indeed high. How about this? In the afternoon, you find a place to ask again, just go to that Chinese bank and take a look. We still need to receive furniture and appliances at home, so we can rent out the place over there as soon as possible. In the next couple of days, I also have to run some errands to complete the enrollment procedures for my little sister. Now that I think about it, the semester here in Xinjiang is actually quite similar to that in the mainland, but why are there only half-day classes? How strange. Li Dongxing did not immediately agree to give the money. Instead, he said, "It's not strange. I remember that during the busy farming season in the mainland, there were also only half-day classes, and in the afternoon those students would go home to help with farm work." Li Donglin casually remarked. "It's different. There aren't that many farming tasks here in Xinjiang." Li Dongxing shook his head and chuckled. However, many children are helping out at shops and stalls on the streets in the afternoon. In the countryside, they work in the fields, while in the city, they help in the shops. It's the same. Li Donglin hurriedly said. "That's one way to look at it." Li Dongsheng smiled, and then looked at Li Donglin seriously, saying, "You should inquire clearly about the stock market over there. Make sure you understand before proceeding. The family doesn't have much money left, so we can't afford to spend it carelessly." "All right." Li Donglin quickly nodded in agreement. After lunch, he went out to find the sales clerk with the surname Han. "Han, have you had lunch?" "Li, I already ate at the store. Is there something you need from me?" They had chatted for a while in the morning, so he already had an impression of Li Donglin, and it was natural for them to start a conversation. "You mentioned the Far East meeting at the Chinese bank on Queen's Road." The sales clerk with the surname Han enthusiastically answered Li Donglin's questions and even pointed out the way to get there. Speaking of which, they were not far from Queen's Road Central, in fact not far from the Chinese bank. The Xinjiang stock market was established in 1891, and the first official securities trading market in Xinjiang was named the Xinjiang Stockbrokers Association. In 1914, the Xinjiang Stockbrokers Association was renamed the Xinjiang Stock Exchange. In 1921, the second stock exchange in Xinjiang was established, named the Xinjiang Chamber of Commerce. By 1947, the two exchanges merged, and after a period of parallel operation, they officially combined on March 1, 1947, renamed as Xinjiang Securities Exchange Limited, commonly known as the Xinjiang Association in later years. At that time, the majority of stock trading in Xinjiang was conducted through the Xinjiang Association, but due to the underdeveloped state of the stock market, it had not yet become the main channel for corporate financing, with listed companies primarily being foreign-funded, and there were almost no domestic companies. Moreover, even though Chinese businesses were developing at that time, they could not compare in scale to British capital, thus their participation in trading was quite limited. At that time in the mainland, due to various reasons, a large amount of capital and high-skilled talent fled, with Xinjiang being their primary destination, bringing significant funds and various technologies. It was at this time that the Xinjiang economy began to develop. Against this favorable economic backdrop, some already developed Chinese-funded companies also hoped to achieve faster growth through public offerings. However, since the Xinjiang Association was predominantly controlled by British capital, it naturally had little goodwill towards Chinese-funded enterprises, making it extremely difficult for them to go public and raise funds through the Xinjiang Association. Thus, Chinese-funded leaders planned to establish the Xinjiang Association to provide a convenient channel for Chinese-funded financing. Additionally, as this was an exchange dominated by Chinese capital, various incentives were offered to clients participating in trading in order to compete for the market, attracting a myriad of capital from both large and small investors in Xinjiang, especially local citizens. When Li Donglin arrived at this place, he was immediately struck by the bustling atmosphere of the exchange. Without needing to ask, seeing the crowds packed inside and outside, he knew he had found the right place. Not only were people outside discussing stocks, but the inside was also filled with people, with individuals in red vests weaving through the crowd from time to time. Glancing at the sign of the Far East Exchange, Li Donglin didn't care about the crowd and squeezed his way inside, eager to see what the stock market was really like. However, once he squeezed in, he realized that this place was not actually a stock trading venue at all. In front of the crowd was only a huge blackboard divided by horizontal and vertical lines with stock names in the front and prices and trading volumes behind. Those individuals in vests were entering and exiting several rooms through a passage left by the side barriers, and when they came out, they would use chalk to modify the numbers on the blackboard reflecting stock prices and trading volumes. On either side, there were many tables with people both in front and behind them, but only a few people were behind the tables, while the front was packed with people who were the stock traders. Li Donglin knew they were stock traders because he saw them handing a piece of paper to the people behind the tables. Li Donglin leaned in to listen for a while and could roughly guess what the papers they were handing over were, for which were all order slips for placing bids. Seeing similar order slips on the table, Li Donglin wanted to reach out and take one to look at, but was directly stopped by the person behind the table. $1. The person raised a finger at Li Donglin and muttered a phrase. At this point, Li Donglin finally understood that the order slips for placing bids were for sale, not given out for free. Just as Li Donglin hesitated about whether to pull out money to buy an order slip, a young man in a wrinkled suit squeezed, "Hey buddy, are you new to stock trading? Each company's order slip is different, and once you buy it, you can't return it." The young man came over to explain the differences in the order slips placed on the table. Upon hearing this, Li Donglin gave up on the idea of spending money to buy an order slip, but still curiously asked, "I heard that once an order is executed, you have to pay a commission. Why does this order slip still cost money?" "It doesn't cost money, but if they are taken randomly, what if someone pulls a prank and fills it out and hands it to the counter next door?" The young man explained with a smile. "Handsome, are you new here? Do you want to invest in stocks?" Just as Li Donglin hesitated about where to inquire for information and understand the stock market in Xinjiang, behind the desk, the stock brokerage staff were busy collecting orders and sales who had time to brief him on the situation. "Handsome, if you want to trade stocks, consider our brokerage. I am an agent from Dafu Brokerage, and you can open an account with us to trade stocks from the 3 exchanges in Xinjiang." Seeing that Li Donglin did not respond, the young man hurriedly continued, taking out a business card from his pocket and handing it to him. "Excuse me." At that moment, someone squeezed past them and spoke to them. Li Donglin and the young man had to step aside, watching as the person placed money on the table and took away an order form. Li Donglin's gaze first followed the person who took the order form, finally settling on the $1 Hong Kong bill on the table, which was only taken away by the staff behind the counter before he withdrew his gaze. "Do you think it's expensive? As long as you buy stocks, it's just $1 and you'll earn it back quickly." The young man continued to speak in his ear. Li Donglin then reached out to take the business card. He handed over and glanced at it, muttering, "Dafu Brokerage Fongbo. Handsome, are you new to Xinjiang?" Hearing Li Donglin speak Mandarin, the young man immediately understood and replied. This time Li Donglin took a careful look at him. He appeared to be in his 20s, under 1.7 meters tall, slightly shorter than him, with somewhat yellow skin, likely from the southern provinces. "Yes," Li Donglin replied. "There are many people here. Let's talk outside. It won't take much time to make money." Fongbo tugged at Li Donglin's sleeve, and the two squeezed out of the Far East Exchange. There were still many people outside, but it was not as crowded. "When did you arrive?" Once outside, Li Donglin spoke first. "I came over 2 years ago. The mainland is too chaotic, and I couldn't eat well. After working a whole day, I hardly earned anything. My family sent me here, saying there are relatives here, and it's easier to make money." Fongbo replied immediately after listening to Li Donglin. Afterwards, he answered all of Li Donglin's questions without holding back. While to gain Li Donglin's trust, he spoke freely. "You live in Kowloon. That means you have to take a boat here There's no choice. Renting a place over there is cheap. You trade stocks, and while others are making money, you still can't afford to rent a place on Hong Kong Island." After chatting for a long time, Li Donglin understood that Fongbo had only been in Dafu Brokerage for a little over half a year, working as a teller for 3 months, and was now starting as an agent. According to him, being a teller was exhausting, and the pay was low, only $600 a month. Being an agent had a lower base salary of $300, but with more clients and transactions, commissions would increase. Some agents who brought in big clients earned $2,000 to $3,000 a month easily. If they encountered big clients trading crazily, their earnings could even exceed 10,000 Hong Kong dollars a month. How many clients have you brought in? Li Donglin asked curiously. Not many. Bringing in clients isn't very useful unless they have money. I have relatives in Xinjiang who opened accounts, but only a few $1,000s. How much commission can that earn? As he spoke, Fong Bo seemed to lose some enthusiasm. Li Donglin could tell from his expression that he likely wasn't earning much, which was why he was so eager to find clients. If he had wealthy clients, wouldn't he often call to relay information and tell them which stocks were worth trading? As long as these wealthy individuals participated in trading, their earnings wouldn't be small. Tell me about the stocks in Xinjiang, especially which exchanges your Dafu brokerage has licenses for. I heard that only licensed brokers can operate this. Our Dafu brokerage, except for not having the Xinjiang Association's license, has licenses for both the Far East Association and the Gold and Silver Association. Our boss originally dealt in gold and silver trading, opening several large jewelry shops in Causeway Bay and Tsim Sha Tsui, and is a member of the Gold and Silver Trading Association. Last year, he bought the Far East Association's license for a high price from someone else. As for the Gold and Silver Association, members of the Gold and Silver Trading Association automatically receive a license for the Gold and Silver Association, which is how Dafu brokerage was established. Fong Bo also shared the company's situation, and Li Donglin realized that this company should have been established last. Of course, the surge in the Xinjiang stock market has only happened in the past 2 years. Before that, only the Xinjiang Association existed, and stocks could only be obtained through foreign central banks. Your boss must have heard about the Gold and Silver Association and bought the license at a high price. Li Donglin said with a smile. It should be, haha. Fong Bo also laughed. Let's go get a bottle of Coke. My throat is dry from talking. Li Donglin pulled Fong Bo to a nearby store and got 2 bottles of Coca-Cola, opening one and gulping it down. If I open an account, what should I do? After finishing the Coke, feeling much more comfortable, Li Donglin asked. Fong Bo thanked Li Donglin for his hospitality and was happy to discuss the situation with him. After all, coming from the mainland, if one were poor, they would likely be at the docks working hard to earn money. Only the wealthy would come here to see if they could make money through stocks. Wait, you said stocks in Xinjiang are those listed companies, and their stocks will be traded on 3 exchanges. Fong Bo was still explaining about Xinjiang stocks when Li Donglin suddenly interjected. Of course, many companies are listed on both the Xinjiang Association and the Far East Association, and you can buy and sell their stocks. Stocks issued by the Gold and Silver Association are also traded on the Far East Association. There's nothing strange about that. Fong Bo found Li Donglin's question somewhat puzzling, not understanding what the issue was. What about the prices? How do they unify the prices? Li Donglin asked in confusion. How could they unify prices? Trading prices change all the time depending on the quotes from the traders in red vests in the market. Fong Bo answered casually. Different prices. Li Donglin was still skeptical. How could a company's stock have 2 prices? Do you think if both sides have people monitoring the prices, they can buy low and sell high? Fong Bo then looked at Li Donglin teasingly, asking, Isn't it possible? Li Donglin asked in confusion. Theoretically it's feasible, but in practice it's not. Fong Bo simply answered his question, and seeing that Li Donglin still appeared confused, he explained further. For example, if you buy low-price stocks from the Far East Association after your order is executed, it takes 2 days to settle. That is, to receive the stocks you bought from the brokerage. Not to mention the fluctuations in stock prices during those 2 days. Even to confirm whether your stocks have been executed, you have to wait until after the market closes for settlement to confirm. This means that even if you are trading stocks through a brokerage, they may not dare to conduct buy-sell transactions for you on the same day, since the stocks are not actually in your hands. For instance, if you buy low-price stocks in the Far East, after placing your order, it takes 2 days for the transaction to settle, meaning you receive the stocks from the brokerage. Not to mention the fluctuations in stock prices during those 2 days. Even to confirm whether your stocks were purchased, you must wait until after the market closes for the settlement. This implies that even if you are trading stocks through a brokerage, they may hesitate to execute buy and sell orders on the same day, as you don't actually have the stocks in your possession. Fong Bo elaborated in detail to Li Donglin about the issues involved in trading between different exchanges in the Hong Kong stock market. Additionally, I need to remind you that if you purchase stocks and do not wish to pay the custody fee, you can collect the stocks from our brokerage 2 days after the transaction and keep them at home, which eliminates the need to pay the custody fee. This is called the storage fee, which is the cost we incur for safeguarding your stocks. Fong Bo briefly mentioned the fees that a brokerage collects, such as transaction commissions and stamp duties, which he summarized in a single sentence, and Li Donglin indicated he understood. However, this storage fee has led to many disputes among investors who are unwilling to bear such an expense. Keeping stocks at home? Li Donglin asked in surprise. Yes, a listed company must issue stocks, otherwise wouldn't that be a scam? Fong Bo responded dismissively. When trading stocks in Hong Kong, you also need to pay attention to the unit of transaction, which is in lots. Some stocks are 100 shares per lot, some are 200, some are 500, and the most common is 1,000 shares. Do you know why there's this difference? Fong Bo asked again. Li Donglin shook his head, indicating that he did not know. That's because of the way stocks are printed by the listed company. If one lot is 100 shares, then it is 100 shares per lot. If it is 1,000 shares per lot, then it is 1,000 shares per lot. All transactions must be in whole lots. Fong Bo explained the reason for the different quantities of stocks per lot, while Li Donglin simply listened and nodded. Most importantly, you must remember that if you take the stocks home for safekeeping and then return to sell them at the brokerage, you have 7 days. The brokerage needs to send the stocks to the exchange for verification first. The stock certificates have serial numbers, and there will be records at the exchange. After speaking, Fong Bo gestured with his hand to indicate 7. I roughly understand how to trade now. Li Donglin nodded with a smile, and then said earnestly, what I'm most concerned about now is actually the new stock that will soon be issued by the Gold and Silver Exchange, the Delhi department store. If I open an account at Dafu Brokerage, how many shares of the new stock can your brokerage help me buy? New stocks. That's not guaranteed. Fong Bo immediately shook his head, saying that's allocated by the exchange based on the account number's tail, so it's all about luck. Although our brokerage has fixed quotas, such things are equivalent to giving away money when they are listed, and the boss won't just. Seeing Fong Bo's demeanor and tone, Li Donglin understood that it might really be impossible to secure new stocks, so he dropped the thought and asked, alright, last question, if I want to trade stocks from the Hong Kong club, can your brokerage do that? It will be possible by next month at the latest. Fong Bo replied confidently, catching Li Donglin off guard. Aren't you only qualified to trade in the Far East and Gold and Silver clubs? How can you trade stocks from the Hong Kong club? We buy them at a high price. The boss has money and is optimistic about this industry, so he is willing to spend. To be a large stock brokerage, you must have qualifications for all 3 major exchanges in Hong Kong. Fong Bo stated firmly. By the way, regarding the new stocks, if possible, it's best to use family members' identification cards to open multiple accounts for subscription. The more accounts, the higher the probability of getting new stocks. How do I usually reach you through phone? Li Donglin asked while looking at Fong Bo's business card with the phone number. This is the office number. You can reach me if I'm in. I usually return to the company after 5 in the afternoon, and during trading hours, it'll be at one of the 3 exchanges or the company's front desk. Fong Bo quickly replied. He could tell that Li Donglin seemed somewhat interested in opening an account with him. Although he didn't know how much capital Li Donglin could bring in, he had finally developed a client, which meant an additional source of income for himself. Where is your company? The company is located at 1218 Masa Street, Shung 1 on the 6th floor of the Gold and Silver Commercial Building. It's best to contact me before you come, and he'll meet you downstairs. Fong Bo said. Alright, I will look for you then. Li Donglin smiled and replied. Can I have your phone number? So I can contact you later. Fong Bo hurriedly added. I just moved, and the phone should be installed this afternoon, so I don't know the number yet. Li Donglin sighed. He wasn't lying, they had indeed applied for a phone, and it seemed like it was being installed this afternoon. Alright, I'll wait for you to contact me, Mr. Li. Fong Bo did not feel discouraged about not getting the phone number, maintaining his usual demeanor. After leaving the Far East Club, Li Donglin strolled along the streets of Hong Kong looking around, and slowly made his way back. It was only after walking quite a distance that he slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to ask Fong Bo whether he could open an account with his situation. He only had a temporary ID, and even if he received a formal ID, he would still be underage, uncertain if he could open a stock account. Forget it, I'll call later to ask about the details. Although he had talked for so long, it seemed there were still questions he had forgotten to. Even though Li Donglin walked slowly, he eventually reached home. Upon entering Jingsui Garden, he passed by Building 5 on his way back to Building 6, where he saw his older brother and younger sister along with the real estate agent coming down the stairs. Li Donglin immediately stopped and waited for them to come over. After greeting them, the real estate agent bid farewell and left. What's the situation? Is everything settled? Yes, it's all agreed upon. We will rent it out for $320 a month, and we will have news in the next few days. Li Dongsheng replied. Has the phone been installed? Li Donglin asked again. Yes, it's installed. The number is 2, remember it well, and don't forget. Li Xiaomei chimed in. 2, got it, I'll remember. Li Donglin repeated the phone number to himself and committed. How about you? On the way home, Li Donglin also inquired about the results of his brother's outing that afternoon. Not too bad. Li Donglin recounted his visit to the Far East Exchange and the events that transpired afterward. The stock market in Hong Kong is quite complex with 3 exchanges. Li Dongsheng simply shook his head and did not say much. Brother, you should also open an account so we can subscribe to new stocks together, Li Donglin suggested. Brother, you should open an account too. We'll subscribe to new stocks together, Li Donglin said. Li Dongsheng was taken aback. He had never considered stock trading. He deemed it risky. In his mind, he only wished to settle domestic affairs first, then find a job in Hong Kong. Yes, rumor has it that the more accounts one holds, the higher the chance of successful subscription. At my age, I'm not even sure I'd qualify to open one. I'll need to call and check the details. Li Donglin voiced his concern. Hey, you didn't even inquire properly, Li Dongsheng replied with a light chuckle, amused that Li Donglin hadn't clarified the stock exchange's account opening restrictions. Forgot, Li Donglin answered wryly. Soon they arrived home. The moment Li Donglin unlocked the door, Li Xiaoping darted inside, like a flash, muttering under her breath, "Second brother is so slow opening the door." "Hey, you little rascal," Li Donglin called after her retreating figure. "She's probably rushing to watch TV," Li Dongsheng remarked indifferently. "Ah, so that's it. Li Donglin realized hadn't the television station just launched its broadcast. No wonder the girl was impatient. She'd grown frustrated watching him and his elder brother chat while dawdling at the door. Once inside, the girl had already switched on the television and begun flipping channels, but the screen displayed only static snow, no image at all. Li Donglin sat down before the sofa and smiled. Is it simply too early? No, it's already time. Li Xiaoping kept adjusting the channel until finally an image flickered onto the screen, though warped and distorted, accompanied only by crackling white noise. The antenna. Seeing the faint image but poor reception, clearly a signal issue, Li Donglin immediately said, "Oh right, we need to rotate the antenna." Prompted, the younger sister recalled how the restaurant's television had its antenna extended diagonally skyward. She hurried behind the set, raised the antenna upright, and pulled it fully out. Instantly the picture improved markedly. Sound emerged from the speaker, still noisy, yet vastly clearer than before. Now rotate it further. To find the optimal orientation, Li Donglin advised. Li Dongsheng remained standing beside the sofa, watching their efforts with quiet fascination. Following Li Donglin's instructions, Li Xiaoping turned the antenna slowly. The image shifted continuously on screen, until when pointed toward Victoria Peak, the picture stabilized, crisp and vivid with clear resonant audio. "Hold it there, that's perfect. Now come watch TV," Li Donglin told his sister with a smile, then patted the cushion beside him, inviting his elder brother to sit. The broadcast had just begun. A nameless drama unfolded on screen as the three siblings sat side by side on the sofa, absorbed in silence. "Elder brother, you really ought to buy a wristwatch," Li Donglin remarked, glancing at his brother's bare wrist. "Not urgent. I'll handle your younger sister's school enrollment first tomorrow," Li Dongsheng replied casually. "You focus on your own matters. By the way, did you buy today's newspaper?" Li Donglin hastily responded. "I'll go downstairs shortly to pick up 2 copies. Do you still have money?" Li Dongsheng asked. Li Donglin laughed. "Are you offering me pocket money?" "No need. I still have over 100 Hong Kong dollars. Aside from buying newspapers and bus fares these past days, I've spent almost nothing. Let me know if you run short," Li Dongsheng said simply, then returned his attention to the television. "Elder brother," their younger sister suddenly called. "What is it?" Li Dongsheng asked, puzzled. "I'm out of money," she declared. "You're always with me. What do you need money?" Li Dongsheng sighed, half amused, half exasperated. Li Donglin glanced at his sister and smiled too, then reached into his trouser pocket and handed her 2 $10 Hong Kong banknotes. "Here. This should last you quite a while." Thank you, second brother. You're the best." She beamed as she tucked the bills into her pocket and resumed watching TV, eyes sparkling. At that time, Cantonese dominated daily life across Hong Kong. Mandarin programming remained rare. Most dramas and broadcasts aired exclusively in Cantonese. It was said that Rediffusion Television operated a dedicated English-language channel. Yet access required payment. Monthly subscription fees ran several dozen Hong Kong dollars, far beyond the Li family's willingness or ability to afford. It was simply too expensive. Indeed, throughout the 1970s, the dominance of television broadcasts, limited TVB over Rediffusion, stemmed fundamentally from the latter's prohibitively high fees. Though Rediffusion had amassed 100,000 subscribers even before TVB's launch against Hong Kong's population of 4 million, its reach remained decidedly limited. It was TVB's establishment, not Rediffusion, that truly brought television into the homes of ordinary Hong Kong families. After watching for a while, Li Donglin noticed the wall clock striking 5 o'clock. He rose, moved to the telephone, and retrieved Fong Bo's business card to dial the number printed upon it. Remarkably, the number began with 2, indicating that Defu Securities was indeed headquartered in Shenzhen. Noticing his brother's call, Li Dongsheng shifted his attention to the conversation. Upon connection, Li Donglin first spoke in Mandarin, asking for Fong Bo, but the voice on the other end clearly lacked fluency in the language. Only after being transferred did communication become possible. "Calling for Mr. Fong Bo. He hasn't returned yet. May I ask your name, sir, so I may inform him upon his arrival?" A woman's voice replied. "My surname is Li. Please note my number, and kindly ask him to contact me once he returns to the office," Li Donglin replied, resigned to leaving a callback request. "Second brother, it's your turn to cook tonight," the younger sister announced suddenly, still watching television. "With your cooking skills, can anyone even eat it?" Hearing this, Li Donglin quickly offered a conciliatory smile. "No, tonight we will eat what second brother cooks," she insisted. "Hey, you little imp. That wasn't your tune earlier," Li Donglin protested, feigning indignation. "Fine, I'll cook tonight," Li Dongsheng interjected, rising without hesitation. He strode toward the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Li Donglin remained seated on the sofa waiting for the anticipated call. Ring ring. The telephone rang shortly thereafter. "Hello." Li Donglin lifted the receiver and "Is this Mr. Li?" "This is Fong Bo." "Yes, it's me." Hearing Fong Bo's voice, Li Donglin responded promptly. "Mr. Li, have you decided to open an account? When might you come in?" "I'll come downstairs to meet you," Fong Bo asked eagerly. "First, I'd like to ask, in Hong Kong, may minors under 18 open stock trading accounts?" "Under 18? Minors?" Fong Bo paused, visibly startled. Then, after a long moment, replied, "In Hong Kong, account opening requires legal adulthood. minors are ineligible. Under 18. A minor. Hearing Li Donglin's question, Fong Bo froze for a moment before replying. Opening an account in Xiangjiang normally requires an adult. Minors are not allowed. However, Mr. Li, may I ask, do you have a bank account? Fong Bo's question was an unmistakable hint. Not at the moment. If necessary, I can open one right away, Li Donglin answered. Li Donglin hurried on. As long as there is a bank account, everything can be handled. The exchange's checks are not strict, and our brokerage is the same. Fong Bo continued. With an ID number and a bank account, the account opening formalities can be completed. The broker will only verify those two numbers, and the exchange is the same. There is another way you can entrust your broker to trade on your behalf, in which case you need not open a personal trading account separate. They say it is not permitted, yet there are always many ways around it. I understand. Li Donglin relaxed when he heard it would. Mr. Li, when do you plan to come open the account? About the deli baihui you mentioned. I asked about it when I returned. It will be publicly offered next Friday and Saturday. If you want to buy, you must move quickly. Fong Bo added over the phone. All right then. I will go to Huifeng Bank tomorrow morning to open the account and contact you in the afternoon. By the way, must the applicant be present to open the account? Li Donglin, mindful that his elder brother would be busy with their younger sister and might not have time to visit Dafu brokerage, asked the question for that reason. As long as there is an ID and a bank account, everything else can be arranged, Fong Bo said quickly. I understand. Just as Li Donglin was about to fix a time with Fong Bo, he saw his elder brother come out of the kitchen and hurriedly put the receiver to his mouth. Wait a moment. Covering the mouthpiece, Li Donglin spoke to his brother. Big brother, I will open an account at Huifeng tomorrow. No problem, his brother replied. Li Dongxing nodded. About the tutoring class, will you go in the morning or the afternoon? If you like, make an appointment for the morning and we can go together and take a look. Li Donglin thought for a moment and nodded. After 10 o'clock would be fine. We can go to the bank first to open the account. I will transfer you the money. Li Donglin nodded and, picking up the receiver again, told Fong Bo tomorrow at 1030 M. We will be at Jining Building. Very well, Mr. Li. I will wait for you downstairs at 1030 tomorrow morning. After confirming the time and hanging up, Fong Bo rubbed his hands in excitement. He did have clients, but most of them had very little capital. The largest investments were only around 2,000. Indeed, although many people in Xiangjiang had already entered the market, their invested funds were still limited. It was nowhere near the later frenzy when people poured everything in, even mortgaging their homes to trade stocks. At that time, the talk among the streets was that stocks mattered more than cash. Many salaried workers quit their jobs to become full-time stock speculators. In 1972 and early 1973, finding work in Xiangjiang was still comparatively easy. Even many highly educated people were seduced by the huge profits of stocks and lost interest in their jobs, let alone the vegetable vendors and the mothers who shopped while taking care of their children. That night, the Li family's television stayed on until very late. Only after countless urgings did the younger sister reluctantly turn off the set and go to bed. It was clear that the television's allure for children at that time was as great as that of mobile phones and tablets in later years. The next morning after breakfast, the three siblings went to Huifeng Bank and opened a trading funds account for Li Donglin. Li Dongxing transferred 10,000 from his modest savings into that account. It was Li Donglin's idea to take 10,000. He would later hand his elder brother's account over to him to manage as well, since the accounts would be operated in concert. Keeping them separate would make it easier to settle each person's gains and losses. Li Dongxing did not mind. He was not unaware of the risks of stock trading, but seeing how well the Xiangjiang market was performing, he judged the potential losses to be limited and boldly let his younger brother try. After all, Li Donglin's original plan for doing real business was to start a finance-oriented newspaper. Though Li Dongxing did not know how high the barriers to the press were, he believed that having a goal merited his support. If Xiangjiang's market had looked poor at that moment, Li Dongxing might not have handed over the money so readily. He would have thought. Leaving the bank, they rode a bus and got off at the Shanghuan Masha Street stop, soon finding Jining Building. As one of Xiangjiang's major venues for trading gold and silver, it was well known. They quickly found Fong Bo beneath the building. He led them to Dafu Stock Brokerage. On entering, one immediately noticed the listing permits from the Yuandong Association and the Gold and Silver Association hanging on the wall. A few citizens were there conducting account opening procedures. Li Dongxing and Li Donglin produced their ID cards and bank details and asked Fong Bo to begin recording and handling the account opening formalities. How much capital will you both put into the market? The clerk asked as he processed their paperwork. About 30,000. I will put in 20,000 and Donglin 1/10,000, Li Dongxing replied. Hearing they intended to invest 30,000 Hong Kong dollars, more than he would collect from 10 ordinary clients, Fong Bo's face brightened with pleasure. Do you, Mr. Li, have any stocks in mind? The Xiangjiang stock market is extremely hot right now. People are making money as soon as they buy. Fong Bo quickly urged. Having customers was one thing, but unless they bought stocks, the brokerage could not earn commissions. Bringing clients in was only the first step. The crucial task was to get them to make purchases. Which stocks are hot right now? Li Dongxing asked with interest. Li Donglin merely smiled to himself. Li Dongsheng intended to use his funds mainly for new listings. He did not wish to plunge all his money into the market at once in those early days, feeling the risk remained too great. Of course, the hottest now are Xiangjiang Jidi and Chengshi Judian. Both hotel and property plays the Mr. Li, I understand you are newly arrived in Xiangjiang. You may not be familiar with the local situation. The Hong Kong market began its rise the year before last, but the property boom only started last year. When the market first took off, the average price per square foot for public housing here was only in the 30s. 2 years ago, it rose only to the 50s. But from last year until now, it has climbed from 50 to 80 more than the previous 2 years combined. The property sector has only just begun. There should be much more upside. Also favored are Nanyang Shachong and Jiulongbashi. Nanyang Shachong is expected to declare dividends soon, and Jiulongbashi will benefit from the Hongqin Tunnel opening next year. There are significant tailwinds. Previously, Jiulongbashi controlled traffic in Kowloon and the new territories. Once it can run routes to the island, it will clearly impact Xiangjiang bus services. It is also bad news for Tianqing Shaolin, so it is best not to buy that one. Fang Bo spoke with growing enthusiasm about the Xiangjiang market, his clear aim being to persuade them to start buying shares. The real estate sector has only just begun to take off. It should still have substantial upside potential. Additionally, Nanyang Spinning Mill and Kowloon Motor Bus are promising investments. The former is poised for imminent dividend distribution, while the latter stands to benefit significantly from the opening of the Hongkong Tunnel next year. Having previously dominated transportation across Kowloon, and the new territories, Kowloon Motor Bus will now extend its operations to Hong Kong Island, inevitably impacting Hong Kong Bus. Likewise, this expansion poses a downside risk for Star Ferry. It would be prudent not to invest in it at all. Fang Bo enthusiastically expounded on the Hong Kong stock market, his underlying aim being to persuade them to purchase shares. Nanyang Spinning Mill. Hong Kong grows no cotton. Every bale must be imported from overseas. Once freight costs are factored in, I suspect the mill will relocate soon, otherwise it simply won't turn a profit. Fang Bo was momentarily speechless, unprepared for such incisive commentary from this young man. In truth, both Nanyang Spinning Mill and Nanhai Spinning Mill were among Hong Kong's largest textile enterprises, originally British-owned, which enabled them to become industry leaders. Yet in recent years, Hong Kong's garment manufacturing sector has grown more rapidly, exporting ready-to-wear apparel produced using yarn from these two mills to Europe and North America. Still, Li Donglin's point held merit. Hong Kong lacked domestic cotton production, relying entirely on imports. Factoring in steep shipping costs, profitability indeed appeared tenuous. That said, relative to other nations in Southeast Asia, Hong Kong's infrastructure and institutional foundations remained comparatively robust. Yet, as Fang Bo recalled hearing, some analysts had argued that relocating mills directly to cotton-producing regions would minimize costs and allow finished textiles to be exported globally. However, cotton-growing regions faced serious challenges: political instability, inadequate infrastructure, and systemic deficiencies, reasons why major industrialists hesitated to move production facilities. What about Kowloon Motor Bus? That's an excellent asset. And dairy farm, consumer staples. Once you earn profits from stocks, your standard of living will surely improve. Milk is highly nutritious. Many people will certainly buy it. Fang Bo added. Kowloon Motor Bus's share price has risen quite slowly, Li Donglin remarked briefly, then fell silent on dairy farm. Truth be told, he knew little about Hong Kong's equities market. His earlier remarks had drawn solely from newspaper articles read days prior. Since no one had mentioned dairy farm in the press, Li Donglin wisely chose to remain silent. Only after completing formalities did Fang Bo address them. Gentlemen Li, your shares will be tradable 3 days from now, beginning next Tuesday. Prior to trading, you must transfer funds from your bank account into our firm's margin account. A bank transfer receipt will serve as proof for fund deposit procedures. Thereafter, you may place orders through our brokerage office or exchange counters, or even by telephone. This sheet details the order placement process. Each order form costs $1 Hong Kong and requires clear entry of your account information. Only after our staff verifies your details will your order be submitted to the trading floor for execution by a red-jacketed floor trader. Telephone orders follow the same protocol. Our operator will verify your account number and pre-registered password. Only upon confirmation will your instruction be accepted, and the call will be recorded for compliance purposes. We trust you understand this universal industry practice. Fang Bo patiently elaborated on every procedural detail and handed them a sample order form, helping them familiarize themselves with the entire process. How do you monitor market quotations here? Li Donglin suddenly asked. You may observe live prices in the trading hall below. The blackboards there are updated continuously. A counter operated by our Defu brokerage is also located there. Look up and you'll see our signs suspended overhead, Fang Bo continued. I mean company fundamentals and recent share price movements, Li Donglin clarified. Company reports appear only in newspapers, but our brokerage maintains confidential filings on listed companies. Should you require them, feel free to approach me, I'll retrieve them for you. As for price movements, we maintain proprietary records and generate technical charts. But if you specify which stocks interest you, I'll prepare those charts in advance. His voice dropped markedly as he spoke these words. Li Donglin regarded him curiously, uncertain why such information warranted discretion. These reports are available for a fee. As my valued client, however, I'll provide data on 3 stocks free of charge for your first request. Fong Bo whispered further. Ah, I see. Li Donglin nodded, then said, then please supply information on Kowloon Motor Bus Dairy Farm and Hong Kong land. By the way, what's your fee structure? 5 Hong Kong dollars. Fong Bo murmured softly, then rose. Please wait a moment while I retrieve and photocopy the materials. You might prefer to wait downstairs. With a sly wink, he departed. The Li brothers exchanged uncertain glances, unsure whether his words were genuine, but rose nonetheless and exited De Fu Brokerage with their documents. Upon descending to the ground floor, they noticed a crowd gathered near a doorway where red-jacketed traders moved about. Mistaking it for the gold and silver exchange, Li Donglin approached, only to be halted at the entrance by security. This is not the stock exchange. The gold and silver exchange occupies the 3rd floor. This area handles gold trading, and admission is restricted to members only. After confirming their intent, the guard stated bluntly, Ah, we've come to the wrong place, Li Donglin remarked to his elder brother. No matter. Let's wait outside for now, Li Dongsheng replied indifferently, though he briefly glanced through the doorway before turning away. After 10 minutes, Fong Bo reappeared, clutching a stack of documents. My apologies, Mr. Li. Thank you for your patience. Here are the dossiers on your 3 requested stocks, along with brief profiles of over 100 additional listed companies. Fong Bo offered an apologetic smile as he handed over the papers. Li Donglin scanned them and remarked surprised, these are photocopied. Indeed, hence the fee. Photocopying incurs wear on machinery, electricity consumption, and paper costs, all legitimate expenses. Fong Bo added sheepishly, I'm afraid I must attend to urgent matters now. Please excuse me. You may collect your account opening documents 3 days hence, preferably in the afternoon after 5 o'clock, when I'm usually in the office. Agreed, let's settle on that. Li Donglin smiled, then took his leave with the stock documents. Let's visit some tutorial centers first. We'll eat out at noon. Li Dongsheng suggested. Agreed. Though holding the documents, Li Donglin felt no urgency to review them immediately. He intended to study them carefully at home, knowing such comprehensive material could not be absorbed hastily. With time to spare, they decided to inspect several tutorial centers firsthand. Thus, the 3 siblings set out to locate the tutoring centers they'd heard about, seeking the ideal institution to help their younger sister master Cantonese and prepare for the Hong Kong secondary school entrance examination. Why aren't you asleep? I thought you were sleeping. The door was pushed open and Li Dongsheng walked in, saying, Is the little sister asleep? Li Donglin turned and glanced at his elder brother, casually asking, I just turned off the TV, and now she's already asleep. As Li Dongsheng spoke, he had already walked behind him, looking at the stock information placed in front of Li Donglin, which was all copied by Fong Bo for them. You won't finish watching it tonight, will you? There's still 3 days until trading starts. No rush, get some rest early. Li Dongsheng merely reminded him, then yawned, and said, I'm going back to sleep, now don't put pressure on yourself. Starting tomorrow I will go out and try to find a job, things will get better. I know, big brother, good night. Li Donglin said to the back of his brother. Li Dongsheng did not respond, just raised his hand and waved before leaving, closing the door behind him. Li Donglin had no intention of sleeping because there was a file on a listed company placed in front of him. Qingzhouingni. According to the information, this company might be the first cement factory in Huahua with a long. As the information states, this company was established in 1886, initially set up by people from Y country on Qingzhou Island near the Haojing, and later established a branch along the Kowloon coast. Afterwards, for various reasons, Qingzhouingni chose to relocate its headquarters to Kowloon, Hong, where it built new company headquarters and production facilities, becoming the largest cement production and sales enterprise in the Xinjiang region. The headquarters in Kowloon, Hong and Qingzhou Island, as well as some other assets in various locations in Xinjiang and Haojing, are all that Qingzhouingni has. It seems unrelated, but Li Donglin could discern something from this information. In the past, the factory area in Hong was not significant, but with the completion of the Hong underwater tunnel next year, the value of this industrial land could not be underestimated. Or to put it another way, this piece of land is too close to the underwater tunnel, and if new residential buildings are constructed here, its value would be immeasurable. The Hong underwater tunnel connects Kowloon and Hong Kong Island, meaning the connection between the 2 places will be easy. If this piece of land is exchanged for industrial land in other parts of Xinjiang, I believe countless people would be eager to compensate for the significant price difference and would be willing to pay the Hong Kong government land premium. It seems that Qingzhouingni is also one of the beneficiaries of the Hong underwater tunnel. Additionally, if there are significant development opportunities in the Xinjiang real estate sector in the coming years, as the largest cement factory in the region, it would be hard not to profit. In real estate development, aside from land, building materials are crucial, and cement is undoubtedly one of the most important building materials. 56 million shares of stock at a price of a little over $4 is quite cheap, even though this year the stock price has already risen by 50 from $3 to $5. These thoughts crossed Li Donglin's mind when he noticed that Qingzhou Yingna's headquarters is located in Kowloon, Hungham, and he immediately became attentive. The Hungham Underwater Tunnel, also known as the Xiangjiang Underwater Tunnel, is the first underwater vehicular tunnel from Kowloon to Hong Kong Island. One end of the tunnel is in Hungham and the other end is in Causeway Bay, making it the best located tunnel constructed with an investment of over 300 million by shipping magnate Bao Yugong. While who invests and who constructs is actually not important, because it seems that the tunnel is not an asset of the listed. Moreover, with an investment of over 300 million, the time needed to recoup the costs is very long, and it would not stimulate the stock price in any way. However, the completion of the tunnel undoubtedly connects Kowloon and Hong Kong Island, which is crucial for the economic development of the entire Xinjiang region. Forget it. After the account is opened, I will first trade the new stock of Delabehuo before saying anything else. If I can't buy it, I will consider taking a gamble on Qingzhou. If the real estate market does become hot, an important building materials supplier should definitely not be overlooked. Fortunately, this company is also listed on the Far East Exchange. Otherwise, without the trading license from the Xiangjiang Exchange, the Fu brokerage would not be able to purchase its stocks. Li Donglin muttered softly. Speaking of how a British company chose to list on the Far East Exchange, it is quite before the establishment of the Far East Exchange, the Xiangjiang Exchange had been obstructing the public offering of stocks by Chinese companies in every possible way. Especially after entering the 1960s, as Xinjiang's economy took off, Chinese companies had an increasing demand for capital through public listings, but their applications were repeatedly rejected. To change this unfavorable situation in 1969, Li Fujiao, along with other Chinese merchants, founded the Far East Exchange to serve Chinese enterprises in raising funds for development. As soon as the Far East Exchange was established, its trading volume quickly caught up with the decades-old Xiangjiang Stock Exchange, attracting a large number of Chinese participants. After that, the trading volume of the Far East Exchange consistently surpassed that of the Xiangjiang Exchange. To facilitate stock circulation and create greater value for shareholders, the Xiangjiang Exchange had no choice but to negotiate with the Far East Exchange. In fact, initially the Far East Exchange had actively contacted the Xiangjiang Exchange, hoping that the stocks from both sides could be interconnected. After both exchanges reached an agreement, the stocks of Qingzhou Yingni smoothly landed on the Far East Exchange, becoming one of the tradable stocks. Because the Far East Exchange gathered a large number of shareholders and funds, the stocks traded on the Far East Exchange surpassed the Xiangjiang Exchange in both price and trading volume during this period, which led many foreign investors to lower their barriers and choose to trade their stocks on the Far East Exchange. In this situation, what is difficult for ordinary people is to profit from the price differences across markets. However, for institutional investors, it is not an issue. Although this kind of cross-market operation still carries certain risks, if the price differences between the two markets are substantial, it is still worth the gamble. Because of the existence of such investment opportunities, the stock prices of the Xiangjiang Exchange and the Far East Exchange have been very close without significant discrepancies. Naturally, institutions would not allow ordinary shareholders to handle such profitable matters. After Li Donglin decided on the first stock he wanted to invest in, he could finally rest easy and sleep. After getting up and washing up briefly in the bathroom, he returned to his room and quickly fell into a deep sleep. In the next 2 days, there were occasional calls from real estate agents saying that clients wanted to see the house. By the third day, he finally finalized the rental contract with a couple. The rent did not reach the ideal 350 Hong Kong dollars per month, only 320 Hong Kong dollars, but it still satisfied the Li brothers. After all, they had spent less than $900 on the furniture and appliances, which did not reach the agent's estimated investment of 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. The house was rented out, and the Li family received 4 months' rent from the other party, 3 months for rent and 1 month for the deposit. As they left, Li Dongsheng quietly said to Li Donglin, "Are you free tomorrow? Let's go to Kowloon." Although the stock account had been opened, the release date for Delabehuo was the day after tomorrow, so there was really nothing to do tomorrow. Sure, Li Donglin responded with just a word and followed his brother back home. The Tianqing ferry emitted a piercing whistle, but the nearby residents had grown accustomed to it. Soon a small ferry departed from the central pier, heading towards the Tsim Sha Sui direction. Once the Hungham underwater tunnel is completed in the second half of next year, we can take the bus directly to Kowloon without needing to ride the ferry anymore, Li Donglin said softly to his younger sister beside him. No, I still think the ferry is more comfortable. You can enjoy the sea view and feel the sea breeze. Li Xiaomei clearly disagreed, thinking that taking the bus was not necessarily better than riding the small ferry. Donglin, I don't think so either, Li Xiaomei responded, clearly differing in opinion. At this moment, Li Dongsheng turned back to Li Donglin and said, the underwater tunnel is good for those with cars, as they won't have to queue for the ferry. They can just pay a fee and drive straight through. However, as a passenger, I still believe that taking a boat is better than taking a car. What can you see inside the tunnel? I think apart from a dark expanse, there's nothing else. The experience can't compare to riding the Tianqing ferry. This time they chose to sit on the upper deck, although there were still empty spots on the lower deck beneath them. Unfortunately, after boarding, they were pulled by Li Xiaomei to the second floor, as she said the sea view was better here than sitting below. A few minutes later the ferry docked at the Tsim Sha Sui Pier, and the three siblings disembarked from the ferry. They had just gone to the Wanchai police station yesterday to obtain their ID cards, and now all three siblings had IDs, unlike the last time they were here, when they felt anxious fearing they would be stopped and questioned by the police. They waited at the roadside platform for the Kowloon bus to arrive. Last time, to save money, the three siblings walked from Kowloon Station to Tsim Sha Sui. At that time they only thought this area was very prosperous, but soon after arriving on Hong Kong Island they saw the even more bustling areas from Central to Causeway Bay, so they no longer felt it was anything special. But this time the three siblings suddenly realized that Kowloon actually seemed to be a nice place to live. Just considering the area near Victoria Bay, the tall buildings here are not much inferior to those on Hong Kong Island. The high-rises on both sides reflected each other, highlighting the prosperity of the area. It seems that the housing prices in Kowloon are less than $70, Li Donglin remarked weakly. Yes, the first time I came here was quite rushed, and I didn't pay much attention. Actually, buying a house nearby could be a good option, Li Dongxing added. At the very least, with the Tianqing ferry available, it only takes a few minutes to reach the other side, which is not much different from living on Hong Kong Island, Li Dongxing also said. If a 600-square-foot house is $10 cheaper per square foot, they could save thousands on their house. For the three siblings, that's not a small amount. It's almost equivalent to a white-collar worker's nearly a year's salary on Hong Kong Island. The bus arrived, and the three siblings squeezed onto it, taking 3 stops to reach Kowloon Station. After getting off, they quickly walked to the entrance of the train station, heading towards the guard's room. Upon arriving at the guard's room, Li Dongxing peered inside. "Who are you looking for?" The guard, who was reading a newspaper, noticed them, put down the paper, and walked to the door, looking at them cautiously. To be honest, the guards here are generally middle-aged men, as the train service to the mainland has been cut off. If it weren't for the vegetables, chickens, ducks, pigs, and cows being delivered to the fragrant harbor every day, they might not even need anyone to patrol here. What valuable things could there be in the train station? The only thing that might be worth something is the iron tracks thrown on the ground. Oh, everything else isn't worth the effort. Thus the guards here are usually quite laid back and not very strict. At this moment the guard stepped out, looking at the three siblings at the door. "Hello, we are looking for Uncle Hua," Li Dongxing said. "Uncle Hua? Hua's I?" The guard was taken aback upon hearing Li Dongxing's words, but quickly reacted. After all, there are not many people left here, and there is only one person who is usually called Hua's I. Suddenly hearing someone say Uncle Hua startled him. "Then you'll have to wait for a bit." He went in to open the door for the porters as a train just arrived, the guard said, then curiously asked, "Are you relatives of Hua's I?" "We need to discuss something with him." Li Dongxing simply smiled and led his siblings to wait aside. Before long they indeed saw a middleman in a black shirt and slippers walking out from inside. Li Dongxing immediately recognized him as Hua Zai, who had lent them money that day, and hurriedly brought his siblings over. "Hello, Uncle Hua." "Hello, Uncle Hua," the three siblings called out in unison, startling Hua Zai. After all, people here usually called him Hua Zai, so he was momentarily taken aback hearing someone call him Uncle Hua. However, upon seeing Li Dongxing, he quickly remembered them. "Oh, it's you guys. Did you find your relatives on Hong Kong Island?" Hua Zai recognized them and naturally understood why they were here, asking with concern. "Yes, we are all living on the Hong Kong Island side now." Li Dongxing didn't tell the whole truth, but still expressed his gratitude, saying, "We just arrived in Xianjiang, and we want to thank Uncle Hua for lending us money that day. Otherwise the three of us wouldn't know how to cross the sea. We're not sure if Uncle Hua has time today, but we would like to invite him for a meal to express our gratitude." Hua Zai glanced at the sky. It was already past 10 in the morning when the Li siblings went out, and now they had arrived here close to noon. So Hua Zai happily agreed. "Wait a moment, let me tell my colleagues," he said. "All right, we'll wait over here," Li Dongxing said as he and his siblings waited aside, while Uncle Hua went to speak with his colleagues in the guard's room. "Are they the mainlanders who got off the train that day?" The guard paused in surprise upon hearing the news and glanced outside. However, he hadn't paid much attention to the three that day, so even if he looked at them a few more times now, he didn't recognize them. "Yes, they should be here to repay the money. They're inviting me to dinner. Should I bring you a portion back?" "No thanks, you've done your good deed. You should enjoy the good food yourself." With the way they are dressed, I really can't tell that their relatives must be very wealthy. After chatting for a bit in the guard's room, Uncle Hua finally came out and led the Li siblings to a nearby, slightly larger restaurant. Although Uncle Hua was still very polite after Li Dongxing ordered the restaurant's signature dishes, he kept insisting that he couldn't eat that much. However, Li Dongxing still ordered 8 dishes and 1 soup to thank Uncle Hua for his previous help. "What drink would you like, Uncle Hua?" After the dishes were ordered, Li Donglin asked again. "Just a bottle of Mao Tai, please," Uncle Hua replied. Since Li Dongxing ordered so many dishes, he knew they wouldn't finish without ordering alcohol, so Uncle Hua didn't hold back and directly ordered Mao Tai. "All right, 1 bottle of Mao Tai," Li Dongxing told the waiter, who went to arrange the drinks and dishes. "The Mao Tai here in Xianjiang is cheaper than in the mainland," he added. "To earn foreign exchange, tea and liquor are all sold over here," Uncle Hua remarked casually, having seen plenty. As the dishes were served, the four began to eat and chat. Li Dongxing briefly mentioned his family's situation, revealing that the 3 siblings had fled after losing both parents, which prompted a sigh from Uncle Hua. "I arrived 10 years earlier than you. I came in 60 and was truly starving. If it were just me suffering from hunger, I've endured harsher days before, but I have women and children at home. Uncle Hua gulped down the wine in his cup and said with a hint of bitterness, now I dare not even think about going back. I don't know if I can only die here. This is Xiangjiang connected to the mainland, and it cannot be easily separated. Sooner or later, we can still go back, Li Donglin casually remarked. However, Uncle Hua shook his head. I can't do that. Leaving the mainland to come here, they will only see me as a defector. I am a professional soldier, and the punishment would likely be even harsher. Uncle Hua was a soldier before. That sensitive identity, it might be troublesome later on, Li Dongxing said, while pouring wine for him. At first the fields suffered from drought for 2 years, the harvest was already poor, and we had to pay taxes. How could we have enough to eat? For my family, I gritted my teeth and ran over here in the end. Uncle Hua still felt some pangs of regret about fleeing, clearly showing that such actions contradicted his own beliefs. It was merely a last resort. So what happened after you came here? Life must not have been easy, right? I heard it was quite chaotic back then, Li Donglin asked curiously. Even now, the three siblings found the social order in Xiangjiang to be quite complex. They had heard that it was even more chaotic in the past, especially in the 50s and 60s, when a large influx of people from the mainland flooded into Xiangjiang, leading to a period of social disorder. It was also during this time that many gangs emerged. In fact, many of these so-called gangs initially started as groups of people from the same hometown banding together for mutual protection against bullying before gradually being absorbed into organized crime. The organized crime in Xiangjiang mostly consisted of those who fled the turmoil in the mainland. They formed structured criminal groups that engaged in robbery, extortion, and prostitution to generate income and sustain their organizations. As a result of the conflicts arising from interest, the social order in Xiangjiang was terrible for a period. However, as the police were overwhelmed by the financial influence of the gangs, the corruption within the Xiangjiang government was also laid bare. The police needed the help of gang members to maintain order in Xiangjiang, and were willing to accept bribes to act as their protectors, ushering in a relatively stable 1960s. At that time, there was a saying in Hong Kong, the police managed the gangs, and the gangs managed the peace. Of course, this stability was only relative. In reality, social contradictions remained sharp. Thus, the integration of the gangs and organizations complicated their networks, intertwining them not only with Xiangjiang's police, but also with wealthy merchants in the area. From Uncle Hua, the three siblings learned what Xiangjiang was like 10 years ago. It was truly chaotic, and no wonder their parents had not brought the whole family to Xiangjiang. When Uncle Hua first arrived in Xiangjiang, he too could not escape the norm and joined a gang formed by fellow townsmen, clashing with other gangs several times. However, after several negotiations, when the gang was to be absorbed into another, Uncle Hua chose to withdraw. Having been a soldier before, he was among the first to take the lead in fights, excelling in combat. After leaving the gang, he found a job with a fellow townsman, using his prior reputation to support his family, and later moved here to help look after the train station. Uncle Hua, how much do you earn working here each month? Li Donglin asked curiously. A little over 600 a month with some benefits during the holidays. It's about that much. I pay 200 for rent, and the remaining 400 is enough for the family's food and drink. My wife has also found a job outside, earning about 500 a month, which supports the children's education and allows us to save a little. At least it's much better than the mainland. I heard that although they can have meals now, they still can't eat enough. That's true, there's food, but it's not good and not enough. Li Donglin said with deep agreement. What about you all? Are you studying here or looking for work? Relying on relatives all the time isn't feasible. Everything has to depend on yourselves. Now that we're settled here, the two of us brothers need to find jobs, and our younger sister has to wait for the entrance exams here in the second half of the year. She still needs to study. Li Dongxing chimed in. The four of them talked a lot, and from Uncle Hua, Li Donglin learned that life for the lower class in Xiangjiang was also very tough. Although wages had increased rapidly in recent years, it seemed that the price increases were also significant. Right now, I just think about saving money to buy a house here and settle down, but the housing prices have been rising too quickly lately, Uncle Hua lamented. Uncle Hua, if you can afford the down payment, I suggest you buy a house as soon as possible. I've heard that if you don't buy soon, housing prices might surge again in the second half of the year. Li Dongxing said at this moment. From my interactions with salespeople at real estate companies and agents at housing agencies, I learned from them that the industry predictions all believe that the booming stock market is driving hot money into Xiangjiang. While speculating in the stock market, some funds will also flow into the housing market. The increase in housing prices in Xiangjiang over the past year has been influenced by this. As long as the stock market remains hot, the housing market will only become more bustling. That's the case, but current housing prices are such that a 400 square foot apartment costs 30,000. We're far from having enough savings. Uncle Hua shook his head and smiled bitterly. Mortgages, right? Don't the newspapers here always talk about mortgages? You can mortgage the house to the bank and pay a 20 down payment to get a loan for the house. You mean pre-sale units? Many people are speculating on that here. When I first arrived, it was already very hot. However, for several years, no one was speculating anymore, because those who got involved were all stuck. Uncle Hua said with a smile. But those who were stuck back then have now made a profit. Li Donglin added. Housing prices in Xianjiang will only get more expensive. Half of it is due to demand, as everyone wants to buy houses to live in, and the other half is due to these pre-sale speculators driving up prices. Uncle Hua, if you don't buy now, you might be unable to afford it later. After finishing their meal, Li Dongsheng settled the bill and took out 200 Hong Kong dollars to hand to Uncle Hua, asking him to accept it. However, Uncle Hua refused to take it, insisting that they should return the 5 cents he borrowed, stating that it is right to return the exact amount borrowed. Understanding Uncle Hua's character, Li Dongsheng ultimately took back the money and found a 5-cent bill to hand to him, which he then accepted. The security on the island is slightly better than here, but not by much. The area around Shangwan is still okay. You all need to pay attention to safety when going out, he said to them as they parted ways. If you encounter gang members looking for trouble, you can come here to find me. Although I'm not involved with the gang, some of my townsmen and comrades are still in there, and I can still talk to them. As they parted, Uncle Hua said to them. After lunch, the 3 siblings strolled around Kowloon. Having traveled all this way, they naturally wished to acquaint themselves thoroughly with the area. They walked along the streets, taking in the bustling Nathan Road, browsed the latest electronics at Yamati Street, and dined on Dundas Street. By the time they finished dinner, it was already 8 o'clock, so they boarded a bus bound for Tsim Sha Sui Ferry Pier and caught the Star Ferry back to Hong Island. Once the ferry docked, the trio disembarked and ambled leisurely toward Jingsui Garden, only to be startled by the scene outside the sales office. The sales office blazed with light, teeming with people inside, while nearly 100 more gathered outside, straining to push their way in. Had it not been for several security guards locking arms to form a human barrier at the entrance, chaos would surely have erupted. What's going on? Li Donglin approached the convenience store beside the entrance and asked the shop attendant. Rumor has it that tomorrow the price per square foot for these subsidized housing units will rise by 20 Hong Kong dollars. Many prospective buyers who hadn't yet signed contracts and still held high hopes for this location panicked and rushed here to secure deals before the hike. Young man, you're incredibly lucky. Your property value surged the very day you moved in. The attendant gazed at him with undisguised envy. How could he not be envious? He remembered the Li family purchasing daily necessities from his shop just days earlier. Naturally, anyone buying household goods must live nearby. After exchanging a few words with Li Donglin, he learned they had bought a flat right here. Is it true? $20. After all, Jingsui Garden had previously listed at 85 Hong Kong dollars per square foot. An increase of 20 Hong Kong dollars would push prices well above 100 Hong Kong dollars. Had they delayed their purchase by even a week, they'd have paid over HK100 extra. For 2 flats, that meant an additional HK100. Such a surge, over 20%, was staggering, unbearable for most. No wonder buyers still negotiating deals had shown up so late, crowding the sales office to demand contracts at the original price. Emerging from the convenience store, Li Donglin whispered to Li Dongxing, who stood nearby watching the commotion. Elder brother, property prices on Hong Island have risen, 20 Hong Kong dollars per square foot. That much? Li Dongsheng was taken aback. The magnitude of the increase was unimaginable. To wait and see. Within 6 months, prices will climb at least another 20 Hong Kong dollars per square foot, Li Donglin murmured. Surely not. At current rates, how many people in Hong Kong can afford homes? Li Dongsheng voiced his skepticism. After all, housing is a necessity. Price hikes only hold if buyers set the price at HK100 per square foot and no one could afford it. Developers would be left holding unsold inventory, inevitably heading toward bankruptcy. To profit, developers must sell completed flats, reinvest proceeds into new land, build again, and repeat, cycle after cycle. If flats remain unsold, capital stagnates, and the entire enterprise collapses. Consider Uncle Hua, whom they'd met earlier today, working tirelessly. The couple saved only HK300 annually, accumulating nearly HK200 after years. Yet even a 600 square foot flat in Kowloon required double that sum. That's why Li Donglin advised financing through a mortgage. Saving up cash alone made homeownership utterly unattainable. With Hong Island prices surging, Kowloon and the new territories' subsidized housing would likely follow suit. Uncle Hua might soon be forced to relocate from Kowloon to the new territories, where flats cost only 40 Hong Kong dollars per square foot, but commuting would become a grim ordeal. How matters resolved no longer concerned the Li siblings. They watched the spectacle for a while, then entered the estate and settled indoors to watch television. Xiao Mei initially showed interest, but once she remembered the television waiting at home, she tugged her brothers Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin back inside. Today marked the official launch of Dolly Department Store's initial public offering. Investors eager to subscribe submitted applications via stock brokerage firms to the gold and silver exchange. At this time in Hong Kong, IPO subscription periods varied depending on share volume, typically lasting in cases of large-scale rights issues, the window extended to 3 or 5 days. Dolly Department Store had issued 5 million shares total. 2 million offered in this rights issue, while existing shareholders collectively held the remaining 3 million. So the exchange allocated only 2 days for subscriptions. On Saturday, Li Donglin slept until past 10 o'clock. By then, his elder brother and younger sister had already left home, Brother Dongxing scoured newspapers for job openings, while Xiao Mei attended tutoring classes. Having never received systematic academic instruction, Xiao Mei enrolled in the most expensive tutoring program, comprehensive preparation for secondary school entrance examinations. Back home, Li Donglin tuned into the radio for a while, then prepared a simple meal, combining breakfast and lunch. By early afternoon, the crowd outside the sales office had long dispersed, and inside too no new prospects appeared. With prices freshly hiked, even urgent buyers hesitated to rush into the market. When Li Donglin arrived at Dafu Stock Brokerage, it was already past 3 o'clock. Per gold and silver exchange rules, trading closed at 4. Staff needed time afterward to tally daily transactions and organize settlements. Submissions after 4 o'clock were invalid. Li Donglin deliberately waited until precisely 4. He intended to place his Dolly department store subscription order at the closing bell. Mr. Li, you finally arrived. Fong Bo hurried over as soon as Li Donglin stepped into the office. Thanks for calling to remind me. I'm here now, Li Donglin replied cheerfully. I tried reaching you both morning and afternoon yesterday, but your line kept ringing unanswered. Fong Bo continued. We went to Kowloon yesterday. Got home just before 10. Li Donglin responded, then purchased 2 subscription forms at the counter and began filling them out. Funds had already been transferred into his margin account. Today he only needed to submit the forms. Whether, or how many, shares he'd secure remained entirely up to fate. After all, IPO allocations at this time relied heavily on discretion, with many internal mechanisms opaque to outsiders. Dolly Department Store's offering was priced at par, $1 per share. Li Donglin's first form applied for 10,000 shares registered under his own stock account. His second application, 20,000 shares, was filed under his elder brother Li Dongxing's account. After completing the forms, he glanced at the wall clock, only 3:30. Li Donglin chatted idly with Fong Bo to pass the time. Mr. Li, perhaps you should submit your forms sooner. It's safer. Seeing Li Donglin finish, yet delay submission, Fong Bo urged him. No rush. You said yourself it takes only a minute to call the exchange and enter the order. Li Donglin smiled. You really plan to hit the exact closing moment. There's truly no need. Fong Bo stared speechlessly at Li Donglin, then yielded, letting him proceed as he pleased. At 3:58 p.m., Li Donglin rose decisively, strode to the order desk, and handed in his subscription forms. He waited nearby until the phone rang confirming the trade, then turned and returned to his seat. Li Sheng, news has come from over there. The new stocks you applied for have been submitted, and now we just have to wait for the results next Monday. Fong Bo said as he stepped out from behind the counter and sat beside Li Donglin. Will the results be known on Monday morning? Li Donglin casually asked. No, it won't be until after 4:30 in the afternoon, when the exchange will announce the news. Fong Bo said softly. At that time you can check. If you need, I will keep an eye on it and call you directly when there is news. Oh, is there such a service? Li Donglin laughed. Of course you won't believe it, Li Sheng, you are my largest client. If I don't serve you well, I'm afraid you'll leave and invest elsewhere, haha. Fong Bo chuckled lightly, though his smile was a bit bitter. Haha, then you really need to serve me well. For instance, regarding this new stock application, since it's allocated by the exchange, isn't there some room for maneuvering behind the scenes? Li Donglin bantered. Hearing this, Fong Bo looked around cautiously before replying in a low voice, you can't say that carelessly. The stock allocation definitely has rules, but those aren't accessible to small brokers like us or small investors. Curiously, Donglin asked, then how can one qualify to have access? Is it a million or 10 million investment? No, it has nothing to do with how much you invest. You need to have influence. Fong Bo shook his head, continuing in a voice only the two could hear. At the very least, you need to be among the core people of the exchange. I've heard that the newly issued stocks are all allocated by them. It is said that to go public quickly, a portion of the newly issued stocks must be allocated to them, while the rest has to take care of the members of the gold and silver market. These are all old connections that must be maintained. The success of the Gold and Silver Association can't solely be attributed to them. The remaining shares would be distributed to the investors who applied. I've heard that many companies do not actually meet the qualifications for going public, but as long as they are Chinese funded and the benefits are in place, they can still become publicly listed companies. What do you mean specifically? Hearing this, Li Donglin's heart stirred. If it's just a matter of offering benefits to go public, allowing them to take investors' money, that would be much easier than trading stocks. I don't know, I've just heard about it. Fong Bo hastily waved his hand, unsure if he didn't know or simply couldn't say. But one thing you can be assured of is that stock trading is definitely real. When you buy stocks from a company, the brokerage can provide you with those stocks. Oh, I've handled this before, and it's absolutely true. Fong Bo continued. Are you talking about the stocks printed by the listed companies? Li Donglin looked at Fong Bo with a wry smile, evidently not satisfied with his answer. Yes, the stock certificates are certainly real. They can't be faked. Fong Bo said. Help me find out what benefits the exchange requires for quick stock issuance. Li Donglin suddenly said seriously to Fong Bo, you don't want to be a stockbroker for your whole life, do you? Get clear on the rules, and you'll definitely benefit in the future. After hearing Li Donglin's words, Fong Bo fell silent for a moment before saying, I can help inquire, but for a fee. Li Donglin's words touched Fong Bo. He was still young and could fight for a while, but it couldn't last forever. He didn't have the kind of connections that could easily bring in big clients to open accounts and trade stocks. He could only rely on himself actively reaching out to neighbors, and the exchange finding those interested in entering the stock market and enticing them to open accounts at Dafu Brokerage. The clients he attracted this way usually had relatively small amounts of capital, as they were ordinary people who just had some spare money and wanted to try their luck after reading the news or hearing about stocks. Li Donglin was his largest client. You help me inquire first. Oh, once there's a result, I will definitely not treat you poorly. Just ask about a company going public that doesn't meet the requirements of what conditions does the exchange need, and most importantly, who has the final say. Li Donglin remained cautious as he didn't have much money at home now, so he couldn't afford to spend recklessly. No one gets rich without a windfall, and no horse fattens without night grass. Li Donglin understood that if he wanted to stand out in Xinjiang, it would be difficult to succeed by following the rules. Xinjiang now has its own set of rules. Unless you integrate into it, you won't have a chance to share in the profits. If you can't integrate, the benefits within are irrelevant to you. Whether or not Fong Bo can find out he would do it casually, it wouldn't cost him anything. Moreover, utilizing loopholes in stock market rules, Li Donglin had such an idea, but whether it could be realized was another matter. Leaving the Jinin building, when he got home, his older brother Li Dongsheng and younger sister were already there. His sister was still sitting on the sofa watching TV, while his brother was busy in the kitchen preparing dinner. You're back. Hey, you really know how to pick a time. I've just about finished cooking when you returned. Li Dongsheng called out from the kitchen when he saw his younger brother come home. Hee. Li Donglin chuckled, awkwardly leaning against the kitchen doorframe and asking big brother, how has the job search been these past few days? Is it easy to find work in Xinjiang now? I told you to come out with me and have a look. You said you wanted to focus on stocks, and now you're asking again. Li Dongsheng said irritably, then continued, I found 2 newspapers and a publishing house, but the results aren't very good. One newspaper looks interesting, but I'm a bit dismissive of it. Why? Li Donglin became curious, wondering what problem the newspaper had that made his brother dismissive. My education is only high school, and there are still quite a few people with similar education levels in Xinjiang. If you have a university degree, it's much easier to find work. Li Dongsheng said glumly. Back then his older brother could have gone to college. With his grades, it would have been absolutely fine. Unfortunately, he couldn't attend university. He didn't even receive his high school diploma because he was sent to the countryside. With such an education level, the pressure to find employment in Xinjiang can be imagined. So what's wrong with the newspaper you don't like? Li Donglin started to say, but didn't finish. Oh, don't mention it. Li Dongsheng said with a wry smile. Tell me about it. Oh, what happened? In the future, when I look for work, I might encounter similar issues, and I don't want to fall into a pit. Li Donglin hurriedly said. That's a gossip tabloid. Do you know what that means? After hearing his brother's words, Li Donglin nodded to indicate that he understood. At this moment, he somewhat understood why his brother disdained that newspaper. Xinjiang is said to have nearly 100 newspapers, and the competition pressure is enormous. There are only about 10 newspapers with a circulation of over 10,000. The rest are all in the thousands. The reason these newspapers survive is because of the romantic novels published within. Do you think my brother could work at this point? Li Dongsheng couldn't help but laugh and cry. It is said that there are nearly 100 newspapers in Xinjiang, making the competition very fierce, with only about 10 newspapers having a circulation of over 10,000, while the rest are limited to a few hundred copies. The reason these newspapers survive is due to the romantic novels published within them. Can you imagine my elder brother working at such a newspaper? At this point, Li Dongsheng couldn't help but chuckle. Elder brother, what position did you apply for? Li Donglin did not smile. In fact, he had noticed in recent days that many newspapers in Xinjiang serialized romantic novels. Even the largest newspaper, the Oriental Daily, could not escape this trend. Of course, the literary section of the novels, or rather the serialized novels, is not limited to just one. Generally, there is one martial arts novel paired with one romantic novel. Only a few newspapers like Mingpao and Tsingtao Daily do not rely on such novels to attract readers. What other positions could I apply for? I will take whatever position is available. Oh, I can't be picky. Elder brother Li Dongsheng casually remarked. Oh, actually working at a small newspaper isn't bad. One is likely to encounter multiple roles. As long as one does well, they will have the confidence to switch jobs to larger newspapers later on. Li Donglin merely responded casually. His words were unintentional, yet elder brother seemed to take them to heart, nodding and smiling. You have a point. All right, go tidy up the table. It's time for dinner. Okay. Li Donglin agreed, and turned to the living room to set. Soon the dishes were served at the table, and Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin were already seated, but the younger sister was still sitting on the sofa staring at the television in a daze. Dinner is ready, young lady. We need to call you a few times. Li Donglin shouted impatiently. Coming, why the hurry? I was just about to watch something. The younger sister reluctantly got up and walked over to the dining table, yet her eyes were still glued to the television. Pay attention, don't let it fall into your nose. Li Donglin teased. Elder brother, look at second brother, he only knows how to bully me. Li Xiaomei said angrily to her. All right, stop teasing her. Li Dongsheng, the easygoing type, said with a smile. The three began to eat, and after a couple of bites, Li Dongsheng asked, how's it going on your side? Aren't you buying new stocks today? Did you manage to buy any? I did, but I don't know how many I managed to get. We won't know until next Monday, Li Donglin. Oh, and then what? Will you trade stocks for a while, or look for a job with me? Li Dongxing asked. I'll take a look first. If something suitable comes up, I'll go for an interview. Li Donglin spoke. He indeed planned to trade stocks for a while to see how it turned out. After all, the booming market for stocks in Hong Kong is expected, and it should become even more vibrant after some time. It's actually hard to say which is more profitable, working or trading stocks. When the market is bad, earning a stable income from work is certainly more dependable than trading stocks. However, when the market is thriving, even randomly buying stocks with closed eyes can earn far more than working a whole day. In fact, in Xinjiang, aside from trading stocks, investing in property seems to be quite lucrative at this time. Although the Li family currently has only around 30,000, it's still feasible to invest in property. After all, the current bank mortgage requires a down payment of only 20%. For instance, the house they are living in now only needs a little over 10,000 to buy. If they had bought it yesterday and sold it today, even at the original price, there would still be a price increase of 20 Hong Kong dollars per square foot, resulting in a profit of over 10,000. However, at this moment, the real estate market in Xinjiang has not been reignited, as can be seen from the unsold units in Jingsui Garden. To invest in property, it must be a sunlit transaction where buyers and investors need to snap up all available properties on the day of opening to have room for speculation. As it stands, since there are still houses for sale at the sales office, investors cannot really speculate. Therefore, during this period, Li Donglin plans to visit the sales office more often to inquire about the market situation in Xinjiang. Once he learns about the emergence of sunlit transactions, it will indicate that the real estate market in Xinjiang is becoming heated. If the stock market does poorly at that time, he can take the money out to invest in a few properties. The area can be small units of 400 to 500 square feet with a low total price, as they only need to pay 20% of the purchase price. They still have enough funds. In the afternoon, he discussed stocks with Fong Bo and talked about the previously booming property investments, which were said to have generally seen investors increase prices by around 10%. Essentially, investing 10,000 could yield a return of over 50% in a very short time. When the market is booming, a single sum of capital can turn several times within a year, resulting in multiple times the profit. Such lucrative profits explain why more and more people in Xinjiang are participating in property speculation. Indeed, there is no faster way to earn money than this. Even those who lend at high interest rates cannot make money as quickly as property speculation. However, from Fong Bo's words, Li Donglin also learned that the worst off in property speculation are actually the smaller Chinese-funded banks. In 1961, a bank run triggered by property speculation erupted in Xinjiang. Liao Baoshan, a banker from Chaoshan, died from a sudden cerebral hemorrhage during this event, causing significant upheaval in the real estate market. Although the Xinjiang government intervened to regulate property sales, the market quickly returned to calm, yet it erupted again the following year. This real estate boom was actually triggered by competition between Chinese-funded banks and British-funded banks, as the former sought to secure more loan business in the Hong Kong market, offering down payments as low as 10% or even zero down payment mortgages, ultimately leading to a larger-scale bank run in 1965. Chinese-funded banks faced excessive lending, leading to a shortage of deposit reserves to handle the rush of withdrawals from Xinjiang citizens. After unfavorable rumors about the banks circulated, they were pushed to the brink of bankruptcy. At that time, Hong Kong's largest Chinese-funded bank, Hang Seng Bank, even set a record for withdrawals of 80 million in a single day. Of course, there were rumors afterward that this operation was orchestrated by HSBC with the aim of completely controlling Hang Seng Bank. It is worth noting that in the previous years, the rapid development of Chinese-funded banks represented by Hang Seng Bank had put tremendous pressure on HSBC. From then on, banks in Xinjiang started to pay attention to deposit reserves and dared not lend recklessly to create a financial crisis. Taking advantage of the time, Li Donglin simply shared the information he heard in the afternoon with Li Dongxing. Perhaps due to his business acumen, Li Dongxing did not reject Li Donglin's speculative mindset. In fact, many businessmen who managed to stand firm during the tumultuous times in the mainland had likely participated in speculation at some point. If they hadn't seized such opportunities to speculate and earn huge profits, they would have gone bankrupt under the crazy taxation during regime changes. It is important to note that at that time, to prepare for military expenses, the previous government had devised various means to tax businessmen. So this is what property speculation is. It's quite fascinating. Li Dongxing, having understood the concept of property speculation, couldn't help but exclaim, "So this is what speculating on property is. Quite intriguing indeed." Li Dongxing couldn't help but exclaim after understanding the concept of property speculation. Not dismissing the idea meant it was feasible, so Li Donglin smiled and said, "Brother, if the property market heats up, we should also speculate on property. It's money we can easily earn." There isn't that much easy money to be made. Oh, let's clarify things first. Unexpectedly, when it came to participating in property speculation, Li Dongxing shook his head and did not engage further. After taking 2 more bites of rice, Li Dongxing looked up and said, "I need to find something to do these days. If you have time, you can ask Wang Sheng. They sell houses and should understand the ins and outs of it." To get involved in such a business without first understanding the rules is absolutely inadvisable. Without sufficient strength, participating would only lead to small-scale operations. One must never aim too high as it could backfire. Clearly this was the Li family's wisdom regarding speculative businesses. Li Donglin was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and nodded. He thought to himself, no wonder he often pondered these things, or perhaps this was inherited, the merchant instinct flowing. However, the next day, with his younger sister staying at home, Li Donglin followed his brother to several newspapers in Hong Kong Island, introducing himself, but naturally the results were not very promising. On the way home, Li Donglin quietly said to his brother, "Brother, it seems that jobs at the newspapers are hard to find. Perhaps you should look at job ads in the newspapers to see if there are any positions that interest you. Let's try a few more newspapers. If that doesn't work, we can talk about it then." Li Dongxing shook his head and said, "I've thought about it. It seems that investing in newspapers has the least risk and the highest chance of success. As for doing our family's traditional business, we don't have the necessary conditions. Not to mention lacking the funds to procure raw materials, even the money for equipment seems insufficient." What Li Dongsheng was referring to was the textile business that the family had always engaged in. Now Hong Kong already had several large textile factories capable of producing a substantial amount of fabric, which is the primary material for the garment industry, the backbone of Hong Kong's economy. Speaking of which, there are indeed many garment factories in Kowloon and the new territories nowadays. Many so-called industrial buildings are rented out by owners of garment businesses. Of course, there are many other processing industries in Hong Kong, but none are earning as much as the garment industry. The products are not only sold to Southeast Asia, but also shipped in large quantities to the M country to the east and European countries to the west. As for opening a garment factory, although it can be done on a small scale, the market access becomes challenging. In short, it's still a lack of capital causing the trouble. For now, it's more important to familiarize oneself with the business landscape of Hong Kong before considering what to do. It is also because of the lack of funds that Li Dongsheng did not reject his brother's suggestion of speculating in stocks and property, even though both come with risks. After all, where in business is there no risk? On Monday, Li Donglin did not follow his brother to look for work. He didn't stay home either, but went to the Far East Exchange to observe the market trends, mainly to assess the heat of the Hong Kong stock market. What he saw today was similar to the past few days. The place was packed with people, and many were gathered outside chatting and joking, creating a lively atmosphere. Evidently, most people had made money at this point, hence their relaxed and cheerful demeanor. In the trading hall, the counters of various brokerage firms were still crowded with people, and from time to time someone would submit order slips to buy and sell stocks. Li Donglin stood in front of the quotation board, watching as individuals and vests rushed out to wipe off the prices on the blackboard and then filled in new figures. It's still rising. Yes, the fluctuating numbers representing stock prices mostly exhibited an upward trend. The individuals in red vests typically stood in front of the blackboard, merely wiping off the numbers after the decimal point and promptly adding new figures, most of which rose by a few cents. There aren't many hot stocks stimulating the market. Stock prices are rising slowly now. Behind Li Donglin, it seemed a seasoned investor was speaking to his companion. Just wait a couple of days. With the new stocks being issued, prices will surely skyrocket, and then other stocks will have the chance to perform. Yeehop Properties is now at $35. It only rose by less than 3 cents and isn't very attractive. Just now, Li Donglin saw a person in a red vest come out, changing the price of Yeehop Properties from $34.96 to $35.02, indicating that a buy order had pushed the price up by 6 cents. That's considered a significant increase. Many company stocks have had limited price rises during this period. After all, there was a surge at the beginning of the year, and now they are somewhat stagnant. According to Fong Bo, some people are taking profits. Some individuals who made money feel they have earned enough and are gradually selling off their stocks here. To maximize their profits, they wouldn't sell off large quantities at once, as that would drive the stock prices down, which would be counterproductive. Because anyone with a discerning eye can see that there are many eager buyers entering the market. However, the short-term increase has been excessive and an adjustment is necessary. However, due to the rapid influx of funds into the stock market, there is no shortage of buy orders, so a slow rise aligns with their interests, allowing them to gradually release their stocks. If positive news stimulates the market, stock prices could surge again, allowing them to earn even more money. Tomorrow, let's see how many new stocks we can buy. I've heard that this time the new shares of Dali Department Store are issued in lots of 100 shares. We should be able to get 1 or 2 lots. Everyone generally gets a share. I applied through the brokerage at Jin Hui. Perhaps I can get more. I also found an old brokerage at Jin Hui. I've heard that the allocation for members is usually higher. Hearing what the person beside him said, Li Donglin understood that the number of new shares available for purchase this time would likely be quite limited. Because Fong Bo had once told him that in order to reflect the so-called fairness principle, the exchange would try to distribute stocks as evenly as possible among shareholders. This tactic is actually quite clever, as it can help drive up or down prices. As long as Li Donglin thinks about the limited stocks in the hands of shareholders, they generally want easily sell them, which facilitates driving up stock prices. However, as long as the price rises sluggishly, these shareholders will start to sell off their stocks. By the afternoon, Li Donglin arrived at Defu Brokerage, found Fong Bo, and awaited the final outcome to see how many new shares he could get. With 5 million shares available due to oversubscription 5 million shares would be allocated to retail investors like him. Li Sheng, have a seat. I'm going to check over there if the trading data has come back yet. Fong Bo said to Li Donglin, turning to him again to add, the stocks will be listed on Wednesday, and the opening price will definitely double. It all depends on how many you can buy to determine your profit. Li Donglin only displayed a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. It was no wonder that as long as he could buy one lot, he would at least earn over $100, and it was even possible to make $200 or $300. If luck was on his side, and he got a few hundred shares, he could easily earn over $1,000. However, that depended on luck, as it was said to be decided by a lottery within the exchange. One could only say that the issuance of new stocks in the Hong Kong stock market at this time was very intriguing. However, because it was easy to make money, everyone flocked to it. Li Donglin sat there holding the tea brewed for him by Fong Bo and took a gentle sip, feeling a wave of nostalgia in his heart. Back in the mainland, it was incredibly difficult to purchase any tea. At that time, due to famine, many tea gardens had their tea trees cut down and replaced with corn. Apart from the tea gardens reserved for foreign trade, nothing else remained. During that period, perhaps residents of large cities still had some supply of tea, but for those working in the countryside, they could hardly buy any tea throughout the year. Upon arriving in Xinjiang, tea was abundantly available, and it was all fine tea imported from the mainland. Thinking of this, Li Donglin couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Li Sheng. Just as he was feeling sentimental, thinking about the farmers who toiled all year to barely feed themselves, while here they could easily buy what they could not obtain, he heard Fong Bo's voice. Then Li Donglin stood up, and when Fong Bo approached him, he heard him happily say, "Congratulations, Li Sheng, you have purchased a total of 1500 shares of Delhi Department Store stock. You bought 500 shares under your account, and Li Sheng's account has 1000 shares. Congratulations again. This could easily turn a profit of at least $2,000 to $3,000. Just now I heard that Delhi Department Store stocks should rise to $3. Great. When the stocks go public and I make money, I'll treat Fong Sheng to a meal," Li Donglin replied. If this operation could indeed earn 2,000 to 3,000 Hong Kong dollars, treating him to a meal was certainly warranted. Li Donglin would not hesitate to spend that little money. By the way, do you have time? I was wondering if you have any news about the matter we discussed last time. Li Donglin took 2 transaction slips from Fong Bo's hand, which contained the transaction details of 2 stock accounts he held stamped by the exchange and Defu Brokerage. Please wait a moment. Oh, I have a few clients to attend to and I need to deliver these transaction slips to them, Fong Bo said, while shaking a few slips in his hand. You go ahead. They'll just sit here for a while. Come back when you're done, Li Donglin said with a smile, then sat back. Fong Bo went over there and chatted with some clients for a while, delivering the transaction slips to them, and only after a while did he return to Li Donglin's side. Seeing him return, Li Donglin simply looked at him with a cheerful smile, waiting for Fong Bo to speak first. Regarding the matter you mentioned, I haven't found out yet, but from what our boss hinted, if Li Sheng wants to operate stock listings, it's actually quite simple. As long as you have a company, have assets, regardless of how well it's managed, you can seek a listing on the exchange. Whether it's the Far East Association or our Jian Association, the founding purpose is to help our Chinese-funded companies raise development funds. The foreign companies in Xinjiang are listed at the Xinjiang Association, but only our Chinese-funded companies face many difficulties. They're making it hard to obtain approval, hence the need to come to us. Fong Bo quietly relayed the information he had gathered to Li Donglin, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, the newspapers reported the same. The reason for establishing the Far East Association was because several tycoons originally wanted to list and raise funds at the Xinjiang Association, but were denied by the foreigners. Thus, under the guidance of a wise person, they exploited a legal loophole in Xinjiang to create the Far East Exchange. The laws in Xinjiang are indeed quite lenient, especially regarding market control, which is essentially a free-range policy allowing the market to operate itself. The Hong Kong government seldom intervenes in the market except for tax collection according to the law. As for the rapid listing you mentioned with a green light, all the way at the very least you need to have a company first. In any case, the exchange doesn't impose strict regulations on Chinese-funded companies. Of course, there are certain conditions that must be met for listing. If the conditions are not satisfied, the listing process may take quite a long time, as it requires waiting for the company to rectify and meet the listing requirements. At this point, Fong Bo suddenly showed a strange expression and said, regarding the exchange you asked about, who can decide whether a company can be listed? I found out that there are 5 individuals who hold voting rights. As long as 3 of them vote in favor, the company can be listed, and they are the final arbiters for applications from listing companies. But who exactly they are, I'm not sure yet. It's probably the 5 big shots in the gold and silver trading hall. After all, the Jian Association ultimately exists in dependence on the gold and silver trading hall, which has the highest authority over the exchange. Continue to find out for me who the individuals with voting rights are, Li Donglin said quietly, then asked, besides Delhi Department Store's new stock listing, are there any other companies going public recently? There are definitely companies queuing to apply according to the announcements. I've heard that several Chinese-funded real estate companies in Xinjiang have intentions to go public for fundraising, but there hasn't been any final news yet. By the way, the Hong Kong machine engineering company under Swire Group might be going public in Xinjiang soon, but I don't know whether it will be a member sale or a public offering. What does member sale mean? Li Donglin asked curiously. It refers to the allocation of stocks to companies and individuals who have trading seats at the Xinjiang Association not available for public sale. In this case, if you want to buy stocks from Hong Kong Machine Engineering, you would need to apply through a foreign firm that has a trading seat. At that time, the new company shares will be distributed first to members, and then those members will sell them to their respective clients. However, typically at this time, the stocks offered for sale will be prioritized for those with connections. Even if you were to open an investment account at HSBC's investment department right now, they might not allocate even a single share to you. Fong Bo said. I can understand that, Li Donglin nodded. It goes without saying subscribing to new stocks is a risk-free opportunity to make money, and those investment banks certainly want casually distribute benefits to others. If it truly is a member sale, they will only allocate the new stocks to those old clients with particularly high trading volumes with them. Those old clients have paid enough commission, and now is the opportunity to reward them. Both parties benefit, and it's all within the rules, so no one can find fault. When will your company's brokerage license at the Xinjiang Association be in place? As Li Donglin was leaving, he asked Fong Bo one last question as he was seeing him out. It's already being discussed, it should be soon. Fong Bo scratched his head. This was a matter for the boss, and it was not something he could interfere with. By the way, why have I noticed an increase in advertisements for selling houses and shops in the newspapers lately? It seems like many people are selling off their properties. Li Donglin stood at the door of Dafu Brokerage and recalled a question in his mind. Perhaps they are cashing out to apply for land from the Hong Kong government. Applying for land? Li Donglin asked curiously, what is that about? There was no report in the newspapers. It's just a rumor that the governor of Hong Kong is planning to undertake a significant project, Fong Bo whispered. It's just a rumor that the governor intends to undertake a significant project. Hearing Fong Bo's mysterious words, Li Donglin naturally became even more curious and decided not to leave, but instead stood at the entrance of the Dafig brokerage firm pressing for more information. It's just a rumor. I've heard that the newly appointed governor feels that the living conditions of the residents in Xinjiang are too poor and plans to implement a 10-year land supply plan to construct a large number of public housing for the residents under his jurisdiction, improving their living conditions. This news initially spread among British companies, with reports that many British firms were seeking to sell properties at high prices to raise funds in preparation for participating in the governor's new public housing construction plan. Fong Bo's words reminded Li Donglin of a commercial property they had seen earlier in Causeway Bay, which according to the salesperson was owned by a British firm that had recently been raising funds for project operations, hence the property sale. Since the news came from within British companies, it clearly had a high likelihood of being true. With real estate prices in Xinjiang continuously rising, if the government were to indeed release a 10-year land supply plan at this time and construct a large number of public housing, the impact on Xinjiang's real estate industry would be quite significant. I've heard that the government's land supply will mainly focus on Kowloon and the new territories. Most of the land available for development on Hong Kong Island has already been acquired by British consortiums, and the remaining land has also been sold, so the impact on the real estate market on Hong Kong Island should be minimal, primarily affecting Kowloon and the new territories. Fong Bo continued to relay all the information he had heard to Li Donglin, who could only say that the financial circle truly is a hub of information, as news tends to spread first within that realm regardless of the industry. There was no choice. Many rumors could significantly impact the market, and the financial market, especially the stock market, often reacted first. Currently, Xinjiang only has the stock exchange and the gold and silver trading center as its financial markets. More popular venues like futures exchanges and currency markets have yet to be established. After all, these things do not seem very necessary for the current Xinjiang. Understanding the background of the situation, Li Donglin merely kept this matter in mind and began his journey home after leaving the Jining building. If the government were truly to implement a 10-year land supply plan and build a public housing market in Xinjiang, it would undoubtedly impact the property prices. Little did Li Donglin know, having spent a long time only on Hong Kong Island, that what he saw were mostly clusters of buildings. Whether it was two-story or multi-story tenement buildings or towering skyscrapers, in Li Donglin's eyes, most of the land available for development in Xinjiang had already been developed, giving the city a modern appearance. Even though there were still many bungalows in Kowloon, they were constantly being demolished to make way for new tenement buildings or taller structures. In such a market, if the government were to establish a 10-year plan supplying land for a large number of residential buildings, the land prices in Xinjiang would certainly be a cause for concern. However, this news did not just emerge today, so why were real estate merchants on Hong Kong Island raising prices? One must know that once the Hung Hom Cross Harbor Tunnel opens next year, the commute between Kowloon and Hong Kong Island will become even more convenient. In fact, choosing to live in Kowloon is a good option. At the very least, after visiting Kowloon a couple of days ago, Li Donglin felt that he should have settled his family there initially, as it would have saved quite a bit of money. With a belly full of doubts, Li Donglin returned home. Why are you back so late? Looking at your face, did you not manage to buy the new stocks? Second brother, dinner is ready. The voice of his younger sister came from the kitchen. Fine. After settling down in Xianjiang, the three siblings usually took turns cooking. After changing into slippers upon entering, Li Donglin plopped down on the sofa and pulled out 2 trading slips from his pocket, saying, "Your stock account bought 1,000 shares while mine bought 500 shares. According to Fong Bo and their brokerage's estimation, we should at least make 2,000 to 3,000 Hong Kong dollars this time." Really? Hearing about the potential for such a large profit, Li Dongxing, who had previously appeared lazy, suddenly became alert and straightened up on the sofa, reaching for the trading slips from Li Donglin to examine them carefully. When can we sell, eh? The desire to cash in and turn unrealized gains into real profits is perhaps the most common behavior of first-time stock traders. In 2 days the trading will take place, and we can find a good price to sell the stocks then. Li Donglin replied. You know my account, please help me sell it then. Li Dongxing handed the trading slips back to. At this moment Li Xiaoping had already come out from the kitchen with the dishes and began to complain at the table. Second brother, I told you to set the table. Oh, I forgot, I'll do it right away. Li Donglin, unfazed by his sister's reprimand, cheerfully got up to wipe the table and arranged the dishes in the center. Soon the meal was served and the 3 siblings sat together to eat. By the way, big brother, could you analyze this for me? Today I heard Fong Bo say that the newly appointed Governor McCluson has a 10-year land supply plan aimed at aggressively constructing affordable public housing for Xianjiang residents. What do you think the impact of this policy will be on property prices? How could that be possible? When did this news come out? Li Dongxing was momentarily taken aback, then put down his chopsticks to look at Li Donglin. This news should have been circulating for some time, who otherwise Fong Bo wouldn't know about it. Li Donglin stated. This was also something he had thought about on his way back. Such important news must have started circulating from the higher-ups and gradually spread downwards. If Fong Bo was aware, then basically everyone in the financial circle of Xianjiang must know. People from real estate companies would typically know even earlier, especially the bosses of those companies. Logically speaking, increasing public housing should be detrimental to property prices, yet prices just rose a few days. Li Dongxing also found it puzzling, feeling that this matter was somewhat strange. The shop in Causeway Bay we saw last time was said to be owned by a British company, right, big brother? Do you remember? Of course it wasn't long ago. Li Dongxing nodded and then inquired with suspicion. Do you mean that they are taking advantage of high prices to sell properties? Not quite, or I think they are raising funds to prepare to buy land and build houses, Li Donglin replied. The government's 10-year land supply plan aims to build a significant number of houses. The operational funds required will certainly be substantial. Do you remember what the salesperson said? Their company is relatively small among British firms. What are you really thinking? Li Dongxing asked curiously. What are you really thinking? Li Dongxing asked in puzzlement. He found it strange that his younger brother kept talking about the Ingzi company selling properties in Xianjiang for funding which had nothing to do with them. The younger sister might not be aware, but the younger brother should be very familiar with the family's financial situation. Their family currently has very little money left, and the backup funds left by their father in Xianjiang have significantly depreciated due to inflation. As for the properties mentioned by Li Donglin, they were not something they could afford to consider at the moment. They simply did not have the strength to purchase them. The reason he would think this was quite simple. After living together for so many years, how could he not be familiar with it? Hearing the elder brother's question, Li Donglin paused his meal, looking up at him for a long while. The strange atmosphere was felt even by the younger sister. She also stopped picking food and retracted her chopsticks, glancing left and right for a moment. Although she didn't know what her 2 brothers were planning, it was clear that something was going on. Finally, Li Donglin spoke up, saying, Elder brother, I'm thinking if we were to take out a loan from the bank, could we buy those properties? Snap. A crisp sound echoed in the room as Li Dongxing slapped his forehead. Younger brother, we don't even have enough money left to buy a single shop, let alone enough to take out a loan to buy one. Why would you think about buying those things? Li Dongxing lowered his hand from his forehead, looking at Li Donglin with a strange expression. Most of the wealthy people in Xianjiang aren't putting their money into properties, they mostly want to invest in stocks now. That's why these properties are hard to find buyers for, or rather hard to sell. If we are willing to take them over and apply for a loan from the bank, whether it's 50% or 60% loan, and pay the remaining amount in a year or half a year, would those companies be willing to sell? Li Donglin spoke each word with a serious attitude. Let's not even talk about whether they would agree. What would you do after? Are you planning to sell them later when their value appreciates? Li Dongxing judged Li Donglin's proposed deal from a business perspective, believing that the cost was too high to bear. Half a year, or even a year later, are you sure those properties will yield excess profits? If not, they would really go. The funds borrowed from the bank would incur interest. Fong Bo told me that as long as it's a Chinese-funded project, it can finance through the stock market, raising funds by issuing stocks. Li Donglin proposed a solution that Li Dongxing had never even considered. He suggested solving the funding issue through stock market financing. At this moment, Li Dongxing did not immediately deny his younger brother's idea, but looked at him seriously and asked, What are you really thinking? To persuade those sellers to accept our payment method for buying the buildings. First, we would mortgage the assets to the bank to obtain a 50 to 60% loan and use all of it as payment to those sellers. The remaining funds would be agreed upon to be paid in half a year or a year. After obtaining those assets, we would package them into a company and apply to the Jin-in Association to issue stocks for fundraising. As Li Donglin was expressing his thoughts, Li Dongsheng had already realized what he was planning and hurriedly interrupted, "Stop, stop, stop." Once Li Donglin closed his mouth, Li Dongsheng said with a serious expression, "What you're suggesting could easily constitute fraud. Are you saying you want to use the raised funds to pay the remaining purchase price, including the bank loan, deceiving investors with assets that do not belong to you?" "No," Li Donglin immediately denied. The raised funds would definitely be used to continue purchasing assets, acquiring rental properties in Xinjiang. Of course, when issuing shares externally, it would definitely be stated that the fundraising was for participating in the Hong Kong government's public housing construction plan. Then how do you plan to repay those initial debts? You should know that the original capital of the company is all personal debts of yours, Li Dongsheng immediately pressed on. By inflating stock prices, selling them off, you can repay this portion of the debt. Li Donglin quickly replied. What do you gain from this? After selling the stocks, do you think you can still own this company without holding shares? Li Dongsheng frowned and asked. Inflating the stock price to sell is to repay this portion of the debt with the least amount of shares and fill the company's hole. Li Donglin answered directly. He. Upon hearing this, Li Dongsheng just smiled. I already understand your idea, but as for whether it is feasible, let's analyze it first. First, can your company go public? I think there won't be any limitations on issuing stocks at the Jin-in Association. If your company gets into trouble, you might be accused of fraud for going public, since strictly speaking your company has no assets. The so-called assets you have don't count as your property because they are mortgaged to the bank and the purchase price is still owed, not paid at all. As for your method of repaying debts, it essentially relies on the possibility that the stock market may boom in the future, betting that investors will inflate your stock prices, allowing you to cash out at a high point. Using these funds to address the hidden dangers left when going public, filling that hole. It should be said that if you do succeed in going public and the stock market rises as you expect, you might achieve your goal of making money, but there are too many uncertainties involved. Not to mention, a company like yours could never pass the exchange's review to obtain the possibility of raising funds through share issuance. Li Dongsheng shook his head. Although the younger brother's idea was novel, it was far too unreliable and had no chance of realization. Elder brother, you might not know, but the two new exchanges in Xinjiang are continuously lowering their requirements to find companies willing to go public for fundraising. Li Donglin began to speak. Of course, he heard about these matters from Feng Bo. The stock market had only exploded for 2 years, and the real boom was only in the past year, with stock prices constantly rising and trading volumes skyrocketing. The most important thing is that I believe that emerging markets will inevitably face various issues, especially the nearly laissez-faire attitude of the Hong Kong government towards the stock market. Those responsible for the exchange's review can also be easily dealt with as long as you are willing to pay a certain price. They can even help the company go public quickly for fundraising. Li Donglin insisted again. Li Dongsheng knew without thinking what Li Donglin meant by paying a certain price. We don't even have enough money to pay those prices. You don't think 30,000 can bribe those people, do you? Li Dongsheng said helplessly. 30,000 is certainly not enough, but what if it is a publicly listed company with 1 million shares, or even more? Li Donglin suddenly said. 30,000 would evidently be insufficient, but suppose it were 1 million shares of a publicly listed company, or even more. Li Donglin interjected unexpectedly. At Li Donglin's words, Li Dongsheng's face altered slightly. He straightened and regarded him intently. His mind raced as he examined the plan his younger brother had proposed. Although it sounded reasonable, many problems remained unsolved to Li Dongsheng. At last he spoke. The subsequent operations, I think, have a high probability of success, but the initial steps present numerous difficulties. Under the conditions you propose, it would be difficult to persuade those companies to sell their properties to you, and you would not be able to obtain the full purchase price immediately. Although, as you suggested, arranging a mortgage might prompt the bank to pay the seller roughly half the sum, it still involves the transfer of assets. You do not imagine the assets will remain unmoved and that you can rely solely on. Li Dongsheng trailed off, then looked at Li Donglin with a thoughtful expression. Big brother, this is precisely the hinge I have considered. At that, Li Donglin became reticent. I had an inkling of that. I advise against it. The risk is too great. Li Dongsheng spoke. Li Donglin pondered before replying. There is certainly risk, but it is concentrated mainly in the first year after listing. If we can endure that period and find an opportune price to liquidate part of the shares, we can eradicate the risk. We can proceed gradually. There is no need to be so aggressive, Li Dongsheng said, shaking his head as he offered counsel. I remember my father recounting the family affairs when I was small. When our great-grandfather made his fortune, he too took great risks and did not always follow convention, Li Donglin said. Hearing him, Li Dongsheng fell silent. The initial accumulation of capital is rarely clean. The Li family's rise had been exactly that. Now the Li family had lost everything on the mainland. In Li Donglin's view, restoring their former standing might require some unclean measures, and perhaps there remained a chance. Would the exchange allow such companies to list? Li Dongsheng asked, frowning. I do not know, Li Donglin replied, shaking his head. But I think that if the inducements are adequate, it should be possible. I have already tasked Feng Bo with finding the decision-makers in the Jinin Association. We will attempt to make contact. If we can bring them on board, our probability of success will be great. After hearing Li Donglin, Li Dongsheng was silent for a moment before saying, We can try. Since nothing has been done yet, there is little to lose. Your entire scheme is founded upon a significant future surge in the stock market. If the market fails to rally and you cannot liquidate at high prices, you will be forced to sell shares merely to repay debts. Ultimately, you might shoulder all the burden only to see the company become someone else's triumph. I have great confidence in the Xiangjiang stock market, Li Donglin said simply. Li Donglin said no more. Come and eat. The food will cool if we delay, Li Dongsheng said, picking up his chopsticks and calling his siblings to the table. The next morning, Li Dongsheng went out with a newspaper, using the addresses within to look for jobs that interested him. He would also take the opportunity to see whether there were any newspaper offices nearby, and if so, he intended to approach them proactively. To be honest, having bought newspapers daily and spoken with newsstand proprietors, he increasingly felt that the newspaper trade truly had a market in Xiangjiang. From his daily observations, numerous passers-by carrying a paper, it was clear that the habit of reading newspapers had taken hold among Xiangjiang residents. If a paper was well produced, profitability was assured. Beyond profit, controlling a newspaper equated to possessing a voice and instrument of influence that was particularly advantageous in Xiangjiang. Years earlier in Suzhou City, the Li family had once contemplated running a paper, but the political climate then forbade it, even though launching a family-run newspaper in that era would not have been difficult. Li Dongsheng had risen relatively late. By the time he was ready to depart, Li Xiaomei had already left. After breakfast and tidying up, Li Donglin also planned to go to the exchange to take a look. As he reached the doorway and reached for the handle, the telephone began to ring. He found it strange. Who would be calling their home? In Xiangjiang, they were strangers with few acquaintances, and their number had been given to scarcely anyone. Li Donglin returned to the sitting room, walked to the telephone, and answered. Hello. May I speak to the Li Sheng household? Came the voice. A voice speaking Mandarin with a noticeable accent came through the receiver. Where are you calling from? Li Donglin wondered inwardly, but asked aloud. Li Sheng, this is Xiaoshuo Rebao. I am calling to inform you that we intend to employ you. If you agree, please come to our office on Thursday or Friday to sign the contract. You will start next Monday. The voice on the line made Li Donglin instantly realize the call was for Li Sheng, not for him, but for his elder brother. His elder brother had previously approached a newspaper that seemed very interested in him, apparently the very paper that published Gangdao Xiaoshuo Rebao. After his brother left, he bought a copy of Gangdao Xiaoshuo Rebao at a nearby kiosk, and discovered that most of the paper consisted of serialized fiction, nearly half of which were erotic stories. In plain terms, they were suggestive tales. Evidently, that paper must support a considerable number of writers of such works whose pieces were serialized in its pages. Perhaps such a paper was popular in Xiangjiang. His brother later saw Gangdao Xiaoshuo Rebao at many kiosks, and the stall owners said it sold quite well. You are probably looking for my elder brother. I am his younger brother. He is not at home right now, but I will pass this message on. After the person on the line spoke, Li Donglin hurriedly offered that explanation. Oh, I see. Then please ask young Li Sheng to relay the message. If Li Sheng wishes to join our paper, he must come on Thursday to complete the formalities. If he does not arrive on Thursday, we will assume he has declined and will contact another candidate. Realizing Li Dongsheng was not present, and thus could not give a definitive answer, the caller pressed the point, insisting that Li Sheng must confirm by Thursday whether he would take the post. All right, I will certainly pass the message along. Thank you, Li Donglin said. When the caller hung up, he replaced the receiver. After a moment's thought, he went to his sister's room, found paper and a pen, and wrote a note which he placed beneath the telephone as a weight. That way his brother would see it on his return and be less likely to forget. With the household tasks done, Li Donglin finally rose and left the house. Today, Li Donglin went to the Far East Exchange, where there were more stock investors, and the number of stocks traded far exceeded that of the gold and silver exchange. Consequently, the trading volume was also the largest among the three major exchanges in Xiangjiang. At the establishment of the Far East Exchange, due to the influx of funds from numerous Chinese citizens, there were not many restrictions, allowing it to quickly surpass the long-standing Xiangjiang Exchange. Although the stock market value is not as high as that of Xiangjiang, the surpassing of trading volume seems to indicate that the time for stock market value to catch up will not be long. Li Donglin arrived outside the Chinese Merchants Building, observing the bustling crowd. He first searched for a newsstand outside and bought a copy of today's Tsingtao Daily. Yesterday's stock market rise saw the Hang Seng Index surpass 290 points for the first time, hence today, all major newspapers featured the closing figure of the Hang Seng Index as their headline. Li Donglin was unsure if such coordinated operations by the newspapers were backed by a large trading team, but he instinctively felt it was quite astonishing. Indeed, the newspapers extensively covered the historic rise of the Hang Seng Index above 290 points yesterday, repeatedly emphasizing that the continuous significant gains perfectly matched Xiangjiang's increasingly prosperous economic environment. The stock market serves as a barometer of the economy, A significant rise in the stock market also signifies a flourishing economic environment in Xinjiang, suggesting a brighter future for everyone's lives. Moreover, some articles boldly predicted that once the Hang Seng Index breaks through 300 points, Xinjiang's economy will experience substantial growth, especially with the opening of the underwater tunnel and the government's housing estate plan, making it reasonable to believe that tomorrow will be better for Xinjiang. Such articles stirred Li Donglin's blood, making him want to rush into the stock market to buy stocks. One can only imagine the immense impact this report would have on the Xinjiang stock market. At this moment, the external hall of the exchange was already packed with people. When Li Donglin approached, there was hardly any space to stand. After standing outside the exchange for a while, Li Donglin gradually calmed down. Today's newspaper was filled with information not only revisiting the imminent opening of the Hungham underwater tunnel, but also reporting the recently announced government plan to construct large housing estates to provide ample public housing for residents. It is reasonable to expect that in the coming period, stock prices related to these two topics should experience significant. Don't think of it as a fleeting piece of news. In this era, news dissemination mainly relied on newspapers and radio, with television not being the primary channel, which ensured the slow spread of information. After all, in this era of Xinjiang, the literate population was not large, or one shouldn't expect 3 to 4 million illiterates to buy newspapers to read. However, Xinjiang was also one of the cities in China with a relatively high literacy rate, thanks to the presence of hundreds of thousands of intellectuals who constituted the primary consumer group of Xinjiang's newspapers. Though only a portion of the population was literate through their mouths, such news would quickly spread throughout Xinjiang. Thinking of this, Li Donglin felt a stir in his heart. Yes, it seemed like an opportunity to earn short-term. Yesterday, Li Donglin had been closely monitoring the stock trends of Qingzhou Yingni, which had repeatedly broken through 4.5 Hong Kong dollars during trading, but was subsequently suppressed, closing at 4.41 Hong Kong dollars. At that time, it gave Li Donglin the feeling that it wouldn't rise any further. Therefore, even though the market was relatively good yesterday, he hesitated to buy in due to concerns over high prices. Of course, the main reason was also that there was no money in his account. After all, the funds for subscribing to the new shares of Delhi department store were locked up. However, today was different. He could make purchases. Li Donglin returned to the outside of the exchange, following behind a few women who rushed in and squeezed into the trade. Once inside, Li Donglin looked around and soon spotted the sign of the Defu stock brokerage pushing his way over. He took out 2 Hong Kong dollars to buy 2 order slips, filling in the account and stock information with a pen at the counter. However, he did not know the current stock price, since the Hong Kong stocks had already opened. There was no other choice. Li Donglin had to continue squeezing toward the blackboard. After getting closer, he finally saw the stock price of Qingzhou Yingni 4.59 Hong Kong dollars, an increase of 0.18 Hong Kong dollars. This was still the previously adjusted price. Now it was likely over 4.6 Hong Kong dollars. Although Li Donglin thought this way, he still had confidence in the stock's future trend. After all, the government's housing estate plan for the next decade would require a large amount of cement for the construction industry. While Xinjiang had more than just Qingzhou Yingni as a cement stock, it was undoubtedly one of the leaders. With this in mind, Li Donglin pushed his way back. Despite receiving many dissatisfied glances along the way, he remained undeterred. Returning to the Defu brokerage counter, he hurriedly filled in the price of 4.65 before immediately. After the order slip was quickly taken by someone inside for verification, it was soon handed over to a nearby trader responsible for contacting the trading floor for quoting. With the order already entered into the market, all Li Donglin could do now was wait. Meanwhile, inside the trading room, the market representative from Defu stock brokerage had already received a call from outside, quickly looking up at a trader in a red vest beside him and saying Qingzhou Yingni by 3 lots and 2 lots, limit price 4.65 Hong Kong dollars. Upon receiving the trading information, the trader in the red vest immediately turned around and shouted Qingzhou Yingni 5 lots. While shouting, he walked toward the central platform, raising his right hand high palm, facing outward, looking around to see if anyone was trading. A trader next to the operator quickly recorded Qingzhou Yingni buys 3 lots and 2 lots. After recording, he immediately focused on the outgoing trader, watching for his gestures. Arriving at the platform, the trader in the red vest was still loudly announcing the stocks and quantities he wanted to trade, while on the board behind him Qingzhou Yingni was listed with a chalk price of 4.63. After shouting several times, he received no response from other traders. The trader in the red vest immediately signaled to the staff on the platform to modify the quoted price, having him first erase the 3 after the price and write 4, and then continue calling out 5 lots Qingzhou Yingni. Throughout the repeated calls, he kept his right hand raised, palm facing outward. Although this was the Far East Exchange in its first year, due to the explosive trading volume of the Far East Exchange, the Xinjiang Exchange had no choice but to lower its pride and sign a cooperation agreement with the Far East Exchange, allowing stocks traded on one exchange to be listed on the other. Thus, Qingzhou Yingni, as an established British-listed company, could also be bought and sold at the Far East Exchange. Furthermore, because it was an established listed company, each lot of Qingzhou Yingni stock consisted of 1,000 shares. Before the rise of electronic trading, stock transactions were conducted through individuals in red vests, the representatives of brokerage firms who facilitated trades through shouts and gestures. An outward palm indicated sell, an inward palm indicated buy, and a thumbs up signified deal. This was the time that truly tested one's vision and hearing as traders in red vests shouted from below, while the staff above recorded the trading situation on a blackboard. 5 lots Qingzhouing 4. 64. The individual in the red vest continued to shout repeatedly, keeping his raised right hand aloft. Seeing that there was still no response, he shouted again to the staff above Qingzhouing 4. 65. After his quotation, the staff erased the 4 they had just written and changed it to 5. Finally, after shouting 4 or 5 times, a trader in a red vest from afar approached the trading floor palm, facing him, shouting Qingzhouing 4. 65. 5 lots. Upon hearing the response, the trader immediately closed his open palm, raising his thumb high, while the other party mirrored the action. The change in gestures between the two traders was noted by the brokers from both sides, who quickly recorded the details. Simultaneously, the staff above swiftly recorded the completion of the 5 lots and the transaction price on the blackboard, along with the numbers of the 2 traders in red vests. All of this was necessary for the exchange to organize the settlement of stocks and the clearing of funds after the trading day ended. The records of the brokerage firms and the exchange had to be verified before the deal could be confirmed. In this trading room, there was no room for joking about quotes, as the exchange also recorded trading information. If either party reneged, the exchange would not accept it and would label them as untrustworthy clients. It can be said that traders in red vests had to maintain a high level of concentration throughout the trading hours, listening carefully to the trading instructions from the quoting personnel and accurately expressing their intentions. A moment's inattention could lead to mistaken trades with potentially severe consequences. After 2 traders gave each other a thumbs up to signify a completed transaction, the trader answering the phone immediately relayed the information of the completed trade inside the trading floor. At Li Donglin's location, he saw the operator pick up the phone, quickly jot down the details, and pass a record to a nearby staff member. The staff member who received the trading record then searched through a stack of order forms to find the corresponding trading order, stamped it, and set it aside. That place was the counter for shareholders to inquire about trading information. To know whether their orders had been executed, shareholders needed to ask there and look for their order forms. After submitting his order form, Li Donglin squeezed back to the front of the blackboard, watching the quotes and transaction information for Qingzhouing stocks. When the quote changed from 4.59 to 4.63, he excitedly pushed through the crowd to check if his order had been executed at the Defu brokerage. However, after waiting for the results, he could only return disappointedly, resuming his vigil in front of the blackboard. Watching the prices of other stocks on the blackboard continuously change, trending upward bit by bit, he noticed that no one had come to rewrite the price for the stock he had ordered, making Li Donglin frown in anticipation, unsure if it was due to a lack of trading activity. Finally, when a woman in her 20s wearing a red vest emerged from the inner room and swiftly approached the Qingzhouing stock, erasing the previous quote and changing the price to 4.65, Li Donglin could no longer sit idle and once again pushed his way out of the crowd. Outside the Defu brokerage counter, he provided his stock account and the trading stock, and the staff quickly searched, finally finding the 2 order forms he had submitted, tearing off one copy and handing it to him. Your order has been executed, keep it safe. Upon receiving the order form with the bold red stamp, Li Donglin knew he had purchased 5,000 shares of Qingzhouing stocks, and the moment of witnessing a miracle was about to arrive. He hoped that the price of Qingzhouing stocks would continue to rise, ideally driven by the buying momentum of shareholders reading the newspaper, pushing the price above 5 Hong Kong dollars today, which would be perfect. Today, the leading stock in the market was undoubtedly Xianjiang GD, which had only been priced at 35.12 Hong Kong dollars yesterday, but now the price was nearing 37 Hong Kong dollars, a significant increase of more than $1. On the other hand, the lagging stock was Tianqing Kowloon, whose price had dropped from the previous day's 2.66 Hong Kong dollars to 2.52 Hong Kong dollars now, and it seemed unlikely to hold even the price of 2.5 Hong Kong dollars. After Li Donglin purchased the stock, he naturally became very sensitive to the price of Qingzhouing, glancing at it from time to time. However, after his purchase, the price of Qingzhouing stocks fluctuated around 4.65, peaking at 4.71 and dipping to 4.62, seemingly lacking the momentum to surge. This trend continued until the market closed at noon, with a closing price reported at 4.64 Hong Kong dollars. During the hour after his purchase, the stock price did not rise as expected, and it appeared to have even dropped by a cent. At this moment, Li Donglin felt a mix of hope and anxiety, yet he suppressed his emotions, planning to wait until the afternoon to see the results. Meanwhile, the closing quote for Xianjiang GD dazzled many eyes at 36.98 Hong Kong dollars. In fact, it had already surpassed 37 Hong Kong dollars during trading, but had never stabilized, being knocked down by sell orders. As trading ceased, people in the trading hall continuously streamed out, and Li Donglin could only follow suit. After all, skipping lunch would leave one hungry. However, today he did not plan to go home to cook, but instead intended to find a nearby place to grab a quick bite. After ordering a bowl of seafood noodles at a nearby restaurant, he took a moment to enjoy the meal, and as the time approached, he quickly returned to the trading hall to stand in position waiting for the market to open. A sudden sound of a bell echoed through the hall, and Li Donglin knew that trading had commenced in the trading room. After about half a minute of silence in front of the blackboard, a man in a red vest emerged from the room and began to adjust the stock prices. Evidently, there were trades happening as the market opened, and the price changes in the trading room necessitated timely adjustments to the quotes outside. Li Donglin focused on the red-vested man, curious about which stock prices he would adjust, and whether they would rise or fall. As the man in the red vest stood in front of the blackboard, quickly erasing the stock prices and rewriting them, even a slight change in the initial digit caused an uproar in the trading hall. Li Donglin found it unsurprising that the stock being adjusted was Xiangjiang Land, as he vividly remembered the news from today's newspaper. Indeed, the adjusted stock was Xiangjiang Land, which saw its price of 36.98 Hong Kong dollars, 37.20. This was the current price of Xiangjiang Land, which had increased by over 2 cents. Although 2 cents might not seem significant percentage-wise, the absolute value was considerable. As the red-vested man put down the chalk and returned to the back room, 2 more red vests came out one after the other, adjusting the stock prices for the Grand Hotel and City Hotel. Despite both the Grand Hotel and City Hotel displaying hotel signs, they were also involved in real estate development, often with a hotel at the central location and surrounding areas developed into shops and residential rentals. Strictly speaking, Xiangjiang Land also had nearly half of its assets invested in hotel properties classified as hotel real estate. At this time, the Xiangjiang stock market had very few pure real estate firms, as most held substantial properties for rental and sale. After all, in a place like Xiangjiang, where there are many people and little land, commercial real estate truly yields high profits. The subsequent red vests were all targeting real estate companies' stocks like Zenlihua and Dachang Real Estate, and the prices they adjusted were undoubtedly set to surge significantly. It's rising as Xiangjiang Land is approaching 38. Xiangjiang Land is the leader. It has risen nearly $1 in just 10 minutes. As trading became more active, discussions among stockholders in the trading hall grew lively. Li Donglin watched as the prices of real estate stocks surged while the price of Qingzhou Yingni remained stagnant, even though it had also increased. 4.70 Hong Kong dollars. What the heck is this? It has only risen by 5 cents. Though 5 cents translates to a 1-point gain compared to Xiangjiang Land's nearly 3-point surge, this change is hardly noticeable. It broke $38. The increase is too rapid, prices keep climbing. At that moment, Li Donglin overheard 2 stockholders conversing behind him, clearly holders of Xiangjiang Land stocks. Li Donglin scratched his head, somewhat regretting that he hadn't chosen Xiangjiang Land for his stocks. Even if he had bought them separately with 2 accounts, one for Qingzhou Yingni and one for Xiangjiang Land, it would have been better. Suddenly, a pang of realization struck Li Donglin. Oh no. Influenced by the newspaper, he had purchased stocks with 2 accounts this morning, but when he had discussed it at home, his elder brother's account was solely for new stock subscriptions and did not participate in stock trading. He had only thought about making money back then and completely forgot about this matter. Taking a last glance at the stock price of Qingzhou Yingni, which was at 4.71 Hong Kong dollars, he felt relieved that he had made a small profit, enough not to go back with nothing to explain. Li Donglin squeezed out of the crowd and exited the trading hall. He didn't head home as it was still early. He just needed some fresh air, feeling stifled inside the trading hall, especially when seeing other stocks rising while the stocks he held changed very little. It was obvious that the frequency of price adjustments for popular stocks like Xiangjiang Land by the red vests was significantly higher than that of stocks like Qingzhou Yingni. It seems I am truly not suited for stock trading. Li Donglin rubbed his forehead and stood by the roadside watching the bustling street. At this point, it was trading time. So many passers-by were coming this way. Although many continued to walk past, a considerable number were turning into the trading hall. Li, are here. Just as Li Donglin was observing the trading hall's entrance, noticing more people going in than coming out, and pondering whether he would still find a spot inside, he heard someone calling from behind. Li Donglin turned around and smiled. Fong, you're here to recruit clients again at Far East. Haha, just came to take a look. The newcomer was his stockbroker Fong Bo, who merely smiled at Li Donglin's teasing. Interestingly, this was also the place where the two first met. Who would have thought that they would encounter each other here again today? Perhaps this is fate. Having just seen each other yesterday, Li Donglin didn't press on about the matter he inquired about previously. Finding someone to do business isn't something that can be rushed. Did you read today's newspaper? There's news that has stirred the market, and today the real estate stocks are all rising. Fong Bo added. I did read it. Li Donglin nodded and waved the newspaper in his hand. Did you buy any? I heard that the real estate stocks only started rising in the afternoon. The morning increase was quite limited. I was at the company, and I heard that large investors will start entering the market in the afternoon, all focusing on real estate-related stocks. Fong Bo continued. I also called you, but your sister answered. Haha, thank you for that. Li Donglin chuckled. What do you think about the Qingzhou Yingni stock? It's in building materials. If real estate is booming, it should rise too, as it's the largest building materials supplier in Xinjiang. Qingzhouingni is definitely a viable stock. Although it may not rise as quickly as Xinjiang Land or Dachang, it will certainly increase. Fangbo replied with a broad smile, "How much did you buy it for, Li?" 4.65 Hong Kong dollars. When I left earlier, it was only at 4.70 Hong Kong dollars, hardly moving up. Li Donglin chuckled wryly. He didn't mention that it was because he had seen the price of Xinjiang Land rise by nearly $1 that he had to step out for some air. "Then I'll go in and check the current price of Qingzhouingni, so I'll find you when I come out," Fangbo said, glancing around at the increasingly crowded trading hall before turning to head inside. It was still not yet 2 p.m., and there was plenty of time left for stock trading, so Li Donglin wasn't in a rush to squeeze in and check the market. He had already secured his purchase. It was just a matter of how much the stock price would increase. "As long as the price of Qingzhouingni rises, my elder brother shouldn't scold me too harshly," Li Donglin thought, as he casually strolled along the sidewalk. Hua Renhang building, constructed in 1924, stands only 9 stories tall. Do not dismiss its modest height. Built in 1924, it was truly a skyscraper for its era. Now 47 years later, the building has weathered decades of wind and rain, its facade worn with age. Especially as Hong Kong's economy surged in recent years, Central's Fujian Road has sprouted numerous gleaming new towers, rendering Hua Renhang an awkward dwarf amid the soaring financial district. In this land-scarce heart of Central, where every inch commands premium value, Hua Renhang looms like a frail elder among pristine giants. So much so that even Li Donglin felt it squandered precious real estate. Were he its property owner, he would surely consider demolishing it to erect a taller structure, maximizing leasable floor area and revenue. Though penniless, Li Donglin indulged in reverie how he would manage the building if it were his own. Its contrast with the neighboring Landmark Plaza and Entertainment Building was stark indeed. Unaware, Li Donglin circled the entire Hua Renhang building and found himself back at its entrance where Fang Bo stood scanning the street. Li Donglin approached and asked curiously, "Mr. Fang, are you looking for me?" "No, Mr. Li. I thought you'd be waiting here. I stepped inside only briefly and came straight out, but you'd vanished." "Enough of that," Li Donglin chuckled. "I didn't find any clients inside today, so I left early. I've brought good news. Blue Island Cement stock just breached 4 Hong Kong dollars. 80. Looks like it may hit 5 Hong Kong dollars. 00 today. Isn't that splendid?" Fang Bo beamed broadly. "NHK 4.80. And Li Donglin blinked, having bought at 4 Hong Kong dollars. 65, the price had already surged 3%. Even after brokerage fees and taxes, in less than a day, he'd earned over 500 Hong Kong dollars from this single stock, a sum equivalent to many Hong Kong residents' monthly wages. "Let's go inside and check." And without waiting for Fang Bo, Li Donglin dashed into the stock exchange. When Fang Bo finally located him again, Li Donglin stood near the blackboard, gazing blankly upward with a date. By then, Blue Island Cement's share price had climbed to 4 Hong Kong dollars. 92. His profit had reached HK 1000. "Mr. Li, sell your 1,500 shares in tomorrow department store tomorrow. You'll pocket at least another HK 200. You're truly on a roll," Fang Bo said cheerfully, standing behind him. "Later, head to the brokerage and fetch me the Hang Seng Index's chart for the past year. I'll study it carefully tonight." Li Donglin kept his eyes locked on the board as he spoke to Fang Bo beside him. Though no red-jacketed clerk adjusted the figures, his gaze remained riveted, fixed unblinkingly upon the number 4.92. "Right away. I'll retrieve it and deliver it to you personally," Fang Bo replied eagerly. After all, keeping this client satisfied meant more trades, and thus greater commissions for him. Fang Bo knew Li Donglin had purchased 5 lots of Blue Island Cement shares, generating over 100 Hong Kong dollars in brokerage commission alone, plus dozens in taxes and over 10 in transfer fees. If Li Donglin chose not to settle the trade, leaving the share certificates in the brokerage's custody, the firm could continue charging fees indefinitely. Once trading began, Defu Securities would steadily draw income from Li Donglin, and Fang Bo himself earned a commission on each transaction. Ever since Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin opened accounts at Defu Securities, Fang Bo had learned they were newcomers who had recently arrived from mainland China, that they'd immediately acquired 2 properties in Hong Kong Island and invested tens of thousands in stocks, led him to assume the Li siblings belonged to a wealthy family. They might not rival Hong Kong's top tycoons, but they were undoubtedly affluent. Otherwise, how could they possibly rush headlong into the stock market before even acclimating to Hong Kong? After all, mainland China had no stock market whatsoever, and given their age, neither brother could have encountered equity. Though Hong Kong's stock market boasted a long history, to most locals it remained an alien realm. Early participants were chiefly prominent business figures, British and Chinese tycoons, who used the market primarily for equity transfers, not speculation. Take Dairy Farm Holdings, the current constituent of the Hang Seng Index, founded in 1886 by Scottish physician Dr. Patrick Manson and 5 Hong Kong merchants. Initially capitalized at HK 300, it established a dairy farm in Pak Fu Lam on Hong Kong Island, importing 80 milch cows from Britain. By 1892, it built a warehouse on Lower Albert Road in Central. Over decades, it evolved into the preeminent listed consumer goods enterprise on Hong Kong's bourse. Today, Sir Yunin Chao serves as its principal shareholder, having acquired control over a decade ago from British interests. That acquisition occurred smoothly within the Hong Kong Club following private negotiations. No hostile. Sir Yunin Chao, knighted by Queen Elizabeth II, wielded immense influence in colonial Hong Kong, as a scion of one of the city's four great families. The four great families referred to four dominant Hong Kong dynasties during the British colonial era: the Chow Wing Tai family, the Li Pui Choi family, the Ho Kai Tung family, and the Li Hixing family. Sir Yunin Chao belonged to the Chow Wing Tai lineage, whose members held multiple knighthoods and commanded extraordinary sway across Hong Kong. As the Hong Kong Club housed predominantly British firms, mergers unfolded at negotiation tables, not trading floors. Indeed, no true stock market takeover battle had yet occurred in Hong Kong. Fong Bo presumed the least possessed substantial capital, while Li Donglin naturally divulged no truth. To Li Donglin's stock trading offered profit, but paled beside controlling a listed company outright. Stocks carried inherent risk, gains and losses alike. And while large holdings might confer influence within a corporation, what did that truly mean? Those not seated at the table remained mere chips. Li Donglin's entry through a brokerage was a reluctant necessity. After all, the Li's had no connections whatsoever in Hong Kong. At the close, Qingzhou Yingna's share price failed to reach 5 Hong Kong dollars, settling at 4 Hong Kong dollars. 92. Even so, the stock had leapt nearly 50 cents over the day. For Li Donglin, although he did not capture that full 50 cents, the rise still exceeded 5% relative to his purchase price, yielding him nearly 1,000 Hong Kong dollars in profit. And this was only the beginning. Li Donglin judged that in the coming trading days, property-related stocks would continue to draw the attention of large funds and would be the force that drove the broader market higher. As for how much the Hang Seng Index rose today, because its calculation requires the Hang Seng Bank Securities Department, the index was not being released in real time. Ordinary investors would have to wait for the next day's newspaper to learn the latest Hang Seng Index. Of course, the major brokerages and houses could roughly infer the index from the component stocks' gains, and the margin of error would be small. Li Donglin strolled out of the Huaran Bank building at ease, chatting and laughing with Fong Bo. Along the way, his spirits were high. He had invited Fong Bo to dinner, but Fong Bo had to return to the brokerage. Some of his clients had no time to watch the market and required him to call them after 5 in the afternoon. That was why he returned to the brokerage every day at 5. When he reached the gate of Jingsui Garden, Li Donglin suddenly remembered that he had used his elder brother's stock account today. Should he tell him or not? As he reached the residential building, he made up his mind to tell his elder brother. The key turned with a click, and the key turned. Li Donglin pushed the door open from outside. "Second brother, you're back." The younger sister on the I'm back, Li Donglin replied. Entering the room, he called toward the kitchen. "Elder brother, are you in the kitchen? Hear anything?" Li Dongsheng's voice drifted from the kitchen. "Do you know about the note I tucked under the telephone? Xiaoshua Daily called you this morning and asked you to come on Thursday to sign the employment contract," Li Donglin said, leaning against the doorframe as he reached the kitchen. "Your sister gave it to me," Li Dongsheng said as he stirred the wok. At that moment, the younger sister shouted from the sofa, "Second brother, there was a call for you at noon. Someone named Fong Bo." "I know, I ran into him at the Huaran Bank today," Li Donglin answered. Li Donglin chose not to raise the stock matter as soon as he arrived home. He planned to mention it over dinner. Fortunately, the market had risen today, and his trades had earned him nearly 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. Otherwise, it would have been hard to broach the subject. Sure enough, before long at the dinner table, Li Dongsheng learned that Li Donglin had traded using his stock account and furrowed his brow slightly. He did not care about the few $100 Li Donglin claimed to have made. His worry was that the stock market was too risky. He would not allow the family's last savings to be thrown into the market. In any case, the family must keep some money in reserve. "I don't want my account to be used much. That money is kept there mainly to subscribe to new shares. Try not to speculate. Use your account to do the trading. And again, that 10,000 Hong Kong dollars is yours. If it's gone, it's gone. You won't get anything more from me. If you need money, find work and earn it yourself. Do not ask the family for help again." Li Dongsheng looked up and said it plainly. "I know," Li Donglin replied, nodding. His elder brother had once said he left 20,000 Hong Kong dollars, of which 10,000 was meant as startup capital for him. There would be no more. When the matter had been lightly passed over, Li Donglin, curious, asked, "Elder brother, are you going to the newspaper the day after?" Li Dongsheng heard his younger brother's question and after a moment's thought asked in return, "Do you think I should go?" Hearing his elder brother seek his opinion rather than answer directly, Li Donglin hesitated slightly and said, "If it were me, I'd first look at the salary they're offering. If it's decent, I'd consider it." Li Dongsheng replied. When they mentioned it the other day, they spoke of a 3-month probation at 300 per month. Once on a formal contract, it would be 600 or 700 Hong Kong dollars, and by year's end there should be a year-end bonus of around 1,000. "That good?" Li Donglin exclaimed, astonished at the terms his brother had described. "As I told you before, the serialized novels the paper runs have a fairly steady readership. Because of that, the paper also has stable advertising clients and decent income," Li Dongsheng said, half amused, half exasperated. Elder brother, that job sounds promising, Li Donglin said. Look, just entering the paper, you could nearly earn 10,000 Hong Kong dollars a year. If you rise through the ranks there with promotions and raises, you'd be comfortably well off. Hua Ge said workers' wages generally haven't exceeded 600. By the way, what would you be doing at the paper? Li Donglin asked with interest. I don't know. He'll go Thursday to see and confirm the benefits. If they're good, he'll take the job. Li Dongxing laughed, then picked up his chopsticks and urged his younger siblings to eat. It's getting hot. Should we buy 3 fans tomorrow? We still don't have any fans at home. The younger sister suddenly piped up. We don't have any fans. We should buy them, Li Donglin smiled. Wait a couple of days, and once I sell my shares, he'll buy 3 fans for us. No need to wait a few days. He'll go tomorrow. Donglin can give me the money then, Li Dongxing said with a smile. All right, it's decided, Li Donglin laughed. Big brother, you saw today's newspaper. Property stocks rose across the board. I expect this wave will last a few more days. He'll consider selling on Friday or Saturday, Li Donglin said. Fine, suit yourself. Take the profits from my account too, Li Dongxing said offhand. No. That's unnecessary. That money is still yours. I won't take it, Li Donglin protested. Li Dongxing hurriedly said, you're being too polite. Li Dongxing said casually, be cautious with stocks. If you can even think to use them to make quick, dubious money, who knows how many of the companies trading now are truly in business. It's hard to tell. Li Donglin said nothing in reply. He had felt it too. Zhangjiang's financial market was truly chaotic. One city with 3 stock exchanges in the scramble to attract listed companies, they would surely keep lowering listing requirements for the exchanges needed fresh blood. By the way, brother, the stock goes public tomorrow. Would you like to join me at the gold and silver exchange to check the market? Li Donglin said casually while eating. Seeing Li Dongxing look up, with bewilderment flickering in his eyes, he knew his elder brother had already forgotten tomorrow, Wednesday, was the listing day for Delhi Department Store's new shares. Brother, our newly purchased shares go public tomorrow, Li Donglin reminded him. Oh, yes, of course. Li Dongxing feigned sudden recollection, as if jolted from a daze. He paused briefly after speaking. Truth be told, he had never held much interest in stock trading, regarding it in his mind little different from gambling. Yet he had agreed only because his younger brother was enthusiastic about it, and because the market at present burned with unprecedented fervor, making losses seem unlikely. Still, having already invested money, Li Dongxing, even without passion, felt compelled to follow developments. Moreover, having resolved to begin work at the Hong Kong Fiction Daily, there was no need to continue job hunting tomorrow. After several days of relentless searching, he felt weary. A day's rest, followed by a visit to the Fiction Daily to assess suitability and perhaps sign a contract, seemed not only reasonable but wise. All right, we'll go together, Li Dongxing said. Grandpa's coming too. Hearing that both her elder brothers would attend, their younger sister Li Xiaoping could hardly contain herself and blurted out. You have classes tomorrow. Go straight to school, Li Donglin replied firmly. But missing just one day won't matter, she began. Not even half a day? You've got Sunday off, be good. This afternoon we'll buy a fan, and I'll get you some snacks. Delicious ones, I promise. Li Donglin swiftly cut her off, coaxing her with gentle persuasion. Fine, but no cheating. Easily swayed, Xiao Mei reluctantly nodded her agreement. That night passed uneventfully. The next morning, while Li Donglin still lay abed, a knock sounded at his door. Wake up, it's time for breakfast. We'll head to the gold and silver building to watch the stock market shortly. Li Dongxing's voice carried through the door, urging him awake. Got it. I'm getting up, Li Donglin called back. With no clock in his room, he had no notion of the hour. The only timepiece in the house hung in the living room. None of the 3 siblings owned a wristwatch. During their earlier stroll through Kowloon, they'd glimpsed electronic watches sold along Argyle Street. But in this era, such devices were truly expensive. Electronic watches, also known as quartz watches, came in 2 forms, digital and analog. In Hong Kong streets at that time, most available models hailed from Japan or Switzerland. A quartz watch employed a quartz crystal oscillator, its precise high-frequency vibrations, enabling exceptional timekeeping accuracy. Analog quartz watches incorporated a series of gears to drive hour, minute, and second hands. Digital quartz watches displayed time numerically, and being fully electronic, contained no mechanical gear trains whatsoever. Yet this did not make digital quartz watches cheaper. Their near-zero time-keeping error surpassed many mechanically crude timepieces. Indeed, the analog quartz watches the siblings saw on Argyle Street typically cost over HK0, while even digital models free of intricate gearing often exceeded that price, with only a few styles priced below HK1500. Such prices instantly deterred the 3 siblings. After all, even passable mechanical watches, whether mainland-made or generic brands, often cost only a few hundred Hong Kong dollars. It must be said the electronic watch industry of that era operated on staggering profit margins, leveraging its high-tech image to command exorbitant prices, ruthlessly exploiting customers. I'll earn more, then buy a proper watch, Li Donglin mused, still seated on his bed. By the time the brothers reached the gold and silver building, minutes remained before the market opened. They bypassed the Defu stock brokerage and instead waited directly inside the trading hall, watching the latest prices chalked onto the blackboard. Before Li Donglin could even speak, Li Dongsheng had already approached the Defu brokerage counter and purchased 2 order slips, ready to sell their shares at a moment's notice. Li Donglin said nothing. Since selling was inevitable, letting his brother cover the $2 fee saved him exactly that amount, enough to buy newspapers for several days. I wonder how much it'll rise today. Will it truly yield HK0 for us right at opening, as Fong Bok? Li Dongsheng whispered beside him. By the way, how's the stock you bought doing? Can we see its price here? No, we can't. Li Donglin shook his head. He knew his brother meant Qingzhou Cement, but that stock traded exclusively on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange and the Far East Exchange, not at the Gold and Silver Exchange. Then perhaps you should go upstairs to Defu brokerage. They'll have real-time quotes there, Li Dongsheng urged immediately. Fortunately, his elder brother hadn't forgotten their largest investment wasn't Delhi department store, but Qingzhou Cement. Should that stock falter, their losses would be catastrophic. That one should be fine. For now, let's focus on whether major capital moves into Delhi department store after opening, Li Donglin replied with a faint smile. He wasn't unconcerned about Hong Kong property stocks, but sensed little immediate danger. Yesterday's momentum had just ignited, it shouldn't fade so soon. Dong! As the two spoke, a brass gong rang out. The trading hall fell silent for an instant. Then, as a red-jacketed trader emerged from behind and strode toward the blackboard, the low hum of conversation surged into a roar. The first trade will surely be Delhi department store. That's the privilege of new listings. The broker himself strikes the gong, then inevitably executes a few trades to pump up the price. Amidst the traders' murmurs, the floor clerk halted before the blackboard bearing Delhi department store's name and wrote the latest transaction price. 268,5000. At that figure, the hall erupted in clamor. Is that $2 68. Li Dongsheng, grasping the meaning of the notation, asked at once. Yes, a buyer snapped up 5,000 shares at opening. Li Donglin confirmed immediately. Can we sell now? Li Dongsheng quickly calculated this single trade would net them over HK1600, a substantial sum. His younger brother's account had already gained 800 Hong Kong dollars, reaching Fong Bo's promised minimum profit of HK200. Wait, we're only at the beginning. Li Donglin responded at once. As runners dashed forth shouting updated prices, the brothers ignored every other stock, fixing their gaze solely on Delhi department store. Within just 3 quotations, Delhi department store share price had climbed to 2 Hong Kong dollars. 80. Will it break 3 Hong Kong dollars? 00. If it did, the brothers would pocket HK300. So intense was Li Dongsheng's anticipation that his voice trembled faintly. Can it exceed 3 Hong Kong dollars? If Delhi Baihuo's share price broke past 3 Hong Kong dollars, the two brothers would stand to make 3,000 Hong Kong dollars on that holding. In that moment, Li Dongsheng scarcely realized it. His voice trembled with the question. It should not be a big problem. Li Donglin reckoned they were only 2 cents away from 3 Hong Kong dollars. With a gentle upward tug, it ought to be achievable. Having watched the market all day yesterday, he knew how inscrutable stock prices could be. A chart may look poised to climb and yet flatten into a horizontal drift. No matter how anxious you are, it does not budge. So when answering his elder brother, Li Donglin was far from confident. He could only murmur rise. Unconsciously, Li Dongsheng had begun softly repeating that single word, entirely forgetting the earlier worries he had. Perhaps this is the common failing of anyone who enters the stock market when distanced from the trading floor. One retains a thread of reason while holding shares. But once immersed in the market, that residue of reason flips into a deficit. In their minds, only one character remains: rise. However, Delhi Baihuo's price did not obey his incantation. After the fourth quote hit 2 Hong Kong dollars 88, it began to retreat, plunging down to 2. It only halted at 2 Hong Kong dollars 7 and entered a sideways wobble. So it looks like it won't go up. After waiting nearly half an hour, Delhi Baihuo's price still had not risen above 2.8 Hong Kong dollars. He finally stopped shouting rise and turned to Li Donglin. Wait a little longer, the trading volume is still light. Li Donglin said this with restraint. He remembered Fong Bo's words that stocks in Xinjiang, especially newly issued shares, mostly do not end up in the hands of retail investors, but with large holders and institutions. For example, the 1,000-odd shares they managed to buy had actually been allocated to Dafu Jingjixing by the exchange. Most of the stock was given to the brokerage's long-standing clients, or even kept by the boss, with only a sliver passed down. Perhaps that was why Fong Bo took credit before them, suggesting that their ability to obtain shares was not mere luck, but owed more to his intercession. Time soon reached 10:30. After nearly an hour of trading, the funds dedicated to new issues had probably withdrawn, and it was at that moment that Delhi Baihuo's share price launched into a violent upward surge. Within 10 minutes, Delhi Baihuo's price was rapidly driven from 2 Hong Kong dollars 7 to 3 Hong Kong dollars 2, a jump of 50 cents, with the intraday high briefly breaking 3 Hong Kong dollars 4. It was then that the shares in Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin's accounts executed at 3 Hong Kong dollars 3. Seeing that the stock started to fall after their sale, Li Dongsheng was naturally elated. By hesitating only half an hour, his account had gained an extra $500. Where else could one find such fortune? Donglin, how did you know it would surge again? Li Dongxing now held the trade confirmation the counter had handed him, and he and Li Donglin left the Jining Stock Exchange together. $2,000 suddenly appeared in his account. Elation was one thing, but he was even more curious when his younger brother had become so sharp. I don't know, just a blind guess, Li Donglin answered. He glanced at his elder brother before continuing, don't revel in this sale too soon. If the price keeps rising and breaks $4 later, don't come looking for me. On Li Donglin's side, his speculative play on Deli Baihua also netted him over $1,000, but to him such sums were trifling. Real profit, he believed, came only from creating a listed company. Look at Deli Baihua, barely a small department business with a handful of shops, yet upon listing it easily drew $500,000 Hong Kong from the market. That sum might take years of running a department store to earn. Moreover, once listed, they could sell on rallies and absorb share. Don't ask how one knows when a price is high or low. Even if a stock is sold to the floor at the current trading level, the old shareholders would have made a fortune. They could simply liquidate, walk away, and start another department store. Do you think that would be difficult? If word spread that major shareholders were cleaning out, retail investors would likely stampede for the exits. Don't assume many people vie for the chance to list a company. In today's Xinjiang, everyone knows the 3 exchanges have relaxed listing requirements. Getting a company public is not as hard as it used to be. Forget about seeking shell resources. This stock, the price should not fall below $3 Hong Kong. The big holders will likely unite to stabilize the price so they can offload the shares at higher levels. Li Donglin led Li Dongsheng to Dafu Jingjixing, walking and whispering his outlook on Deli Baihua's share. The current method of issuing new shares in Xinjiang actually aids in stabilizing prices, preventing retail investors from trashing a stock at the open. Most shares rest with large holders and institutions. To profit, the first task is to steady the price. Retail investors follow blindly, and keeping the price elevated attracts a continual stream of new retail money scrambling to buy in. Fongbo greeted them, pleased to see them. Big Li, little Li, you're here. Deli Baihua is now holding above $3 Hong Kong. It's ready for selling at any time. Fongbo was happy to see the pair and called out to them, but he lowered his voice for the last 2 words. They've already acted. Li Dongxing spoke plainly. Congratulations on your gains. The market is very good these days. Almost any stock you buy makes money, Fongbo echoed. By the way, what was that stock called? Li Dongxing wanted to ask how the stock the younger brother had bought was performing today, but he had forgotten its name. Qingzhou Ingni, Fongbo replied, swiftly guessing his question. Qingzhou Ingni is still climbing today. Oh, it's already at $5 Hong Kong. He led the Li brothers to the chalkboard and pointed to the listing for Qingzhou Ingni, saying the latest price is $5 Hong Kong. 12, up 2 cents. Rumor had it that large holders in Xinjiang were jointly hyping real estate stocks. Although Qingzhou Ingni did not develop property, it sold building materials that developers could not do without, so it fell within the scope of speculation and was said to have the potential to reach $10 Hong Kong. Fongbo did not mind passing on the hearsay to the Li brothers. Perhaps after they made money in the market, they would invest more, generating larger commission fees for him. Have you heard? Hearing Fongbo's words, Li Donglin looked at him with great interest. Yes, I'm not acquainted with wealthy families, just overheard some gossip. Li Sheng primarily relies on his own judgment when it comes to stock trading, so what I said shouldn't be taken too seriously, Fongbo quickly clarified. Who can accurately predict the rise and fall of stocks? Hence he was concerned that if he spoke too confidently and the other party ended up not making any profit, they would come looking for trouble. However, in order to demonstrate his optimism about the real estate industry in front of the Li brothers, after a reminder, Fongbo couldn't help but whisper, I heard that Mr. Li Jiaqing, a rising star in the business world, is also transitioning his Jiang industrial company from the plastic flower industry to real estate, showing the high profits in this field. Li Xingyu brothers have just arrived in Hong Kong and probably don't know this Mr. Li Jiaqing. Back in the 1950s, he foresaw the boom of the plastic flower industry and invested heavily to enter the field, at that time being called the plastic flower king of Xinjiang. At his peak, he owned multiple industrial properties and numerous factories. The fact that someone with such foresight believes in the bright prospects of the real estate industry speaks volumes. Li Jiaqing. Li Donglin murmured quietly, but Fongbo heard him clearly. Thinking the Li brothers were unaware of this person, he enthusiastically began to introduce him further. Yes, in 1950, he raised substantial capital to establish a plastic factory that produced plastic toys and simple daily necessities. When the trend for plastic flowers emerged in Europe, he decisively imported production lines from abroad to produce plastic flowers in Xinjiang, subsequently exporting them to Europe, almost completely monopolizing production in Xinjiang. After making his fortune, he invested heavily in various industrial buildings. Fongbo was still passionately narrating Li Jiaqing's history, brimming with enthusiasm. Indeed, Li Jiaqing's development in Xinjiang is well documented, from the early plastic daily goods to plastic flowers and high-end plastic toys. Everyone can see the growth of Jiang Industrial Company. It is said that in the 1960s, Li Jiaqing made a fortune of several tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars from the plastic flower business. His growth story is often recounted by countless young people in Xinjiang, and he is regarded as a role model and a figure to learn from. However, this person may be savvy in business, but his heart is not necessarily. At this point, Fong Bo suddenly fell silent, seemingly hesitant to continue. At this moment, the Li brothers were curious about the rising star in the business world he mentioned, and they naturally couldn't allow Fong Bo to speak only halfway, so they hurriedly pressed him. Go on, what exactly did he do in Xinjiang? From the tone of your voice, it doesn't sound good. Yes, we haven't been to Xinjiang during those years, and we don't know what other news there is about him, so just tell us for fun. Do you know? Seeing that the Li brothers were curious, Fong Bo finally asked in a low voice. Seeing both brothers shake their heads in unison, Fong Bo seemed a bit doubtful and murmured, That's not right. I heard there were reports from the mainland. In 1967, it seemed we were taken to the countryside, so it's not surprising we don't know. Li Dongsheng calculated the time and explained. I see then Li Sheng must have suffered a lot in the countryside over the years, Fong Bo said sympathetically. Not to mention that you wouldn't say there was a connection with the Li boss you mentioned, would you? Of course there was. Fong Bo immediately replied. You probably don't know it all started with the salary cuts and layoffs at Jiang Industrial Company. Originally in April and May of 1967, a labor dispute broke out at the New Pugong Plastic Flower Factory on New Pugong Street in Kowloon, leading to a workers' strike. At that time, the factory imposed extremely strict regulations, including not paying wages to workers who damaged production machinery and not allowing workers to take leave. Naturally, the workers were unwilling to comply with such harsh factory rules. When negotiations between labor and management failed on April 28, the factory dismissed 92 workers, including labor representatives, citing business contraction, and shut down the injection molding department. On May 11, the workers' strike at Jiang Industrial Company's New Pugong Plastic Flower Factory escalated into a riot, with workers gathering outside the streets of New Pugong confronting the police. Given the severity of the situation, the authorities announced a curfew in East Kowloon that night, canceling all backup officers' leaves. Over 100 people were arrested and 2 were injured during the incident. On May 15, 1967, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the mainland lodged a protest with the Y country representative and mobilized the capital's citizens to demonstrate outside the Y country's diplomatic office in China. During this time of special circumstances in the mainland, Xinjiang was somewhat affected, and the workers' strike triggered by the plastic flower factory quickly swept across various industries in Xinjiang. In 1966, a fare increase to 5 cents for children's tickets on the Star Ferry sparked public discontent in Xinjiang. Although it was suppressed later, social tensions continued to escalate, without any resolution. Ultimately, the workers' strike at the plastic flower factory ignited the powder keg, leading to an escalation of events. The strike began to escalate on May 4, with some workers forcibly entering the factory to demand negotiations. Unions intervened, and workers posted big character posters outside the factory. The factory called the police, who arrived to block nearby roads. Subsequently, clashes occurred between the management and protesting workers, leading the police to deploy riot teams, arresting 17 workers and injuring several protesting workers in the process. Afterward, Feng Jinshui, chairman of the leftist Hong Kong and Kowloon Rubber Plastics Workers Union, along with 2 representatives, Liang Naifa and Lin Guirong, went to Wong Tai Sin police station to negotiate regarding the arrests. A total of 21 workers and union members were arrested during the incident, with the police charging them with illegal assembly, assault, and intimidation. At this point, the workers' strike in Xinjiang had fully erupted, with riot teams entering the electrical and mechanical services department to suppress protesting workers, and over 70 people were arrested in the Hong Kong and Kowloon Rubber Plastics Workers Union. The next day, the strike drew around 600 workers to respond, with the government and public transportation companies employing harsh measures against the strikers, immediately firing absent employees. Following this, the conflict continued to escalate. By the end of July, the Xinjiang government implemented curfews simultaneously in both Hong Kong and Kowloon. The unrest persisted from May through August without subsiding. The Hong Kong government, seizing the opportunity of a British naval visit, enlisted the British forces directly in suppression operations. On August 4, authorities deployed helicopters from the visiting British aircraft carrier to land atop North Point's Chaowan building, located at the intersection of King's Road and Tongshui Road, and housing the large state-owned enterprise Huafeng department store, to conduct a pincer assault on demonstrator strongholds. The HMS Hermes dispatched military helicopters to land on Chaowan building's rooftop, while police and troops entered the building to conduct door-to-door raids. That same day, British helicopters also attempted landings atop Chengdu City building and Mingyuan building. On August 9, under emergency regulations, the police sealed multiple newspapers, including the Xinjiang Evening News, the Xianwu Daily, and the Tianfeng Daily. On August 15, police arrested 5 journalists, 2 from Xinhua News Agency, and 3 from Wenwei Pa and Ta Kung Pao. According to official statistics, the 1967 riots claimed at least 52 lives, including 11 police officers, 1 British Army bomb disposal expert stationed in Hong Kong, and 1 firefighter, and left 802 people injured, among them 200 officers. 1,936 individuals were prosecuted. After Fong Bo finished recounting the incident from several years prior, Li Donglin could not help but whistle in astonishment. Did the Li family learn absolutely nothing from that affair? After all, he had ignited such a massive crisis solely for personal profit, yet remained unscathed in the business world, even thriving. Moreover, Fong Bo appeared utterly captivated by his investments. What impact could it possibly have on him? He suffered not the slightest consequence. Instead, he profited handsomely from the panic the riots incited. At the time, given the mainland's involvement in the unrest, many Hong Kong residents feared intervention from across the border and rushed to sell off their properties and flee. It was precisely then that the Li family aggressively acquired undervalued real estate, decisions that in hindsight proved immensely lucrative. Alas, though everyone knew, several local Chinese capital firms were amassing industrial buildings and residential units en masse, no one dared follow suit. Look at the past year. Property prices have surged relentlessly. What else can people say but admire his uncanny foresight? Of course, as for personal integrity, he falls rather short, a man obsessed solely with money, Fong Bo remarked. Yet pausing slightly, he added somewhat sheepishly that said, were I ever to reach such a position, I doubt I'd resist temptation. I might well exploit my employees to maximize profits. Indeed, conditions are far better on the mainland. I hear workers truly hold sovereign status there. Yes, the status of workers on the mainland is genuinely unparalleled. Li Dongxing nodded in agreement. This was no exaggeration. At that time, the working class in mainland China enjoyed a stature unmatched by any nation or era, truly the masters of the nation. All this talk, you're suggesting he's among those manipulating the property market this time? Li Donglin asked curiously. It's hard to say for certain, but those individuals certainly possess profound expertise in stock markets. Though none of their companies were publicly listed, they maintained close ties with foreign businessmen. Should Changjiang Industrial go public, it would very likely choose the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. But isn't the Far East Exchange run by local Chinese merchants? Would he really opt for the Hong Kong Stock Exchange? Li Donglin voiced his skepticism. In my judgment, he'll select the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, not the Far East Exchange, precisely because of his strong connections with foreign businessmen, Fong Bo replied. So all this is meant to persuade us to keep holding shares in Tsingtao Cement. Li Dongxing suddenly recalled their original purpose having been absorbed in the story. Tsingtao Cement is undoubtedly an excellent company, profitable and dividend-paying, holding long-term guarantees gains. In fact, if you have capital, increasing your position in property stocks now would likely yield steady appreciation throughout this year. Fong Bo chuckled modestly. Li Donglin, however, shook his head, clearly unconvinced by Fong Bo's assessment. Were I in his place orchestrating a bullish play on property stocks, I'd simply inflate prices sharply in the short term, riding the surge in Hong Kong's property values, then cash out at the peak. You mentioned he intends to take his company public, so earning substantial returns in Hong Kong's stock market this year would bolster profits, enabling him to command a higher offering price next year. I've heard share issue prices correlate directly with corporate profits. The greater the profit, the higher the valuation. Is that correct? Li Donglin asked with a smile. Well, Fong Bo faltered momentarily at a loss for rebuttal. Li Donglin's reasoning appeared sound. Thus, Hong Kong's property stocks are poised for a sharp short-term rally, followed by capital withdrawal, inevitably dragging down the Hang Seng Index into a classic pattern of sharp ascent and subsequent decline. By this point, Li Donglin had formed a clear outlook on this year's Hong Kong market. How high it might climb remained uncertain, but rise it surely would. Exchanging a glance with his elder brother, Li Dongxing too intuited something, and merely nodded faintly. Can we settle the share transaction tomorrow? Li Dongxing casually inquired, referring specifically to the Tsingtao Cement shares, since Dali department store shares had already been sold, rendering settlement moot. Yes, Mr. Li purchased the shares yesterday, and settlement requires 2 trading days, so the shares will be delivered to you tomorrow. Fong Bo hastened to reply. Though retaining the shares at Defu Securities would have generated additional deposit income for the firm, as a client-oriented brokerage, its priority lay in serving investors well. Thus, Fong Bo offered no suggestion to retain the shares at the brokerage. We sincerely appreciate your candor, Li Dongxing declared, signaling the conclusion of their visit. It's my duty, sir. No need for such courtesy. Fong Bo quickly responded with a deferential smile. As Li Donglin followed his elder brother out of the Jianyin building, he whispered, Brother, what's your view on property stocks? With one's eyes open, what else is there to see? Li Dongxing replied with a wry smile. That's not what I meant. Li Donglin instantly grew flustered at his brother's playful retort. Donglin, let's discuss this back home. Li Dongxing smiled gently, then led his younger brother homeward. Let's buy some groceries first. We've made money on stocks, so let's celebrate with a proper meal. Li Donglin naturally concurred. What's the point of making money, if not to enjoy life? Upon returning home with bags of rich provisions, their younger sister burst into cheers. Though the Li family's diet had vastly improved since settling in Hong Kong, their little sister remained passionately devoted to meat, apparently unfazed by concerns over weight gain. Still, the family had previously purchased only half a gene of meat daily. Never more, since meat in Hong Kong was expensive and household expenses required meticulous management. Today, however, they bought nearly 2 gene. How could their little sister possibly contain her delight? Seeing her younger sisters joy, Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin also felt delighted. Yet Li Donglin noticed a flicker of bewilderment in his elder brother's eyes. "Brother, what's wrong?" Li Donglin, puzzled by his elder brother's expression, asked directly. Nothing much. Who's cooking tonight?" "Let our younger sister do it. She's the best cook." Li Donglin replied at once. "Nonsense. You're just trying to shirk your duty and flattering her to cover it up." Their younger sister wasn't naive. She knew full well how often her second brother dodged responsibility, and how readily he offloaded his chores onto her. Watching his siblings bicker, Li Dongsheng merely smiled, and when neither showed any willingness to prepare dinner, he finally offered, "Then I'll take care of it." "Brother, don't bother. Last time it was his turn to cook, yet he didn't lift a finger. I had to do everything," their younger sister declared, pouting indignantly. "Hey, I'm doing you a favor. Practicing your cooking skills now will ensure you're never looked down upon in your future husband's household. You simply fail to appreciate my benevolent intent." Li Donglin teased lightly. "Brother, look, he's mocking me again." Their younger sister protested more fiercely, tugging Li Dongsheng's hand and pleading aloud. "Enough, Donglin. Stop teasing our little sister. Since neither of you wishes to cook, I'll handle it myself." Li Dongsheng gently patted her head and shot Li Donglin a stern glance. Li Dongsheng retreated to the kitchen to begin cooking, while Li Donglin and Li Xiaoping settled onto the sofa to listen to the radio, occasionally pausing so Li Donglin could ask his sister to clarify phrases he didn't understand. Among the family, their younger sister spoke Cantonese most fluently. No wasted expense on tutors. "Brother, did you make money in that stock market? That's why you bought so much meat today," she added, finally voicing her curiosity about the reason behind the purchase. Having overheard their stock market outing earlier, she naturally connected the dots. "Indeed. We earned 3,000 Hong Kong dollars from last week's stock purchase, and brother, elated, immediately bought 2 jin of meat," Li Donglin replied with a cheerful grin. "Wow, stocks really yield such returns. Then tell me, what happened with that stock you bought? Did it profit?" She inquired specifically about the Qingzhou cement stock. Though she couldn't recall its exact name, she'd heard Li Donglin mention it during dinner, and thus grasped the matter clearly. "It soared spectacularly," Li Donglin said, tilting his chin upward with quiet pride. "Spectacularly? How much exactly?" she pressed instantly. "Over 2,000, more or less." With the current share price having risen nearly $0.50 above his entry point, his 5,000 share position yielded a floating gain of over $2,000. Moreover, observing the prevailing market conditions, Li Donglin grew increasingly convinced that a group of powerful investors in Hong Kong were deliberately inflating property stocks, perhaps laying groundwork for a broader real estate boom. Even within these few days since they moved into Jingsui Gardens, several units had changed hands. Whether sold for $80,000 or over $100,000 remained unknown, yet the neighborhood's occupancy had visibly increased. "Brothers, you said you'd buy fans, but still haven't. It's growing hotter by the day," their younger sister remarked. At her words, Li Donglin smacked his forehead in embarrassment. "I forgot. No fair. I demand we go this afternoon. Since you've profited from stocks, it's high time we bought those fans." She cried out immediately. "What's unfair?" Li Dongsheng peered out from the kitchen. "The fans, we completely forgot about buying fans." Li Donglin chuckled as he explained. "Ah, indeed. Let's go this afternoon," Li Dongsheng decided without hesitation upon hearing the matter. "Little sister, I'll accompany you this afternoon to buy fans, while your second brother monitors the stocks. All our family funds are entrusted there. Keep a close watch." Li Dongsheng smiled. "Agreed. Let's go this afternoon." She clapped her hands gleefully. "By the way, brother, do we need to settle the trade at the brokerage tomorrow?" Li Donglin asked. "We'll discuss it over dinner. I'll need time to think it through carefully," Li Dongsheng replied, then turned back into the kitchen to resume cooking. When dinner was served, Li Donglin wiped the table and carried dishes while their younger sister dished out rice. The family quickly gathered around the table. Li Dongsheng began discussing stock strategy with Li Donglin, while their younger sister, unfamiliar with finance, focused solely on serving herself food, remaining respectfully silent amid her brother's conversation. "How far do you think this property stock rally might extend?" Li Dongsheng opened the discussion. "Who can say for certain? Yet the Hang Seng index chart I brought home from the brokerage shows steady gradual ascent. This time, however, is different. As Fong Bo mentioned, major players are aggressively pumping property stocks. Given their capital scale, I suspect the surge won't be slow. It'll be swift and sharp, followed immediately by large-scale selling." Li Donglin laid out his hypothesis, fully convinced that such institutional investors would never lock vast sums into long-term holdings. Clearly, these big players had entered the market well in advance, accumulating massive positions. The recent index gains were in essence market reactions triggered by their aggressive buying. Now they were actively engineering momentum, both on trading floors and through media narratives, signaling thorough preparation. What remained was a final explosive upward thrust to inflate prices to target levels, then immediate distribution. That aligns closely with my thinking. Capital only becomes real wealth once it's converted back into cash. If left idle and stocks carrying costs mount relentlessly. Li Dongsheng nodded thoughtfully. "Then let's pay the custody fee. Leave the shares at the brokerage, not at home. You monitor the price closely. Once it surges, we exit swiftly." This speculative wave he mused might exhaust the entire year's market momentum in one decisive burst. Li Dongxing approached the problem through the lens of past experience. Domestic commodity speculation often involved brutal rapid price inflation, allowing insiders to liquidate positions before others could react. During wartime, when domestic cotton supplies tightened, the Li family imported vast quantities from across the strait. Upon receiving telegrams estimating arrival times, they deliberately stoked market fears of scarcity, driving cotton prices skyward. Once shipments docked, they dumped their entire inventory at peak prices, retaining only enough raw material for their own factories, lest production halt and losses mount. Such tactics secured the Li family's survival in Beijing, especially critical when government taxation was extraordinarily punitive. Without these windfall profits, coercive, patriotic donations alone would have bankrupted them. Naturally, authorities were aware, and thus tolerated such speculation with deliberate leniency. Even when a prominent official's son vowed to crack down on corruption, the campaign dissolved quietly. Merchants bought security with wealth. Powerful figures, even scions of elite families, proved powerless against such pragmatic arrangements. It should be said that engaging in speculative business is essentially the same across the board. Although the Li family has never participated in manipulating stock prices, many principles in business and the stock market are fundamentally similar. For this reason, Li Dongxing, who has been exposed to these ideas, can easily grasp the underlying principles. Now just look at those who are manipulating real estate stocks. Their goal is to determine how much money they can extract from the market. Once they have made enough money, they may escape at any moment, dumping large quantities of stocks on the market. Although the market has just begun, let's not forget what Feng Bo said after stock delivery. While shareholders do not need to pay custody fees to the brokerage, when you want to sell your stocks, there are 7 days for the brokerage and the exchange to verify the stock information. During these 7 days, who knows how the market will change? Understanding this makes it easy to make choices. Then he'll ask if there are any discounts at the Fu brokerage, like how much the annual custody fee is just to settle on a number. After all, it's just a few pieces of paper, and a safe can hold stocks worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Li Donglin nodded. He meant the same. There was no need to overthink the custody fees for those stocks. Whether it was 100 or 200 a year, just set a fixed amount. Talking about charging a fee based on a fraction of the market value is unnecessary. That's exactly what I meant, Li Dongxing said. So, brother, should we take the money from today's sale and invest more while the market is just picking up? I'm optimistic about Xiangjiang real estate and Dachang real estate. You decide what to do. However, I think the money in my account should be kept. It's best not to invest more right now. Li Dongxing hesitated before speaking. Why? The market has just started. There should be a significant surge in the short term, Li Donglin asked, puzzled. His elder brother understood the market well, but he was somewhat confused about this reasoning. Those people are inflating real estate stocks, and I think Xiangjiang people will soon start speculating on new properties. If they can't speculate on new properties, what's the purpose of inflating real estate stocks? It fundamentally fails to activate the real estate market, and their stocks might end up collapsing in their hands. Their operations are quite risky. If their funds can't exit the stock market, it could lead to significant trouble. I don't know how they are calculating this, but I believe that the major players inflating real estate stocks are likely the real estate magnates from Xiangjiang. So, brother, are you planning to speculate on new properties with your funds? Li Donglin focused on what his brother said about Xiangjiang people starting to speculate on new properties. We'll see how it goes, but it's certain that once the real estate market heats up, these funds will definitely withdraw from the stock market, Li Dongxing analyzed. At this moment, Li Donglin merely nodded. Although he had not experienced some speculative events, he had heard his elders talk about them. To inflate commodity prices, they must first pose as buyers. In the stock market, as long as there is money, consistently buying stocks at higher prices will drive up the prices. However, speculating on new properties requires a certain capital investment. When real estate developers open for sales, they quickly enter the market to acquire most of the properties, leaving only a small amount for speculators to participate in, and they also drive the prices up. Once the prices of new properties reach a level that is relatively acceptable to the market, they will gradually start to sell off their holdings. This is how large capital operates. They won't directly acquire all the units in a development. They will leave some for external speculators finding a reasonable price during their price inflation process. Only then will they act profiting from the price difference. They seek a stable price rather than high-price sales of 1 or 2 properties, which are what speculators chase after. Knowing that his brother had plans to speculate on new properties, Li Donglin did not intend to persuade him otherwise. Perhaps in his brother's view, the risk of stock speculation is higher than that of speculating on new properties. At least new properties represent a physical house, something tangible to see and touch after some time, rather than spending a lot of money on a few pieces of paper. Well, wasn't the 5,000 shares of Qingzhou Ingni that Li Donglin bought for over 20,000 Hong Kong dollars just 5 stock certificates? After lunch, while washing the dishes, Li Donglin did not refuse. He disliked cooking mainly because the weather in Xiangjiang was already hot, and being stuck in the kitchen made it even more unbearable. Washing the dishes was somewhat better and more acceptable. After tidying up at home, Li Donglin first called the Fu stock brokerage to look for Feng Bo before heading out. However, this time, he couldn't reach anyone. The person on the other end did not know where Fong Bo was at the moment. Li Donglin could only choose to see if he could run into Fong Bo at the Far East Club. After all, he no longer had to leave department store, only Qingzhouingni. For trading, it is definitely more convenient at the Far East Club. If he still didn't find him, he would go to Defu Brokerage after the market closed at 4. After hanging up the phone and saying goodbye to his brother, Li Donglin set out for the Chinese Association. The trading hall at the Far East Club was still bustling with people, seemingly even more crowded than before. Although there was a fan desperately blowing air, it was still quite stuffy inside. After entering, Li Donglin took a look around, but did not see Fong Bo, suspecting he might be looking for clients at the gold and silver exchange. However, he would not go there now. Although Defu Brokerage also allowed phone orders, he felt it unnecessary to run back and forth. It would be better to wait at the Far East Club until the market closes than let Fong Bo provide a discount from Defu Brokerage. As he squeezed toward the blackboard, Li Donglin already knew the approximate price of a stock, which was Xiangjiang Real Estate. Today, Xiangjiang Real Estate continued to lead the pack, significantly rising with the stock price already surpassing 40 Hong Kong dollars per share, clearly preparing to stand above 41 Hong Kong dollars. Of course, Li Donglin would not care how high other stocks rose. What he was concerned about was still the Qingzhouingni 21 Hong Kong dollars. Although it didn't rise as quickly as Xiangjiang Real Estate, it still increased by about 3 cents today, which wasn't a small gain. In fact, if it weren't for the large funds creating a stir, stocks in Xiangjiang typically have stable prices, and the fluctuations are not significant, usually only a few cents. But once there is capital involved in creating a stir, the stock prices can rise dramatically. Stocks like Qingzhouingni, which are low-priced, have already seen daily gains exceeding 2 cents for 3 consecutive days. Looking at today's momentum, it seems to be aiming for a 3-cent increase. The daily gains are starting to widen, and Li Donglin's intuition is reminding him that a larger surge should occur soon. Real estate stocks should be a short-term surge in the market. In today's Hong Kong stock market, after a violent surge in real estate stocks following the opening, the market has maintained the price of Qingzhouingni stocks in Li Donglin's hands has fluctuated around 2 Hong Kong dollars, as many seem to be taking profits and not planning to continue making money. Indeed, considering that last Saturday when the market closed, the price of Qingzhouingni was just over 4 Hong Kong dollars. In just 3 days, it has almost risen by $1. Such a significant rise cannot be deemed insignificant. It is rather impressive. Li Donglin initially thought that today would simply continue in this manner. After all, having risen so much, it was time for those holding low-price shares to let some go in preparation for further price increases. However, he was mistaken. As the clock struck 3:30 with half an hour left until the closing bell, the real estate stocks began another wave of violent surges. Naturally, the first stock to surge was Xiangjiang Jidi, whose price directly broke through the 40 Hong Kong dollar mark, causing bursts of cheers to erupt in the Far East Exchange trading hall. Indeed, having read the newspapers, many investors have recently increased their purchases of Xiangjiang Jidi stocks, with numerous individuals buying in at prices above $37. If previously they had been anxiously watching the stock price fluctuate while holding their shares, now they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. With the stock price soaring far beyond their purchase cost, they could finally hold their shares with confidence, anticipating further increases. At this moment, news also circulated in the trading hall that Xiangjiang Jidi was leading the charge, stimulating the stock market on the Xiangjiang side, where the stock price had also surpassed 40 Hong Kong dollars, and there were even reports of buy orders at 41 Hong Kong dollars, indicating a strong upward momentum. Amidst this atmosphere of explosive growth, Qingzhouingni's stock price finally broke free from the 2 Hong Kong dollar quagmire, surging above $5 in the last 10 minutes due to substantial buying. When the clock struck for the market finally closed, with Xiangjiang Jidi finishing at 41.52 Hong Kong dollars, while Qingzhouingni's closing price reached 5.46 Hong Kong dollars. Li Donglin stood in front of the blackboard, staring at the final closing prices displayed, rendered speechless for a long. After arriving in the afternoon, he had calculated the amount of funds available in his account, only to find that aside from his older brother's account, which could still buy some stocks, he didn't have much money left. When he initially purchased Qingzhouingni stocks, he had already spent over 940 Hong Kong dollars, and with another 500 spent on purchasing shares from Delish department store, there was hardly any money left in his account. Today, having sold 500 shares of Delish at 3 Hong Kong dollars, there was only 1700 Hong Kong dollars left in his account, insufficient to buy even one lot of Qingzhouingni stocks. As for the other stock he was interested in, Xiangjiang Jidi, at 40 Hong Kong dollars, it was naturally out of reach. While his older brother's account did have funds with over 800 Hong Kong dollars remaining after selling 100 shares of Delish, he felt it pointless to buy only one lot of Qingzhouingni stocks. After being entrusted with his brother's account, Li Donglin felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. His earlier purchases had been somewhat impulsive, leading to a sense of worry post-purchase. However, he had indeed been confident at the time of buying. Throughout the afternoon, he did not see Fong Bo at the Far East Exchange, so after the market closed, he chose not to head home directly, but instead went to the gold and silver building, intending to discuss stock custody fees with Fong Bo. Li Donglin was quite familiar with the Dafu stock brokerage. Upon arriving at the bottom of the gold and silver building, he directly took the elevator to the floor where the Dafu brokerage was located and entered the company. Not long after entering, he spotted Fong Bo, who seemed to have just acquired another client and was assisting them with opening. As Li Donglin approached, Fong Bo noticed him, gestured to an empty seat nearby, indicating for him to sit and wait, and asked a passing colleague to pour a cup of water for Li Donglin. After more than 10 minutes, once Fong Bo finished the paperwork and sent off the client, he finally walked over to Li Donglin. "Li Sheng, did you come to see me for something today?" In recent days, the Li brothers had visited frequently, but Fong Bo was happy to see them as it indicated a growing interest in the stock market. "I want to discuss the stock custody fees. When you introduced them before, you only mentioned they are charged per transaction. I'm here to inquire if there are any discounts available." Upon hearing Li Donglin mention the custody fees, Fong Bo immediately understood the situation. After all, the Li brothers' purchase of Qingzhou Yingmi stocks would require delivery soon, and if they did not collect the physical stocks from the brokerage, it meant the stocks would be held by the brokerage, which would charge a fee based on the amount or value of the stocks held. In Hong Kong, the custody fee is fundamentally due to regulations regarding listed companies, which stipulate that stock issuance must involve physical shares. A simple accounting like bank deposits is not permissible. For each stock issued by a listed company, corresponding physical stocks must be printed for delivery to investors. To facilitate this, stock brokerages offer custody services, substituting for clients in the safekeeping of these physical stocks. Of course, the fees incurred must also be borne by the shareholders. In Hong Kong, holding Hong Kong stocks typically incurs custody fees calculated as a percentage of the stock's market value. Although this percentage is low, it is important to note that the fees are calculated daily, meaning the value or quantity of the stocks under custody is assessed each day to determine the custody fee deducted from the client's account. Naturally, if clients sell their stocks within 2 trading days of purchase, there would be no need for delivery and thus no custody fees. It is evident that the Hong Kong stock market was designed from the outset as a model primarily focused on short-term. Li Sheng, our brokerage's custody fees are the lowest in all of Hong Kong. While Fong Bo rambled on about the advantages of the brokerage, Li Donglin waved his hand to interrupt him, smiling. "Fong Sheng, let's be straightforward. I hope the brokerage can settle the custody fees for my and my brother's stock accounts on an annual or monthly basis that the brokerage has no precedent for." Understanding Li Donglin's purpose for visiting, Fong Bo immediately replied, "I don't believe that all brokerages charge custody fees based on the amount of stocks clients hold. It may not be a precedent for small investors like us." Li Donglin maintained a smile, having already calculated that the stock value in his account had exceeded 10,000 Hong Kong dollars, meaning Dafu brokerage would deduct 10 Hong Kong dollars in custody fees from his account daily if he did not proceed with the delivery but opted for the brokerage to hold the stocks. A storage fee of 10 Hong Kong dollars per day is not a trivial amount. If the market for real estate stocks lasts a bit longer, say for 2 weeks, the Li brothers account would incur a storage fee of 2 to 300 Hong Kong dollars. 2 to 300 Hong Kong dollars is not a small sum. It represents the salary of many workers in Hong Kong for half a month, or a significant portion of a family's living expenses for the same period. Of course, this is just a possibility. Based on the recent performance of real estate stocks, it seems that the hype won't last long, but Li Donglin believes he will hold various stocks for the long term. If he doesn't minimize this cost now, he will pay a hefty price later. "Li, I understand your concerns. After all, I've been in this business for quite a while. You must realize that right now, all brokerage firms in Hong Kong are doing this, and we cannot break from tradition." After hesitating for a moment, Fong Bo spoke. "In fact, we previously suggested to the boss to attract clients, but the outcome was not good. You must understand, if we break the industry's rules like this, we would face a boycott from all brokerage firms in the sector." Hearing Fong Bo's words, Li Donglin understood that charging a high storage fee seemed to be an unspoken rule in the brokerage industry of Hong Kong, with everyone trying to earn more money from investors through this method. However, I've heard that some brokerage firms offer monthly or annual packages. Although he knew this, Li Donglin was not someone who could be easily dismissed by Fong Bo's brief words. Investing 30,000 Hong Kong dollars in the stock market is not a small amount at this time. Many Hong Kong families do not have savings that reach this figure. However, compared to larger investors in the market, this amount is indeed quite small. With your current investment, there is almost no possibility of applying for special discounts. Please understand, I truly cannot help you with this matter. Fong Bo was unsure if other brokers had contacted Li Donglin, but he genuinely could not assist with this, as it was an industry norm that could not be easily broken. What conditions are needed to receive such a discount? Fong Bo did not deny the existence of such discount conditions, and Li Donglin naturally wanted to learn more. Fong Bo extended his palm and whispered, 500,000 Hong Kong dollars. If you invest 500,000 Hong Kong dollars, you can apply for a monthly or annual package. Once that figure is reached, how much is the monthly package? Li Donglin asked curiously, while also calculating in his mind. 200 Hong Kong dollars. Fong Bo replied without hesitation. The annual fee is 2,000, which is an amount that many investors cannot reach. Therefore, even if we disclose this figure, there won't be many who are interested. In fact, most investors do not even have 10,000 Hong Kong dollars in their accounts. Are there many investors engaging in physical delivery? Li Donglin asked again. About half. As far as I know, most investors choose to settle after buying stocks, taking their stock certificates home and only bringing them back when they need to sell. Of course, some people are simply traders and naturally will not choose delivery. Instead, they are willing to pay storage fees as they hold stocks for such a short time that brokerage firms do not earn much from them. Fong Bo did not mind sharing some information he knew with Li Donglin, as regardless of his knowledge, he still had to, whether at their Defu brokerage or elsewhere, storage fees are indispensable unless they increase their investments. In that case, could you speak to your boss and see if my account can have a discount on the storage fee calculated at 10,000 Hong Kong dollars? For example, a 2/3 or 3/3 discount or 50 Hong Kong dollars for the monthly fee, as I really don't want the hassle of delivering stocks. Your brokerage must have its own vault. It's essentially a safe to store those stock certificates, right? It doesn't actually cost, Li Donglin whispered. Actually, the company hasn't prepared a safe. Valuable items are directly placed in the vault of the gold and silver trading hall downstairs, including stock certificates. However, the vault is rented from the trading floor, and the fees are considerable. Fong Bo shrugged. Alright, Li Donglin could only say he had underestimated the situation. He thought a brokerage was just about buying a couple of safes, not realizing that some brokerages put valuable items directly in a vault for safety. If calculated, it seems that the investment is indeed quite large. However, the storage fees set by brokerage firms are genuinely a bit high. 2/3 or 3/3 with a monthly fee of 50 Hong Kong dollars. Li Donglin still felt it was acceptable. 50 Hong Kong dollars for a monthly fee means I would have to pay your brokerage $100 for my 2 accounts each month, which is not insignificant. If we bring in more clients, say 1,000 clients, we could earn over 10,000 Hong Kong dollars a month without doing anything. Li Donglin calculated for Fong Bo. I understand what you're saying. I can only tell the boss, but I don't know if it will. Fong Bo replied perfunctorily. Although he did not want to lose the Li brothers as clients, he genuinely had limited options. By the way, have you gotten any news about the matter I asked you to inquire about earlier? Li Donglin asked again. Although he didn't know why Li Donglin kept inquiring about the upper echelons of the gold and silver trading hall, Fong Bo had some guesses. However, he still doubted the Li brothers' capabilities, as they had just arrived in Hong Kong. It would be incredibly difficult for them to manipulate a company to go public. I have only found out that Chairman Hu Hanhui of the Gold and Silver Trading Hall and Boss Kong of Mingtang Gold Store are council members with the authority to decide whether a company can go public. I have not yet gathered information about the identities of others. However, I heard a piece of inside information. As long as Chairman who supports a company's listing, other council members generally will not oppose it. Or rather, as long as one can convince one council member, the others usually tend to support it. Fong Bo said, his expression somewhat peculiar. Li Donglin did not pay much attention to this. He also guessed the reason for such a situation. In fact, this is a compromise among several council members. If you help someone handle the listing of their company today, if someone opposes it, it's likely that next time that person will also oppose when helping a friend with their company listing, leading to retaliation. As long as the company applying for listing is reasonable in all aspects, even if there are some irregularities, everyone turns a blind eye. There is no need to create unpleasantness over minor issues. Fong Bo's expression was naturally because he had figured this point out. So while there are various restrictions imposed by the Gold and Silver Trading Hall on listed companies, it seems that in practice it is not as strict as it appears. Upon exiting the Gold and Silver building, although he had not achieved his intended goal, he had at least gleaned the direction of his efforts from Fong Bo's words, which was not insignificant. Chairman Hu Hanhui of the Gold and Silver Marketplace and Boss Kong of the Mingtang Gold Building. Li Donglin murmured these two names as he stepped out of the Gold and Silver building. Beep beep. While he was walking with his head down, he unknowingly found himself on the road, and a taxi behind him quickly honked to alert him. Li Donglin came to his senses and hurriedly moved onto the sidewalk, watching the taxi drive away. He stared at the vehicle for a long time, finally exhaling a sigh before continuing home. He remembered that when he was young his family seemed to have a small car, but he had no idea where it went later on. Today, seeing the small car, even if it was just a taxi, he still felt a pang of envy. During a chat with his older brother last time, his brother had mentioned that when he first came to Xinjiang, he rode in a rickshaw with their father and back. Then there were hardly any taxis on the streets of Xinjiang. Yet in just 10 years, rickshaws had vanished from the streets of Xinjiang, replaced by the chaotic presence of taxis everywhere. Now Kowloon and Hong Kong Island cannot connect directly. Vehicles must travel to several piers like Tuen Mun and roll onto ferries to commute between the two places. However, with the opening of the Hung Hom Cross Harbor Tunnel next year, it is expected that the number of vehicles in Xinjiang will increase. Unfortunately, there is no automobile industry in Xinjiang, otherwise buying car stocks at this time would surely be quite profitable. Lost in thought, Li Donglin returned home. Upon entering, he called out to let his family know he was back. I heard the door open. There's no need to shout so loud. No one was in the living room, and his older brother Li Dongsheng's voice came from his room. Hey, where's my little sister? Li Donglin asked curiously. He hadn't seen her upon entering, and as the second brother returning home, he hadn't heard the little girl's voice, prompting his curiosity. She went out to play with her classmate after buying a fan in the afternoon, Li Dongsheng replied. As he spoke, Li Donglin had already walked to his older brother's door and saw him indeed lying on the bed with a standing fan opposite him blowing air directly at him. You bought 3? Li Donglin asked. What do you think? Li Dongsheng replied somewhat displeased. Hee. Li Donglin chuckled awkwardly, hurriedly darting to his own room, opened the door, and indeed saw a fan identical to the one in his brother's room. Li Donglin didn't rush to try the fan, thinking his brother must have tested it in the store before bringing it home, so he closed the door and returned to his brother's room. Sitting in a spot where the fan could blow on him, he crossed his legs and said, 3 fans. I suppose you must have put in quite a bit of effort to bring them back. Originally, I thought to bring our little sister along for help, but unexpectedly, she ran off halfway, Li Dongsheng said, still somewhat aggrieved. You should have only bought 2 and let our little sister buy 1 herself, Li Donglin joked. If that were the case, who knows who would go buy? Li Dongsheng shot a glance at Li Donglin and replied, then asked, by the way, did you inquire at Doffing Brokerage today if they could offer a discount on storage fees? No, they can't, Li Donglin sighed. I've come to understand that the storage fee is one of the ways brokerage firms in Xiangjiang make money. They said only when the fund amount reaches 500,000 will they offer discounts. If not, then forget it. How was the market this afternoon? Li Dongsheng asked again. Not bad. There was a surge before closing. I thought it would close according to the midday figures, but unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. It seems this time the speculation in real estate stocks may end in the next week or 2. Li Donglin said. What was the closing price? 5.46 Hong Kong dollars. It rose by 2 cents, Li Donglin replied with a smile. So today it actually rose by over 5 cents, exceeding 10%. How much do you think it will rise? Hearing that today's increase reached a staggering 10%, Li Dongsheng sat up on the bed. It seems that stock trading is indeed profitable. Unfortunately, such good fortune doesn't come every day. Li Dongsheng's surprise quickly faded. Indeed, most of the time the stock market doesn't see such significant rises. We were lucky to board in time. Lately, it seems many people are buying real estate stocks. Buying in now should lead to substantial profits as long as one isn't greedy. After all, when stock prices rise, people are in it to make money, not to do charity, Li Donglin remarked. I know. Li Donglin nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing that Li Donglin understood, Li Dongsheng didn't say more, lying back down with vacant eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Li Donglin noticed this and felt curious. Such behavior from his older brother was rare. He only acted this way when faced with issues. After all, the 2 brothers had spent quite some time together, and Li Donglin was well aware of his brother's habits. Big brother, what are you thinking about? Seeing his brother's expression, Li Donglin simply asked. Nothing much, Li Dongsheng replied briefly, but the more he said that, the more Li Donglin felt that his brother had something on his mind. Big brother, it's just the 3 of us siblings at home now. Is there anything you can't tell me? Li Donglin said softly without any displeasure. Li Dongsheng's gaze shifted from the ceiling to Li Donglin, then smiled, saying, really nothing, it's just when I returned in the afternoon, I received a call from a company I had visited before. What kind of company? Li Donglin immediately understood what his brother was contemplating. If no other calls came in, his brother should go to the Xiangjiang Novel Daily tomorrow. However, it seemed that another company had called his brother asking him to come in. Thus his brother was in a dilemma. Big brother, what does this company do? Taxi company office clerk, Li Dongsheng replied. A taxi company is not bad, Li Donglin immediately chimed in. In fact, he had somewhat noticed that his brother wasn't too keen on the newspaper job. After all, it was a publication focused on gossip, even though the newspaper's name sounded quite grand. In the future, the taxi business in Xiangjiang should be quite good. The company's prospects are definitely promising, Li Donglin continued. How do you know the taxi business will be good? Li Dongsheng laughed and asked. Need I say? Didn't you mention that when you first came to Xiangjiang, rickshaws filled the streets, and now they have all turned into taxis? In fact, regardless of the time, citizens always need to solve their transportation issues. Buses are cheap, but inconvenient, right? Once Xiangjiang develops, and everyone has money, they will surely take taxis instead of waiting for buses. Li Donglin chuckled. How do you know the taxi business will be thriving? Li Dongsheng asked with a smile. Need I say more? Didn't you mention that in the past the streets of Xiangjiang were filled with rickshaws, and now they've all turned into taxis? In truth, regardless of the time, citizens always need solutions for transportation. Buses are cheap, but inconvenient, right? As Xiangjiang develops, everyone will have money, and they will take taxis instead of waiting for buses. Li Donglin chuckled. Hearing Li Donglin's explanation, Li Dongsheng said little more, merely offering a perfunctory. Li Donglin noticed the hesitation in his elder brother's eyes, and sighed inwardly, guessing the reason for his brother's uncertainty was related to his earlier talk about starting a newspaper in Xiangjiang. Indeed, starting a newspaper is a business with a small investment. As long as the registration capital requirements are met, one can establish a newspaper. As for the rest, it mainly involves gathering articles needed for the newspaper, typesetting, contacting major printing factories in Xiangjiang to print the newspaper, and then distributing it through the Xiangjiang Newspaper Association to various newsstands. In Xiangjiang, half of the newspapers are distributed through the Newspaper Association, which is very beneficial for new newspapers. Otherwise, given the limited financial resources of a new newspaper, it would be quite difficult to quickly distribute and sell newspapers throughout Xiangjiang. It can be seen that starting a newspaper with tens of thousands of dollars is indeed feasible. However, whether the printed newspapers sell is another matter entirely. During this period, selling newspapers doesn't earn much. After all, the price of a newspaper is as low as 2 cents, and at most 3 cents. There isn't a single newspaper on the market priced over 3 cents. After all, the salaries in Xinjiang are such that if newspapers become too expensive, no one will buy them. Moreover, the Newspaper Association takes a commission. Newsstands also have their share of income, and after deducting typesetting and printing costs, a newspaper earns very little. Large newspapers, due to their high circulation, dilute the typesetting costs, and the printing prices are relatively low, allowing them to earn a few cents. However, for newspapers with a circulation of only 1,000 copies, selling one may yield only 1 or 2 cents of profit. It is evident that for a newspaper with a circulation of 5,000 copies, daily income barely reaches several hundreds of dollars, with monthly profits only amounting to a few thousand Hong Kong dollars, hardly enough to sustain the newspaper and cover employee salaries. Of course, aside from revenue from newspaper sales, their main income comes from advertising. The circulation of the newspaper determines the advertising rates. The larger the circulation, the higher the advertising fees, making advertisers flock to them. As for falsifying circulation numbers, that is nearly impossible due to the existence of the Newspaper Association. In reality, the ranking of newspaper circulation in Xinjiang is not self-determined, but based on sales data published by the Newspaper Association. Big brother, I know you actually don't like working at that newspaper. Suddenly, Li Donglin spoke up. Who says so? Actually, working at the newspaper isn't bad at all. Li Dongxing merely glanced at him and replied, in truth, if there's a better job, I support you in choosing something else rather than working at a newspaper you dislike just for the sake of starting one. Li Donglin continued, Donglin, do you think I should go to Hehe Taxi Company? Li Dongxing sat up again, looking at Li Donglin and asking. At this moment, he realized that he and his brother were too familiar. Perhaps from his earlier unintentional actions, his younger brother had guessed his intentions. Indeed, he had just been brooding alone in the room, contemplating whether or not to work at the novel daily newspaper. Regardless, when introducing himself in the future, saying that he works for a newspaper publishing romantic novels gives Li Dongxing a sense of embarrassment. However, if it were a taxi company, it would be different. At least it would be a decent job. Big brother, actually working at the taxi company would be great. In the future, when we make money in the stock market, I can buy a car for tens of thousands. Oh, wouldn't I still need to learn how to drive first? While at the taxi company, you definitely have the chance to interact with the police, and getting a driver's license could be simple. Even if you can't get help with the license, finding a skilled driver in the company to teach us how to drive would be good. Li Donglin continued, surprised that his elder brother, having only made a few $1,000s in the stock market, already imagined buying a car worth tens of thousands. Although he felt his brother's words were somewhat fanciful, Li Dongxing had no intention of pouring cold water on it. Big brother, has the taxi company mentioned the salary and benefits? Li Donglin suddenly realized that after talking for a long time, it seemed his elder brother hadn't mentioned how much he could earn there each month. After all, one must be realistic. A job may be decent, but if the income is low, that's not acceptable. The income from both sides is about the same, with the newspaper being slightly less. Li Dongxing merely stated, however, the specifics will only be known once I go there. When does the taxi company? Tomorrow is the scheduled time for the newspaper, Li Donglin reminded. Yes, I've been worrying about that. Li Dongxing sighed and said, he wants me to go on Saturday. I must choose between the two companies tomorrow and the day after to decide where to work. Go to Hehe, that should have better prospects, Li Donglin immediately said. Big brother, don't feel pressured to work at a company you dislike, just because we talked about starting a newspaper. If before this Li Dongxing might have wanted to finalize a job early, as securing a job sooner would bring more peace of mind living in Xinjiang. However, after the family made several thousand Hong Kong dollars in the stock market these past few days, that sense of urgency had dissipated. The money earned from the stock market was enough for their family to live frugally for a year. Now that his younger brother was saying this in front of him, Li Dongxing finally felt swayed. Indeed, it seemed the family was not in a hurry to find a job, and he could seek to do something he enjoyed. Thank you, little brother, Li Dongxing said to Li Donglin at that moment. Hearing his elder brother's words, Li Donglin knew that a decision had been made. He smiled, scratching his head, and said, Big brother, you should think more about yourself now, and not always put the family first. Look at me, or I was just like you at first, wanting to find a job quickly to settle down. But once I realized I could make money in stocks, I decisively gave up looking for a job and started trading stocks. Of course, I also know that stock trading cannot last a lifetime. But if I can make money from the stock market, everything else becomes easier. Li Dongxing smiled in agreement and said, I won't go to the newspaper tomorrow, I'll go directly to Hehe Company on Saturday. In the end, elder brother decided not to work at the novel press, but instead chose to join Hehe Taxi Company. Sigh, elder brother, how is little sister doing over there? Is she in the same tutoring class as her classmates? Li Donglin recalled what elder brother had mentioned earlier. Yes, the classmates in her tutoring class want to get into a good middle school, so they joined the class to improve their grades. Li Dongxing nodded and said, that's quite competitive even at the primary school level. Li Donglin casually remarked. Competitive, Li Dongxing didn't quite understand the meaning behind his younger brother's words and was slightly puzzled. It's about the competition among classmates to get into good schools, right? Li Donglin hurriedly explained, competition is inevitable after all the spots in good schools are limited. That makes sense. Although Xiaoping's tutoring class is a bit expensive, it is indeed one of the better classes here. Li Dongsheng seemed quite satisfied with the tutoring class. He chose a smile appearing on his face as he spoke. That's good to hear. Li Dongsheng shifted back to the original topic. After all, most of the family's money was invested in the stock market. Li Dongsheng shifted back to the original topic. After all, most of the family's money was invested in the stock market, which made him anxious. It was only after dark that they saw little sister happily running back home. Hey, you had fun today? It's so late, I almost called the police. Li Donglin was watching TV on the sofa and smiled as he saw little sister walk in. I don't believe it. Li Xiaomei simply replied, then noticed the fan in the living room and immediately went over to stand in front of it. So refreshing, she said while enjoying the breeze from the fan. You should take a shower first, it's even cooler after a shower. Li Donglin added, just as you say, I'm going now. After saying that, little sister rushed back to her room and soon came out with a change of clothes. Brother, where's elder brother? There was only Li Donglin in the living room, and little sister asked as she came out. Didn't you hear the radio in elder brother's room? He said he'd call us when the drama is about to start. Li Donglin replied. Oh, time's almost up, I need to hurry and take a shower. Li Xiaomei glanced at the wall clock and hurried into the bathroom. At that moment, the door to elder brother's room opened and Li Dongsheng came out. Is little sister back? She's back. There's still 10 minutes left, never mind, let's just wait here. Li Dongsheng exchanged a few words with Li Donglin and then sat down on the sofa to watch TV. The self-produced drama, Warm and Cold Family Ties, being aired on the TVB channel, was currently very popular, and every evening the three of them would sit on the sofa to watch till the end. There was also Happy Tonight, which was another variety show produced by TVB featuring current stars from Hong Kong. The nightly shows were composed of many small skits lacking any real logic, primarily aimed at creating a joyful atmosphere, with the drama segments featuring well-known Hong Kong artists, while the song and dance segments invited popular singers for live performances, making it a powerful tool for TVB to attract viewers. It could be said that it was the program Happy Tonight that allowed TVB to maintain its dominance over leased television during the 1970s. As soon as one turned on the TV and saw Happy Tonight, it was generally difficult to switch channels. In the Li household, it was always like this. When they turned on the TV at night, they could only watch TVB's programs, mainly because they didn't even have the cable network for leased television. They would first watch TVB's self-produced dramas, then the variety shows, and then go to bed. Oh, by the way, how did your classmate know that the future programs on the wireless station will all be in color? Hearing his brother's words, Li Donglin suddenly felt a pang of regret over money. Indeed, this television was just bought not long ago, and now it needs to be replaced. If sold, it would definitely be at a discount, and the discount wouldn't be small. In Xiangjiang, the buyback price for second-hand appliances isn't high, resulting in a significant loss of money. Hence, he recalled what his younger sister said and put on a skeptical expression. My classmate's father is an employee at the wireless station. His insider information must be reliable. Li Xiaomei replied directly. Upon hearing what Xiaomei said, Li Donglin found it hard to refute. Big brother, dress formally tomorrow. Aren't you going to the newspaper for a report? In this way, big brother also has a job. Li Xiaoping continued, what are you embarrassed to tell your classmates that your big brother and second brother are still looking for work? Upon hearing Xiaomei's remarks, Li Donglin immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. No, I just think that having a job secures our lives. Second brother, don't wrong me. Xiaomei was displeased upon hearing that and said, all right, let's watch television. What did Jing Xiaoqiu just say? I didn't quite catch it. Li Dongxing hurriedly attempted to change the subject. After watching television, the three siblings returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, after Li Donglin got up, he saw big brother fiddling with the radio in the living room. Breakfast is in the kitchen, heat it up and eat. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Li Dongxing spoke to Li Donglin. Oh, after Li Donglin finished washing up, he entered the kitchen to get his breakfast. Where's Xiaomei? Off to study, he casually asked while eating breakfast. I'm off to study, Li Dongxing replied. When he left home to check the stock market at the Far East Club, he noticed that the sales office was bustling today, with people coming and going quite different from the cold scene of the previous days. At that moment, he saw the salesperson selling houses with a beaming smile, sending a client out. Li Donglin paused for a moment and called out to the departing Wang, the salesperson. Wang, why is it so busy today? Li, many clients came to view houses early today, and 2 families have already paid. Wang replied with a smile. Oh, then you must not have many houses left. Li Donglin wasn't sure how many units were left in this community, but didn't mind inquiring about the news. Previously, the things people said had revealed a lot of information. The clients coming were not only there to view houses, but also to make purchases. There are still about 30 units left, a little less than half, but judging by the current situation, if the rumors are true and Xiangjiang people are speculating in real estate, they should be sold out soon. Wang laughed immediately. Then why don't you keep 2 for yourself to speculate? Li Donglin teased him. Li, please don't joke with me. If I had money to speculate, why would I still be working here? Right now, he truly has no money. Just yesterday, he followed his cousin and invested his money into the stock market, and even if the housing prices rise, he is powerless. On the salesperson side, there are still clients inside. I have to go back. You take care, Li Donglin hurriedly replied with a... Once the person went in, Li Donglin turned and headed towards the Far East Club. Underneath the Chinese bank building, Li Donglin stopped at a newspaper stand not far from the entrance, buying 2 copies of today's newspapers, one from Xingdao Daily and one from Dongfang Daily. A few days ago, he had also bought the fiction daily, not for the romantic novels inside, but to understand the unit where Big Brother would be working in the future. Now that Big Brother has decided not to go to the newspaper, he naturally wouldn't buy that little paper again. After buying the newspapers and rolling them up, he didn't leave immediately, but flipped through other newspapers he hadn't bought to see if there were any interesting news. After looking through all of them, aside from those extolling the stock market, there wasn't much content left. Li Donglin arrived quite early today, as the stock market hadn't opened yet. He entered the trading hall with the newspapers, thinking about finding a good spot to watch the market, when he saw a few workers measuring the length and height of a wall inside. Curiously, Li Donglin walked over and asked, "What are you measuring?" One of the workers glanced at Li Donglin, recognizing him as a stockholder here, and smiled, answering, "The boss wants to tear down this wall and replace it with glass." Tear down the wall and replace it with glass. Li Donglin's eyes widened upon hearing this. He had already gained some understanding of the trading venue at the Far East Club. He knew that behind this wall was the stock market's trading hall, the real hall where stocks were traded, not a place for stockholders. If it's replaced with glass, does that mean we can see the red vests trading stocks from outside? Li Donglin asked with interest. Yes, for the sake of trading transparency, it will be replaced with glass so that the outside can also see the situation inside the trading hall, including the quotes on the blackboard. One worker replied. Will the blackboard outside also be torn down? Li Donglin continued to inquire. I don't know about that. It probably won't be torn down, because if it is, those elderly people outside won't be able to see the stock prices. The worker seemed to know a lot about stocks and might also be a stockholder, which is why he expressed his opinion. Li Donglin understood that he didn't have any news. It was just that the boss had called them to do the wall demolition work. Thinking about standing here in the future, he would be able to see the red vests trading inside. Li Donglin felt a bit excited. Soon after the workers finished measuring the wall, they left, and more people gathered in the trading hall as the stock market was about to open. With a loud bang, soon a red vest came out from the room next door, starting to record today's latest stock quotes on the blackboard. As each stock was quoted, exclamations of surprise arose in the trading hall along with intermittent applause. It was impossible for stockholders not to be excited. As the market opened today, it was clear that there was a significant upward trend, with almost all stocks showing varying degrees of increase. Of course, right now real estate stocks are the hot stocks, and their gains clearly exceed those of stocks in other industries. The opening quote for Qingzhou Ingni stunned Li Donglin as it jumped directly to 5.8 Hong Kong dollars, rising by 0.34 Hong Kong dollars. As for Xiangjiang Jidi, the leading real estate stock, its price had already soared to 46 Hong Kong dollars, almost a 10% increase. Although it's still a bit short judging by the situation, it seems that such a surge is just a matter of time, because the entire market is rising, which can be said to be a nearly frenzied increase. When Li Donglin saw the price of Qingzhou Ingni reach 5.9 Hong Kong dollars, he could no longer sit still. He quickly squeezed to the counter of Dafu Brokerage, purchasing 2 commission slips, but after filling out the account information, he found that the pen in his hand had inexplicably stopped, unable to continue writing. The market opening today was too unusual. How could there be such a frenzied surge? The market had only just opened for a short while. Li Donglin's instincts told him that this kind of trend was dangerous, as if it were entering a final frenzy, and the stock market was likely to decline soon. But how could that be? The real time that the real estate stocks had been driven up by them was only 4 days. In such a short time, they had only made a small profit. Were they really satisfied with that? Don't be fooled by the fact that most real estate stocks had risen over 40%, but once the price was released, the stock prices would drop quickly. They would absolutely not sell their stocks at such a high position. Not to mention other stocks, but just the stock of Qingzhou Ingni, as long as they stopped, the stock price would quickly fall back below 5 Hong Kong dollars. Don't think stockholders are foolish. As soon as they see a bad trend, they are quicker to run than anyone else. Unless in these 2 or 3 days the major players had already started to escape. Li Donglin was still trying to carefully recall the market trends of the past 2 or 3 days, when someone behind him urged, "Hey, are you going to fill out your order? If not, let me take your spot. I still need to fill out my stock orders." He turned to see a man in his 50s. Unable to say much, Li Donglin picked up his order slip and moved aside to me. At that moment, a sudden exclamation echoed through the trading hall. Knowing something had to be happening, Li Donglin hurried to the blackboard. It was easy to squeeze out, but very difficult to squeeze back in. Fortunately, his eyesight was good. Although he hadn't moved forward much, he could still barely see the stock quotes on the blackboard. After carefully observing along with the continuous discussions from those around him, Li Donglin quickly understood the reason for the earlier exclamations. Naturally, it was due to another stock surge which caused all the stockholders in the hall to gasp in surprise. The source of their astonishment was undoubtedly Xiangjiang Jidi. For the past 2 days, Xiangjiang had been the leading stock in the market, and today it surged up as if it had taken some kind of stimulant, with the stock price already surpassing 49 Hong Kong dollars and the next threshold being 50 Hong Kong dollars. In just 4 trading days, the stock price had skyrocketed from under 30 Hong Kong dollars to nearly 50 Hong Kong dollars, a rise that was truly frightening. It's reached a new high. UGD has likely never been at such a price before. Previously, it seemed the highest it had ever reached was $42. This time the major players are truly impressive. Do you think the real estate market is about to revive with so much capital flooding into real estate stocks? Don't say that. Oh, I've heard that there are many buyers for properties in Hong Kong Island and Kowloon recently. Oh dear, it seems both the stock market and the real estate market are about to skyrocket. Should we buy stocks or properties? It's so confusing. Hearing the discussions around him, Li Donglin thought of the scenes he had witnessed today. Oh, he absolutely would not believe that all of this was not being manipulated by someone. However, Li Donglin had no time to think too much. His gaze was drawn to the stock price of Qingzhouyin 6.08 Hong Kong dollars. The stock price of Xiangjiang had risen more than $2, and Qingzhouyin stock price had also increased by more than 2 dimes. Li Donglin had truly never faced such a scene and felt a little panicked. The rise in stock prices was too outrageous. Looking back, he saw that the counters of various stock brokerage firms were already packed with people. Hearing the constant chatter from them, Li Donglin knew they were all rushing to place orders to buy stocks. Indeed, the nature of stockholders chasing after rising and falling prices was perfectly illustrated at that moment. When stock prices rose slightly, everyone just watched and smiled, maybe praising it a little, saying how well it was doing. However, when stock prices surged dramatically, no one could smile anymore. Rather, they desperately wanted to rush and hoping to catch this wave and become the lucky ones making big money in the stock market. Li Donglin felt a bit frightened. He squeezed out of the crowd again, found a spot, and quickly filled out his order slip, directly writing down 6.1 Hong Kong dollars for the selling price. He no longer dared to hope for anything, just wanted to get out first. The battle to submit order slips began immediately, with many people already blocking the counter. Everyone was pushing and trying to get closer to the counter to hand their order slips to the staff inside. At that moment, Li Donglin's sharp eyes spotted Fong Bo at the counter. Fong Sheng. Li Donglin couldn't squeeze in, but seeing Fong Bo inside, he had a rough idea. It must be that today's market was too hot, and those employees who were pulling clients in the trading hall had been urgently sent to work at the counter by their boss. Li Donglin had heard that the employees in the stock brokerage firm actually started out at the counter during their internship, learning about the trading process. Fong Bo had worked at the counter for a few months before becoming a stockbroker. Of course, his position as a stockbroker was not the licensed kind. It was merely a title appointed by the brokerage firm to facilitate their transactions with clients. Li Donglin couldn't go, so he had to find someone he knew inside the counter, and thus shouted to Fong Bo. Although his voice was loud, the trading hall, especially near the counter, was bustling with noise, so he had to shout several times before Fong Bo noticed. Seeing that Fong Bo had spotted him, Li Donglin quickly gestured to him to move aside, while he also stepped to the side. Once Fong Bo saw Li Donglin's actions, he understood what was going on. However, since Li Donglin was his client, he hurriedly moved aside and stood with Li Donglin across the counter. Li Sheng, do you need something? Fong Bo had already seen the order slip in Li Donglin's hand, but still asked. Li Donglin did not have time to say much and directly handed over the order slip in his hand. Everyone is buying stocks now, but you want to sell? Fong Bo was taken aback and hurriedly said. Indeed, the previous orders he had taken were all for buying stocks, all for grabbing real estate stocks. He initially thought Li Donglin was calling him to buy stocks. He never expected Li Donglin wanted to sell stocks. However, he still reached out to take the order slip Li Donglin handed over, but he asked again, Li Sheng, are you sure you want to absolutely get rid of them immediately? The stocks are too crazy for me to hold on to, Li Donglin said. Hearing Li Donglin's words, Fong Bo was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. Indeed, the spike in the closing prices yesterday and the surge in prices today were both indicative of unusual market conditions. It would either be a significant rise or a precursor to a major drop. Fong Bo had such speculation, but there was no time for him to dwell on it. The counter was simply too busy at the moment. The area outside the counter receiving order slips was already packed, and more people were coming this way. Both the order-taking and selling counters were extremely busy. After confirming Li Donglin's intention and seeing that there was no issue with the order slip, he immediately took it and walked over to the telephone. As soon as the quoting clerk completed a quote, Fong Bo handed over Li Donglin's order slip. After confirming Li Donglin's intent and checking that there were no issues with the order form, he immediately took it and walked over to the telephone. As the quote clerk had just completed a quotation, Fong Bo handed over Li Donglin's order form. Normally, after receiving a client's order form, the counter staff would first confirm the information. However, since it was his own client, Fong Bo skipped the verification process and quoted directly. The operator responded affirmatively, took the order form from Fong Bo, glanced at it, and then immediately looked up at Fong Bo and asked, is there nothing wrong with the order form? Everyone is buying stocks now. Don't tell me someone made a mistake. Make sure before proceeding. No need, I have already confirmed the client wants to sell stocks. Besides, everything on this form was filled out by the client. Even if there is a mistake, it doesn't concern us. As long as we have the original order, the client won't be able to pin any trouble on us. The operator simply rechecked the order form, and then quickly picked up the phone to contact the on-site quote clerk, promptly notifying them of the trading order. At that moment, Fong Bo raised his head to look outside the counter, nodded at Li Donglin to indicate that the order had been sent into the market, reassuring him. He then returned to the front of the counter, reached out to take a newly handed order form, glanced at the information, and quickly moved aside to verify it. Seeing that Fong Bo had successfully submitted his order, Li Donglin finally let out a sigh of relief. Not hearing the usual commotion from the investors behind him indicated that the stock market was stable, without any reversal suggesting that a transaction would soon be completed. Standing still, he looked up at the ceiling. Li Donglin wondered what kind of market conditions would unfold today, which seems, if his vision had the ability to see through walls, he would notice a few well-dressed individuals holding glasses of red wine, standing by the window, gazing at the scenery outside. Outside that window was the trading hall of the Far East Stock Exchange. On the main stage was a large blackboard in front of which stood many people in red vests. Below the stage, numerous red vests were continuously shouting and gesturing, quickly recording completed transactions. Everything appeared so busy, with no one having a moment's respite. This was the VIP room on the second floor of the exchange, which required a high fee for entry and prior booking by licensed brokerage firms. Such rooms were scarce, and not every brokerage license was granted access to a VIP room. Therefore, the limited VIP rooms could only be reserved. Of course, a few were specifically reserved for certain special individuals, including this one. The market is already very hot. I just heard on the phone that there are only buy orders in the market and very few sell orders. But if a large number of stocks are dumped today and prices drop, will the investors be scared and stop following? They are all profit-driven. As long as they see someone making money, it hurts them more than death. They will forget the past and scramble for stocks like they are now. But will it be like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs? Boss, we don't have much time left. We must end trading by next week. If we don't aggressively sell off to clean up the market, we won't dare to continue pushing up prices next week. While that person hesitated, the previous speaker continued, we are running out of time. If we don't make a decision soon, today's plan will have to be aborted. Clearly, the current market conditions cannot last too long. If we don't act quickly, now the market will be out of our control. Reluctantly, the trader began to urge. He'll call to ask for others' opinions. There's no time. We can't contact that many bosses. The trader insisted. Then let's proceed as planned. Upon hearing this, the person no longer persisted. Call and inform them to release half of the goods. The young man who had been waiting by the phone immediately picked up the receiver and began relaying the trading instructions. As the upstairs trading instructions were passed down, a strange scene quickly unfolded in the trading hall below. Red vests continuously entered the trading area in front of the stage from various trading positions, bringing the latest trading instructions. No matter what buying prices they announced for stock, someone would soon appear in front of them to complete the transaction. Li Donglin was unaware of the scene unfolding in the trading hall just a wall away. He was feeling somewhat annoyed. Yes, just as he was selling Qingzhou Yingnis stock at 6.1 Hong Kong dollar. Although the final transaction price was 6.15 Hong Kong dollars, compared to the current quotation of 6.3 Hong Kong dollars, he still made a loss. The key was that up until now, almost all the latest stock prices were still rising. Can you believe it? Qingzhou Yingnis stock had already increased by nearly $1 in less than half a day. $1 means a profit of 4 to 5,000 HKD for his 5,000 shares. During this period in Xiangjiang, stocks were indeed lucrative. As a red vest came out and modified Qingzhou Yingnis stock price again to 6.36 Hong Kong dollars, it appeared glaring to Li Donglin. His earlier concerns meant that he had already lost 1,000 HKD. Although in reality, it was a smaller profit than expected at this moment, in Li Donglin's eyes it felt as if he had lost 1,000 HKD. He rubbed his hair vigorously, looking around at the jubilant investors whose conversations were filled with talk of soaring stocks. Li Donglin felt a bit stifled and decided to push his way outside the exchange. Staying inside seemed to make his heart feel even heavier. At this point, he was too lazy to calculate how much he had earned this time, let alone how much he had already lost. Outside Huaran building, Li Donglin found a step to sit down. Boss, a pack of Marlboro. Nearby, a man in his 40s went to a convenience store, bought a pack of cigarettes from the owner, and sat down next to Li Donglin, mimicking him by tearing open the packaging and starting to smoke. The pungent smell of smoke made Li Donglin somewhat uncomfortable. However, there was nothing he could do. It was a public place, and he couldn't say anything about others smoking. Li Donglin could only shift his position slightly, moving away from the man. At least the smell wasn't as overwhelming. Just then, the already noisy sounds from the Far East Club suddenly increased, becoming several times louder. Suddenly, almost everyone's attention on the street was drawn there. Suddenly, the already noisy sounds in the East meeting amplified dramatically, becoming several times louder than before. Instantly, almost all the passers-by on the street were drawn to it. Li Donglin was also surprised and turned to look inside, wondering what major event had occurred, but the clamor in the hall seemed to have intensified. Li Donglin had already stood up in astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, the smoker beside him had also dropped his cigarette, and turned to look at the trading hall. As the two figures moved, they quickly dashed into the trading hall. Behind them, many stockholders who had come out for fresh air were also eagerly rushing inside. Upon entering the trading hall, Li Donglin immediately looked around, searching for the source of the commotion. However, at this moment, there were not many people discussing the market. Everyone was crowding towards the quotation board, and those who couldn't get in were tiptoeing to get a glimpse. Li Donglin stood at just over 1.7 meters tall, which was considered average for a northerner, but in Hong Kong it still gave him an advantage. He could see the situation ahead by tiptoeing, but unfortunately, it was too far from the blackboard, and he still couldn't make out the numbers clearly. Indeed, what else could cause such a ruckus in the trading hall besides stocks? This also hinted that the market was either surging or plummeting. Hey, what exactly just happened? Li Donglin asked the stockholder who had just squeezed in behind him, seeking answers. I don't know either. I just heard the people in front making a fuss and joined in shouting a couple of times. I think I heard someone mention something about the price of GD, but I don't know if it went up or down. As soon as someone started, others quickly chimed in. The incident had indeed been sudden, and many had unconsciously shouted along with those in front. It should be a surge. Given the current market, it shouldn't be dropping. Right, with the market so good now, why would it fall? Could it be that it's broken past 50 Hong Kong dollars? Don't say that. If it breaks 50 Hong Kong dollars, there might really be some shouting. Soon the surrounding crowd began to babble again, but these words reached Li Donglin's ears, making him feel uncomfortable. After all, he was truly empty-handed at the moment without any stocks. However, as Li Donglin tiptoed to look ahead, he seemed to see someone at the quotation board arguing with a red-vested staff member who had come out. What Li Donglin saw was just a chaotic scene. He needed to push forward. Li Donglin thought silently. Thus, he continued to exert himself to move closer to the front to get a clearer understanding of what had happened. As he pushed forward, he naturally drew the displeasure of many people in front of him. Fortunately, at this moment, those behind were also trying to push forward, and with more people pushing, even if those in front were somewhat unhappy, they couldn't say much. However, this atmosphere was eventually disrupted. Someone in front was either pushing too hard, finally inciting discontent, leading to a verbal confrontation, which soon escalated into mutual shoving. This commotion caused the scene to become somewhat uncontrollable. Upon witnessing this, Li Donglin dared not push forward any longer. If he encountered someone with a fiery temper who began to shove back, it wouldn't be pleasant. The small chaos in the trading hall due to the pushing was soon noticed by the security personnel of the Hua Renhang. A few security guards also attempted to squeeze in to control the situation and prevent a riot, but in such a crowded environment, even if someone deliberately made way, it was still very difficult for them to get in. Hey, what's going on up front? Unable to squeeze to the front, Li Donglin could only call out to those ahead. Just then, someone in front turned to look back. Regardless of whether they knew each other or not, Li Donglin shouted loudly, hoping for a response. Sure enough, the man in his 30s with glasses in front heard Li Donglin's shout, looked surprised for a moment, and upon seeing Li Donglin looking at him, understood he was inquiring about the situation. The price of GD suddenly plunged, and the people in front are asking what's going on inside. The man's words immediately ignited the scene, and everyone nearby heard it. However, before they could react, someone interjected, GD has risen so much. A correction is normal, no need to make a yes. From over 30 to almost 50, how could it not drop a bit? The words of a few people temporarily quelled the impending flames, but those behind Li Donglin were all asking those ahead whether the latest stock price had gone up or down. Let me see. I had been watching the commotion in front and didn't pay attention to the stock price. The bespectacled man replied, and then he turned his head to look at the blackboard ahead. After a moment, he silently squeezed to the side. Seeing this, Li Donglin felt a surge of joy in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he watched as he moved to the side. At this moment, Li Donglin was no longer in a hurry to get to the front. Instead, he chose to walk towards the major brokerage's counter, hoping to learn about the situation inside the trading floor through Fongbo. What's the current market situation ahead? Uncle Lin, can you see the stock quotes from there? Without receiving a response from the people in front, the stock investors behind couldn't sit still any longer and began. After all, a drop in stocks means less profit. Soon the investors behind started to push forward again, eager to see the stock quotes. The scene began to get chaotic again, but many people in the front had already squeezed out of the crowd, giving them a bit of space. At this moment, Li Donglin had retreated to the side outside the counter of a large brokerage firm. There was no longer the previous hustle and bustle. No one was crowding at the counter to submit orders, only an occasional few submitting 1 or 2 transactions. Most of the people at the counter had found chairs to sit down and rest for a moment. They had been quite busy just a moment ago. Fong Sheng. Li Donglin glanced at the somewhat chaotic crowd behind him and called out to Fong Bo inside the counter. Li Sheng, is there something? Fong Bo, seeing it was Li Donglin, got up and came over. As the two approached, Fong Bo quietly congratulated. Li Sheng, your stock sold at a good price. It seems that someone in the market is dumping stocks widely. As soon as someone buys, there is someone ready to sell. Is the stock market dropping severely? Li Donglin asked without hesitation upon hearing Fong Bo's words. Yes, it's dropping quite severely. The real estate stocks that surged a few days ago have a huge sell-off. After a moment of rest, they were still discussing whether this was a washout or a sell-off, when Fong Bo suddenly fell silent, staring wide-eyed behind Li Donglin. Curiously, Donglin turned around to see a crowd of people, men, women, old and young, squeezing out from the crowd, observing the market rushing towards the various brokerage counters. Many people didn't have time to fill out forms at the side. They rushed to the counter and immediately started filling out orders. Li Donglin knew that these were professional investors who had bought several forms in advance, ready to fill in stocks, prices, and quantities at any time. Soon numerous arms reached out in front of the counter, each holding an order form. Instantly, the people behind the brokerage counter could no longer sit still. They all stood up to start taking orders, verifying, and then quoting prices to the market. The crowd over there was pushing forward continuously, even with over 10 security personnel maintaining order. The scene remained chaotic. However, at the very front of the crowd, people continually squeezed out, pushing through on both sides, then hurriedly running towards this counter area, buying order forms, filling them out, submitting them. Everyone was competing to do this. Li Sheng, I have to go busy over. Fongbo said this and returned to the front of the counter, took the nearest order form, glanced at the information on it, then went to the back office desk to start searching for information. After verifying, he immediately sent it to the operator to quote it to the market. As before they began their busy work, Li Donglin didn't need to ask. He knew that the stocks had dropped and everyone was scrambling to sell. After all, the stocks in the hands of investors are limited, unlike the large holdings of institutional investors who simply cannot sell them in time. For them, as long as they can act before the institutional investors sell out their stocks, they won't incur losses, as the institutional stocks will sell lower than theirs. The people on site moved from in front of the blackboard to the counter, quickly filling the area around Li Donglin. He didn't want to squeeze in with them. After all, the weather in Xinjiang was, to put it mildly, uncomfortable. At this time, with so many people cooped up inside, one can imagine the discomfort. So he chose to leave and walked back to the blackboard, slowly moving forward. Without stocks in hand, there was naturally no panic. Investors who squeezed to the front to check stock prices simply exchanged a few words with those nearby and hurriedly squeezed out of the crowd, rushing towards the trading counter. Before long, Li Donglin had reached the blackboard and saw the latest stock prices. Xinjiang GD 42, 12 Hong Kong dollars. Qingzhou Ingni 5, 56 Hong Kong dollars. In just under half an hour, the morning's gains had nearly been completely wiped out, but that wasn't all. As people continually came out of the nearby room to update the latest stock prices, the cliff-like drop in stocks seemed just to have begun. Li Donglin stood there watching the erased prices replaced by new figures, feeling as if the past few days were like a different world. Back then, every time the latest price was filled in, it often increased slightly. Now it was exactly the opposite, all showing a downward trend. In less than a minute, the prices presented to Li Donglin's eyes had already dropped below yesterday's closing price. Xinjiang GD 41, 10 Hong Kong dollars. Qingzhou Ingni 5, 38 Hong Kong dollars. At this moment, Li Donglin looked around. Although the area in front of the blackboard was still crowded, everyone had lost the previous relaxed expressions, their faces filled with seriousness, as if even the strength to speak had been drained away. Although people kept going out to the counter either to place orders or check on transactions, the entire trading hall seemed. In the market of Xinjiang, the price is 41, 10 Hong Kong dollars. The price of Qingzhou Ingni is 5, 38 Hong Kong dollars. At this moment, the atmosphere of the stock market is quite strange. The early morning commotion has long dissipated, and everyone is silently observing the falling stock prices. Li Donglin was completely stunned by the market performance today. He had never witnessed such dramatic fluctuations in the stock market. In fact, not just him, even all the stockholders in Xinjiang had not encountered such a situation today. Most of the current stockholders entered the market only after the establishment of the Far East 2 years ago. In the 2 years that followed, while the Xinjiang stock market also experienced ups and downs, both rises and falls appeared quite gentle. The so-called declines were largely the normal profit-taking of stockholders. Of course, since it is a market where there are gains and losses, the existence of market makers is inevitable. However, the previous market makers were not aggressive in their methods. They mostly raised the prices steadily before unloading at high points. Such unloading was naturally not extreme, aimed at stabilizing stock prices and allowing them to gradually decline. Therefore, over the past 2 years, stockholders in Xinjiang have developed a habit: seeing stocks rise for a few days, they can confidently chase in and then choose a price point to unload. Indeed, during this period, trading stocks in Xinjiang was truly simple. Just chasing the rise led to more wins than losses. While many might find this market environment unscientific, in reality, the Xinjiang stock market remains this way. As for the reason, one could simply look at the Hang Seng Index released by Hang Seng Bank. In 1968, the lowest point of the Hang Seng Index was 63. 1 points. The highest was 107. 6 points, closing at 107. 6 points, with a total transaction volume of 9.44 billion Hong Kong dollars for 30 constituent stocks. By 1969, the lowest point of the Hang Seng Index was 112. 5 points. The highest was 160. 1 points, and it closed at 155. 5 points at the end of the year, with a total transaction volume of 25.45 billion Hong Kong dollars. In the previous year, the lowest point of the Hang Seng Index was 154. 8 points, while the highest reached 211. 9 points, with the closing point at 211. 6 and the transaction amount for constituent stocks reached 59.89 billion. One must ask, with such market conditions, what can be seen purely from the index regarding the yearly rise in the stock. After market makers entered to sweep up stocks, they began to raise prices. As for the so-called unloading, it was not really a full liquidation, but rather a phased reduction to realize price differences. Once the stock prices were suppressed, they would seek opportunities to buy back the stocks. It can be said that from 1968 to now, all selling actions have proven to be incorrect. Only buying and holding stocks can yield the greatest benefits. Many have seized the price differences in individual stocks, but overall in these 3 years, both stockholders and market makers have enjoyed a win-win situation. Market makers have made substantial profits and stockholders have also profited greatly, as the market conditions were so favorable that it was hard to lose money in the stock market. Without a doubt, the recent days in the Xinjiang stock market perfectly illustrate the age-old saying circulated among Hong Kong stocks: chase in after 3 consecutive days of price rises and unload after a significant drop. In the past, everyone operated this way, and it was undoubtedly correct, as it allowed for profit. However, today it seems this saying may need to be questioned. As noon approached, Li Donglin saw the last quote from the stock market. Xinjiang GD was at 39.81 Hong Kong dollars, while Qingzhou Yingni was at 5.02 HKD. The sharp decline in the stock market was naturally good news for Li Donglin, who was already out of the market. In fact, after the initial shock, Li Donglin finally came to his senses, wondering if he should laugh out loud at this moment. However, seeing other stockholders around him, Li Donglin rationally held back his laughter. He was uncertain if he could safely leave the Far East without rubbing salt into others' wounds. As the stock market closed at noon, Li Donglin also stepped out of the Far East and chose to go home for lunch, planning to return after eating. He was eager to share today's gains with his elder brother. Not to mention his previous operations, which were nearly a loss of over 1,000, now indeed secured a profit of 5,000 HKD. How could he not show off a little in front of his brother? On the way home, Li Donglin had roughly calculated the funds in his 2 stock accounts. In his own account, he had traded about 12,000 HKD today, and combined with the previous 1,000 or so, he now had close to 14,000 HKD in assets. In his brother's account, the stocks sold today were valued at 1/8 HKD, and combined with the original funds, it had exceeded 2,600 HKD. Because his brother had bought fewer shares of Qingzhou Yingni initially, leaving behind some funds, the profit now could only be described as over 30%, while his own account profit was close to 40%. With the decline, it was time to buy stocks again. Li Donglin thought to himself, his steps becoming lighter as he headed home to show off a bit. Splash. The door opened, and Li Donglin stepped inside. "You're back. It seems like you should be home by now." The head of his elder brother peeked out from the kitchen, glancing at Li Donglin with a smile. "Where's the little sister? Has she not returned yet?" Li Donglin did not see his younger sister on the living room sofa and casually asked. "I'm doing my homework." A voice called out from the bedroom. "Oh, there's homework. I completely forgot about it." Li Donglin chuckled at himself and then placed the newspaper on the coffee table. Bang! A loud crash sounded, piercing to the ears. "Be careful, what did you break?" Li Dongling's voice came from the kitchen, followed by the clattering of the spatula against the iron pan. "Put the newspaper down." Li Donglin decided not to mention the stock market situation right away, but planned to bring it up during dinner to see the shocked expression on his elder brother's face, which he thought would be quite amusing. While in such a short time making a profit of 10,000 Hong Kong dollars from the stock market, Li Donglin felt quite a... Of course, he wouldn't admit that he had sold his stocks out of fear due to the market's wild rise. He would only say it was a judgment made after his meticulous analysis. The market's frenzy today was merely a ploy to drive prices higher for unloading. Soon his elder brother finished cooking in the kitchen, and Li Donglin went over to help bring the dishes to the table. "Little sister, dinner's ready." As Li Donglin arranged the chopsticks, he shouted towards the inside. Coming. Uncertain if it was hunger, as soon as Li Donglin called out, Li Xiaomei rushed out from the room and sat down at her designated spot at the dining table. Let's eat." Li Dongjung had tidied up the kitchen and sat down at his place, addressing his younger siblings. Immediately, the sound of chopsticks clinking against bowls and plates filled the room as the 3 siblings began their meal. "How did the stock market perform today?" While eating, Li Dongjung naturally asked. "The stock market fell sharply today," Li Donglin replied expressionlessly. "Huh, is that true?" Although the little sister did not understand what the stock market was, she knew that it was good when stocks rose, as that meant making money, and a significant drop meant losing money. Upon hearing Li Donglin's words, his elder brother frowned. He knew his younger brother wouldn't speak carelessly. If he said the market fell sharply, then it indeed had dropped, and it couldn't be a falsehood. However, seeing his younger brother say this so nonchalantly gave him some reassurance. The drop should be genuine, but the stocks must have already been sold, which is why his younger brother had that expression. Li Dongjung was familiar with his siblings. If they still held on to the stocks, his younger brother would have been restless. "So tell me, what's the situation?" Li Dongjung was not in a hurry and casually asked. Today the stock market opened, and all stocks. Li Donglin could tell from his elder brother's reaction that he wasn't alarmed. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. He should have been more dramatic upon arriving home. Perhaps that would have startled him. Being so calm meant his elder brother would surely guess that he had already sold off his stocks. Since he had been seen through, there was no need to continue pretending. He began to explain the situation of the stock market to his elder brother. Sinoland dropped from 49 to below 40. Qingzhouyingni also fell from 6 to 5. Upon hearing Li Donglin's words, Li Dongzheng was quite shocked. Such a drastic fluctuation was something he had not anticipated. However, the fact that his younger brother sold all the stocks above 6 can only be described as a beautiful move. Although it wasn't at the highest price, the difference was only a bit over $2 from the peak, which was already impressive. Second brother, having made so much money, can we buy a color television early? Li Xiaomi's focus was on making money at home, and since they had money now, could they buy a color television to watch? The stock market is indeed lucrative. In such a short time, our 30,000 has earned a profit of 10,000 from the market. Saying this, Li Dongzheng couldn't help but shake his head lightly. By the way, elder brother, when I went out this morning, I saw many clients at the sales office downstairs looking at the houses. I heard that 2 households have been sold. The Hong Kong real estate market should be booming recently. When I was buying groceries, I also saw it and noticed someone signing contracts. I heard that over 10 households in the community have already been reserved. But why did you say only 2 households have been sold? Suddenly, Li Dongzheng thought of Li Donglin's words and asked with some suspicion. He had only gone grocery shopping a little over an hour later than his younger brother. How could the number of transactions have changed so drastically? Did they say over 10 households have already been sold? Yes, that's what they said. Li Donglin also noticed and asked. Yeah, that's what was said. Li Dongzheng sensed something was off. The discrepancy in numbers was too great. Are they trying to withhold the inventory? I heard that property developers, when they see the market is good, will hold back their available properties and claim they have been sold, waiting for the price to rise before selling them again. Speculating on new developments, elder brother, I saw in the newspaper yesterday that the second phase of Meifu New Village was on sale, selling for only 40 per square foot. Li Xiaomei suddenly exclaimed. Speculative property investment, brother. I saw in yesterday's newspaper that phase 2 of Mei Fu Sun Chen has just launched, priced at only 40 Hong Kong dollars per square foot. Li Xiaomei suddenly exclaimed. What property is so cheap? 40 Hong Kong dollars per square foot. Li Donglin, startled by his sister's shout, instinctively asked. Perhaps it's in the new territories, Li Dongsheng replied, equally stunned by the price. Half what they'd paid for their own flat, and immediately assumed the location must be remote. Rumor had it that only properties there were affordable. Li Donglin set down his chopsticks and began flipping through the newspaper he brought home the day before. Soon he found the advertisement for Mei Fu Sun Chen. Indeed, 40 Hong Kong dollars per square foot, in Lai Chi Kok, Kowloon. Occupancy next year, 80% mortgage financing is available now, he announced. Where exactly is Lai Chi Kok, Kowloon? Li Dongsheng asked. I don't know, Li Donglin answered honestly. The ad includes directions. Brother, would you like to take a look? Li Donglin handed the newspaper to his elder brother, inviting him to consider a speculative venture. After all, buying property in Hong Kong was virtually guaranteed to yield profit. Still, moving beyond Hong Kong Island meant purchasing purely for rental income, not for residence. Hong Kong Island remained the safest part of the territory. After all, the governor resided atop the hills behind them. Just as the property market begins to recover, the stock market is about to collapse. Li Dongsheng suddenly remarked. Li Donglin hadn't expected such a remark and paused briefly before connecting the two events. Indeed, Hong Kong's stock market had opened that day under an eerie pall. Within minutes, many stocks surged over 10%, igniting investor fervor, only to plunge sharply thereafter. Li Donglin knew panic had already seized the market. Countless traders were flooding the exchange with sell orders, dumping shares frantically. A sharp rally followed by a steep sell-off was typical after speculative manipulation, yet linking it to the property boom felt deeply unsettling. I sensed this shouldn't end so simply. Though logic eluded him, intuition whispered that the real estate sector's rally on the stock exchange hadn't yet reached its zenith. It still held untapped potential. Think it over carefully. The stock market is yours to manage, Li Dongsheng said, setting aside the newspaper and picking up his chopsticks to resume his meal. Brother, should we find time to visit that property? We've never been there, Li Xiaomei asked. Sunday will do. We're in no rush. Hong Kong Island flats haven't even sold out, yet Kowloon properties won't catch fire so quickly. Li Dongsheng spoke without hesitation. Li Donglin paid no attention to their conversation. He was wholly absorbed in deciphering the stock market's true state. His brother's comment had crystallized his suspicion. Today's violent surge and crash bore all the hallmarks of a fierce, orchestrated washout. Washout? At the word, Li Donglin shuddered. He'd read about it in materials obtained from Fong Bo before manipulating a stock upward. Insiders routinely executed washouts, purging floating shares held by investors who'd already realized substantial gains, to prevent sudden exits during the ascent, which would otherwise escalate the manipulator's cost of propping up prices. If this truly were a washout, then further rallies lay ahead. But such brutal, cleansing risk terrifying ordinary investors into abandoning the game altogether. Continued downward pressure would force many to sell, but also shatter collective confidence. If most shares fell into insiders' hands, how could they ever entice retail investors back? Retail participation typically spread by word of mouth, relatives or friends boasting about massive gains on a particular stock, promising more to come, thus luring newcomers into the fray. Without guidance, how could anyone navigate hundreds of listed stocks? Insiders would certainly accumulate large positions at lows, but never absorb every share. That wouldn't be market manipulation. It would be turning into passive shareholders. With no room left for further decline, the only direction remaining was up. Li Donglin pondered, if yesterday's pattern repeated itself, with a final hour surge, how would exchange trade? Would they rush to dump their holdings, or scramble to buy back and chasing profits? Such volatility was rare in Hong Kong's markets, offering scant precedent. Li Donglin reflected inwardly. Putting himself in their shoes, he might curse and strike his chest upon seeing a stock rebound immediately after selling, but he'd likely not reverse course instantly to repurchase. Yet what if rumors circulated? Whispers that insiders were merely executing a washout, that prices had already rebounded and far greater gains lay ahead. Might that lure investors back in? At that moment, Li Donglin felt he was brushing against the truth. Today's turbulence was likely just a washout, and the market would erupt in frenzied ascent over the coming days. Li Donglin grew restless the moment the thought crossed his mind that the market was being manipulated by insiders. Eat some vegetables. Why just shovel rice? Li Dongsheng chuckled, watching his younger brother devour his meal in silence. I'm in a hurry. I'll head to the Far East Exchange right after dinner and buy back the shares at a low price. Mouth half full, Li Donglin mumbled indistinctly between chews. It's just a hunch, nothing more than speculation. If you decide to act on it, weigh your decision carefully. Li Dongsheng nodded. Indeed, his earlier remark had been offhand, a fleeting intuition born of observing how the property market was steadily heating up, making it seem unnatural for real estate stocks to falter so abruptly in the equity market. Go ahead, do what you know best. Don't second-guess yourself or let fear paralyze you, Li Dongsheng encouraged, offering quiet confidence. In his view, his younger brother would soon marry and establish his own household, thereby stepping into full independence. Earlier, when seeking employment himself, he'd even considered bringing Li Donglin along. Yet two factors held him back: first, his unfamiliarity with Hong Kong; second, his desire to test the local job market firsthand. Within just 2 days, he abandoned the idea entirely. Here, interviews began with one blunt question: what is your academic qualification? Their credentials offered little leverage. Li Dongsheng had attended high school, but never graduated. His brother had only completed junior middle school, and not even that. Fortunately, he could speak English. A few fluent sentences shifted the interviewer's demeanor, lending credibility to his words, if nothing else. Still, it made little difference. Over a decade ago, English-speaking Chinese were rare in Hong Kong. Jobs were plentiful, salaries generous. But the past 10 years had brought rapid transformation. A generation of once uncertain youths had matured armed with superior education and fluency in English. Consequently, bilingualism had lost its former premium. Compounding this were waves of mainland migrants, especially entrepreneurs, flooding the market. He resolved to secure a position at Hopewell Taxi Company the day after next, and should his brother express interest, find him a role there too. The thought lingered in Li Dongsheng's mind as Li Donglin pushed away his empty bowl and strode out the door, heading straight for the Far East Exchange, hoping to locate Fong Bo and inquire about any rumors circulating on the trading floor that morning. True, the outside world remained insulated, but within the exchange, information flowed freely. The red-jacketed brokers knew one another well, and knew precisely which tycoons stood behind each order. Massive accumulation or liquidation rarely went unnoticed. Alas, when Li Donglin arrived at the Far East Exchange's Fubao Securities brokerage staff informed him that Fong Bo had already left the premises after market close. He might have returned to his office. Rumor had it that today's listings on both the Hong Kong Stock Exchange and the Gold and Silver Exchange saw an unusual surge in sell orders. Financial markets thrived on speed. Just days prior, newly listed stocks on the Far East Exchange had led the rally, lifting equities across both exchanges. Today, however, those same stocks spearheaded the decline, dragging down the broader market. Finding no one to consult, Li Donglin paused before the quotation board, eyes locked on Hang Seng Land and Tsingtao Cement. He faced a decisive choice: Hang Seng Land or Tsingtao Cement. Unquestionably, Hang Seng Land was the undisputed leader of this property sector surge. Tsingtao Cement lagged noticeably behind. Yet perhaps what drew him to Tsingtao Cement was its vast industrial landholdings in Hong Kong. Indeed, in later decades, Tsingtao Cement would be recognized not only for its undervalued real estate assets, but also for a singular advantage few noticed at the time: its private deepwater port. Yes, Tsingtao Cement ranked among the rare Hong Kong firms possessing its own dedicated maritime. Originally, its cement plant sat on Tsingtao Island, raw materials shipped by sea to Hung Hom Wharf, where the company maintained expansive warehouses to meet Hong Kong's insatiable demand for cement. Later, dissatisfied with Tsingtao's logistical constraints, the company relocated production to Hung Hom, leaving the wharf largely idle. Then a few years onward, containerization revolutionized shipping, rendering Tsingtao Cement's bulk cargo terminal increasingly obsolete and overlooked. But for now, no one yet grasped its latent potential. attention remained fixed on the surging property sector. Hong Kong possessed ample developable land, yet the colonial government tightly controlled supply, releasing parcels sparingly. Crucially, this restraint applied primarily to Chinese capital, British firms, when interested routinely received approval. Indeed, for years Hong Kong's real estate industry had been dominated by British conglomerates. Local Chinese developers either purchased existing buildings for demolition and redevelopment, or acquired marginal plots from British firms unwilling to develop them. Once a prominent tycoon named Ho had boldly entered the market, even acquiring a landmark tower in Causeway Bay, only to lose it to a British consortium via a mere promissory note. For years, Chinese real estate enterprises survived solely in the narrow interstices between British corporate giants. Li Donglin, attuned to these dynamics, naturally gravitated toward Hang Sung Land, the flagship property arm of Jardine Matheson, whose privileged standing on this soil bordered on sovereign entitlement. The Xiangjiang Land Company was established on March 2, 1889, originally named Xiangjiang Land Investment, an agency limited founded by the renowned Hong Kong businessman Paul Chater and James Johnston Keswick. In addition to his involvement in real estate, Mr. Chater also engaged in securities and gold trading, while Keswick was the Grand Master of Jardine Matheson, concurrently serving as the chairman of the land company. Thus it became traditional for the Grand Master of Jardine Matheson to also hold the position of Grand Master of the land company. Mr. Chater once tirelessly lobbied the Xiangjiang government for a new reclamation project at Victoria Harbour in Central and to build a new seaside avenue along the coast. Just 6 days after the establishment of the land company, Mr. Chater finally achieved his wish, as the reclaimed land provided a building site approximately 250 feet wide and covering 65 acres, while the newly built seaside avenue would later become known as Chater Road. This reclaimed land subsequently became the central part of Zhangjiang's Central District, including the area between Connaught Road Central and Avo Road Central, which features the Queen Statue Square and Chater Road. Therefore, the Chater Road Reclamation Plan can be seen as the first step taken by the land company to develop Central into the commercial district of Xiangjiang. However, at this time, Xiangjiang Land had not yet ventured into international markets, remaining active only within the Xiangjiang business community. One of the most representative actions of Xiangjiang Land was the connection of its buildings, which included 9 large office towers in Central, as well as shopping areas in the Prince Building and the Mandarin Hotel, all linked by a pedestrian sky bridge. From then on, the buildings of the land company were all interconnected by sky bridges, forming a network of commercial. Last June, the land company acquired a significant piece of newly reclaimed land in the Central District at a record high price of 258 million Hong Kong dollars during a public auction held by the Hong Kong government, intended for the construction of the recreation building. A series of actions positioned Xiangjiang Land as a leader among real estate companies on Hong Kong Island, with no one able to shake its status. In today's real estate-dominated world, even if Li Donglin was still interested in Qingzhou, he had no choice but to focus on Xiangjiang Land. There is simply no comparison. The current stock price of Xiangjiang Land is $41.2, and although trading has stopped now, Li Donglin can still sense the collapse of the mentality among shareholders holding Xiangjiang Land stocks. Calculating from today's intraday peak to now, a drop of 20 has already been recorded. Back at the Defu stock brokerage, Li Donglin got to the main quotation points for Xiangjiang Land, which had already approached 41 Hong Kong dollars by 11 in the morning, with the stock price only slightly dipping in the following half hour. However, Li Donglin still noticed that although the price had only fallen slightly during this time, the trading volume was enormous. Clearly, there were resolute buy orders around the 41 Hong Kong dollar mark. Unfortunately, without Fong Bo present, he was unable to understand who the buyers of the stock were at that moment. Thinking of this, Li Donglin couldn't help but look at that wall. Perhaps when that wall is taken down and replaced with glass, more insider information about stock transactions will be revealed outside. Yes, Li Donglin did not think it was purely coincidental that the exchange chose to do this. Clearly, the owner of the exchange had already noticed some trading tricks within the market. Although he couldn't disclose them outwardly, making some operations to increase transparency in market transactions was still achievable. Replacing walls with glass walls was one such step. Li Donglin returned the stock price records for the land company and conveniently filled out 2 order slips quickly. Since he was going to take a gamble, Li Donglin would not dawdle. However, while filling out the quotation, he hesitated for a moment. In this transaction, Li Donglin still went Allen, purchasing 300 shares under his account and 600 shares under his older brother's account, leaving only a little over 1,000 Hong Kong dollars in both accounts, making it impossible to engage in any other transactions. Having cleared the buying price, Li Donglin felt that even if the market changed, it would likely be during the closing period, when the major player made a surprise attack, rather than pulling up the price at the opening. Perhaps after the opening they would even push down again. Although Li Donglin felt that the possibility of continuing to push down at this price level was relatively low, the room for stock price decline was limited. After waiting a short while, Li Donglin felt a little disappointment when the afternoon trading session opened. The stock price of Xiangjiang Land remained above 41 Hong Kong dollars and did not show a tendency to fall below 41 at the opening. Li Donglin's desire to pick up a bargain failed as he observed the reactions of other shareholders around him, some of whom seemed to have accepted the reality of today's downward trend in the market. After the afternoon session opened, there were no longer as many people crowded at the brokerage counter. The anxious ones had already opted to sell their stocks in the morning. And now those who remained, upon seeing that the stock price did not continue the downward inertia from the morning, also ceased further selling pressure. Li Donglin still did not see Fong Bo's figure. It was clear he was not present here. Looking at the latest price, Li Donglin finally filled in the price of 41. One in the price column and submitted the order slip directly to the counter. This price was a few cents higher than what was on the quotation board, and it was what Li Donglin was willing to pay to ensure the transaction. After all, it was equivalent to a stock price of over $40, and a few cents really didn't matter. More than 10 minutes later, Li Donglin appeared again at the counter to confirm that 900 shares of Xiangjiang Land stock had been successfully traded. Li Donglin finally filled in the price of 41. One in the price column and directly submitted the order form at the counter. This price is a few cents higher than the quoted price, which Li Donglin is willing to pay to ensure the transaction. After all, with a stock price equivalent to as high as $40, a few cents really doesn't matter. More than 10 minutes later, Li Donglin reappeared at the counter to confirm that the purchase of 900 shares of Xiangjiang GD stock had been completed. Li Donglin, holding two order forms, leaned against the counter and let out a sigh. In fact, he had invested almost his entire fortune into betting that the real estate stocks were just undergoing a washout and would rise afterwards. However, whether his speculation was right or wrong could only be verified by time. Suddenly, Li Donglin thought, should he wait until the real estate stocks started to rise before making a purchase? Even if he had to pay an extra $0.50, it seemed to guarantee accuracy. Though he thought about it, Li Donglin certainly would not immediately adjust his strategy to sell the stocks he had just acquired and then wait for opportunities. It wasn't that he was concerned about the transaction fee, but rather that he instinctively felt it was too troublesome. This kind of strategy could be used in the future. He took out money to buy two more order forms, which he planned to use as a backup, close to market closing, in case the market trend was unfavorable and fell again, allowing him to quickly place sell orders. Li Donglin returned to the quote board, continuing to observe the stock market trends. In the afternoon, perhaps due to the morning's performance, there were significantly fewer people watching the market, so the trading hall was not as crowded as in the morning. However, this may only be temporary. As time passes, perhaps more people will gather again. At this moment, Li Donglin took advantage of the fewer people to occupy a good position, but after standing for a while, he began to feel a bit tired, contemplating whether he should buy a folding chair to sit and watch the market. Thinking of this, Li Donglin decided to wait until the market closed at 4 o'clock to go take a look. Soon it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the stock price of Xiangjiang GD remained around 41 Hong Kong dollars with a peak of 41.5 Hong Kong dollars during the session and a low of 40.92 Hong Kong dollars, but mostly stayed above 41 Hong Kong dollars. Li Donglin dared not be careless, worried that the market maker would crash the price again, so he kept a close watch on. However, this also led him to be overjoyed when the price rose, while he became very anxious when it dipped below 41 Hong Kong dollars, affecting his mentality quite adversely. Fortunately, the stock price lingered below 41 Hong Kong dollars for a very short time. If it continued to drop, Li Donglin had almost made up his mind that once it reached around 40 Hong Kong dollars, he would decisively admit defeat and exit the market. He didn't know when it started, but the number of people standing beside him had increased, clearly indicating that at first everyone was busy with their own matters. Now that everything was finally arranged, they all hurried to the trading hall to check the latest trends. Li Donglin finally noticed this change and felt a sense of relief. He was genuinely worried that if the market worsened, everyone would leave and stop investing in stocks. He knew that for the market to be active, it required participation from self-investing funds. If there weren't enough stockholders participating in the market makers wouldn't be able to be active either, as they wouldn't find anyone to take over the inflated stock prices. At this moment, in the chairman's room on the top floor of the HSBC building, Mike Trent was entertaining two friends. At this time, aside from Mike Trent's secretary, all other staff had been temporarily assigned to other places. George has already told me over the phone that you intend to. Mike hesitated here, not finishing his sentence. The gist is, you should have seen from the plan that the boss is very dissatisfied with the performance of the US and European stock markets over the past 2 years, so he wants to find new markets for investment. It seems that the stock market here in Xiangjiang has developed very well in the past 2 years, and the economy of Xiangjiang can now support such development. A middle-aged white man with blonde hair and blue eyes spoke up. However, if there is indeed a speculative boom, the impact on Xiangjiang's economy is likely to be very significant. Mike still seemed hesitant. It's all right, it will recover in a few years. What the white man didn't say was that they would return in. Right now, our biggest problem is that the stock market in Xiangjiang is quite fragmented. The exchange with the largest trading volume in Xiangjiang is not under our control, but managed by Chinese capital. Mike introduced the Xiangjiang stock market to him, but it was clear that the other party was not interested. For speculators like them, as long as the exchange operates according to established rules, they will complete their operations within those rules. because they actually do not care about so-called privileges. What they rely on is their strong capital. In the financial market, it is always about capital strength. Moreover, even the governor of Hong Kong, they can also have a conversation with him to have him issue the regulations they need. We have already understood these matters, it's fine. We plan to deeply engage in the Xinjiang stock market, which may take more than a year to complete this operation. Another white man took over Mike's line, saying as long as it is within the rules, it's fine. We will also complete the operations through HSBC Securities, so HSBC's interests can be fully guaranteed. What I need now is the asset information of the citizens of Xinjiang. Here I want to know how much pressure this place can truly bear. It's over, it's starting to drop again. Yeah, if I had sold this morning, I would have lost less than $1. No, with such wild fluctuations today, could it be that the manipulators are offloading their shares? As it approached 3 in the afternoon, the stock market experienced another wave of sell orders, causing many stock prices to be significantly suppressed. Even the previously maintained stock of Xinjiang Land has now dropped below 41, approaching 46 Hong Kong dollars. At this moment, a layer of sweat had formed in Li Donglin's palms. He couldn't tell if it was the increasing crowd around him making the trading hall stuffy or the immense psychological pressure he was feeling. In any case, Li Donglin was starting to feel anxious. So I forget it, I think I'll sell half. An old man in his 50s next to him shook his head and said to his companion, "You are still making a profit now, so you can sell. It's wise to secure your gains." His companion advised him, "Sell half first, and let's wait a couple of days to see what happens with the rest." As he spoke, the old man squeezed his way to the side, clearly heading to the trading counter to place an order. Li Donglin glanced at the old man's back, suppressing his impulse to follow repeatedly, reminding himself of his earlier decision. He absolutely would not sell unless the stock price dropped near 40 Hong Kong dollars. Yes, he wanted to hold on a little longer, waiting until after 3:30 to decide. He had a strong feeling that the real estate stock market would not end so quickly. On the top floor of HSBC Tower in the chairman's office, Mike was still conversing with 2 guests from You say that the recent funds indeed come from HSBC's loans with a term of 6 months, and it has only been 1 month so far. So they still have a long time to operate. Is there a clause in the contract requiring early repayment? A Caucasian casually asked. Mike smiled and replied, "They are credit loans, so naturally it's possible, but this clause cannot be used casually. Once invoked, it is equivalent to pushing the client out the door, which does not align with our service ethos at HSBC." After speaking, Mike put on an apologetic expression as he looked at the others. Since they have entered the market first, let's give them a push to accelerate the process and then unload the goods onto them. Another Caucasian spoke up. HSBC should be monitoring this loan, right? Mike nodded in response. Although the borrowers were wealthy merchants from Xinjiang, HSBC could offer unsecured loans. However, to ensure the safety of the funds, they would naturally monitor their trades to prevent cases of absconding with funds. Although this possibility is small, HSBC's risk control policies prevent them from lending without supervision. When the time comes, we can push down the prices and the bank can apply pressure on them in the form of risk warnings. That's feasible. From what we understand, this capital is intended for stock speculation. Citing poor market conditions, we can indeed demand that they conclude their transactions quickly, Mike said with a wry smile. His expression made it difficult to discern which side he was truly on. Then it's settled. If they continue to pressure the market, we will buy less. If they push the prices up, we will step in and scoop up the goods. After speaking, he turned to his companion. Everyone understood the meaning behind his words. They intended to stoke the current market conditions, making it burn faster and brighter. Naturally, this would lead to an earlier conclusion so as not to interfere with their plans. Utilizing their operations, they could hitch a ride and earn a little profit. The final leverage would be the tool to suppress the market, preparing ammunition for their funds to enter. Mike shrugged and laughed. "As you wish, as long as you are happy." After saying this, he stood up first, followed by the 2 Caucasians who took turns shaking hands with Mike to bid farewell. "I will prepare the materials you need and deliver them to you within 3 days. When Mike saw them out, he said to them. In the VIP room on the 2nd floor of the Far East Exchange, a figure stood by the glass window, quietly watching the trading scene below. Contrary to the lively trading atmosphere of the morning, many traders in red vests now stood listlessly at their posts with no trading instructions coming through. Due to the market decline, the previously booming trading felt as if it had been paused. Those who wanted to sell stocks had already done so in the morning, while the rest were simply waiting and not in a hurry to act. The figure remained motionless, gazing at the idle traders below, occasionally glancing at the large clock hanging on the wall above the exchange. Time was approaching 3:30. Yesterday, he chose to take action at this time. Today, he still opted to trade at this. Even tomorrow, and for a long time afterward, 3:30 would become a critical moment that all investors in the stock market needed to pay close attention to. Li Donglin looked up at the clock hanging on the wall, which showed the time was already 3:31. Unfortunately, looking at the prices on the quotation board, it seemed there was no change. The upward trend he hoped for at the close appeared to be in jeopardy. Currently, the stock price of Xinjiang GD was only 46 Hong Kong dollars. Although it hadn't quickly fallen below the 40 mark, it had dipped to a low of 42 during trading. Li Donglin had been standing in front of the quotation board for 2 hours now, and his feet felt sore and numb, quite uncomfortable. He squeezed out of the crowd, but did not leave. Instead, he wandered around casually. He moved his stiff limbs a bit. In fact, he wanted to go outside and sit for a while on the steps to relax his feet. Another person in a red vest jogged out from the adjacent room and headed towards the quotation board. Li Donglin did not pay much attention and walked towards the back of the crowd. Oh! Just after a few steps, he vaguely heard the crowd behind him erupt into cheers. Just as he turned to take a look, he heard Fong Bo's voice from his right front. Li, you're still watching the market. Fong Bo seemed unfazed by the heat. The weather in Xiangjiang was far from cool, and inside the trading hall the cramped space, crowded with people, felt even more stifling. In truth, Li Donglin knew that within the brokerage counter several fans were blowing air, but they only dared to blow downwards. If the wind blew too high, it would easily scatter the order slips on the table. Yeah, where else would I go if I don't watch the market? Li Donglin turned back with a smile and said to Fong Bo, I haven't seen you all afternoon. Or were you at the gold and silver exchange? How is it over there now? Did it drop as well? Not just the gold and silver exchange, the Xiangjiang Association also plummeted. This time the market leaders are still here. Fong Bo whispered in Li Donglin's ear, is there any news? Is the big player liquidating? Will it continue? Li Donglin was actually concerned about this. The situation in the market was first known by the traders, then by colleagues within the brokerage, and finally reached the ears of the retail investors. I don't know. Fong Bo shrugged his shoulders and said if I had news from the big players, I would borrow money from De Long to... That's right. Li Donglin nodded with a smile. Li, since you sold at a high point, the market drop is actually a good thing. As long as you see the stock price rise again, you can follow up without making mistakes. You are now in a position that is more advantageous than the big players, able to advance or retreat. Fong Bo chuckled again after the stock price dropped. I was still guessing if you had news from the big players to sell so precisely. What news could I have? Li Donglin shook his head and laughed. Oh. At that moment, the cheer from the crowd of investors behind him grew louder, and occasionally young people whistled sharply. What's going on? Fong Bo had already passed Li Donglin, looking at the throngs of investors in front of the quotation board. I just squeezed out, and at 330 the market still looked lifeless. Li Donglin was a bit surprised and stepped forward. It's up. Really up. That's good. If it could recover all the losses from today, that would be great. Up, up, up. Stock should rise. This morning was just to scare the investors. The big players are washing the market for the upcoming rise. In the crowd, many people began to discuss. From this distance, Li Donglin could not clearly see the prices on the quote. At this moment, Li Donglin regretted squeezing out. It's truly easy to get out, but hard to get back in. Looking at the packed crowd, he was momentarily unsure where to push forward. Li, this way. Fong Bo patted Li Donglin's arm and whispered. Fong Bo led Li Donglin to a small door at the edge of the trading hall. Li Donglin knew this was the entrance for the exchange. Wondering what Fong Bo was bringing him here for, Fong Bo had already pushed the door open and walked in. Li Donglin followed, and before his eyes was a corridor with several small doors on either side. Soon they arrived at a wooden door with a sign reading De Fu Brokerage. Fong Bo knocked and walked straight in. Wiggle, what's going on inside? After entering, Fong Bo immediately asked. It's a big surge. Those brokers who sold stocks in the morning are now buying up. Many new brokers are following. Opposite was a window, and a person was standing in front of it, constantly looking inside while jotting down notes. Who is this? The person at the door asked Fong Bo. My client. There are too many people outside, and he can't see the quotation board. I brought him over to check the stock price. Oh, which stock? Let me take a look. Fong Bo knew that Li Donglin had already sold his stocks and was only making things up earlier. Now he was at a loss. Could you please check the current stock price of Xiangjiang land? Li Donglin quickly interjected. That's the stock. It seems to be leading the market again. Looking up for a moment, he told Li Donglin and the others the current stock price is 44.5, having risen over 4 from the bottom. At this moment, Li Donglin was also very curious about the room and unconsciously walked to the window to look inside, where he saw a crowd of heads. Although there were both men and women, unlike the trading hall outside, everyone here was wearing a red vest. Li Donglin realized that this was a room that every brokerage had a place for recording stock data. Ding, ding, ding. At this moment, Li Donglin hadn't even registered what the previous person had said. His curiosity was already drawn in by the lively trading scene inside. He knew that what lay before him was the real exchange, the place where stockbrokers conducted their trades. Xiao Mao answered the phone. Yes, several positions sold this morning have started buying. Yes, very aggressively, and other brokerages have joined. HSBC, Standard Chartered, and Citibank's brokerage departments are all buying. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Mao returned to his original position. Li Donglin had now completely seen the scene inside the exchange. Although he would soon see it in the trading hall outside, he was still a bit excited to witness the trading firsthand. Ha ha. Li Sheng, Li Sheng. Hearing Li Donglin's laughter startled Fong Bo, who whispered beside. After Li Donglin turned to look at him, Fong Bo tugged at Li Donglin and quietly said, the market is rising. Do you want to buy in immediately? Fong Bo had also taken a look and knew that the market seemed to have reversed again. With the stock price skyrocketing, he needed to remind his clients to buy before the prices went even higher. I've already bought it, Li Donglin quietly said, pulling out the completed transaction receipt from his pants pocket. Wow, Li Xing, you really are a stock god. Upon seeing the content of the order, Fong Bo couldn't help but exclaim, your trading skills are exactly what you'd need to borrow money from a loan shark to trade stocks. Borrowing money from a loan shark was something Li Donglin would never consider. Although he hadn't been in Xinjiang long, he knew what loan sharks did. They were the ones who lent money at exorbitant interest rates. With good stock performance and a booming market, borrowing at high interest to trade stocks could indeed yield profits. However, for Li Donglin, having property to mortgage meant there was no need to borrow from loan sharks. Isn't borrowing from a bank more appealing? The interest is much lower. Nevertheless, at present, Li Donglin would absolutely not consider mortgaging his property to trade stocks. Li Xing, did you buy Xinjiang land at a very low price? The earlier speaker Wei Guo asked. Before Li Donglin could reply, Fong Bo already said, this morning I sold Qingzhouing for over 6, and in the afternoon I bought Xinjiang land for 41. How's that for operation? At that time, those clients in the company were all placing orders. Oh, congratulations, Li Xing, on making big money, as Xinjiang land is now 44. 8. It should soon reach 45. Oh, it's already hit 45. Wei Guo then turned to glance at Li Donglin, smiled at him, and then turned back to announce the latest trading price of Xinjiang land. Li Donglin stepped forward, standing behind Wei Guo to gaze into the exchange. He saw that the stock price of Xinjiang land had indeed reached 45, and glancing at the clock above, it was now 3:47 with 13 minutes left until the market closed. In front of the blackboard, many red vests were moving about, continuously raising their arms and shouting something. However, there was a glass barrier between the room and the trading area, so he couldn't hear what the red vests were shouting. Li Donglin's face was consistently cheerful. Earning 4 per share, he had already made over 3,000 Hong Kong dollars. If the closing price could reach this morning's high, the profit would be even greater. Li Donglin had no doubt that that high point would be the peak of the Xinjiang stock market, believing it would soon break through and challenge even higher levels. Until the market closed, the stock price of Xinjiang land did not manage to adjust upward to 50 Hong Kong dollars, only rising to 46.6 before some selling pressure appeared, causing the price to drop back to close at 46.22 Hong Kong dollars. As the stock market closed, Fong Bo led Li Donglin out of the room and back into the trading hall. Fong Sheng, will I be able to go there to observe the market in the future? Li Donglin asked Fong Bo. You know, the prices on the outside display boards and the latest prices inside the trading floor are always different, Li Donglin said to Fong Bo. However, Fong Bo did not agree to Li Donglin's request. Li Sheng, that place is not for clients, but belongs to the exchange and brokerage firm. Fong Bo said somewhat awkwardly. By the way, do Wei Guo and Mao Guo smoke? Li Donglin suddenly asked. Yes, they do, Fong Bo replied without hesitation, then looked at him, curiously unsure of the meaning behind his. I want to buy 2 packs of cigarettes. Can you take them in for me? Also, please help me ask if I can observe the market there regularly. At this point, Li Donglin spoke somewhat bashfully. Fong Sheng, you also saw that the environment outside is really not. I noticed that there are only those 2 recording data inside. There probably won't be anyone else in there, right? If in there, I could at least help them with boiling water and such, right? Li Sheng, this. Fong Bo hesitated for a moment before continuing. I can ask for you, but I can't guarantee. Hearing Fong Bo's agreement, Li Donglin quickly smiled and said, wait for me a moment, I'm going out to buy cigarettes. Li Donglin turned around but quickly asked again, what kind of cigarettes do they usually smoke? Li Donglin did not smoke, so he genuinely did not know what kind of cigarettes people smoked in Xinjiang. Usually it's Camel or Marlboro. Both Camel and Marlboro are imported from across the ocean and are very popular globally during this period. Even people with slightly better conditions in Xinjiang tend to choose these brands. In contrast, even though domestic brands like Zhonghua from the mainland are cheaper, few locals buy them. Those who buy them are mostly people who have come from the mainland. Li Donglin left the exchange and bought 2 packs of Marlboro from a street shop. According to the stall owner, people in finance here earn high incomes, so they all smoke Marlboro. Li Donglin also thought that if he could observe the market inside regularly, he would bring them a pack of cigarettes every few days. Although he would spend some money, it wouldn't be a loss for him. After all, the conditions for observing the market there are really good. He had heard Fong Bo mention that there is a VIP room upstairs in the exchange, but that place is not open to just anyone who it requires both money and identity. Being in that room would be very close to the VIP room upstairs. Many might think that recording stock trading information in this era is cumbersome and relies entirely on manual handwriting, but that is the reality. Although computers exist at this time, the technology is not advanced. They are primarily used for calculations rather than storage. Every brokerage firm assigns people to the exchange to continuously record real-time trading data to facilitate clients' inquiries. After handing the 2 packs of cigarettes to Fong Bo to take inside, Li Donglin waited outside for the result. After a while, Fong Bo came out, and seeing the relaxed expression on his face, Li Donglin knew that things had probably. Sure enough, Fong Bo whispered in his ear. Wei Guo said you can go in directly during trading hours, but try to keep quiet and not disturb their data recording. Li Donglin nodded with a smile and said to Fong Bo, You can rest assured I'll just stand behind them to observe the market and won't interfere with anything else. By the way, let's sit for a while and have dinner together while waiting for Wei Ge and the others to come out. Li Donglin invited warmly. As for waiting for them, let's skip it, Fang Bo said, shaking his head with a wry smile. The trading volume is so high today that I estimate it will take them until very late to finish calculating. As for me, you should know that I have to return to the company after 5 contacting several clients and checking trading information, or I will also be busy until very late. I appreciate the kind intention, but there's really no way. Li Donglin merely glanced at the bustling scene inside the sales office before smiling and walking into the community. He truly did not care what the housing prices in Xianjiang were. It was all the same to him, as he and his elder brother already owned a house. Upon arriving home, he took out his keys, opened the door, and immediately saw his younger sister sitting on the sofa, while the younger sister who used to wait for them with a meal at the courtyard gate was gone, leaving only a younger sister who loved watching television. Where's elder brother? In the kitchen, Li Donglin asked. Ergo, you're back, came his younger sister's response, surprisingly not noticing the noise of Li Donglin opening the door. I'm back. At this moment, his elder brother's voice came from the kitchen. Hey elder brother, you really called the market trend this afternoon correctly. Li Donglin walked to the kitchen doorway, leaning against the wall as he spoke. What's going on? Li Dongjing, intrigued by his younger brother's words, asked. Around 3:30 in the afternoon, the stock prices were pumped up again by major investors. Li Donglin smiled and said, it looks like the significant drop after the morning surge was just a washout by the market makers, and it seems quite successful as many people were shaken out. By the looks of you, did you buy in? Seeing Li Donglin speaking with excitement, Li Dongjing guessed that his younger brother must have bought the stocks back, otherwise he wouldn't be so happy. Of course, when you mentioned it during lunch, I thought the possibility was quite high. Li Donglin laughed. You might not believe it, but I actually found it strange this morning. I just felt something was off, but wasn't sure. But once you mentioned it, I had a strong feeling it was likely the case. Saying this, Li Donglin took out today's trading slip from his pocket and handed it to his elder brother as if seeking praise. Li Dongjing took the order slip and glanced at it. There were 2 receipts for stocks sold in the morning and 2 for stocks bought in the afternoon. You didn't buy back Qingzhouingni, but instead bought shares of Xianjiang Jidi. Although Li Dongjing had spent some time at the Jining Hui, he was not familiar with the stocks in the Xianjiang stock market, yet he felt the name Xianjiang Jidi sounded quite familiar. Without waiting for Li Donglin to respond, he continued, why does this company sound so familiar? You must have seen it in the newspaper. After all, it is one of the top companies here in Xianjiang. Li Donglin laughed. As for your comment about me switching stocks, that's natural. The stocks being traded now are real estate stocks, so I definitely switched to popular ones this time. Xianjiang Jidi has always been the largest real estate development company here, and due to its British background, has been able to secure land for development from the Hong Kong government. If we're discussing real estate stocks in Xianjiang, we can't avoid this stock at all. I remember now, there was a newspaper article saying this company spent a lot of money to buy a large piece of land in Central the One for land reclamation. Li Donglin immediately recalled where he had seen the name of this major real estate company. Yeah, last year they spent a lot of money buying land, saying they wanted to build some skyscraper in Central. Li Donglin laughed. So what was the closing price of that stock? You look so delighted, you must have made a considerable profit. Li Dongjing, while cooking, turned back to Li Donglin and said, Li Donglin said somewhat proudly, closed at 46.22 yuan, earning 5 yuan per share. Go on, what was the closing price of this stock? You look so elated, you must have made quite a profit. Li Dongsheng asked over his shoulder while stir-frying vegetables. Li Donglin replied with evident pride. It closed at 46 Hong Kong dollars. 22.5 Hong Kong dollars profit per share. What? Li Dongxing, who had been fully absorbed in cooking, whirled around in astonishment and stared at his younger brother, disbelief written across his face. He had just reviewed the order slip and knew precisely how many shares his brother had purchased: 600 in his own account, 300 in his brother's, 900 shares in total. If true, earning 5 Hong Kong dollars per share in half a day meant his brother had netted over HK400 from the stock market in a single afternoon. What did HK400 even mean? Many Hong Kong residents couldn't earn that much in half a year. Did it truly close at 46 Hong Kong dollars? Though he trusted his brother, Li Dongsheng still voiced the question aloud. Absolutely true, Li Donglin affirmed without hesitation. Li Dongsheng turned back to the walk in silence, but now an irrepressible excitement flickered across his features. After purchasing their apartment in Hong Kong, Li Dongsheng had grown anxious upon seeing their meager remaining savings, desperate to secure stable employment as soon as possible. Yet he never imagined his younger brother's recent maneuvers would yield such substantial returns for the family. His reserved HK0 had nearly swelled to HK300. Right away, Li Donglin replied cheerfully and hurried out of the kitchen to set the table. Soon the 3 siblings were seated around it, enjoying dinner together. Perhaps buoyed by their stock market windfall, both Li Dongxing and Li Donglin ate with extraordinary appetite, devouring the entire meal in record time. After finishing his meal, Li Dongsheng placed his chopsticks and bowl down and instructed his younger brother, little brother, wash the dishes. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoping had long since finished eating and settled onto the sofa to watch television. As Li Donglin emerged from the kitchen having washed and dried the dishes, he overheard his younger sister questioning their big brother. I heard your conversation with second brother earlier. Did you really make a lot of money in stocks? Can we finally buy a color television? This black and white set simply isn't as pleasing to the eye as a color one. Yes, I told you last time we'll get a color TV by year-end. Li Dongxing, cornered by his sister's persistence, reluctantly responded. If we have the money, why wait? Buy it now and enjoy it immediately. If we delay until year-end, we'll miss out on 6 whole months of color. Unconvinced, Li Xiaoping retorted, Big brother, those profits exist only on paper, not in cash. You heard it yourself. After selling the shares this morning, second brother repurchased them this afternoon. Our account holds almost no liquid funds. How could we afford a television? I recall seeing color televisions at the department store last time. The smaller models cost over HK00. But if we buy one now, won't you grow dissatisfied with its size soon enough? Wouldn't it be wiser to wait until year-end, when second brother has earned even more in the market and we can purchase a large high-quality color set? What do you think? Li Dongxing spun his words like honeyed persuasion, reminiscent of the wolf in grandma's clothing. Yet his reasoning resonated with Li Xiaoping. Big brother, you promised a big color TV by year-end. No going back on your word. Of course, not a word changed. My promise stands. Li Dongsheng affirmed firmly. Hooray, long live big brother. And her younger sister danced with unrestrained joy, beaming with Li Donglin watched her chuckling warmly. Only after she resumed eating did he turn to his elder brother and ask, Big brother, are you confident about joining Hehe Taxi Company tomorrow? Of course, no problem at all, Li Dongsheng replied between mouthfuls of rice. I've already completed the interview. Had they not intended to hire me, they wouldn't have invited me back. Though no formal contract was signed, everything points toward an imminent offer. That's reassuring, Li Donglin smiled. And though he had profited handsomely from the stock market, he still believed his elder brother securing stable employment in Hong Kong would anchor their new life there. The stock market remained inherently volatile. And moreover, having just arrived in Hong Kong, the siblings were strangers in a foreign land, needing someone to step outward, engage with society, and forge meaningful connections. Once I begin working there, I'll also keep an eye out for suitable positions for you. If something fitting arises, you needn't spend every waking hour glued to the markets. You could hold a steady job while trading during your spare time. The Dafu brokerage even offers telephone-based services. Li Dongxing spoke up. After this bull run ends, I'll find proper employment. Li Donglin responded. Though he acknowledged the virtue of steady work, he felt his elder brother's employment sufficed. For where else besides the stock market could one earn such substantial returns so effortlessly? By the way, this afternoon my sister and I agreed we'll view apartments in Mei Fu Sun Chen this Sunday. According to Mr. Wang, the sales agent, property across Hong Island is selling like wildfire. Fewer than 10 units remain here, and their team plans to withdraw next week. Li Dongxing added, Mei Fu Sun Chen this weekend. Excellent. I'm free, and I'd be happy to join you. Li Donglin naturally welcomed the opportunity to view Hong Kong properties. Even those in Kowloon appeared remarkably promising. And initially unfamiliar with local real estate pricing, he narrowed his search exclusively to Hong Island. Only after settling in did he realize that during this era, Kowloon's residential districts offered exceptional value. Not only more affordable, but also surprisingly convenient in terms of transportation. At present, only the new territories seemed widely disfavored by Hong Kong residents, lagging economically and suffering from poor infrastructure, rendering newly built housing there largely unappealing. Even as the most affordable district across all Hong Kong, it attracted few buyers, its low prices failing to offset its profound disadvantages. Buoyed by recent windfalls in the stock market, Li Donglin felt unusually lighthearted today. The family gathered together watching television until late before retiring to their respective rooms for the night. The following day, Friday, saw Li Donglin arrive early at the Far East Exchange to buy newspapers. Owing to yesterday's violent market fluctuations, a crowd of investors had already assembled outside, clutching broadsheets and animatedly debating the previous day's volatility. Hong Kong's 3 stock exchanges drew unusually large crowds before opening hours. Many investors who had missed yesterday's session rushed in today, eager to discern whether the market would sustain its upward momentum or had finally reached its zenith and begun its descent. Li Donglin arrived relatively late, thus the quotation board inside the trading hall was already thronged. Judging the crush, he chose not to push through, instead stepping outside to purchase 2 packs of cigarettes at a nearby convenience store before returning. He approached the same doorway through which Fong Bo had guided him the previous day, pushed it open without hesitation, traversed the corridor, swiftly located Dafu Brokerage's office, and knocked before entering. Wei Gumao, there are even more people outside today than yesterday. Li Donglin handed a pack of cigarettes to Xiao Mao, who was at the door, and then walked to the window to stuff another pack into Wei Ge's hands. Let's sit for a while. There's about 10 minutes until the market opens. Wei Gu accepted the cigarettes he was handed and said to him. Li Donglin moved a stool in front of the window, so he could see the situation inside the trading hall. Now those in red vests were gathered in small groups, and it was unclear what they were discussing. What do you think will happen in the stock market today after all the commotion yesterday? Wei Gu casually asked. In fact, at this time, not only the investors outside, but even those in red vests inside the trading hall were uncertain. Yesterday's fluctuations were too intense, and the trading volume had increased significantly. After the market closed yesterday afternoon, the exchange had compiled and settled the transactions, and the trading data had already reached their ears. For most people in Xinjiang at this moment, the stock market was still unfamiliar. With such massive trading, they couldn't tell who was selling and who was buying. Nevertheless, from 1969 until now, the Xinjiang stock market had risen dramatically over the past 2 years, although the Xinjiang economy had also developed quite well during this time. Today at the opening, if the stock market continues to rise, then there should be no issues. If a large number of sell orders appear right at the opening, then it would be concerning. Li Donglin fixed his gaze on the red vests in the trading hall through the window and replied without hesitation. With 5 minutes left until the market opens, the red vests that had gathered together had returned to their positions, waiting for the operators to relay trading instructions. You don't actually think the red vests inside know what today's market will be like, do you? Xiao Mao joked as he watched Li Donglin intently observing the red vests in the trading hall. Now there were some so-called insider rumors circulating on the streets of Xinjiang, including tales of the red vests. After all, they were the ones closest to the major investors and institutions trading according to their instructions. While they may not know whether the market will rise or fall today, the bosses behind them should be well aware. Li Donglin merely smiled and said, for instance, regarding yesterday's trading, those accounts that sold stocks and those that later bought stocks should be known to the banks where they have accounts. Then you will be disappointed. The main force behind yesterday's trading was the Securities Department of HSBC, and it seems that in all 3 exchanges, HSBC's trading volume was the highest. Xiao Mao said, does that count as insider information? Li Donglin was not surprised to hear this. Large investors would definitely conduct transactions through major investment banks in Xinjiang, which not only ensured the security of funds, but also had a more comprehensive confidentiality system. Moreover, being backed by HSBC made it easier to obtain financing support. Such news is known by everyone in the exchange. How can it be considered insider information? It's just that newspapers generally can't report it, so outsiders find it mysterious, but in reality, it's just the same. Xiao Mao said with a grin. Just as the 3 were chatting, the red vests outside suddenly started moving, and almost simultaneously several people left their positions and moved to the front trading desk to start shouting prices. Trading has started, be sure to record it. Wei Gu reminded Xiao Mao. Receive. Xiao Mao instantly put away his smile and focused his eyes on the front trading desk. Although he couldn't hear the shouts of the red vests inside, Li Donglin kept his eyes on the price board. He wasn't interested in other stocks except for Xinjiang Land. He had already identified the position of Xinjiang Land stock yesterday, so once trading began, he fixated on it. Subsequently, a trader continuously tapped several other traders on the shoulder. A large transaction was deemed successful, and after reporting the trading information to the price clerk, the clerk took a pen and walked to the Xinjiang Land price board to record the first transaction of the day. 46. 50 Hong Kong dollars 1000 shares. Click. Brother, you're back. At noon, someone unlocked the Li family's front door from outside. Li Xiaomei glanced up and called out. Li Donglin answered and walked in with a grin. Brother, did the stock market make money? Li Xiaomei watched her second brother come in, smiling foolishly, and guessed aloud. Oh Xiaomei, when did you become so clever? Li Donglin laughed. Did the market really rise today? Li Dongsheng in the kitchen heard the conversation in the living room and called out loudly. Yes, it rose. The market was positively blazing today. The people in red vests on the floor hardly had a moment's rest. As soon as one trade concluded, new orders came in. They were busier than hounds in pursuit. Li Donglin laughed toward the kitchen. Good that it rose, good that it rose. Li Dongsheng murmured that once and went back to stir-frying. Brother, how much did it rise? When will you take me to see it? Li Xiaomei sat on the sofa and asked her second brother. Don't you have class this afternoon? After these 2 months of classes are over, I'll take you to have a look, Li Donglin said as he sat on the sofa, then added, bring your brother a glass of water, I'm parched. Oh. Li Xiaomei put down her book and rose to pour water for Li Donglin. He picked up the book she had set aside and glanced at the cover, a collection by Qiong Yao. He skimmed it briefly, a compilation of 6 short romantic stories. Don't read too much of Qiong Yao's work. It's all tearful romance. Li Donglin only meant it in passing, but the reluctant to fetch water, Xiaomei bristled. Second brother, have you read this book? You just judge it and call it tearful romance. Li Donglin hesitated, then took the glass from his sister's hand and looked at her youthful face. You're still so young, you put more thought into your studies. In 2 months you'll sit the entrance exams. If you don't get into a good school, don't come crying then. If I don't need your concern, I know my own studies. Li Xiaomei was not grateful. She snorted, snatched the novel back from Li Donglin, and went to one side to continue reading. Before long, Li Dongsheng finished preparing lunch, and the 3 siblings sat down to eat. Seeing their sister eating while reading, Li Donglin nudged their eldest brother's arm and said, shouldn't we cut her pocket money a bit? Look at her. All spent on novels, she won't even eat properly. Mind your own business. Hearing Li Donglin, Xiaomei shot him an annoyed glance. Still she put the book down and began to eat properly. I don't oppose students at the cram school reading novels, but it mustn't interfere with their studies, understand? Li Dongshen glanced at the book on the table and spoke to Li Xiaomei. All right. Xiaomei forced out a reply. Donglin, did the market rise right at the open, or what? You said those in red vests were very busy. Did you see it? Li Dongxing asked, then let the matter drop once he saw Xiaomei was aware. He understood that if Xiaomei did not read what her classmates read, she would lose common topics with them. That would only make life here harder for her. This morning, I went to the place I told you about yesterday. You can look straight into the trading room from there. Even before the market opened, the hall was already packed. The weather in Xianjiang is hot and stifling. You simply can't stay there comfortably, Li Donglin laughed. Then buy people things now, and then a little courtesy, Li Dongxing reminded. I know. Today I bought 2 packs of cigarettes for them. In a few days on Monday I'll buy 2 more and send them over, Li Donglin replied with a smile. That's fine. Li Dongxing didn't fuss over the cost of a few packs of cigarettes. Having witnessed the family's rise and fall, he had become indifferent toward money. What did you see over there? Tell me. I've never been inside a trading hall. Li Dongxing asked with genuine interest. Seeing that his elder brother was interested in the scene inside the trading hall, Li Donglin proceeded to recount what he observed. The trading hall has walls covered in blackboards to display stock quotes with dedicated individuals in red vests recording the information. Below the blackboards are trading desks, and the other 3 sides are filled with small tables, each adorned with telephones. Each table corresponds to a market representative, typically consisting of a telephone operator and a stockbroker. When the phone receives external quotes, the stockbroker will approach the trading desk to conduct transactions and shout the prices. As you know, trades are generally executed at market prices. Once a transaction is completed, they record it and report it externally. That is how our order slips come about. Oh, you haven't seen it. After the market opened today, those in red vests were constantly moving back and forth between the trading desk and counter, with the area under the trading desk packed with people, just like the outside investors watching the market trends, gesturing with their hands incessantly. It's said that being a stockbroker can be quite exhausting, but the income is high. During peak trading times, their commissions can reach several thousand Hong Kong dollars a month. It's truly a sumptuous feast. Li Donglin recounted everything he had seen in the Far East, as well as what he had heard from Wei Gu and Xiao Mao. Stockbrokers are undoubtedly part of the high-income group in Hong Kong at this time, earning several thousand Hong Kong dollars a month, while others earn only a few hundred. Is being a stockbroker really that lucrative? Li Dongxing pondered as he stroked his chin. So, elder brother, are you interested in this field? Li Donglin looked at his elder brother with interest, and quickly shook his head, saying, but it's quite difficult. Unless you buy a brokerage license yourself, it's basically impossible to become a market representative for a brokerage firm. Fang Bo also considered doing it back then, but even though his family had always worked under that boss who was familiar with them, he still wasn't allowed to take on that role. He was merely arranged to do other tasks within the brokerage. After talking so much, how is your stock doing this morning? Li Dongxing nodded in agreement, suddenly recalling that his younger brother hadn't mentioned the state of the stock. It's at $48 now, and there might be a chance to challenge yesterday's high of 50 Hong Kong dollars again. I checked the trading from that day. Although the external quote board did not record the price of Xianjiang GD reaching 50, there were several instances of in-hall trades that did, but they were quickly driven down by sell orders. I said that you can only know the details in the trading hall. According to Xiao Mao, all those sell orders were thrown out by the red vests who were initially sweeping up the stocks. They noticed the anomalies while recording at that time, but the outside world was unaware. Therefore, I've been keeping an eye on the most active traders these days, watching their every move and preparing to flee if something seems off. In the trading hall, observing the actions of those in red vests may indeed reveal some signs. But don't take these too seriously. The main thing is not to be greedy. You know, tracking those traders, don't they know how to respond like switching traders during transactions? Li Dongxing shared his viewpoint. It seems that's true. I remember some brokerages have more than one brokerage license at the exchange. The so-called gold medal brokers prioritize large client orders, while retail clients are usually assigned to junior brokers. Li Donglin was reminded by his elder brother's words. It seems one cannot solely rely on brokers for stocks, as the risks appear to be significant. Wow, what an imposing building. On Sunday, the 3 Li siblings boarded the Star Ferry in Central Cross Victoria Harbor to Tsim Sha Tsui, and then took a bus to Lai Chi Kok in Kowloon. Upon arrival, the youngest sister couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Before them stood Phase 1 of Mei Fu Sun Chen. Phase 2 was still under construction and would not be completed until next year. What the developer was currently selling were precisely the 10 new residential towers of Phase 2. At 20 stories tall, such high-rise residences were exceedingly rare in Hong Kong, even on Hong Kong Island, making her astonishment entirely understandable. Though Hong Kong Island boasted numerous skyscrapers, most were commercial buildings. True high-rise residential complexes, like Mei Fu Sun Chen, remained uncommon. The site of Mei Fu Sun Chen had originally been an oil depot built by Standard Oil Company Hong Kong Ltd. on reclaimed land at Lai Chi Kok Bay. During the Second World War, this depot suffered damage inflicted by Japanese forces. After the war, the depot resumed operations and served as the headquarters of Radio Hong Kong from 1959 to 1969. In 1968, the oil depot relocated to Tsing-yi, and its former site was redeveloped into Mei Fu Sun Chen, undertaken by Mei Fu Enterprises Limited, a subsidiary established by Standard Oil Company. Later, however, Mei Fu Enterprises was acquired by New World Development Company Limited, which assumed responsibility for completing the remaining towers. Yet at this time, New World Development had only just been founded and lacked the financial capacity to acquire the Mei Fu Sun Chen project. Residences within Mei Fu Sun Chen offered diverse floor plans ranging from 420 to 140 square feet. Crucially, their unit prices were remarkably affordable, nearly half those of comparable apartments on Hong Kong Island. Naturally, property prices in Kowloon were lower. After all, aside from a single major road serviced by Kowloon motor bus routes, the surrounding area hosted virtually no commercial developments, leaving the estates standing in splendid isolation. To the west of Mei Fu Sun Chen lay Hong Kong's bustling container terminal, where heavy freight vehicles constantly streamed in and out. By contemporary standards, the residential environment was far from ideal. These factors constituted the primary reasons behind its comparatively low property values. After touring Phase 1, the Lee siblings made their way to the sales office. The thronged scene startled all three siblings. Despite the building's incomplete status, crowds of prospective buyers and reservation holders filled the space. Inside the sales office, they approached a master plan model. Though detailed architectural models were yet unknown, a comprehensive layout marked the overall development of Mei Fu Sun Chen, including precise locations of Phases 1 and 2. As the trio studied the building numbers, debating which tower offered the best orientation, a real estate agent approached and handed Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin promotional brochures, each bearing her handwritten name and contact number. Clearly, she hoped they would reach out directly should they decide to proceed with the purchase. Li Donglin immediately flipped open the floor plan booklet. Phase 2 units range from 1 to 4 bedroom layouts, each varying significantly in size. Elder brother, the average price remains around 50 Hong Kong dollars per square foot. Those priced below 45 Hong Kong dollars offer rather unimpressive layouts, Li Donglin murmured softly to his elder brother. Still quite affordable. 3-bedroom units spanning 600 square feet cost only over HK0. With mortgage financing, the initial payment would amount to merely HK500, Li Dongsheng muttered quietly. Li Donglin glanced around and observed that most visitors arrived in small groups, men and women alike, clearly entire families evaluating the property together. After all, purchasing a home for tens of thousands of dollars was a momentous decision, one requiring collective deliberation. Elder brother, how many units are you planning to finance via mortgage? Li Donglin asked in a hushed voice. Elder brother, how many properties are you planning to mortgage? Li Donglin asked in a low voice. I haven't thought it through yet. Li Dongsheng, caught off guard by his younger brother's question, took a while to respond. Elder brother, the money is still tied up in stocks, and I don't know when it can be released. I see that the sales here will begin next week, and pre-sale registrations are already open. Our stock account can only withdraw about 3,000 Hong Kong dollars. Li Donglin said softly to his elder brother. He asked this question casually, not thinking much, as the family situation did not allow for such expenses. Unfortunately, it seems that elder brother is already invested in the idea and truly plans to speculate on property. Money is not important as long as there's a place. Li Dongsheng said nonchalantly. Brother, are you really planning to mortgage the property to speculate on property? Li Donglin asked softly. He felt that his elder brother was indeed quite bold. Li Donglin did not continue to think further. Seeing his elder brother nod, he simply said softly, Elder brother, I support you. Just having this idea, I need to take a closer look. Li Dongsheng said softly. While speaking, his eyes scanned the clients looking at the properties around. Li Donglin had a hunch. If he noticed many clients viewing the properties with a strong intent to purchase, perhaps elder brother would indeed get involved in the property speculation. Whether the properties in Xianjiang can be speculated on is certainly possible. Although the real estate market in Xianjiang seems to have risen significantly, it is actually just in its infancy. In fact, the current housing prices in Xianjiang are not considered high, especially in Kowloon, where the price is only about 50 Hong Kong dollars per square foot, equivalent to just over 500 per square meter. Currently, an average person's monthly salary in Xianjiang can roughly afford 1 square meter. If it is a double-income family, one person's salary can be saved while the other supports household expenses. Within a few years, they could buy a property. However, most families in Xianjiang are still relatively traditional, with men earning money outside, and the family entirely managed by the women. With only one person earning in a household, it naturally becomes challenging to save much after covering daily expenses. Of course, this is also related to the generally low educational levels of most residents at this time. Education level is a significant factor that many companies pay close attention to when hiring. At this time, very few men in Xianjiang received education, let alone women. Unless hiring workers mainly in the garment industry, which is the backbone of Xianjiang, they can absorb a large number of female laborers. However, regardless, the demand for workers is limited. Elder brother, walk around more nearby. and see what those people are discussing. Li Donglin glanced at a few groups of people not far away. They didn't seem like a family, but were indeed gathered whispering together. Li Donglin had a suspicion they might be a group of property speculators who had long been out of the market in Xinjiang. Younger sister, let's sit over there. Li Dongsheng called out to his younger sister and left the area of the display map. Elder brother, the second phase has 15 buildings, nearly 2,000 units, and it shouldn't be so easy for someone to scoop them all up. As Li Donglin walked, he pondered the information he had seen. The properties in Meifu New Village indeed had a considerable number coming out this time. The first phase built 14 buildings while the second phase has 15, and looking around, there are still large vacant lands suggesting that there will be further building plans. Of course, this has little to do with them, but with so many units being released, only by quickly sweeping up the developers' properties can there be a chance for speculation. Otherwise, one can only buy and wait for appreciation. Waiting for appreciation is not the goal of speculators. They emphasize short and fast. Within the shortest time, they inflate property prices, then quickly sell, recouping their investments and waiting for the next development. In the following time, Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin moved about the sales office like thieves, seemingly observing the community effect diagrams displayed around, while only they knew they were eavesdropping on the conversations of those nearby. When the three siblings stood together again, Li Donglin whispered to his elder brother, "Elder brother, the situation seems a bit dire. I heard them worrying about being unable to handle 2,000 units coming out at once. My side is quite similar, but some also mentioned that it seems more and more self-occupying clients are coming to see the properties these days, and most of the demand may be taken by them." Li Dongsheng quietly replied to him, "Elder brother, second brother, what are you talking about?" Li Xiaomei left aside, saw her two brothers whispering, and said with some dissatisfaction, "It's nothing. Just wander around if you're free and listen to what others think about which houses are good." The elder brother merely told Xiaomei. Xiaomei's eyes twinkled as she leaned close to her elder brother's ear and asked softly, "Elder brother, are you planning to buy a house here?" "Just looking, nothing is decided yet," Li Dongsheng simply replied. Once Xiaomei wandered off like she had received an imperial edict, Li Dongsheng quietly said to Li Donglin, "If it doesn't work out, we can just register and come back next week to see what the sales situation is here. But if we want to buy a house, we will have to pay next weekend." Li Donglin whispered, "Elder brother, what are you really thinking? We can mortgage the house to get around 50 to 60,000 Hong Kong dollars, which would be enough to buy 10 units here at least," Li Dongsheng said without hesitation. Hearing about such a large loan, Li Donglin realized that his elder brother planned to mortgage both houses, as one house alone wouldn't secure that much money. In Hong Kong, mortgage loans generally only cover around 50 to 60% of the value, while buying a house on mortgage can reach 80 to 90%. "Elder brother, you really have great courage." Li Donglin gave a thumbs up. "Well, isn't it said that one can come up with 3,000? I still have 4 in my account." 3,000 enough to secure 1 unit." Li Dongsheng said earnestly, "I think what you said makes sense. The housing prices in Hong Kong should have potential. Right now the economy is just starting to develop, and later on the increase in housing prices should outpace the growth in wages." "Elder brother, you must be hiding something from me." Li Donglin looked at his elder brother's face, expressing some doubt. Li Dongsheng chuckled when he heard his second brother say this. "What else is there that I don't know? Tell me about it," Li Donglin asked curiously. "Yesterday, I went to Hehe Company to handle some procedures and sign my employee contract. I heard people in the company discussing this matter, and it seems their boss also wants to enter the real estate industry. During a meeting, the boss even advised his employees to take out mortgage loans to buy a house, saying that buying a house now would definitely not be a loss." Li Dongsheng looked at Li Donglin and said softly, "Originally, I just thought the housing prices here were low and came to check it out to see what the properties in Hong Kong were like. I didn't expect that even the company boss would say this to his employees, urging them to buy houses, and now I have to seriously consider whether to buy another one. As for saying earlier that I would mortgage a house here to buy another, that was just joking. What company? Aren't you also part of—" Li Donglin laughed, "But elder brother, why not take a gamble? Mortgage my house, and let's make a big move to secure a few units. No, if it crashes down, my little salary won't cover the mortgage payments." Hearing Li Donglin say this, Li Dongsheng quickly shook his head. The entire second phase of Meifu New Village comprises 14 buildings, 6 of which have 460 square foot small residential units available for sale. However, the unit price is not cheap, averaging 55 Hong Kong dollars per square foot, which means that a single unit exceeds 200 Hong Kong dollars. If they opt for 80 mortgage, they would need to prepare at least 50 Hong Kong dollars to cover the transaction tax. Li Donglin whispered with his elder brother for a while, ultimately persuading him to mortgage his own house and borrow 200 to 300 Hong Kong dollars from the bank. They each secured 3 units of the properties. They decided to reserve 6 properties, naturally choosing the smallest units as they were more affordable in total. Moreover, in the eyes of the two brothers, owning a place in Hong Kong Island and purchasing properties in Meifu New Village was primarily a speculative move, aiming to sell at a profit when the opportunity arose next year. Since these properties were for speculation, they naturally had to select units that would be easy to sell later. Smaller units with lower total prices were the obvious first choice. They approached the real estate agent who had handed them flyers earlier to inquire about the reservation process. The second phase was set to launch soon, and since the market was currently favorable, the developer was in no hurry to sell. Even the advertised prices on the brochures had a small line of text beneath that Li Donglin and the others overlooked. The general meaning was that the prices were to be determined. When will the prices be announced? Li Donglin realized the fine print after being reminded by the real estate agent and immediately asked. The launch will be next weekend and the prices will be revealed on site. Then based on the reserved properties we will confirm the buyers. However, once the prices are set, contracts will be signed with whoever pays the purchase amount first. The real estate agent then explained the situation regarding the sales at Meifu New Village, and both Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin listened attentively. Wasn't it possible to pay earlier? After the agent finished speaking, Li Donglin asked, No, the uniform launch will take place next weekend to ensure fairness. If you gentlemen are interested, you can come with me now to select the units and buy them then. The real estate agent continued, I understand your company is just waiting for the units that have a lot of buyers to set higher prices later. For the units with fewer reservations, the prices will be slightly lower. Li Donglin muttered quietly, and although the real estate agent heard him, it seemed he did not comprehend and did not respond. After all, Li Donglin had initially spoken in Mandarin, and while Cantonese was widely spoken in Hong Kong, there were not many who could speak Mandarin fluently. Let's make the reservation then, Li Dongsheng said, glancing at his younger brother. Li Donglin nodded. He did not oppose buying property in Hong Kong now, as the current prices were quite low and buying would mean a profit. They called their younger sister who was wandering around, and the three of them followed the real estate agent into the sales office. There were already quite a few clients surrounding the agent, marking their desired properties on the brochures. After Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin filled out the purchase forms, they began discussing the units they wanted to reserve, at which point the real estate agent asked in surprise, Are you both planning to buy 6 properties? Indeed, although the two had previously agreed to reserve 6 units, to be cautious, they chose the smallest types. They were each targeting properties located in 3 different buildings, intending to secure 2 units in each. Are you both speculating on these properties? The real estate agent asked quietly as the Li brothers looked at him. Are you two Mr. Li involved in property flipping? The real estate agent quietly inquired as the Li brothers. What do you mean? Li Dongsheng remained silent while Li Donglin asked. After all, whether at home or outside, the decision-maker of the Li family is the eldest brother Li Dongsheng. Thus Li Donglin could say many things that were inconvenient for Li Dongsheng to express. If you two Mr. Li are looking to invest in property, just consider it as if I haven't said anything. However, if you two are involved in property flipping, it might be worth considering the 600 square feet apartments. Moreover, if you two Mr. Li are flipping properties, the company also offers special discounts, allowing you to pay only 10 of the purchase price as a deposit. Of course, according to the contract, subsequent installment payments must be made to the company punctually. If during this period Mr. Li sells the property, that will be someone else's business. The real estate agent continued. At first, when he heard the agent advising them to buy a larger property, Li Donglin watched him with suspicion. However, when he mentioned that the deposit for flipping properties was only 10, he could guess a little of what was going on. The developer of Meifu New Village must be eager to sell nearly 2,000 residential units, quickly hoping to create a major news event to stimulate the real estate market in Hong Kong. As for what they could gain from it, only they themselves would know. With 2,000 residential units, who knows how many have already been privately reserved by the company's executives. As long as the properties in the second phase of Meifu New Village can be sold out in a day or two, at least nominally, then the units in their hands would become highly sought after, potentially allowing them to make a significant profit through this speculation. When is the second payment due? Li Donglin asked quietly. Mr. Li, as you can see, the foundation for the 14 buildings in the second phase has already begun. The preparatory work will be completed and the second deposit can be collected within 3 months, also at 10. After that, a 10 deposit will be required for every 3 floors completed, and the last payment should be 30, which needs to be paid in full upon delivery of the property. The real estate agent explained the company's regulations on property sales, ensuring the Li brothers understood. It can be said that such contract terms are entirely favorable for speculators like them to inflate property prices. And for the company's executives, having speculators inflate property prices is also advantageous. Moreover, the most important factor is that Meifu New Village still has vast land available for development. According to the plans submitted to the Hong Kong government, dozens of buildings will be constructed in the coming years. The properties developed in the first and second phases total less than 30 buildings, accounting for less than 30%. Inflating prices here is beneficial for the sales of subsequent properties. As for what happens if the prices don't inflate, they won't suffer losses, the speculators will bear the brunt. In any case, the current positioning of Meifu New Village in Hong Kong is somewhat awkward. It is not close to the bustling area of Kowloon, and the low prices reported by the developers to attract buyers reveal their urgency. They need to quickly recoup funds as there are still large parcels of land to develop. Upon hearing that property flipping requires only a 10 payment, Li Donglin did not feel joy, but rather some concern. One must understand that the key to flipping properties in Hong Kong is speed. because delaying for 10 days or half a month could lead to the time for the next installment payment approaching. Once property flipping drags on, one might inadvertently have to pay the entire property amount. Of course, during this period, you can also go to the bank to handle mortgage procedures, but once you take out a mortgage, it becomes very difficult to sell the property. Taking out a mortgage means breaching the contract, and in addition to returning the loan and interest already paid to the bank, you will also have to compensate the bank with a penalty fee. After gaining a detailed understanding of the rules for selling properties in Meifu New Village from that person, the two brothers moved to the side and began to discuss quietly. Big brother, I didn't expect that investing in pre-sale properties isn't about finding a bank for a mortgage, but rather paying a deposit. In a corner of the sales office, Li Donglin whispered to Li Dongsheng. Thinking about it, there is indeed a difference between the two. With the involvement of a bank, if the contract is breached, compensation is required, which could mean all efforts are in vain and without profit. Li Dongsheng nodded, initially believing that investing in pre-sale properties was just the same spiel that the Wang family agents had mentioned, that one could seek a bank loan if unable to pay the full amount up front. Little did he know that speculators in pre-sale properties commit to paying the full purchase price in installments. As for whether the final buyer would seek a bank loan, that is another matter altogether. Since investing in pre-sale properties is popular in Xiangjiang, changing the purchase contract midway should also be quite easy. In fact, as long as the final buyer decides to resolve the payment issue through a loan, the bank can step in at any time. The developer won't concern themselves with who has paid this money, if as long as the purchase funds are transferred to the company account on time, that's sufficient. Their favorable treatment of property investors is likely aimed at quickly selling all the units and cashing out funds. Li Donglin whispered, "Little brother, what do you think? Should we book a few more units? After all, it requires no payment now, and we only need to pay when the sales launch next week." Li Dongsheng asked softly. "It's possible, but I'm worried that they are doing this to inflate the property prices when the sale." This property is different from the Jingsui garden they bought earlier, which was a completed building that had been on the market for a year without selling out. This property in Meifu New Village is a pre-sale unit. Currently, only an estimated price is indicated on the newspaper, and the actual selling price hasn't been determined. Developers can completely adjust pricing based on the interest shown by potential buyers. In other words, properties that attract more buyers can be priced higher than similar types. Whatever the decision isn't in our hands. If we feel something's off, we simply won't buy. Li Dongsheng said dismissively. The main issue is that we don't quite understand the rules here in Xiangjiang, and our knowledge is very superficial, so we might as well select a few more units. As for whether we will ultimately spend money to purchase, that is another issue. I still don't believe that just because of us the opening price for Meifu New Village can be driven up so high. After all, this is still Kowloon, and the transportation conditions aren't that great. Should we mortgage one unit and come back next weekend? Li Donglin whispered. All right, let's mortgage one unit. At the very least, if something goes wrong, we still have a place to... Li Dongsheng whispered. How many units should we get? Li Donglin asked again. Let's get 2 more, we can't take on too much more than that. Li Dongsheng hesitated for a moment and then said. How about 2 units each of 400, 500, and 600 square feet? Li Donglin initially only thought of small ventures, so he chose the 460 square foot small units. However, upon hearing that developers actually offer discounts to property investors, what is there to fear? If larger units are too much, a few more small to medium-sized ones should be easier to sell. Especially in Xiangjiang, companies analyze the market repeatedly during the housing design phase, determining layouts according to market preferences. It's not random design. Returning to the other side, they took 2 subscription forms from the previous real estate agent, filled in their information on the form, and then listed the types of units they were interested in. Li Sheng actually choosing properties within the community is better. As the Li brothers set their sights on coastal residences, the real estate agent whispered in their ears. Li Sheng, in fact, choosing properties within the community is a better option. Why? Isn't the sea view nice? Li Donglin asked in confusion. This was already considered a confidential tip from the salesperson, but it was crucial information for the Li brothers. Isn't land reclamation happening on Hong Kong Island? Are they doing it in Kowloon too? Li Dongsheng asked. After the land reclamation in Central on Hong Kong Island is completed, there will be fewer places continuing the reclamation due to environmental concerns. In the future, the main land reclamation will occur in Kowloon and the new territories, as well as on the outlying. Li Donglin lost interest in the 2 buildings he initially favored after hearing the salesperson's words. Originally, Li Donglin was thinking of choosing a sea view apartment. Even if it didn't sell, it would be nice to keep it. However, knowing about the land reclamation made him lose interest in the sea view property. At that moment, elder brother Li Dongsheng suddenly asked, is the news reliable? I'm not sure, I just heard it from someone, but the news came from the company and is highly credible. The salesperson continued to speak in a lowered voice. Has the news spread? Do many people know about it? Li Dongsheng pressed on with his questions. Aside from our company, other companies probably have little interest in this area, so. The salesperson left that sentence unfinished. You've said so much, may I ask? Zhaosheng, when are you off? Let's go out for a meal later. Li Dongsheng invited, glancing at the brochure in his hand, thankfully noting that it had Zhao's information. There's still an hour and a half left. The real estate agent, clearly eager to connect with the Li brothers, privately glanced at the clock on the wall and mentioned it. At that moment, a new customer was waving from a distance, prompting the real estate agent to say, "Li Sheng, I have clients calling for me, so you can start looking at the properties and mark those you're interested in." "All right, we'll eat together later, don't forget," Li Dongxing said with a smile. "Thank you for the treat, Li Sheng." The real estate agent chuckled and apologized as he left. On the side of West Kowloon Road, there is an ordinary restaurant. Due to the completion of Phase 1 of the Meifu New Village, the place has gradually become lively, thus fostering a commercial atmosphere in the surroundings. In the elegant room on the second floor of the restaurant, the Li siblings ordered several dishes to entertain Chun Haoxiong, a real estate salesperson from Meifu New Village. "Mr. Chen, the risks are all ours to bear, and you mainly just leverage your position here, right? In fact, this money is like picking it up for free. In the end, looking at the profit, sharing a share and a half is not a small amount. Generally, real estate agents can only get a maximum of 5%. A share and a half equates to the income of those agents selling 3 units. Initially, the Li brothers only planned to offer this Chun Haoxiong a 5% commission, which was in line with the current charges of real estate agents in Shanjiang. However, this was clearly not what Chun Haoxiong wanted. According to him, he could take care of all the transactions, and the Li brothers just needed to wait for the profits. Of course, the premise is that the units in Meifu New Village can be speculated upon. However, this is the crux of the matter. In recent years, no one in Xiangjiang has been speculating on properties because it results in losses. Yes, after experiencing the madness of the real estate market a decade ago, people in Xiangjiang are still keen on buying properties, but are very cautious about speculation. Back then, many business tycoons truly went bankrupt, and there were not a few speculators who jumped off buildings. Even the largest Chinese-funded bank, Hang Seng Bank, was forced to sell itself to HSBC, illustrating just how devastating the collapse of the real estate market was for Chinese capital in Xiangjiang. Li Donglin was merely a pawn in this negotiation. He ultimately raised the bottom line to 10%, which meant that after each property transaction, 10% of the profits would go to Chun Haoxiong. This ratio was actually one that some developers used to incentivize agents to promote listings after the collapse of the real estate market in Xiangjiang. However, in the end, it was Li Dongxing, the eldest brother, who made the final decision, and he raised it by another 5%, which was already the limit the Li brothers could accept. After all, at that time, the brothers could not keep guarding the Kowloon area, and they were not familiar with the business of property speculation. When clients come to buy houses here, they will naturally trust the salespeople the most. Finally, to handle the transfer procedures, if there are no insiders involved to provide convenience, it would be troublesome. As for Chun Haoxiong, what he could rely on was the convenience of his job and the ability to provide so-called insider information in a timely manner. "Gentlemen Li, if you trust me, don't worry about losing money on this speculation. I have connections above 8. Don't be fooled by the number of units released this time. In reality, only a little over half will sell. Most of the properties have already been allocated. You should know what the real estate situation on Hong Kong Island is like, otherwise you wouldn't have come here to look at properties. In recent days, quite a few speculators have come here to view properties." Chun Haoxiong remained adamant that the prices of Meifu New Village would surely rise. Although the Li brothers also shared this view, they ultimately wouldn't admit it out loud. 15% is our bottom line, and Mr. Chun can easily earn over 10,000 in commission. Li Donglin actually did not want to give so much profit to Chun Haoxiong, but they were indeed unfamiliar with property speculation and truly had no time to keep an eye on it here. According to his calculations, if each unit costs 30,000 and they were to secure 12 units, they would need 36,000. And if the prices rise by 20 or 30%, there would be approximately 100,000 in profit. This is indeed very enticing to gamble on. After listening to Li Donglin's words, Chun Haoxiong lowered his head and began to ponder. Uncle Hua. After discussing plans and setting the profit-sharing ratio with Chun Haoxiong, the Li siblings strolled around the vicinity of Meifu New Village before heading back. Seeing that there was still time, the three decided to get off the bus at Yaomati and walk toward the Kowloon railway station to find Uncle Hua. "Oh, it's you guys." Uncle Hua was in the station's guardroom, this time alone with someone else possibly on patrol. "Come in, I'm the only one on duty today." Uncle Hua greeted them cheerfully as they entered. "Isn't it usually 2 people on duty? Why is it just you today?" Li Donglin curiously asked. "I took leave, there's something going on at home." Uncle Hua replied with a smile, pouring tea from the kettle into 3 cups, adding, "This is all I have to offer, don't mind it. Speaking of which, what brings you guys here? Did something happen on Hong Kong Island?" "No, we just came over this morning to check out some properties in Lychee Coke. We thought it had been a while since we visited here, so we decided to come take a look." "Oh, Li Sheng, have you found a job yet?" Uncle Hua habitually called Li Dongsheng de Li Sheng and Li Donglin Xiao Li. "Thanks to you, I found a job at Hehe Taxi Company and finally settled down." Li Dongsheng replied with a smile. "That's great. Having a job is important for stability. Things will get better." Uncle Hua said cheerfully, seemingly relieved. "Xiao Li Sheng, you should also work hard to find a job to settle down." "Right," Li Donglin nodded. He didn't mention his intention not to look for a job. Discussing making money from stocks here wouldn't be wise. He thought it best to wait until he had substantial funds before talking about stocks. "By the way, you mentioned looking at properties in Lychee Coke. At this point Uncle Hua suddenly reacted, hastily asking, "Isn't he located in Wan Chai? Why are you looking at properties in Kowloon? We still live on Hong Kong Island. We just saw in the newspaper that Phase 2 of Meifu New Village in Lai Chi Kok was on sale, so we came to take a look. The properties on Hong Kong Island are selling like crazy. In the small complex where we live previously, almost half the units were unsold, but now almost all are booked. Many properties for sale over there are increasing in price. We thought we should come and take a look since we don't have much money left, and it's better to buy a property than to keep it and then sell it later when prices go up." "I'm not hiding anything," Li Dongxing said directly. "Yes, Uncle Hua, I suggest you take all your savings out. If you don't have enough money, you should mortgage a flat. Property prices in Xiangjiang will only continue to rise." "Oh, I thought you guys were bullied on Hong Kong Island." Uncle Hua seemed relieved and said, "Property side, do you really think it's a good idea to buy it this time?" Uncle Hua asked, somewhat wavering. He had been reading the news in the guard booth every day, so he wasn't unaware of the situation. However, property prices have already increased compared to 2 years ago, or even earlier this year. Advising him to buy property at this time would naturally make him hesitant. After all, he missed the opportunity to buy when prices were low, and now that prices have risen, it's hard to overcome that mental barrier. Prices will definitely go up. Li Donglin, sensing Uncle Hua's wavering, quickly spoke with certainty. Though property prices won't continue to rise forever, purchasing now means that even if prices drop later, they won't return to the current level. Li Donglin felt confident in saying this. Continue buying Wharf Holdings. Acquire every available share on the market. Li Donglin stood in the trading room and shouted at the 4 traders before him. "Mr. Li, Wharf Holdings share price has already surged to 50 Hong Kong dollars. Further purchases would mean paying a premium." Meanwhile, Jardine Matheson has mobilized funds from Hong Kong land to sweep up shares in the market. "If we persist in this bidding war, our losses will be substantial," one trader hastily explained to Li Donglin. "No, we must seize the moment and secure Wharf Holdings outright. I've spent months orchestrating this. We now hold 21 million shares, giving us dominance on the order book. Jardine's stake is certainly under 20 million shares. This is our golden opportunity to absorb Wharf Holdings." Without even glancing at the trader, Li Donglin issued his command. "If you refuse to execute the trade, he'll replace you with another stockbroker." While Li Donglin spoke with that trader, another nearby had already picked up the phone and relayed the trading instruction to the floor. "Stock code 00004. Wharf Holdings. Sweep all available shares, no limit." As one trader placed the call, the other 2 exchanged glances and promptly lifted their own phones to issue identical buy orders to the exchange floor. The trader who had earlier cautioned Li Donglin watched as the other 3 dispatched acquisition orders to 3 separate exchanges. He realized that any further delay might truly cost him his position. More critically, at this pivotal juncture, failure to execute a client's explicit trading directive would render him professionally unviable across Hong Kong from the moment he was dismissed. No client would ever entrust their equity trades to a broker who had once defied such a direct mandate. He turned toward Li Donglin, whose gaze remained unwavering, and picking up the phone declared into the receiver, "Sweep Wharf Holdings. Acquire every available share." Only after confirming that all 4 exchanges had received the order did Li Donglin exhale. Though outwardly composed, his hands clenched deep within his trouser pockets trembled faintly. Now the contest hinged entirely on floor traders' reflexes. They were locked in a race against Jardine-affiliated traders for every Wharf Holdings share traded on the exchange, racing to match sell orders before Jardine's brokers could intervene. He had already committed 700 million Hong Kong dollars to forge this decisive advantage, and needed only another 24 million shares to raise his stake to 49, seizing control of Wharf Holdings ahead of Jardine Matheson. Second-by-second execution reports streamed in from all 4 exchanges. The Gold-Silver Exchange confirms receipt of 7300 shares. The Far East Exchange reports 91000 shares executed. The Kowloon Exchange acquired 27000 shares. The Hong Kong Exchange purchased 19000 shares. As each report arrived, Li Donglin's brow furrowed deeper. Why has the Hong Kong Exchange secured so few? Intensify the sweep, immediately. Li Donglin shouted, nearly hysterical. He knew well that among Hong Kong's 4 stock exchanges, the Kowloon Exchange was the youngest and handled the smallest trading volume. Yet even it had absorbed more shares than the Hong Kong Exchange, a stark sign that something had gone gravely awry in this British-controlled market. With victory seemingly within reach, Li Donglin could not bear the prospect of failing to acquire Wharf Holdings, for if this surprise assault faltered, the chance might never return. "Mr. Li, the stock price of Kowloon Warehouse has already surpassed 60 Hong Kong dollars per share." A trader suddenly turned around, holding the phone to inform him. "Continue buying regardless of the cost." Li Donglin shouted loudly at the trader without a moment's hesitation. His words were also meant for others to hear. He understood why these people hesitated. Before initiating the acquisition, Li Donglin had already commissioned a detailed investigation into the assets of Kowloon Warehouse and conducted an objective analysis of their value, concluding that the net worth of Kowloon Warehouse, after deducting liabilities, was 53 Hong Kong dollars per share. Transacting at over 60 Hong Kong dollars is undoubtedly a premium trade. Li Donglin was also uncertain whether the remaining several hundred million would be sufficient to complete the acquisition of the remaining shares of Kowloon Warehouse. After all, now for every 10 Hong Kong dollar increase in the stock price of Kowloon Warehouse, he would need to pay out over 100 million in funds. As a stock sniper, his previous acquisitions of publicly listed companies were all completed at a very low cost. Once the acquisition was complete, he only needed to sell off a portion of the assets to recoup his investment, leaving the rest as profit. Moreover, the remaining nearly worthless public company shells could still be sold for 1 or 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Currently, the stock prices of listed companies in the Fragrant Harbor are significantly below their market value. It truly is a land of opportunity, where any purchase yields profit, only differing by how much below their true value they are. After several successful ventures, Li Donglin finally set his sights on the severely discounted large publicly listed company Kowloon Warehouse. Kowloon Warehouse holds a pivotal position in Hong Kong's business community. Controlling it means wielding immense wealth. Originally established by the Kessack family, it is a British enterprise belonging to the Jardine Matheson Group. Leveraging its British background, Kowloon Warehouse became the largest dock in Hong Kong by the 1970s, with its industries encompassing most docks, warehouses in Tsim Sha Tsui, the New Territories, and Hong Kong Island, along with hotels, buildings, and tramways, making it a golden goose in Hong Kong. There are rumors in the community that whoever owns Kowloon Warehouse holds the majority of cargo handling, storage, and ferrying in Hong Kong. Mr. Li, the closing price for Kowloon Warehouse this morning was 63 Hong Kong dollars. At this moment, the secretary reported. How many shares did we acquire? Li Donglin was not concerned about the extra 10 Hong Kong dollars, but was more focused on how many shares he held. After a morning of scrambling, he was unsure if he had exceeded 30 million shares of Kowloon Warehouse. 27,920,000 shares. The secretary quickly calculated the trading returns and replied. Check immediately how many Kowloon Warehouse shares Jardine Matheson acquired. Knowing that he had only managed to acquire 6 million shares of Kowloon Warehouse that morning, Li Donglin did not feel discouraged, but instead inquired about Jardine Matheson's acquisition situation. Soon after a few calls, he received feedback. Mr. Li, according to the analysis from several securities companies on the trading floor situation, Jardine should have purchased over 5 million shares this morning. According to the current intelligence gathered, Jardine's holdings should not exceed 25 million shares. The secretary confirmed the information before immediately reporting to Li Donglin. Continue this afternoon. After the market opens, spare no effort to continue acquiring Kowloon Warehouse shares. I want to acquire 45 million shares in the shortest time possible, Li Donglin stated. But the secretary hesitated, picking up her notebook, wanting to say something, but stopping short. The funding issue is not something you need to worry about. Well, I will handle it, Li Donglin said loudly. After speaking, he strode over to the telephone. Mr. Li, the latest market price of Kowloon Warehouse has reached 98 Hong Kong dollars. Should we continue to buy? After the market opened in the afternoon, Li Donglin continued to instruct the traders to buy Kowloon Warehouse stocks without considering the cost. As they executed their buying operations, the stock price of Kowloon Warehouse soared amid the bidding competition, with Jardine Matheson rapidly climbing. Consequently, due to the fierce bidding war in the morning, news of it spread throughout the entire Hong Kong within half a day. At this moment, all Hong Kong residents holding Kowloon Warehouse stocks rushed into the trading market with their stock certificates, causing the trading volume of Kowloon Warehouse stocks to surge in the afternoon. Simultaneously, countless speculators and investment institutions like sharks sensing blood flocked into the market to seize Kowloon Warehouse stocks, hoping to profit from the conflict between Li Donglin and Jardine Matheson. The participation of these speculators further propelled the stock price of Kowloon Warehouse to skyrocket. Starting from the closing price of 63 Hong Kong dollars at noon, the price soared to 98 Hong Kong dollars in just 1 hour, on the verge of breaking through 100 Hong Kong dollars. With a total share capital of 95 million shares for Kowloon Warehouse, the market value of Kowloon Warehouse stocks has approached the 10 billion Hong Kong dollar mark. At this time, the entire Hong Kong was going crazy over just one stock, Kowloon Warehouse. The entire Hong Kong stock market, with funds pouring into Kowloon Warehouse stocks, caused almost all listed company stocks in Hong Kong to see a surge in selling pressure, leading to a significant drop in stock prices. Indeed, there is only so much capital available. When investors and institutions want to shift their funds to Kowloon Warehouse, they must hurriedly liquidate their positions from other stocks. Selling other stocks, but with a lack of buying support, the stock prices plummeted relentlessly. This included British stocks like HSBC, Wharf, Jardine Matheson, and Swire, as well as Chinese stocks like Chung Kong Longfor and New World, which were also declining. Mr. Li, according to our initial plan, we should be cashing out now and taking the opportunity to sweep up other undervalued stocks, a secretary reminded him. How many shares of Kowloon Warehouse did we acquire? Li Donglin did not answer, but countered with a question. 35 million shares, approximately 36 of Kowloon Warehouse's total shares. The secretary replied. We're short 10 million shares, 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. Is there no money left in the account? Li Donglin suddenly asked. Only a few tens of millions left, the secretary replied. Then do you want to be the secretary to the chairman of a large listed company in Hong Kong? Li Donglin turned to look at the attractive female secretary whose excellent figure was wrapped in professional attire and asked, I. Before the female secretary could respond, Li Donglin continued. Now all Kowloon warehouse stocks have likely entered the 4 major exchanges. As long as we take them. Dingling. Before Li Donglin could finish his sentence, the phone beside him rang. He picked up the phone and said into the receiver, This is Li Donglin. Mr. Li, this is Shen Bai. I regret to inform you that your application for a loan of 1 billion Hong Kong dollars has been rejected by the board. Additionally, please repay the 10 billion Hong Kong dollars you borrowed from our bank within 3 days. We HSBC will assume liability for breach of contract according to the agreement. The phone slipped from his hand, swaying rhythmically like a swing. Mr. Li, the stock price of Kowloon Warehouse has plummeted. Someone is aggressively shorting Kowloon Warehouse stocks in the market. When can we replenish our funds? A trader suddenly shouted. No, why, Li Donglin abruptly sat up in bed, shouting loudly. However, after he shouted, he finally saw the surrounding scene. I was just at home. Sleeping. No, why should I, Li Donglin suddenly sat up in bed, shouting loudly. However, after he finished shouting, he realized the surroundings. He was just sleeping in his home. This is the residential area of Jingsue Garden, and I am in my own bedroom sleeping. Li Donglin finally regained some clarity, understanding his situation in reality. Donglin, what's wrong? Just as Li Donglin was beginning to recover, he heard his older brother's voice inquiring. I'm fine, big brother. Li Donglin shouted to the outside. It was his brother who had asked from outside the door. Hearing his response, his brother pushed the door open and came in. Did you have a nightmare? Li Dongjun walked over to sit at the edge of the bed, asking with concern, Is it because we went to see the property at Meifu New Village? Li Dongjing thought that his brother was too anxious about the property speculation, which caused him to have nightmares. I actually couldn't sleep either, just tossing and turning in bed. I heard you talking in your sleep, so I came over. Li Donglin hesitated to say what kind of dream he had, remaining silent. If you feel too much pressure, we could buy fewer units, which would reduce the risk a bit. Li Dongjun continued. It's better than being overly anxious and unable to sleep at night. Big brother, I'm not actually worried about losing money on the speculation. Seeing his brother like this, Li Donglin quickly said, Let's take some time to ask the bank how much we can borrow before we decide. Big brother, you should get some rest early. You have to officially go to work tomorrow and can't be late. Alright, I'll go back to sleep. You should sleep early too. It's nothing major. At worst, we'll just acquire less, which is less risky. The fact that we've made it this far is already quite good. After saying this, Li Dongjun stood up, patted Li Donglin's shoulder, and left the bedroom. Once the door closed, Li Donglin fell back onto the bed, carefully recalling the scenes from his dream. After a long while, he finally remembered the entire process, murmuring to himself, I almost forgot that this was in Xiangjiang, the territory of Y country. Here, they are the heavens. Even now, Li Donglin was unsure of what exactly was going on, but upon waking up, it seemed as though his mind had gained many new things, many events that had never occurred. It was quite magical, completely incomprehensible. In that memory, they never left the village. Later, the reservoir burst, and many people, including his brother, died there. Until his death, his brother never had the chance to reveal the location where that box was hidden, and Li Donglin grew old believing he had simply misremembered. It wasn't until that night, when his brother unearthed that box, that he realized the memories from that time were indeed true. The family had hidden that small box. Years later, he returned to Sijio City with his sister, bringing back only a courtyard from home, and arranged for jobs. Many of those who returned dealt with these matters quickly before going abroad. For them, this was a miraculous escape from death. This was the choice of most of those who survived that disaster. As for him, he stayed behind. Thus many years passed, and he was fortunate enough to have a full family, and his sister was living quite well until he died during that great pandemic. Perhaps it was in the final moments that he thought of his long-deceased parents and his brother. At that time, if he had known that the family was still prepared, he would have begged his brother to take them to escape. Unfortunately, at that time, they had no means of fleeing south, and could only remain in the village waiting for death. If it weren't for the regrets in his heart, he wouldn't have paid attention to the methods of traveling from the north to Xianjiang back then. As for the cousins who managed to escape, there had been no news from them. The Revolutionary Committee did send someone to inquire about them, but upon finding out they knew nothing, they watched them for over a month before letting them go. Bull market stock disaster, Kowloon Wharf. The return of 1997. Li Donglin fell asleep while mumbling. The sound of tiles clattering echoed through the air. In a lavish private room of the Wenhui Hotel, the sound of mahjong being played filled the space, accompanied by several stacks of cash flying across the mahjong table, landing in front of a man wearing black-framed glasses. He smiled and accepted the money, saying, "Thank you for your generosity. I shall not refuse. I don't want to play anymore. Oh, I've been losing all night." A plump man sitting across from the man with glasses pushed away half-built mahjong tiles, his face displaying an innocent expression. Haha, Guosheng wouldn't want to quit just because of a small loss, right? Another man chuckled from the side. A little gambling is just for fun, but let's discuss that matter. We've already invested so much at tomorrow the stock market opens. Should we proceed as planned or observe a bit longer? The man in black glasses set down the mahjong tiles and replied, how can we change it? There isn't much time left. Thomas and I have already agreed that they will hold back a batch of properties in Meifu New Village. After the citizens and those speculators are done, we'll take all their goods and work together to heat up the property market. If we change the plan now, it won't just have a small impact. Lahu, haven't you registered a real estate company as well? Don't you have any concerns? The man said eagerly, we all have aspirations for real estate projects. Heating up the property market in Xiangjiang is such a small place, and the population keeps flowing in. Property prices are bound to rise. Utilizing the stock market to raise funds for development is timely. As I've said before, we should continue to boost the property stocks in the stock market. Next week, let's create a big news event in Meifu New Village, making the properties sell out within a day. 2,000 units will surely create a sensation throughout Xiangjiang society. Citizens prefer to buy when prices are rising and disregard what happened years ago, as long as the property market. Using the money earned from the stock market combined with the land we have hoarded, we can issue new shares at a high price, leveraging the booming stock and real estate markets in Xiangjiang. Developing our real estate projects with the funds from the stock market makes it hard not to profit. The man paused, but they say this Thursday and Friday the market is quite strange. The buying orders below seem very firm, as if someone is deliberately propping up the stock prices. He took off his glasses, pulled out a silk cloth from his pocket, and gently wiped the lenses before continuing. We released so much news earlier and raised the stock prices significantly. The investors are certainly believing that the market will rise. Chasing the trend is normal. As we pushed prices up, they desperately chased higher. They must be propping the prices up from below. As for those stocks, we checked them when we entered, and there shouldn't be any other institutions present, be it HSBC, Xiangjiang Trust, or a few others. None are here. They still believe that manufacturing is fundamental and prefer companies that can produce products. The man added, as long as Meifu doesn't cause any trouble, this will surely ignite the property market completely. Even if they end up releasing all units, we can just buy them all together. If we hold on to them for a bit longer before releasing, we'll definitely make several times back. He adjusted his glasses, nodded slightly, and then sighed. Manufacturing is profitable, but it's not feasible right now. It's all about the turning tides. At least you still have gold and plastic, which is better than my situation. Here I have nothing else. The man replied, Guosheng is being too modest. Your wholesale business is also doing well. By the way, isn't Bao Sheng participating in the real estate project? He only seeks loans from HSBC to buy ships and looks down on the real estate business. If only I had Bao Sheng's connections, I wouldn't have to worry about money at all. Huh. Brother, it's so early. In the morning, Li Donglin was awakened by the noise outside. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he walked out of his bedroom and saw his elder brother sitting at the dining table having breakfast. Donglin, are you still half asleep? Today is the day your elder brother goes to work at Hehe Company. How can I not wake up early? Your and little sister's breakfast is still in the kitchen. When little sister gets up, you can tell her, I have to leave now. Li Dongsheng hurriedly stuffed the breakfast into his mouth and mumbled to Li Donglin, I really almost forgot that today is my first day at work. Li Donglin patted his head and muttered. After getting dressed, Li Dongsheng picked up a briefcase and headed out. The briefcase was purchased yesterday at a store selling bags while he was waiting for the ferry at Julong. As he put it wouldn't look right for an office worker like his elder brother to go without a briefcase. By the way, when you go out, find some time to ask at the bank about the house loan, see how much discount they can offer and how much loan can be approved. Li Dongsheng suddenly turned back to say as he reached the door. Oh, got it. By this time, Li Donglin had already walked into the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. Hearing his brother's words, he leaned out to reply. When Li Donglin came out, although he hadn't changed his clothes, he was already energized. It was Monday and the stock market was about to open. He was still thinking about his Hong Kong land stocks. Last week, when the stock market closed, Hong Kong land ended at a price of 52.3, rising several dollars, leading the trend in real estate stocks. In contrast, the Qingzhou Ingni stocks that Li Donglin had given up closed at only 6.32 Hong Kong dollars. It could be said that Li Donglin's decision to switch stocks was absolutely correct. Stocks that follow the trend can never outperform the leading stocks, so investing in stocks should focus on the leaders. Don't think that Qingzhou Ingni is a bad stock. It's just that Hong Kong land is a stock that ordinary people don't dare to trade because its volume is too large, and without a certain level of ability, it's impossible to trade. The trading venue for this stock, like other British companies, was originally at the Hong Kong Club. However, since the main clients there are foreigners, local residents generally do not trade there. Now listed companies can freely choose to be traded at 3 exchanges in Hong Kong, making it more convenient for local residents to buy and sell British company stocks. Li Donglin got ready, but little sister had not yet come out. He could only knock on the door to wake up Li Xiaoping. I'm going out, second brother. Get up early to eat. Don't forget about your tutoring class in the afternoon. Oh, I got it. Li Xiaoping, lying in bed, replied. Just as Li Donglin was about to leave after closing the door, Li Xiaoping suddenly sat up and said to him, second brother, big brother hasn't given me my pocket money this week. He probably forgot. Li Donglin took out 2 $10 bills from his pocket and handed them to her. Spend it. Oh, I got it. $20 a week for pocket money is not a small amount. Many people in Hong Kong work hard all day for that much money. Li Xiaoping still eats at home, and big brother Li Dongsheng has bought enough food and oil for the family. When Li Donglin left home, he saw a small truck bringing in furniture downstairs. It must be a new homeowner moving in. He only thought about it in his mind and didn't linger, heading straight out of the community. The sales office at the entrance hadn't opened yet. He heard that it had already been emptied out yesterday, and now there was a sign for rent posted at the entrance. Li Donglin hurriedly walked towards Central. He chose to trade at the Far East Exchange since it is currently the largest exchange in Hong Kong, with daily trading volume far exceeding that of the Hong Kong Club. In the future, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, formed by the merger of the 4 major trading venues, generates an annual revenue exceeding 200 billion Hong Kong dollars, with a net profit also surpassing 100 billion, truly a blue-chip stock. The annual income of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange comes from various sources, including trading fees, settlement and transaction fees, listing fees, investment returns, and custody fees. Additionally, they charge for services such as real-time market data and historical data. However, currently the 3 major stock exchanges in Hong Kong do not have service fees, yet just the listing fees, trading fees, and settlement fees are enough to fill the coffers of the exchanges. In reality, the small territory of Hong Kong already has 3 exchanges, yet there are still individuals expressing dissatisfaction, eager to carve out a piece of the booming stock market. The last stock exchange in Hong Kong, the Kowloon Club, has begun searching for locations and preparing materials under the planning of some upper-class individuals intending to apply for a trading license from the Hong Kong government. These individuals are, of course, the prominent figures in Hong Kong who missed out on the first 3 trading licenses. How could they allow a golden egg-laying hen to fly away? When Li Donglin arrived at the Huaran Bank Tower, there were still about 10 minutes left before the stock market opened. However, today, he woke up a bit later than usual due to the nightmare from last night, so by the time he reached the entrance it was already crowded with stockholders watching the market. Last week's fluctuations had only scared the stockholders half to death that day, but by the afternoon the market had regained its upward momentum and the stockholders' confidence was naturally restored. Many people even pretended to explain to the investors that a significant rise also requires a market wash. Boss will have a copy of the Commercial Daily and the Daily News. Li Donglin stood in front of a newsstand, pulled out some Hong Kong dollars, and handed them over. The newsstand owner quickly wrapped up today's Hong Kong Commercial Daily and Daily News and handed them to Li Donglin, saying, "Hey handsome, would you like a copy of the Oriental Daily? The dog market section is really interesting." After receiving the money, the newsstand owner tried to sell him the Oriental Daily again. It's unclear what benefits Boss Ma has given to these newspaper vendors, but wherever Li Donglin goes to buy newspapers, the vendors always recommend the Oriental Daily. It's likely that there's some kind of deal involved, or otherwise these vendors wouldn't be so eager to push that newspaper. No wonder the Oriental Daily, which was only founded 2 years ago, quickly became the most widely distributed newspaper in Hong Kong in just 5 or 6 years. In addition to innovative content in the newspapers, their promotional strategies are also quite clever. Thus, Li Donglin couldn't help but recall the Ma family of the Oriental Daily, whose connections are quite complex. Consequently, many key personnel from the Ma family fled, and some were even imprisoned. I'm not interested in that content, Li Donglin said, cheerfully taking the newspaper and walking to the entrance of the exchange. After a moment's thought, he bought 2 packs of Marlboro from a nearby shop before pushing open the door to the exchange and quietly slipping inside. "Good morning, Xiao Mao," Li Donglin cheerfully greeted as he stepped into the room after knocking on the door. After closing the door, Xiao Mao returned to the window to prepare for work. Li Donglin took out some cigarettes from his pocket, placing 1 pack in front of Wei Gu and Xiao Mao. The two did not refuse Li Donglin's gesture. As long as it did not interfere with their work, it was fine. "There's tea over there. Help yourself to brew some, but it's best if you bring your own teacup." Wei Gu directly stuffed the cigarettes into his pocket and said to Li Donglin, "All right, thank you." Li Donglin replied, glancing at the clock in the trading hall. He hurriedly got up, grabbed a cup, and brewed himself a cup of tea. Not long after he sat back down, the exchange rang the bell to start trading. Subsequently, the traders in red vests entered the trading hall, beginning to shout prices. However, perhaps because it was Monday, the market just opened and trading was not particularly active, so Li Donglin did not see many completed transactions. "Everyone's just observing. It's usually like this on Mondays," Xiao Mao remarked at that moment. "Look, this is the norm. Previously, when you came here, the scene of yelling prices directly in front of the blackboard to complete transactions was when the market was extremely frenzied. Everyone was speculating on those popular stocks, so the transactions were active and there was no need to go to the blackboard. Just a shout would attract buyers." Xiao Mao watched as a trader, after continuously shouting for a long time without receiving any bids, had to walk to the blackboard to write down the buying and selling information of the stocks, then quickly returned to explain to Li Donglin. "Shinli Beer Telephone Company." Li Donglin also noticed the traders who had left the blackboard earlier recording buying and selling information under those stocks. However, the situation changed quickly. Our traders who were still shouting prices saw that no one was coming to take their orders after shouting for so long, and they all headed towards the blackboard. In an instant, the area in front of the blackboard became crowded and many stocks had numerous quotes added beneath them. Among them, the one with the most quotes was Xiangjiang Land, which suddenly had 4 or 5 quotes appear beneath it as the crowd dispersed. Li Donglin took a careful look and understood why no transactions were made. All the quoted prices were by orders, and not a single sell order was present, making transactions impossible. Li Donglin noticed the price below 52.8 Hong Kong dollars, which had already increased by half a dollar compared to last weekend, yet there were no participants in the trading. Li Donglin in the small room was naturally unaware of the situation outside. Meanwhile, outside, stock investors were jostling together, but even after a few minutes of the market opening, not a single person had come out to write prices. Without any transactions inside, naturally there would be no opening price outside. This is the tragedy of an era where trading is conducted entirely by hand. In later years, even without transactions, stock trading software could show buying and selling prices, but that is not the case now. For stock investors, they need to see the situation after the market opens, especially how price changes affect their decisions. Without results, it was like blind men touching an elephant completely off the mark, and they would not participate in trading. Only those institutions who had people constantly watching could know the situation in the trading area. However, they were not in a hurry regarding Monday's market trends. No quotes meant the prices were simply unsuitable. Finally, a transaction occurred for Nanhai Yarn Factory, but the price fell by 5 cents. Soon after, Milk Company and United Enterprises also began to make transactions. The stock that Li Donglin was most concerned about, Xiangjiang Land, finally started to transact at that moment. 52.9 Hong Kong dollars with a transaction of 3,000 shares. As soon as someone wrote this quote on the blackboard, a trader quickly walked over and crossed it out. The two immediately confirmed the transaction of these 3,000 shares with the registrar beside them. Soon the opening surge of 6 cents for Xiangjiang Land was transmitted outside and written on the blackboard. See, I told you it would definitely continue to rise. It surged so much at the last closing last week. How could it not continue? Yes, last week the real estate stocks all performed well. Oh, I wonder if it means we can buy houses now. Of course we can buy. The news has spread here on Hong Kong Island, and I've heard that many properties have already been bought up. The community next to our home had dozens of units that hadn't sold for a year, but last week most of them were sold. Now the sales office is closed. With so many people around, even a casual remark could be heard by those nearby, and there were always some willing to engage in conversation. When talking about the good performance of real estate stocks last week, Xiangjiang people would think about whether house prices would also rise. In just a short time, many people had already stopped paying attention to the stock quotes on the blackboard in front, and were excitedly discussing the real estate brokers they knew, as if business had been booming recently, and everyone was making money. The discussions of the investors outside the market can be easily understood in later generations as an economic term known as stock tug-of-war. Stock tug-of-war refers to the interaction between the stock market and the real estate market, where land prices bet on rising stock prices and stock prices bet on rising land prices, collectively speculating that real estate prices will continue to increase. The specific process involves real estate developers going public to raise funds in the stock market, followed by acquiring land everywhere, resulting in continually rising land prices. Then they continuously issue new shares in the financial market to raise more funds, and the high-priced land is directly reflected in the company's market value, creating a virtuous cycle. In the end market, high land prices suggest and drive the increase in current selling prices of houses, making listed real estate companies the big winners. The interaction between the stock market and the real estate market has precedence in both Xiangjiang and the island nation, but it is still in its early stages. Neither Xiangjiang nor the island has entered a period of economic takeoff, so it remains a topic of discussion among investors. However, Xiangjiang is still a city, and under the gathering of so much capital, explosive market conditions can After a few minutes of light trading at the opening, some began to attempt to buy stocks, and trading in the market began to become. Following the trends from the previous weekend, most stocks began to rise on Monday, especially the real estate stocks, which continued to lead the way. In fact, at this time the newspapers in Xiangjiang were all based on the stock index compiled by Hang Seng Bank. No one had yet compiled indices for real estate finance and other different industries, otherwise the signs of real estate stocks leading the way would be even more apparent. So quickly up to $54, it seems likely to reach $55 by closing time. Li Donglin leaned on the windowsill, having lost interest in watching the market. Although the fluctuations in stock prices across the glass every moment represented changes in the money in his pocket, after a brief silence at the opening, the buy orders for real estate stocks began to flood into the market, pushing the stock prices higher. If it weren't for the two thresholds of $53 and $54 that held the stock price increase curve steady, Li Donglin couldn't imagine what it would have turned into. 317, 226, and 008 are the main drivers for today's land acquisition. At this moment, Wei Gu suddenly spoke. Li Donglin had indeed noticed those traders who often appeared in front of the land acquisition quote board, but he didn't quite understand the meaning behind Wei Gu's words. After all, he was still a newcomer to the market, and it was quite normal not to understand such things. However, Xiao Mao glanced at Li Donglin and quietly said to him, while Wei Gu turned to get water, "Those 3 seats belong to Huoduoli." "Oh, Li Donglin didn't immediately react, but after a moment, he suddenly understood what it meant. Huaduoli is part of the Securities Investment Department under HSBC in Xinjiang. While it may not be the largest securities firm in Xinjiang, it certainly holds a significant advantage due to its HSBC background. Especially during this period, large companies in Xinjiang are often HSBC's clients, and due to policy restrictions, HSBC cannot directly participate in market trading, but can only operate through affiliated companies, so Huaduoli's actions are essentially equivalent to those of HSBC's major clients. Big players, Li Donglin suddenly said to Xiao Mao, and then saw Xiao Mao nodding slightly. This wave of real estate stock rally is definitely stable. Seeing Xiao Mao's reaction, Li Donglin felt a sense of certainty in his heart. Welcome, sir. How may I assist you today? Li Donglin stepped out of the exchange and casually wandered nearby, soon spotting a bank sign with a striking red background. Having spent some time in Xinjiang, Li Donglin had gained some understanding of the current financial industry in Xinjiang through reading the news, particularly regarding banks. When people think of banks in Xinjiang, they often first consider HSBC or Standard Chartered. However, for locals, the banks they interact with the most are typically the local banks known as Chinese-funded banks. Chinese-funded banks refer to banks registered in Xinjiang and controlled by local Chinese. Many of them evolved from traditional pawnshops, have smaller capital bases, outdated operating methods, and their business is often concentrated in the real estate market. Although Chinese-funded banks have a smaller capital scale, they have a larger number of branches and wield considerable influence among the local Chinese community, particularly among ordinary citizens and small to medium-sized enterprises. Even as the economy of Xinjiang began to take off in the 1970s, with large companies emerging that preferred to partner with larger global banks, local citizens found that Chinese-funded banks offered higher interest rates, providing better value for their money. It is worth mentioning that during this period, Chinese-funded banks were still heavily tied to the real estate industry, and aside from handling deposits and mortgage loans, there was still a significant gap compared to the comprehensive services offered by Western banks. Li Donglin walked directly into Dongya Bank, which was considered the largest Chinese-funded bank in Xinjiang at the time, especially since Hang Seng Bank had already been acquired by HSBC, and although it was still operated by Chinese, it could no longer be classified as a Chinese-funded bank. I would like to inquire about mortgage loan services. Who should I speak to? Li Donglin paused to ask the bank clerk at the— Please come this way, sir. The front desk clerk led Li Donglin to a small meeting room beside the business hall, and soon someone else walked in. Hello, my name is Su Tianfu, and I am your loan officer. The front desk mentioned you are interested in a loan, correct? The man who entered was in his 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and appeared quite refined. After pouring a cup of water for Li Donglin, he invited him to sit down and politely asked, May I know your surname, sir? My surname is Li, no need for honorifics. Li Donglin replied. Mr. Li, may I ask how much you intend to borrow and what collateral you will provide? Su Tianfu began in a very businesslike manner. After all, if it were a major client, they would generally establish contact through connections with the credit department manager rather than directly come in to inquire. Well, I have a property in Suang Street, the Qinghua Garden, which is 654 square feet. I would like to know how much cash the bank can lend me for a mortgage loan. Li Donglin brought the purchase contract and documents with him, handing them over as he continued. This is a new house that was just completed early last year. The emphasis on this point is because there are still quite a few older buildings in Shangwan at this time, and those properties tend to be priced relatively low. Su Tianfu took the documents and quickly flipped through them, realizing that this property had just been transacted recently with a purchase price of just over 50,000. Of course, mortgage loans are not calculated based on your purchase cost, but rather on the current market price of the asset. The bank is certainly very attentive to the current housing prices in Xinjiang, as real estate at this time is considered to be relatively high-quality collateral. After a brief inquiry about the current condition of the property, Su Tianfu smiled and said, Mr. Li, the market value of this property should be around 52,000, and the bank can offer you a mortgage loan of 60%. Li Sheng, the market price of this apartment should be around 52,000. The bank can provide you with a mortgage loan covering 60% of that. Su Tianfu quickly assessed Li Donglin's property based on the information he had. However, according to the evaluation given by the other party, the valuation from Dongya Bank would only allow Li Donglin to borrow 30,000. Such a meager sum, of course, could not satisfy Li Donglin's needs. Su Sheng, the price you mentioned is from before. The housing prices in Jingsui Garden have surged significantly since then. Currently, property prices on Hong Kong Island are rising, and our properties there had many vacancies at the time, which were all snatched up within a week. As far as I know, properties there can now sell for at least 57 or 58,000. It is said that the prices in Shangwan have already increased by 10%. Li Donglin certainly wanted to argue his case, citing the prices he had inquired about. Although this price was uncertain, after all, there hadn't been any transactions at that price within such a short time. There were multiple property transactions in Shangwan that confirmed the 10% increase. Li Sheng, there are indeed signs of rising property prices on Hong Kong Island, but this trend has not yet solidified, and we cannot conclude that there has been a 10% increase based solely on this. Su Tianfu hastily explained. Moreover, regarding the loan ratio, I have heard that banks can offer up to 70% for residential mortgages, and in this rising market, providing 70% should be feasible. Li Donglin chose not to continue discussing the rising property prices. Everyone understood the situation, but initially there was indeed a lack of evidence. However, when there are indications of rising prices, shouldn't the bank provide a higher loan amount? For Li Donglin, being able to secure a larger loan for a property would certainly be ideal, allowing them more financial flexibility rather than being strained for funds after investing in real estate. After some debate, Su Tianfu eventually conceded that he could offer Li Donglin up to 70% of the mortgage for his home, but regarding the property value, he stated that the bank could only accept a maximum of 55,000. So if I need it, I can borrow 38,000 from your bank. Li Donglin pondered for a moment before asking, what about 40,000? Is that possible? Even at 40,000, that's still a bargain price. You can't find a property in Shengwan at that rate. Li Sheng, I'm really sorry, but that's simply not possible. According to the maximum 70% loan I can offer, your property can only secure 38,000. If I apply for a loan of 40,000 for you, it will definitely be rejected. Su Tianfu hurriedly used the bank's policies to evade, which was indeed the case. Although 70% is not the highest loan the bank can offer, they could even increase it to 90%. Such decisions were beyond the purview of a regular employee like him. What is the interest rate for the loan? Li Donglin only now began to inquire about the interest rates. Dongya Bank's deposit rate is actually slightly higher than HSBC's, though not by much. Thus, Li Donglin naturally assumed that the loan rates provided by the bank would also be a bit higher. The annual interest rate is 13%. We match HSBC's rates. Su Tianfu immediately replied. So high. Li Donglin pretended to be surprised. He didn't really know if it was high or not, but he was just acting. Not high. Even if Li Sheng went to HSBC Standard Chartered or Hang Seng for a loan, they would offer this rate. Su Tianfu said calmly. There are better rates available, but Li Sheng's banking history does not support that kind of loan. The stock market performed well in the morning, with most stocks rising initially. However, by noon, a differentiation began. Real estate stocks maintained their upward trend, though the afternoon gains were not as significant as those in the morning. At the dinner table, Li Donglin briefly shared today's stock market situation with his elder brother. Regardless of the circumstances, with so much money invested at home, it was essential to keep him updated on the market trends to ensure his brother's peace of mind. Li Donglin was aware that at least for the next 2 years, trading stocks would not likely result in losses. As long as the investments were in real estate stocks, everything should be fine. Other stocks were less certain. What was the final closing price? Li Dongsheng was more concerned about the stock prices, as it provided a clearer picture of the actual profits. It closed at 55.5. It only rose a few cents in the afternoon, unlike the morning when it jumped by $2. Li Donglin replied. By the way, Xiao Mao mentioned that the ones entering the market now are large players sweeping up stocks, so it should continue to rise. Wow, brother, then your hundreds of shares must have already earned you over $1,000. Hearing that the closing price had risen to over $50, Li Xiaoping was aware that the initial buying price was only in the 40s. With a $10 profit per share, it was easy to calculate the family's earnings from the stock market this time. Now that the family has money, can I increase my monthly allowance? $10, is that okay, big brother? It turned out that the younger sister had this idea in mind, and while speaking, she had already reached out to cling to Li Dongsheng's arm and shake it playfully. Li Donglin just smiled and remained silent. All right. Under the pressure from his younger sister, Li Dongsheng quickly conceded. Giving $10 a week now seemed affordable. As long as the stock market continued to yield profits, it didn't seem excessive at all. By the way, have you inquired at the bank? Li Xiaoping, having achieved her goal, released her grip and picked up her chopsticks to continue eating. Li Dongsheng looked at Li Donglin and continued to ask. I did. This property is valued at 55,000. Dongya Bank can offer a 70% loan up to 38,000 with an annual interest rate of 13%. I plan to visit other banks tomorrow to inquire about their offerings, then choose one. Li Donglin shared his findings about Dongya Bank, and Li Dongsheng nodded, saying, this bank has many branches, making it very convenient, even more so than HSBC. Yes, most people here use accounts with Hang Seng and Dongya, while the middle class tends to open accounts at HSBC Standard Chartered and Wing Lung. However, these banks primarily serve large corporations and wealthy clients. Li Donglin quickly stated, I plan to check out Wing Lung Bank and Hang Seng Bank. If they can't offer better terms, then we'll go with Dongya Bank. With so many branches, it would be convenient to conduct business there. That works. Let's take the time to get it done tomorrow. We should prepare as quickly as possible, Li Dongsheng said. We'll also need to open an account there and apply for a checkbook to facilitate our transactions. I asked at Dongya Bank, and they said as long as the account has 5,000 HKD, one can apply for a $1,000 checkbook. Over 50,000 can qualify for a $10,000 checkbook. By the way, big brother, you probably won't be able to apply for a checkbook at HSBC now. You shouldn't have much left there, so you won't meet the requirements. Li Donglin said cheerfully, it's no big deal, I hardly use it anyway. It's unlikely I would write a check just to buy a pack of cigarettes. Li Dongsheng said nonchalantly, big brother, how was work today? Li Donglin thought it was appropriate to show concern since it was his brother's first day at work. Right, big brother, was it fun working at the company today? Li Xiaoping asked eagerly. It was alright, mainly I was reviewing past materials and I haven't really gotten my hands on anything yet. Donglin, my eyelids have been twitching for the past few days. On the swaying bus, Li Dongsheng whispered to Li Donglin. What's wrong, big brother? Are you still worried? Li Donglin asked softly, then confidently responded, Don't worry, I'm sure there won't be any problems. After saying this, Li Donglin gestured with his lips toward the surroundings. Li Dongsheng immediately looked around, noticing that while many of the passengers weren't dressed extravagantly, they weren't shabby either. This bus route runs from Tsim Sha Sui Pier to Lai Chi Kok, and due to the early presence of the MTR Corporation, this route has been in operation for over 40 years. However, today the bus was particularly crowded, and the passengers were not the usual locals who frequently took this bus. Indeed, while waiting for the bus earlier, the brothers Li had already realized that many of these people shared the same purpose as them, which was to book apartments in Mei Fu Sun Chen. With so many speculators, it seems that the apartments will probably be sold out quickly today. Li Donglin was not very familiar with Xiangjiang, and even in the future, he could only find limited information online. What Li Donglin knew was that the real estate and stock markets in Xiangjiang had been booming in recent years. That was enough for him to be certain that buying property would not result in a loss. Today it was just the two brothers. Their younger sister had gone out to play with her classmates and did not accompany them. Their sister had her own social circle, and the Li brothers were quite pleased. It was better than being cooped up together. Before long, the bus arrived at the station and all the passengers got off, almost all heading straight toward the sales office of Mei Fu Sun Chen. This scene was actually quite spectacular. By the time they arrived, it was already a sea of people, and the sales office had been simply decorated with a festive red carpet laid out on the ground. Gentlemen, Li, you've arrived. Soon Li Donglin spotted Chen Haoxiong among the sales staff at the sales office, and quickly walked over. Chen greeted them enthusiastically upon seeing them. There are quite a few people today. Have the prices been announced? Li Dongsheng didn't bother with pleasantries and immediately asked in a low voice. The bookings are quite popular. I've heard that there won't be any leftovers. After all, our property prices are genuinely cheap, and there are plenty of buses from Lai Chi Kok to Kowloon, making transportation very convenient. It's likely to sell out all at once. Really? Li Donglin was still somewhat skeptical. After all, there were thousands of units here. Selling them all at once. How many buyers would that take? Thinking of this, Li Donglin couldn't help but glance around. Indeed, there were a lot of people. I'm not joking, there have been constant viewings these past few days, and we have been serving guests until our throats are dry. Chen Haoxiong said with an innocent expression. What about the prices? How much have they increased compared to the advertised prices? Li Dongxing, being focused on the prices, immediately asked upon hearing about the high number of bookings. There are a few special priced units below 50, but that's only because we kept them from the previous advertisement that listed the price at 40. The rest are all above 50. Some of the prime units are priced at over 60 per square foot, and I've heard they might be priced at 66 per square foot. Chen Haoxiong whispered. That's so expensive, it's even higher than Kowloon. Li Donglin frowned slightly. It's not high. Property prices in Kowloon have already risen to 60 per square foot. Prices have surged drastically during this time. Can't you see all these people? They are all here to snatch up property. Among them are some speculators, but most are residents looking to settle down here. Of course, Chen Haoxiong did not want to give up on the Li brothers. No matter how many units they eventually purchased, once the properties were sold, he could earn a substantial profit with a 15% commission. When will the price be announced? Li Donglin had no appetite for small talk and asked bluntly. Until he saw the figure, he felt uncertain. 10 o'clock. There is still half an hour. Please wait a moment, both messers. Li, Chen Haoxiong glanced at his wristwatch and said promptly. All right, then we'll wait a little. We'll walk nearby and come back to find you later, Li Dongsheng told Chen Haoxiong, taking Li Donglin by the arm and stepping outside. They wandered about more to gauge how many people had come. Among the clusters were men and women, old and young, and most appeared to be ordinary citizens, whole families out to buy a home. Those small groups of adult men whispering together were likely like Li Donglin's party, here with the intent to speculate on property. How voracious the speculator's appetite might be, Li Donglin could not say, but from the many mixed-age family groups he observed, there were unquestionably quite a few ordinary buyers as well. What do you think? Li Dongsheng asked softly. I think it's fine, or it should take off. Gangdao is already heating up. This week I visited several brokers and prices have been rising. Moreover, they were optimistic about the Kowloon market. Once the undersea tunnel opens next year, travel will no longer depend solely on the ferry. People can drive back and forth, and many will surely choose to settle in Kowloon. Li Donglin murmured softly. As Li Dongxing nodded, he noticed an elderly couple speaking with a man in his 20s ahead, and quickly put on a broad smile and walked over. Li Donglin watched for a moment. His elder brother was speaking with the older man whom he guessed might be from Hehe Company. When his brother returned and asked, it turned out the man was indeed a long-time employee of the company. They want to buy a larger house here and sell their small place on Gangdao, Li Dongsheng said to Li Donglin. A property swap is indeed a sensible plan. In later years when he returned to Sijio City in the 80s, he had seen how cramped the common people's housing was. Now Gangdao's situation was hardly any better. A 300 or 400 square foot flat might be crammed with an entire family. Exchanging a small Gangdao flat for a larger Jiulong house, given tunnel-connected transport, was certainly an attractive option. Look, could that be Uncle Hua? Li Dongsheng suddenly spotted someone, though only from the side, and not immediately identifiable. Following his brother's pointing finger, Li Donglin glanced over and said, "It seems so. Let's go and take a look." "All right," he added. They came around to the front, and sure enough, it was Uncle Hua who had helped them. Beside him stood a middle-aged woman etched by hardship and two boys of around 10. "Uncle Hua, are you here to view the house?" Having confirmed his identity, Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin walked over and greeted him from a distance. "You two are looking at houses as well." Uncle Hua smiled upon seeing them and proceeded to introduce the people. The woman and the boys were indeed Uncle Hua's wife and children. After hearing Li Donglin's advice, Uncle Hua had asked many people, and following family discussion finally resolved to take a loan to buy a house. "Donglin, if you and Hua had not spoken to us, we would not have dared to borrow from the bank to buy a house," Uncle Hua's wife said gratefully as she looked at the crowd. "Aunt Tang, I simply thought that since you intend to buy anyway, the sooner the better. As for loan interest, if property prices continue to rise, you will easily recoup it. There will be no loss," he reassured. Li Donglin replied with a smile. "Are you two the only ones here? Where's the little girl?" Seeing only the Li brothers present, Uncle Hua inquired. "She went shopping with her classmates, so she couldn't come today," Li Dongsheng replied with a smile. Uncle Hua did not finish his sentence, but looked at a few men in the distance who were talking loudly. From their conversation, it was clear they were not here to buy a house. "The property market is on the rise, and I plan to convert my money into real estate," Li Dongsheng stated frankly. "I currently work on Hong Kong Island, and my younger sister will also be studying there, so moving here would be inconvenient." "That's true. I really should thank you for reminding me, otherwise my wife and I would still be thinking of saving enough money to buy a place." Uncle Hua realized that the Li brothers were here for property speculation and couldn't help but express his gratitude. "Do you understand the tricks of the trade? Although I have never speculated on properties, I've heard it's best to collaborate with the local real estate agents, as they can connect you with potential clients. It's important to know that those who come to buy houses will first enter the sales office to contact those salespeople, as it feels safer that way." Uncle Hua had never speculated in real estate, but he had seen how property speculation had flourished in Xiangjiang a few years ago. Many citizens had witnessed it to varying degrees and were aware of many things. Uncle Hua had never speculated in real estate, but he had seen how property speculation had flourished in Xiangjiang. Half an hour quickly passed, and Uncle Hua had to find the agent he was in contact with, while Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin also needed to look for Chun Haoxiong, so it was natural for them to part ways. "Are they the brother and sister you mentioned who escaped from the mainland?" After they left, Aunt Tang quietly asked Uncle Hua. "Yes, when I saw them wearing patched clothes just like we did back in the day, I felt soft-hearted and gave them some money to help them get their identity sorted on Hong Kong Island. A few days later, they returned like this to thank me, inviting me to dinner. Just a few days ago, they came to Kowloon to see me again and reminded me about buying a house." Uncle Hua said softly, "They should have money, otherwise they wouldn't be living on Hong Kong Island." His eldest son added, "Having money is their prerogative. You kids should focus on studying well, and in the future you'll have plenty of money to earn." "Oh," Aunt Tang immediately instructed the two children. "We know." The two teenagers replied, "Their conditions are good. They have money to speculate on properties. However, there are only 3 siblings who came over, and they probably used to be capitalists in the mainland. These people don't have it easy." Uncle Hua glanced at the children, but didn't say much, instead speaking softly to his wife. "That's why good people get rewarded. In the future, if you encounter someone in trouble, lend a hand within your capability, and you might just be repaid for it," Uncle Hua's wife said with a quiet chuckle. Meanwhile, the Li brothers quickly found Chun Haoxiong and obtained the property quotations from him in advance. Last time, they scoped out 12 properties, and 3 of them seemed to be in high demand, causing the price to rise to 58 Hong Kong dollars per square foot, which was somewhat unexpected. However, the other 3 were more reasonable, with the most expensive being 56 Hong Kong dollars per square foot, just within their budget. After borrowing a calculator from Chun Haoxiong, Li Donglin began to calculate skillfully. Calculating for 9 units comes to just over 3000, not quite 310000. Should we consider the other 3? Upon finishing, Li Donglin immediately sought his elder brother's opinion. The 3 additional units were around 700 to 800 square feet each. Li Donglin calculated again, totaling just over 1,000, which meant they would need over 4,000 in total. Li Dongsheng had already transferred 2,000 to Li Donglin's account, and with the loan, they managed to pull together 4,000, just enough to cover the tin deposit for the property. "Let's not take the unit over 800 square feet. Instead, let's go for the 2 700 square foot ones. That should be just right, but the money will be tight if we buy them. If the properties don't appreciate and we can't sell a few in a short time, our finances will become very strained." Li Dongsheng hesitated. "I don't want the one that is over 800 square feet. Just take the 2 700 square feet ones. That should be just enough, but the money is too tight if we buy them. If the housing market doesn't pick up and we can't sell a few units in a short time, our funds will become very tight, Li Dongsheng said hesitantly. Hearing his elder brother's words, Li Donglin looked around the crowd finally, settling his gaze on Chun Haoxiong, who was watching eagerly. In fact, Chun Haoxiong was also a newcomer in the real estate industry, having only worked in property sales for 2 years and never personally involved in the previous property speculation. However, he learned a lot from those around him, and the stories from that time were widely circulated, allowing him to understand the intricacies. This time the company was clearly opening the back door for them to operate within it. However, he didn't have the information of the speculators and couldn't contact anyone. The Li brothers were among the few resources he had, possessing some money, but not too much. The key was their willingness to invest, making them reluctant to give up easily. At this moment he couldn't speak up, so he let them discuss and decide for themselves. The property market should be good, Li Donglin said softly to his elder brother. Taking a glance at his younger brother, Li Dongsheng finally made up his mind. Since they were already here, they naturally couldn't give up easily. Soon the 11 selected properties were handed over to Chun Haoxiong. Chun, these 11 properties, please help us contact the company. We can pay the deposit immediately. The deposit for each property is only a few thousand. The checkbook Li Donglin brought can fully cover the down payment for these properties, and there is just enough money in the account. The biggest risk was that if they couldn't recoup the funds within 2 months, the next payment for the properties would become problematic, and they would have to mortgage the property under Li Dongsheng's name. However, since they had decided to invest in properties, they naturally couldn't look back. The real estate market in Xinjiang had clearly heated up, with real estate stocks soaring in the stock market. If the recently launched project could sell well, it would significantly contribute to heating up the entire Xinjiang real estate market. Okay, you'll contact the manager to finalize the properties right away. Upon receiving the list from Li Dongsheng, Chun Haoxiong dashed inside eagerly. Now the one who submits the list first secures the properties, as the prices had already been set, and as long as the money was in place they could be sold. These properties were all good, most of them had 2 to 3 buyers interested, so they needed to secure them before others. At this moment, there were many others calculating property prices alongside the Li brothers. Most speculators were figuring out which properties to take and how much they could afford, wary of overextending themselves. The Li brothers didn't secure many properties, but they were quick to make decisions. By the time Chun Haoxiong arrived, about 10 units, clearly meant for personal use, were already being registered and contracts were being signed. The submitted information was quickly processed, and they soon received the purchase contracts for the 11 properties to sign, which meant the deals were finalized. Big Li, little Li, here are the contracts for the properties. Please take a look first. I have a few more clients to attend to, and they'll be back as soon as I can. After delivering the contracts, Chun Haoxiong apologized and hurried off to arrange for other clients. Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin took the contracts and quickly reviewed them. The purchase contracts in Xinjiang are standardized. They can add clauses, but there is little room for negotiation, so there wasn't much to discuss. The main focus was to check the building and unit numbers. After reviewing, Li Dongsheng handed the contract to Li Donglin for his signature. They had already agreed that all contracts would be signed in Li Donglin's name, since he had a job and couldn't come by to sell properties at any time. Finally signed the papers. Li Donglin put down his pen and began to stretch his wrist. 11 sets of houses and dozens of contracts were quite a challenge for him. Li Dongsheng had already thoroughly reviewed the contract terms and confirmed there were no issues. Now he was just waiting for Chun Haoxiong to finish his work and come over to hand him the contract for the company to stamp. After Li Donglin signed the check, he took back the receipt and the contract, marking the completion of the transaction. The process was actually quite complicated, yet both of them wore relaxed expressions, no longer feeling the anxiety they had before. After all, if they had hesitated before, it could be understood, but now they truly could not afford to think too much. I just hope it turns out as we expect, Li Dongsheng said with a smile while holding a contract. Definitely. Look at those salespeople. They are so busy. I estimate the houses will be sold out in a day or 2 at most. Li Donglin also spoke, kind words comforting himself in the process. At this moment, the signing room was filled with people at every table, with salespeople constantly moving back and forth. Such rooms were plentiful in the sales department. Even the reception hall outside was now packed with people, all reviewing contracts and waiting to sign. Seeing Chun Haoxiong come in with 2 contracts, Li Donglin raised his hand to stop him. Mr. Chun, our contracts have been signed. Li Donglin said. Please wait a moment, I will be right there. After saying this, Chun Haoxiong jogged to the signing. Not long after, he returned, leading Li Donglin and the others to complete the subsequent procedures, paying in the finance office, noting the check number on the receipt, and then having the contract stamped. After going through the entire process, an hour and a half had already passed. The main reason was that there were too many people signing contracts, and they had a queue to pay and get stamps. Here the Li brothers also saw Uncle Hua's family, who clearly did not hesitate much and directly secured a house. At this moment, many others were discussing outside. After all, the opening price of Meifu New Village was significantly higher than the $40 per square foot reported in the newspaper, with most prices increasing by 20 to 30. Although they all knew that the $40 per square foot was the lowest price, or rather a price for flawed houses, most people did not believe it could exceed $50 per square foot. The house Uncle Hua bought is a 3-bedroom unit of over 600 square feet. Li Dongxing returned after talking for a while and whispered to Li Donglin. How much per square foot? $52, which is considered cheap. The total price is just over 30,000. A 3-bedroom unit of 600 square feet is too small. Li Donglin shook his head. He had seen the layout of the houses in Meifu New Village. In this type of 3-bedroom unit of 600 square feet, each bedroom was less than 10 square meters, with only the master bedroom being slightly larger, exceeding 10 square meters. Of course, the house they currently lived in was quite similar. But that was in Hong Kong Island. If it were in Kowloon, a 3-bedroom unit would have to be at least 800 square feet. They built their fortune from scratch in Xianjiang, while we can only rely on the legacy of our ancestors. Without that money, our lives would be very difficult, Li Dongxing said softly. Li Donglin naturally could not deny this. Had it not been for the savings when they arrived in Xianjiang, they would have had just a bit of gold, probably worth about 10,000 Hong Kong dollars, making life quite tough. Once all the procedures were completed, and he placed everything into the backpack on Li Donglin's back, he did not rush to leave, but wandered around the vicinity. At this time, more people were arriving, all there to look at or buy houses. Uncle Hua also came out and exchanged a few words. Uncle Hua, let's have a meal together later. It's a coincidence to meet here, Li Donglin said with a smile. Li Donglin invited Uncle Hua's family for dinner, and they had their considerations as well. They came here today with nothing to do, wanting to see how the sales of the Meifu New Village houses were faring. If the sales are good, there is naturally no need to elaborate. They can just wait to collect the money. However, if unexpected events arise, they would need to go home and make preparations. At the very least, they should sell those 50 small yellow croakers at the Jining building as soon as possible and turn them into cash. Moreover, Uncle Hua has been in Hong Kong for many years, and he and his wife seem to be honest people. When he chatted with Uncle Hua, before he mentioned that some fellow villagers and comrades had mingled with the underworld, and although the Li brothers did not wish to have any ties with these people, having Uncle Hua as a connection might be useful. It was just a meal after all, not a big deal. Uncle Hua wanted to decline, but couldn't refuse the enthusiasm of the Li brothers, so he reluctantly followed them into a restaurant. It was still the same private room as last time. Li Donglin went to order dishes, and when he returned to the private room, Li Dongxing was already chatting with them. Dongxing, you guys are quite bold this time, buying so many units of pre-sale apartments. Let me tell you, it's been many years since anyone has speculated in Hong Kong, and since 1964, it seems no one has done it anymore. You wouldn't know because you weren't here then, but many people went bankrupt speculating on pre-sale apartments in 1965. Uncle Hua was already aware that the Li brothers had acquired several pre-sale units, and he had experienced the madness of speculation in the 1960s. At that time, he had no money and didn't dare to think about it, so he didn't participate. However, he personally witnessed the bankruptcy caused by speculation. The contracts have been signed, and the money has been paid. Uncle Hua, you didn't see how many people came to Meifu New Village. You might not know, but my real estate salesperson told us that almost every unit has at least 2 applications, and many believe that everything might sell out today. Even if it doesn't, it will just be delayed by a day or 2 at most, Li Dongxing said cheerfully. They certainly didn't believe all the bragging from Chen Haoxiong. However, one thing is certain: as long as more than half of the 2,000 units at Meifu New Village can be sold today, this development will definitely heat up. To put it bluntly, don't the developers know to hold back the remaining units and sell them at a higher price once the market is hot? What they fear is that no one will come, as long as real customers can buy more than half, they would dare to hold back the units for speculation. This is actually what Chen Haoxiong said, as these salespeople are not foolish. When that time comes, there will be no need for the big bosses to hold back the listings. They will adjust and sell some of them. The company offers discounts on payments. Dongxing Donglin, don't listen to Ahua. He doesn't understand anything. If he really did, he would have made a fortune by now. At this moment, Aunt Tang interjected, saying, I believe the houses at the new village will sell out in the next couple of days, or we just wait to get rich. If we weren't truly unable to come up with the money, I would want to participate in this myself. Ha ha ha, I appreciate Aunt Tang's kind words, Li Donglin said with a smile as he sat down. You didn't call your partner to join us for dinner. Aunt Tang continued. He is busy signing contracts, and definitely. Li Donglin chuckled, never mind him, we are here to eat. They chatted and laughed at the table, and after finishing their meal, Aunt Tang took the children home. Uncle Hua took a day off, planning to stay and observe the situation here. After all, they had taken out a loan to buy a house, and if prices really rose, they would truly benefit. Otherwise, carrying a heavy loan would also be a significant pressure. In front of the sales department of Mifuk Sinkin, Li Dongxing and Uncle Hua sat on a bench observing the bustling crowds coming and going. They sat there for a while, and Li Donglin went to buy drinks, letting them rest while counting the people. When we signed the contract in the morning, we heard people here say that dozens of units had already been sold, and there were still many speculators behind, each taking several or even dozens of units. It seems unlikely that many more will be sold today. The two engaged in casual conversation and suddenly spotted another bus approaching in the distance. The bus stopped at the station, and the passengers hurriedly walked towards them. This busload of passengers included both men and women, young and old, and many were dressed in suits, clearly affluent individuals. They shared a common characteristic of typically traveling in groups. Perhaps those in the speculation business recognized each other at several properties, and after sharing some tea, they became speculating on real estate is not a solo venture. It is not about snatching others' listings. Those who have the means might as well open their own real estate agency, collaborating directly with property developers to ensure sales. The more people involved, the better. Everyone can pool their resources to clear out the listings and then work together to drive up the prices. Li Donglin was not there. He had just gone to explore the sales office, claiming he wanted to find out how sales were going. A group of people walked over, and the last two to get off the bus had cameras around their necks. They took a few photos at the station and slowly walked this way, snapping pictures with a focus on the crowded areas. "They are reporters," Uncle Hua quietly said to Li Dongsheng. "Have the reporters already caught wind of the news?" Li Dongsheng exclaimed, but soon a smile broke across his face. With reporters on the scene, it would be hard for news about Mifuk Sinkin not to be published. Once it hits the papers, given the nearly 1 million copies sold daily in Xiangjiang, it would quickly become a hot topic. They are probably hired by Meifu Enterprises, otherwise their noses wouldn't be so keen. In these times, unless there is a particularly big story, reporters usually don't show up without being paid. The goal, of course, is to help with publicity. For significant matters like selling houses, newspaper promotion is essential. The Li brothers knew about this place because they saw the advertisement in the paper. Meifu Enterprises is the developer of Mifuk Sinkin, part of the Meifu Oil Company. At this time, the term paparazzi had not yet been coined. It was only during the 1990s that Xiangjiang began using that term. This was due to the establishment of One Weekly and the later founded Apple Daily, along with the largest newspaper. Reporters from these publications would expose the secrets, romances, or irregular relationships of celebrities and wealthy individuals. Because the newspaper had substantial resources and manpower, their reporters could follow and photograph subjects around the clock. Their skills in stalking and taking candid shots were highly refined, often leaving the subjects completely unaware. It was only after the photos were published that the subjects would erupt in anger, accusing the reporters of lacking ethics and invading their privacy. However, the subjects could not deny the good deeds they had committed, resulting in most situations fading away without resolution. This cohort of reporters, specializing in digging up dirt on celebrities, later earned the nickname paparazzi. At this time, although Xiangjiang did not have a paparazzi culture, there was a small group of law enforcement known as the criminal police, colloquially referred to as O-Team. Of course, the performance and outcomes of paparazzi from newspapers and magazines were far more well known than those of the police's O-Team. Over time, the term paparazzi became synonymous with certain reporters who stalked celebrities. Uncle Hua, brother, and back. And while Li Dongsheng and Uncle Hua were still watching the journalists approaching from afar, Li Donglin had already emerged from the sales office, his face radiant with a broad smile. Clearly, the situation was far more favorable than they had anticipated. "Welcome back. Come sit down and rest for a moment." And Uncle Hua shifted his position slightly, making more room for Li Donglin to sit. And Li Dongsheng, however, hurriedly asked, "What's happening inside?" "Couldn't be better." Li Donglin sat beside Uncle Hua, took a sip of water, and then said, "According to insider information, over 400 units have already been sold to walk-in buyers, and another 100 plus are pending contract signing. For clients like us, 500 units have already been secured. Today alone, we'll likely sell well over 1,000 apartments. Rumors suggest another 200 or 300 units have already been verbally reserved by phone. Those buyers will arrive later to formalize their contracts. All told, we may well sell more than 3/4 of the entire development. It might just turn out to be what Chun Sheng called a daylight sale, sold out before sunset. And those 2 photographers over there, I'd wager they've already received word and rushed here to cover the story," Li Dongsheng remarked. And Li Donglin followed his gaze and spotted the 2 journalists, now nearly upon them, cameras unmistakably raised in hand. "Journalists?" and Li Donglin asked, surprised. "And they're almost certainly hired by Mifuk Enterprises to stir up a major news story. Once published, it'll boost demand for Mifuk New Village apartments," Li Dongsheng replied. And Li Donglin nodded thoughtfully. He fully grasped his elder brother's meaning. Though dressed as objective journalism, such coverage was in essence soft advertising for Mifuk New Village. Crucially, this kind of reporting often proves even more effective than conventional advertisements. Of course, Li Donglin's elation extended beyond mere publicity. Heat generated around Mifuk New Village also delighted property speculators like himself, significantly increasing the likelihood of substantial profits. Mifuk Enterprises strategists are truly masterful. Each move precise, each step seamlessly interlocking. And Li Donglin murmured in admiration. "And their execution is absolutely top tier." Li Dongsheng chuckled. And Uncle Hua, meanwhile, found himself somewhat lost in their conversation, yet he grasped its general thrust. And after all, people operate on different planes. Even a fallen phoenix remains fundamentally distinct from ordinary fowl. A phoenix remains a phoenix. Its vision and insight simply cannot be matched by that of a chicken. One bus after another now arrived. Occasionally private cars pulled directly into the parking lot, their passengers all heading straight toward the sales office. Indeed, Mifuk New Village's launch that day sent shockwaves rippling across Hong Kong's real estate market. Just before 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a loudspeaker blared inside the sales office, urging remaining customers to finalize their purchases promptly. The inventory of available units had dwindled to near exhaustion. This announcement served as yet another urgent catalyst. Many genuine homebuyers finding their preferred units already claimed frantically pivoted to alternative options, further depleting Myfuk New Village's shrinking inventory through this very tug-of-war. Finally, someone dashed out of the sales office clutching bundles of firecrackers, evidently preparing to celebrate. "And Mr. Chun, what's the news?" Spotting Chun Haoxiong emerging behind him, Li Donglin seized his sleeve and asked. Sold out, every single one of the 2,000 units. Those lingering nearby heard Chun Haoxiong's words. Some faces lit up with delight, others registered stunned disbelief. These contrasting expressions naturally betrayed their divergent roles. "Congratulations, Mr. Chun. May your commission soar. Let's continue supporting each other in the future." Li Dongxing offered a respectful smiling bow. All present understood implicitly. The omen was auspicious. Pop a pop. Firecrackers erupted at the entrance, echoing the morning's opening fanfare. Li Donglin paid them no mind. He tugged gently at his elder brother's and Uncle Hua's sleeves, gesturing toward the bus stop. Click. The door lock opened and Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin entered the room one after the other. "Oh, it smells great. Did little sister cook?" Upon entering, Li Donglin caught a whiff of the delicious meal and called out to the kitchen, "It will be ready soon." "Oh, it seems this is the first time little sister has cooked," Li Donglin teased. Li Dongsheng remained silent, merely giving Li Donglin a glare. In response, Li Donglin shrugged, indicating it didn't matter. The two sat down at the dining table, and Li Donglin whispered to his elder brother, "Brother, something feels off." "What's wrong?" Li Dongsheng asked, puzzled. "Little sister hasn't been this diligent lately," Li Donglin replied seriously. Li Dongsheng merely shot him a sideways glance before returning his gaze. Soon Li Xiaomei brought the dishes out from the kitchen. "Not bad, it really tastes good." While eating, Li Donglin praised him. "Little sister's cooking is indeed tasty. It's a pity that since coming here little sister hasn't cooked for a long time. It's mostly been me cooking." Upon saying this, Li Dongsheng also glanced at Li Donglin. Just now Li Donglin mentioned that little sister had been lazy lately, but in truth, he was no different. Hearing her brother's words, Li Xiaoping's face broke into a radiant smile. "Little sister, can we have your cooking again tomorrow evening?" Li Donglin immediately smiled upon seeing this. Li Xiaomei became alert, sensing something was off with her second brother. She glanced at her elder brother, who was eating as usual, and then stuck her tongue out at Li Donglin, ignoring him. Before long, the three had consumed most of the meal, when Li Xiaomei suddenly said, "Elder brother, don't you think something is missing at home?" "Missing what?" Li Dongsheng asked, puzzled, while Li Donglin beside him made faces indicating that little sister's behavior tonight was a bit unusual, something he had noticed long ago. Li Dongsheng ignored Li Donglin and focused on Li Xiaomei, waiting for her to elaborate. "Elder brother, today, I went to a classmate's house and saw they had a record player that could directly play their favorite songs. How nice. In our house, to listen to music, we can only turn on the radio, and we can't choose what to hear, we can only listen to what they play," Li Xiaomei said hastily. "Oh, I see, that's what I thought," Li Donglin interjected at an inappropriate moment. In their previous life, he and little sister had relied on each other for many years, so he was naturally very familiar with her. Therefore, upon returning tonight, he noticed little sister's difference. Although before she was the one cooking at home, after arriving in Xiangjiang, she had turned into a slacker. "A record player?" Li Dongsheng frowned, then looked at Li Donglin. "Don't look at me. That thing costs several $100s, and you also need to buy records which cost over 10 Hong Kong dollars each. Without records, a record player is useless. Moreover, records are complicated. The black ones seem to last longer and can store several songs, while the colored ones have fewer. With so many songs, you can never buy them all. It's not worth it. Just buy the ones you like. You don't have to buy them all," Li Xiaomei said hastily. "There are record players sold in big malls. I asked last time. Just wait a bit. I heard from the seller that it seems a new cassette player has been released recently. It's not available in Xiangjiang yet, but they are already sourcing it from Europe, and it will arrive soon," Li Donglin said to little sister. His words were actually just to fool her. Even if Europe really sent over the cassette players, Xiangjiang wouldn't be able to supply tapes in a short time. The key point is that the newly released cassette player isn't cheap either. In 1877, the king of invention Thomas Edison invented the phonograph, allowing sound to be preserved, marking the record as the earliest medium of analog storage. However, at that time the record was more accurately described as a cylinder, and thus it was also known as the Edison cylinder. In 1930, a General Electric showcased the magnetophone K1 tape recorder in Berlin, signaling the commencement of commercial tape recording. The emergence of tape came half a century later than records, but at that time tape machines were large and unsuitable. It is important to note that the rapid development of records and phonographs was primarily due to their size, making them suitable for home use. In contrast, the tape machines of that period did not possess such conditions. They were primarily adopted by radio stations and other institutions. The familiar tape, however, was successfully developed in 1963 by the Dutch company Philips, marking the world's first cassette tape. Li Donglin had noticed the appliance counter in the store where phonographs were sold, but he did not see any tape machine. So at that time he had asked the clerk about it, learning that such devices already existed in Europe, but had yet to be introduced. After all, any new product is extremely expensive, requiring a high selling price to quickly recoup development. Comparing phonographs and tape machines is quite straightforward, as the ultimate result is well-known. Tape machines triumphed over phonographs, although they were soon overshadowed by CDs. Nevertheless, before that, tape machines indeed dominated the market. This period marks the decline of the phonograph, and Li Donglin certainly would not be willing to spend money on something that was about to become obsolete. Given the limited playback time of records, they cannot compare to tapes. As for the vinyl records that are overrated in later years, claiming superior sound quality, such praise is often reserved for enthusiasts. In fact, the best sound quality should logically belong to CDs, followed by tapes, and finally records, which aligns with technological progression. To put it bluntly, it is a kind of deception aimed at convincing people to purchase records. However, for enthusiasts and collectors, both vinyl and colored records carry collectible value. Now Li Donglin is using this set to deceive Li Xiaomei, who certainly cannot discern the truth. Brother, is what you say. Will you buy me a tape machine when it arrives in Hong Kong? Li Xiaomei stared at Li Donglin, asking earnestly. Of course, but we have to wait until the end of the year. Once I earn money, I'll definitely buy one. At this moment, Li Donglin certainly would not say anything else while Xiaomei was watching. However, speaking of making money, Li Xiaomei seemed to have come to realize that both brothers had gone to Kowloon today. Brother, did you buy the house in Meifu? How's the situation? Li Xiaomei was genuinely concerned about this matter, as it related to the family's finances and whether they could maintain their current lifestyle. The situation is great, Li Dongsheng said with a smile on his face, cheerfully replying. Really? That's fantastic. Not only do we need to buy a big color TV for the new year, but we also need to buy a tape machine. Li Xiaomei nearly cheered. We should have results soon. I hope this transaction can be completed within a week. Is the situation really that good? Brother, tell me more about it, Li Xiaomei said. Today she had also talked with Ah Hui and Ah Min about how her elder brothers went to Kowloon to see the houses in Meifu New Village, and they mentioned how frightening the speculation on properties was, saying that many people had jumped from buildings after losing money. It had been a long time since anyone speculated on properties in Hong Kong. Previously, Li Xiaomei was somewhat worried, but now it seemed unnecessary. From the expressions on her brothers' faces, it appeared that the situation was quite good. Is the situation really that good? Brother, tell me more about it. Li Xiaomei began. Of course. Last time you went to see the houses at Meifu New Village, those completed units in the first phase are not inferior to the ones here. It's just a matter of location. If those houses were to be moved to Hong Kong Island, they would easily sell for over $100 per square foot. Currently, some properties on Hong Kong Island have already reached $100 in prime locations. Although the prices here are still just over 80, many are saying that they will definitely hit 100 this year. Not to mention the prices on the Kowloon side, where main location prices have already surpassed $60 and good locations are now above 70. It's speculated that prices there might reach 81 per square foot. In any case, the property prices in Xiangjiang are quite chaotic. The real prices are slightly below what is being rumored, but the overall upward trend is very clear. Li Xiaomei, not foolish, certainly knew that houses couldn't be compared in such a manner. However, the properties at Meifu New Village were indeed quite nice, all equipped with elevators. Thus, she merely made a face at Li Donglin and turned back to her elder brother, asking, Brother, what's the situation over there? Today, 2,000 units over there were sold out by around 4 in the afternoon. Many buyers who were still hesitating couldn't purchase any houses. Li Dongxing cheerfully recounted the scene they witnessed at Meifu in the afternoon, saying, You wouldn't believe how many people were still waiting there, asking if anyone was willing to sell their houses. At first, when they learned there were still houses available, many families hesitated, perhaps because the houses they liked had already been snatched up, so they were indecisive. After all, with the rising prices on Hong Kong Island, these families who had limited funds were particularly cautious when making decisions. Naturally, once they realized the houses were sold out, they felt quite regretful. No one knew what the prices would be like when the next development was launched. Later in the afternoon, the sales at Meifu New Village faced quite a lot of trouble as clients surrounded the sales representatives, speaking incessantly. Despite the distance, both Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin felt that although the sales representatives appeared troubled, seemingly overwhelmed by client inquiries, their smiles were still present. In the end, when Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin left, they greeted Chun Haoxiong and agreed to contact each other later before parting ways. Sold out. Li Xiaomei looked incredulous at that moment. Meifu had released nearly 2,000 residential units, marking the largest supply in the plan. I estimate that after tonight's developments, the news will spread throughout Xiangjiang by tomorrow, Li Donglin interjected timely. Yes, many newspapers will definitely cover this story tomorrow. Li Dongxing nodded slightly. Tomorrow's promotion will take place, and taking advantage of this opportunity, other developments will likely increase their prices as well. In 2 days, people will probably start speculating on Meifu's properties. Li Donglin analyzed. To speculate on property prices, one must first heat up everyone's expectations. When people see prices rising around them, they will believe it will continue to rise, making them willing to invest. Chun Sheng said that results usually come about a week to half a month later, and Uncle Hua said the same. It should be pretty accurate. Uncle Hua has no reason to deceive us. Although he has never speculated before, he has certainly seen enough, Li Dongsheng replied with a smile. In the span of a meal, Li Dongsheng and Li Donglin had already conducted a rough analysis of the future housing prices of Meifu New Village, waiting only for tomorrow's news to see the reaction from the society of Xiangjiang. After dinner, Li Donglin cleared the dishes to wash in the kitchen, while Li Dongsheng and Li Xiaomei turned on the television. Their family simply had a habit of not watching the evening news, otherwise they would have known that the news had already been published in several local evening newspapers in Xiangjiang. Indeed, it was today that several well-known evening newspapers in Xiangjiang reported the complete sellout of the second phase of Meifu New Village, which had already caused quite a stir in Xiangjiang society. All of this had actually been meticulously planned, otherwise the evening newspapers would not have reserved space to report this news. At this moment on the Kowloon side, the news of over 1,000 units sold in just a day at Meifu New Village was already known to everyone. The families who bought houses in Meifu New Village mostly lived in the Kowloon area, and after returning from Lai Chi Kok, they naturally spread the news. Those who successfully purchased were naturally thrilled to share the news, while those who missed out on the first-hand properties inevitably sighed in regret. At this time, Uncle Hua, who lived in the housing estate, was being surrounded by a group of neighbors asking questions. Uncle Hua returned relatively late, and at first the neighbors, knowing that his family had gone to Meifu New Village to look at properties, casually asked him about it, and upon learning that it seemed to be selling, well, they lost interest. After all, even if they were willing, they didn't have the money to buy a house unless they borrowed money from the bank like Uncle Hua. At this time, most people in Xiangjiang were still quite conservative and reluctant to borrow money to buy a house. However, once Uncle Hua returned with the news that all the units in the second phase of Meifu New Village had been sold out, the situation changed. Uncle Hua only told a few neighbors he encountered, but as they spread the word home and to nearby places, more people began to visit Uncle Hua's house after dinner. Uncle Hua had been at Meifu New Village in the afternoon, so he naturally had a clearer understanding of the situation, and everyone gathered around to ask him about it. I can't say for sure that housing prices will rise, but from what I've seen, many of those who bought houses with me were also taking loans from the bank as their savings were insufficient, and they worried that if prices rose, they would be unable to afford them later. In response to the neighbors' inquiries, Uncle Hua could only share what he had seen and some conversations he had with families he interacted with. After all, they might become neighbors in the future, and they talked quite a bit, including where they currently lived. The more they spoke, the more likely it was for neighbors to recognize each other, leading to further exchanges. When Uncle Hua mentioned the situations of a few families he had just met today, there were indeed neighbors who recognized them. Amid such discussions, the topic quickly shifted to whether housing prices would rise. There are no longer many houses priced over 60 in Kowloon, and it seems that housing prices nearby have also risen significantly. They say that in Yao Ma Ti and Mong Kok, the commercial street, housing prices might not be worse than those in Causeway Bay in the future. That's right, next year the Hung Hom Cross Harbor Tunnel will open, providing direct access from Causeway Bay to Hung Hom, and it will connect at Sim Sha Sui, almost merging into one area. The Bay Area has always been prosperous, and in the future it is likely to become even more expensive. Many neighbors who had not yet made up their minds to buy a house amid such discussions unknowingly began to contemplate purchasing a home in Kowloon as soon as possible. Did you enjoy the movie you watched this afternoon? Li Donglin came out after washing the dishes and heard his elder brother chatting with his younger sister while watching television. The younger sister was talking about the movie she watched with her classmates. Li Donglin was not particularly interested in the movie at that moment, but he was slightly moved when he heard the name of the movie's lead actor from his sister. Indeed, it's the legendary action star Bruce Lee, who would become famous in the future. When it comes to the global film industry, Chinese language films naturally hold a significant position. Chinese language films developed independently in 4 regions: Hong Kong cinema, mainland cinema, Singapore cinema, and Taiwan cinema. During this period, Hong Kong's production model, characterized by professional division of labor and organizational structure, was far ahead of the other 3 regions, especially Singapore, which had just gained independence in 1963 and briefly joined Malaysia, only to exit and become an independent nation after 2 years. There, the film industry was still in its infancy, representing the most backward aspect of Chinese language cinema. At this time, Singapore had not even defined its future development direction and was unsure of how to progress. Meanwhile, Hong Kong's film industry was not only the most advanced in East Asia, but also in all of Asia. However, compared to Hollywood's film industry, it still seemed quite casual and lacked the rigorous and orderly industrialization. According to Hollywood's industrial rules, once a film begins production, it must proceed according to schedule, without arbitrary changes to the script or shifts in the timeline. However, the directors of Hong Kong films had quite different shooting methods, improvising on set, while ensuring timely delivery, sometimes pausing production, and at other times rushing to shoot. Despite many shortcomings, this period of Hong Kong cinema was also marked by a gathering of stars and a plethora of excellent films. Before the 1970s, Hong Kong cinema was primarily dominated by Shaw Brothers films. However, with Shaw Brothers entering the rapidly developing television industry in 1970, though films remained important, they were gradually overtaken by Golden Harvest films. The movie that Li Xiaomei went to see today is The Big Boss, one of Bruce Lee's breakout films produced by Golden Harvest. Strictly speaking, this was Bruce Lee's first work after returning to Hong Kong, and it was also the first film in Hong Kong cinema history to break the 3 million box office record, setting a new record since the opening of Hong Kong. Li Donglin did not know about this film, but he was aware of Bruce Lee's name. Sitting on the sofa, he asked Xiaomei, "It was alright, just a lot of fighting, but there were many viewers," Li Xiaomei replied. "They all said it was good." Perhaps influenced by gangs and triads, the citizens of Hong Kong seemed to have a strong martial spirit and were particularly fond of action films. "Big brother, let's go see it tomorrow too." Hearing his sister mention going to see a movie, he noted that they hadn't gone yet. If it weren't for the hype surrounding Bruce Lee's first film in Hong Kong, Li Donglin would definitely not have considered walking into a cinema at that moment. "Yeah, big brother, you can go see it too. The movie is quite good." Li Xiaomei clapped her hands and laughed. "Are you going to watch?" Li Dongsheng looked at his sister and asked with a smile, "I've already seen it, so I won't go again." "He'll watch television at home tonight," Li Xiaomei immediately replied. Clearly, Li Xiaomei did not seem interested in action-packed films. Perhaps if they had settled in Kowloon back, then she would have had a different opinion on martial arts films. "Alright, let's prepare dinner early tomorrow. After we eat, we'll go watch the movie." Li Dongsheng nodded. "Boss will have a copy of the Daily Report and the Tsingtao Daily." Li Donglin approached the newsstand, handed over some Hong Kong dollars, and swiftly took the newspapers from the vendor, rolling them up quickly. "Sir, would you like a copy of the Eastern Daily?" The vendor persistently promoted the Eastern Daily as usual, but Li Donglin merely smiled, showing no intention of buying. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he spotted several English newspapers at the edge of the stand. While they were positioned quite awkwardly, if you weren't paying attention you wouldn't notice them. The one on top displayed the headline, "South China Morning Post." Li Donglin paused, reached out to pick it up, and took a glance. The entire paper was in English. Li Donglin's spoken English was mediocre, but his spelling skills were lacking, so he decided to buy a copy of the South China Morning Post, planning to take it home and study it slowly, hoping to master English spelling. In Hong Kong, being able to read English newspapers seemed to be quite a valuable skill, as it provided opportunities to attend interviews for British-funded companies. After purchasing the newspapers, Li Donglin found a spot outside the building to slowly read the Tsingtao Daily. During this period, the newspaper still had good sales. No news in the first edition, but there it is in the second. Li Donglin flipped through the Tsingtao Daily, naturally looking for news about yesterday's Meifu New Village, and indeed the newspaper had a detailed report. He also browsed through the Daily Report, which had coverage of the same incident. It seemed that most newspapers in Hong Kong were "Wow, you should go. I heard 2,000 units sold out in a day. The property market is really hot." "Really?" "Yes, it's true. It was reported in last night's evening news." Before long, the voices of several stock investors nearby reached Li Donglin's ears, also discussing the news of Meifu New Village selling out. "So the property stocks in the stock market are definitely going to rise. Those companies must have hoarded a lot of land. As property prices rise, land prices soar too. It's making money no matter what." Hearing their discussions, Li Donglin felt a stir in his heart, promptly wrapped the newspaper in his hand, stopped looking at it, and started walking around the stock investors, listening to the conversations of those nearby. Indeed, many people were talking about the property market, especially the rising property prices, and they often mentioned that all units in Meifu New Village sold out in one day, and that the property market in Hong Kong was booming again. Li Donglin even overheard a few groups discussing whether making money in stocks was easier than in real estate. This certainly indicated that some regretted seeing the newspaper and knowing that Meifu had properties available for sale, but they did not go to check it out, thus missing an opportunity. Such discussions continued until the afternoon, with many stock investors in the lobby watching stock price changes while discussing trends in the property market. This was all information Li Donglin managed to overhear. He would sneak into the small room whenever he had the chance, where he could directly observe the trading situation and obtain first-hand information. When 3 people gathered, they inevitably discussed the current property market in Hong Kong. However, these 2 had bought houses years ago and were still paying mortgages with no intention of buying another property. Now that the stock market is booming, companies must be making a fortune. Won't they give you big red envelopes at the end of the year? Won't you then be able to resist the temptation to invest in real estate? Hearing their conversation, Li Donglin joked, "If you really want to invest in real estate, now is the time to enter the market, pull out funds from the stock market. Flipping property is definitely faster than flipping stocks." Indeed, Xiao Mao chimed in. "Li Sheng, if you really want to invest in real estate, now is the time to enter the market. Pull your funds out of the stock market. Investing in real estate is much quicker in terms of returns than the stock market." Xiao Mao said. "Xiao Mao, what nonsense are you talking about? Investing in real estate may yield quick profits, but it also depends on the environment. How many years has it been since anyone invested in real estate in Shenzhen? Of that initial group of real estate investors, how many are still alive today?" Wei Gu immediately rebuked Xiao Mao upon hearing this. The real estate investment boom in Shenzhen began in the late 1950s. Since properties began to be sold as units rather than by whole buildings, more people became eligible to participate. In just a few years, the real estate market in Xinjiang became extremely heated, with many people participating in property investments, allowing countless individuals to become millionaires overnight. However, as the real estate boom receded, the market quickly cooled down, and those who were left holding the bag and remained until the end mostly went bankrupt, with quite a few even committing suicide. Since then, the people of Xinjiang have not spoken of investing in real estate for a long time, as there are painful lessons. Nevertheless, the allure of wealth is tempting. After so many years of stagnation in the Xinjiang real estate market with signs of a potential resurgence, many are naturally reminded of those who became rich through real estate investments, thinking that as long as they withdraw quickly and do not remain until the end, they could become successful. It's fine, Wei Guim, just listening casually. I've only heard about real estate investment. I don't really understand what's going on. Recently, I've noticed that the prices of houses around the one I bought have been rising sharply, and many people have been talking about investing in real estate. I'm quite curious about it. Li Donglin wouldn't mention that he had already participated in the real estate investment action in Meifu New Village. He could only say he knew Wei Gu and Xiao Mao, but they were not close acquaintances. Who knows if understanding too much would lead to trouble. It's better to keep a low profile and not flaunt wealth. Seeing that this investment in Meifu New Village could yield substantial returns, one must be cautious, extremely cautious. Exactly, I'm just speaking casually. Li Sheng is just listening casually. When it comes to investing, one must think clearly and take responsibility for oneself. At this point, Xiao Mao also chimed in. He then shared what he knew about real estate investment, and Li Donglin listened. In fact, it was similar to what Uncle Hua said, and none of them had invested in real estate themselves, and it was all hearsay. If you ask me, investing in stocks and in real estate doesn't have to be mutually exclusive. After all, real estate investing isn't something you do every day. There have to be properties available to invest in. As of now, there aren't many new properties, and it is estimated that more will become available towards the end of the year and next year. Usually, opportunities in stock investing don't come every day either. If there's an opportunity to invest in real estate, one should take it, and if the stock market presents an opportunity, one should invest in stocks. Maximizing the use of funds is essential to making money. In the end, Xiao Mao added. That makes sense. Li Donglin nodded. The three of them engaged in casual conversation, but their main focus remained on the trading floor, watching the traders continuously buying and selling stocks. When they returned to their residence in the evening, during dinner, Li Dongxing mentioned that everyone at the company was talking about the properties in Meifu New Village, fearing they might be driven up in price. The housing prices in Kowloon are changing daily, already over $70. The new properties in Meifu are only about 50, and it said they can at least be raised by 30%. Moreover, the location of Meifu in Lychee Corner is quite good. Li Xiaomei interjected. I previously mentioned that you all should check out Meifu today. Hui and Min were still asking me if you bought it, saying that if you did, you would definitely make money. Even kids understand this, Li Donglin exclaimed in surprise. Xiaomei, keep an eye on your phone at home these days. If anything comes up, contact me promptly, or go find your second brother at the Chinese bank. Li Dongxing, with a beaming smile on his face, reminded Li Xiaomei. You know the phone number at my workplace, make sure you don't forget it. Li Dongxing repeatedly reminded. I know you mentioned it yesterday, Li Xiaomei hurriedly replied. Donglin, how's the stock market today? At that moment, Li Dongxing turned to his younger brother and asked. It's alright, the stock price of GD broke 70 Hong Kong dollars in the afternoon, closing at 71, Li Donglin said. It only rose by $3. Li Dongxing felt somewhat disappointed. Last week, GD's stock price had risen by over $20, and today, with such good news, it only went from 68 to 71. It reached 70 in the morning, but it didn't break through after several attempts. Now that the price is high, it seems to have continuously set historical highs. The market might be a bit worried too, Li Donglin explained. That's true, with the stock price so high, it's normal for investors to have concerns. You should keep an eye on it and sell the stocks quickly if anything seems off. I understand, considering it rose from 30 to now it has already doubled in a short time, Li Dongxing thought to himself. I heard from Xiao Mao and the others that those in red vests on the floor seem to be spreading the word that GD might distribute shares this year, which would dilute the stock price. Li Donglin recounted the news he had heard, and although Li Dongxing didn't quite understand, Li Donglin explained that it meant more stocks would be issued, but the stock price would also undergo a rights adjustment. That's all just theoretical. It doesn't really matter whether they distribute shares or not. If they do, it just means the stock price is lower and can rise more easily. Li Dongxing understood quickly and realized the benefits of this approach, as it facilitates inflating stock prices and increasing market capitalization. Last week, the Hang Seng Index closed at 290 points. Optimistically, it should rise above 300 points this week, Li Donglin continued. A rise is good. Everyone makes money and gets rich, Li Dongxing said casually. Yes, everything is rising and everyone is profiting, but some stocks rise quickly while others lag behind. At this moment, due to the relatively small number of listed companies in the Hong Kong stock market, there are obvious characteristics shared by emerging markets, which is that they rise and fall together. Of course, it doesn't mean that stocks either all rise or all fall every day. There are fluctuations, but overall price trends don't differ much. Have you finished eating? Once you're done, we can head out, Li Dongxing said as he finished his last bite, and put down his chops. Oh, Li Donglin only then remembered that they had agreed yesterday to go watch a movie today. Li Donglin hurriedly shoveled some food into his mouth before putting down his chopsticks. Xiaomei washed the bowl, he said as he stood up and addressed his younger sister. Actually, the bowl is so clean there's no need to wash it, Li Xiaomei said with a smile. They'll write your names on the bowl so you can use it again tomorrow. Because of the hardships we endured in earlier years, all the bowls used by the three of us are very clean, and there is absolutely no waste of even a single grain of rice. You can decide what to do, Li Donglin said cheerfully. Li Dongsheng had already come out of the room, changing into a different outfit. Li Donglin didn't change his clothes. He directly walked to the door to change his shoes. Big brother, where are we going to watch the movie? He quietly asked. Let's go to the Daxing Theater, it seems closer. Li Dongsheng replied, they're all about the same. There are quite a few cinemas around Shangwan, and after both of them changed their shoes they headed out, not worried that Xiaomei would actually not wash the bowl. The film The Big Boss is Bruce Lee's first movie shot in Hong Kong, said to have been made during his vacation in the city for the studio Shaw Brothers. This low-budget film was completed through the collaboration of Hong Kong kung fu film director Lo Wei and novelist N.I. Kwong, filmed in a small village in Thailand, with very simple sets and a rather straightforward plot. Bruce Lee's performance was exceptional as he departed from the complex and flashy moves typical of kung fu films, delivering swift, precise, and fierce strikes that often dispatched his foes with just a couple of moves enhanced by sharp punches and high-pitched shouts. At that time, the people of Hong Kong were captivated by Bruce Lee's impactful and visceral filmmaking style, leading to a rapid accumulation of box office earnings. It is worth noting that at that time, movie tickets in Hong Kong were only $1.5 Hong Kong during the day and $3 Hong Kong at night, with prices for balcony seats rising to $3.5 Hong Kong, making it quite an affordable price. The Big Boss grossed $3.19 million Hong Kong at the box office, indicating that nearly half of Hong Kong's population had gone to theaters to watch the film, highlighting its immense influence. Although Li Donglin was indifferent to movies from this period, it was his first time watching this film, and he found it thoroughly. After all, The Big Boss did not aim to please the audience with elaborate scenes or visuals. It was all about the relentless fighting, particularly Bruce Lee's 3 consecutive airborne kicks, which left a deep impression. Executing a jump kick twice is achievable for many martial artists, but performing 3 kicks is rare and requires a high level of explosive power. There were too many viewers. I told you to buy seats upstairs, but you didn't listen. After leaving the theater, Li Donglin continued to complain to his brother about not securing better tickets. Next time, remember to buy upstairs when there are many moviegoers. Li Dongxing, however, was unconcerned and simply. The following day, while at the Far East Association, Li Donglin inquired about Wei Gu and Xiao Mao, who had only heard about the film but had not yet seen it. Unable to contain himself, Li Donglin dropped a few spoilers, but still emphasized that it was best to watch it to fully appreciate its quality. By the way, Wei Gu, the Hang Seng Index closed at 296 points yesterday, but do you think breaking through 300 points will pose any risk? When it comes to the stock market in Hong Kong at this time, it largely depends on these two, as they had been involved for more than a year longer than Li Donglin. Moreover, although they were not stock traders previously, their experience in trading gold and silver at the precious metals exchange had honed their instincts for trading. Thus, Li Donglin was eager to hear their judgments and suggestions. You are worried about the real estate stocks, right? Wei Gu understood Li Donglin's concern. The stock prices had already doubled, which was impressive, especially in such a short time. It was comparable to the returns from real estate speculation. After all, real estate stocks had only been rising for half a month, while the cycle for flipping properties typically takes about a month to complete all transactions. The profits from flipping properties usually yield 1 or 2 times the return. Residential prices, after all, cannot rise like stocks, increasing by 50 or doubling in a short time. A 20 increase compared to a 10 deposit would yield a return of 2 times, which is already quite remarkable. Now that the real estate market is doing well, the real estate stocks should perform better, but it certainly won't happen overnight. With time and patience, holding on will yield great profits, but if speculating on short-term fluctuations, it might be time to consider exiting. Wei Gu followed the practice of precious metals trading, where one should take profits once enough gains have been made and exit the market rather than engaging in continuous trading, which can easily lead to confusion. Selling does not imply a lack of confidence in real estate. After all, there are no stocks that only rise without falling, and after significant gains a correction is inevitably due. Wei's words reflect his nature as a rather conservative investor. One can imagine that if he were of a more aggressive temperament, he would not have been assigned by the company boss to handle this matter. Of course, such individuals may miss many opportunities in a booming market. Opportunities do not wait for anyone. They are fleeting, and Wei Gu would certainly hesitate before making any investment decisions. However, his advice is quite prudent to take profits when available, as he has at least made some gains. Li Donglin would not make a decision to sell based solely on Wei's words, but he is keenly aware that the current rise in real estate stocks may be nearing its end. If the prices continue to rise, one must consider the entry points for most investors. For the real estate stocks, most likely the majority bought in above 50 Hong Kong dollars. After all, the previous washout above 40 Hong Kong dollars is still fresh in memory. It was quite brutal, and many investors could not withstand it, hastily selling their stocks. By the time the stock prices were pulled up afterward, they had no choice but to buy back at inflated prices. Of course, the washout that day did not truly clean out the market, as the time for shaking out positions was too brief. It is worth noting that the trading system in Zhangjiang stock market leads many investors to choose to settle after buying stocks, meaning they receive the stocks issued by the listed companies from brokers 3 days later and keep them at home. Thus, that day's frantic washout removed many active investors from the market, but it hardly harmed those who took their Li Donglin had long been aware of this point. The Zhangjiang stock market allows for round-trip trading, enabling substantial transaction volumes, with large institutional funds able to enter and exit the market multiple times a day without impact. However, while the trading volume can be large, the actual turnover rate is difficult to ascertain. Most of the stocks of listed companies are held by investors at home and are not circulating in the market. If dividends are not distributed or stock prices do not skyrocket, they would not sell their stocks for trading. Following this practice, even if the real estate stocks peak, the initial downturn would not be too severe. Having learned from the previous experience, it is likely that speculators in the market will not easily part with their chips. Li Donglin thought to himself, yet he had already decided that once the stock price stagnates, he would choose to exit the real estate stocks and wait for the next opportunity. Perhaps he should wait until the transaction at Meifu New Village is completed and the funds are withdrawn before re-entering the stock market to seek opportunities. What are you thinking? At that moment, Xiao Mao nudged Li Donglin's arm and asked. The three of them had already become quite familiar with each other, so their interaction was casual. I was wondering if the Hang Seng Index would experience fluctuations if it breaks above 300 points in the next couple of days, Li Donglin replied with a smile. It won't. If it breaks 300 points, everyone will see 400 points and will only feel that it will continue to rise. Xiao Mao laughed. Although the stocks will surely pull back by then, most people may not accurately gauge it. Don't say that, your GD has fallen back to $73. At this moment, Wega suddenly reminded them. The stock price of GD had quickly surpassed $72 at the opening today, reaching as high as $75, but it could not hold that level as there seemed to be substantial selling pressure above. Earlier, it was able to hold above $74, but unexpectedly, in just a short time, the stock price had already fallen below 74 Hong Kong dollars down to 73. $8. Market fluctuations are not frightening. As long as the closing price can stabilize, there is still an opportunity to challenge upward. However, such opportunities are fleeting and difficult to grasp. In fact, since there is already a considerable profit, it would be wise to take some off the table at a certain price point. Wega continued with his conservative approach, advising Li Donglin. Donglin, please take some time tomorrow to check the situation at Meifu New Village. At the dinner table, Li Dongsheng suddenly said to Li Donglin. When was there a call from there? Li Donglin put down his chopsticks and asked. No, little sister, did you receive a call? Li Dongsheng replied, then immediately asked Li Xiaomei. No, but you should still take some time to check tomorrow. It's been 2 days without a call, and I feel a bit uneasy. Li Xiaomei immediately replied. All right. Li Donglin immediately agreed. By the way, how was the stock market today? Li Dongsheng then inquired about the stock market today, naturally wanting to know the closing price of Zhangjiang land and how much it had risen. It closed at 74.1. When it came to stocks, Li Donglin didn't seem very interested and replied, oh, it went up $3, which is not bad. Li Dongsheng was still quite happy. A $3 increase in one day was considerable. However, he quickly noticed that Li Donglin seemed to be in a bad mood, so he asked with concern, what's wrong? Did something unhappy happen? Looking at his elder brother, Li Donglin quietly said the trend of the land market today was not good. It surged to 75 in the morning and then fell back, only being pulled back to 74 before closing. It sounds like the big players are unloading their stocks. That way, Go was also advising me to take the profit while I can. After all, I've already made $30. What do you think? Li Dongsheng asked seriously, putting down his chopsticks. It's important to pay attention as most of the family's assets are currently in stocks. Any misstep would have a significant impact on them. I'm a bit hesitant. Don't think that being reborn or transmigrating makes one powerful. It's just hearsay knowledge. After all, it's 1971, and records of this era are scarce, so clarity is lacking. Li Donglin also didn't know how the great bull market in Zhangjiang unfolded during this period and beyond. He only knew about the Milk Land War, the Zhangjiang telescopic scam, and the Kowloon warehouse contest at the end of the 1970s. In fact, most references in future writings are quite vague, as the writers themselves are not familiar with the specifics. There are too few records, making it hard to find. If you can't make up your mind, first sell a portion to lock in some profit. That's right, Li Dongsheng said, picking up his chopsticks to continue eating. What they say is true. Only by taking profits can one sustain in the long run. Even if there are greater increases later, we shouldn't regret it. There's an old saying that goes, what is lost in the East can be gained in the mulberry fields, and who knows whether the outcome will be good or bad. Hearing his brother's support taking profits, Li Donglin nodded. I'll find an opportunity to cash out some stocks first. That's correct. Don't think about making a fortune in one go. It's not that simple. In business, it's impossible to make a profit every time, but one should ensure that most dealings are profitable to accumulate wealth gradually. Moreover, exiting the stock market early is also beneficial. Then you can focus your energy on Kowloon. The money earned in Kowloon is more important compared to that in the stock market. Li Dongsheng paused again, seriously speaking to Li Donglin. He certainly knew that the investment in Meifu New Village was crucial for their family's future. Li Donglin slightly nodded and began to eat. However, he secretly resolved to conclude this stock market investment as soon as possible, transferring all funds back to the bank account until the Meifu New Village transaction was completed, and then seek new opportunities. Xiao Lixing, you're here. In the sales office of Meifu New Village, Li Donglin saw Chun Haoxiong, who immediately approached him with excitement. Chun Sheng, how is the situation now? I came to check on things since I had some free time today, Li Donglin said with a smile. It's quite good. Although the newspapers have reported extensively that all the properties are sold out, as you can see, customers are still flocking here to view the properties, Chun Haoxiong said excitedly. I have already gathered information on over a dozen clients in the past 2 days, including their contact numbers, he continued in a low voice barely audible to the two of them. In the coming days, the main task is to keep in touch with them. Once the timing is right, we can reach out and discuss the purchase of the properties. Chun Haoxiong was still engaged in property sales at the sales office. In fact, since Meifu New Village's properties were all sold out, there was no real need for them to stay. However, Meifu Real Estate had signed a contract with them and did not anticipate the market would be so hot at the time of their. Nonetheless, Meifu Real Estate was not at a loss, as they still had 3 phases to launch next year and 4 phases the year after. Keeping them around for a while was truly not a big deal. As long as each phase of properties could be this popular and sold quickly, they would still make a significant profit. Moreover, during this downtime, since no properties were being sold, these sales agents could only receive a base salary, which wasn't really a loss. If some of them saw other developments selling well and chose to jump ship, they would save on severance costs for dismissing employees. Are there any transactions starting for the properties in Meifu New Village? How much have they increased? Li Donglin asked quietly, his smile unwavering. There haven't been any transactions yet, but some people are negotiating privately. It mainly depends on how much the prices in Kowloon City rise. If they increase significantly there, this area will see a rise as well. Li Sheng, the average price you bought in at was about $52 per square foot. Conservatively speaking, a 20 increase should not be a problem. Chun Haoxiong recounted what he had heard over the past couple of days. In fact, many other speculators relied on them for customer information, as they naturally gained the trust of clients by working here. Many sales agents like Chun Haoxiong also acted as assistants to the speculators, serving as intermediaries and earning commissions. One could say that during a property boom, real estate sales truly became a highly lucrative profession. That sounds great. Li Donglin maintained his smile, glancing at the time. Though it was still relatively early since he was already there, he politely said, in that case, I will leave everything to you, Chen Sheng. Do you have anything else to do here? Shall we go out for a meal? Li Sheng, look, customers are still coming in intermittently. Sometimes even around 6 or 7 in the evening, people still arrive here. We have to work overtime to accommodate them, Chun Haoxiong said with a wry smile. We can only have a work meal, going out isn't an option. If those foreigners see us, our pay will be docked. Is that so? Didn't they say all the properties were sold out? Why are there still so many demands? Li Donglin asked in confusion. Those foreigners must be holding back some properties. They will likely still sell through us later. The price difference isn't related to the company, Chun Haoxiong whispered in Li Donglin's ear. So they are still keeping a close watch on us. Only when all those properties are sold can they make money, or otherwise they won't be able to explain to the headquarters. Li Donglin boarded the bus at Lychee Corner, heading back to Tsim Sha Tsui, preparing to return to Hong Kong Island. However, as the bus passed through the bustling streets of Mong Kok, he inexplicably got off, intending to walk a bit and inquire about the current housing prices in Kowloon. As he walked forward, Li Donglin noticed a real estate agency and stopped to glance at the sign outside, engaging in a brief conversation with the agents inside. Through this method, he gradually grasped the housing market in Kowloon, particularly the prices from Mong Kok to Yau Ma. According to the quotes provided by the real estate agents, the property prices in this area had risen to over $70 per square foot, showing a significant increase of nearly 30% compared to last month. Recently, investors who bought properties have been making substantial profits during this period. Yao Tsim itself is the main urban area of Kowloon, where prices are inherently the highest. Currently along this line, the development of Mei Fu Sun Chin has also driven up the property prices in Lychee. Many people are optimistic about the property in Lychee Corner, as the quality and layout of the houses in Mei Fu are. Moreover, due to the convenience of transportation, it is said that some homeowners in Kowloon are selling their properties to move to Mei Fu Sun Chin in Lychee Corner. While the general idea is that a synergistic effect has already formed. The higher the prices of Mei Fu Sun Chin, the more they support the property prices in Kowloon. Conversely, the rising prices in Kowloon also drive up the prices in Mei Fu Sun Chin. Ultimately, who is driving this phenomenon is unclear even to the real estate agents. Li Donglin reached Yau Ma Ti as the sky began to darken, soon to be enveloped in darkness. At this point, Li Donglin felt a bit hungry. Not wanting to rush back for dinner, he found a nearby noodle shop and ordered a bowl of beef brisket noodles. Surprisingly, this noodle shop had quite a good flavor. Though it couldn't compare to the renowned Cow Key beef brisket noodles in Central, it was still quite satisfying. The beef brisket was tender and flavorful, and the noodles had a nice chewiness. Li Donglin enjoyed a bowl, and his hunger dissipated. After paying and leaving the noodle shop, the sky had turned dark. The neon lights flickered to life, and at that moment Kowloon appeared even more vibrant than Beijing in the 1980s to Li Donglin. The streets were now filled with many roadside stalls. Carts were lined up along the street laden with snacks like fish balls. Having just eaten noodles, Li Donglin wasn't particularly hungry, but he still grabbed a couple of skewers of fish balls to snack on while walking, and before he knew it, he was nearing Tsimsha Sui. Feeling a bit thirsty, he noticed a nearby milk tea shop with a few people standing there buying milk tea. Li Donglin walked over intending to get a cup to quench his thirst. The group of girls buying milk tea caught his attention, though two of them had slightly darker skin. Their youth and vitality were undeniable. Li Donglin approached, unable to help but comment on the girls at the counter. As his gaze swept across their faces, Li Donglin suddenly felt that one of the pretty faces looked remarkably familiar, reminiscent of a certain big celebrity. As Li Donglin pondered who that face resembled, he overheard a girl say, "Actually, Yazzie, going to our country airlines to be a flight attendant wouldn't be bad. The salary and benefits are decent. With Yazzie's beauty, she would surely be selected. Unlike us, our height doesn't meet the requirements, so even if we submit our resumes, we won't pass. Yeah, I actually wanted to be a flight attendant too, but I'm afraid the plane might not be able to fly with me on it." The slightly plump girl spoke. Li Donglin couldn't help but smile at her words. Home. Li Donglin was enjoying a drink when he heard the waitress at the counter ask, "Sir, what would you like to order?" Li Donglin said this, initially intending to take his order to go, but upon hearing such an interesting conversation, he decided to stay. The waitress responded and began to prepare his order, while Li Donglin took the opportunity to listen to the conversation of several young girls nearby. Soon he began to understand. The girls seemed to have just graduated from some high school, likely believing they wouldn't pass the university entrance exams, and were about to enter the workforce. Although there were several universities in Xinjiang at this time, considering they were in Kowloon, the educational resources were certainly not comparable to those on Hong Kong Island, so it was normal for them to not compete with the students across the way. However, Li Donglin was still wondering who that girl was, as she looked somehow familiar. When he heard the repeated calls of Yaji, he finally reacted. Well, it should be said that this girl was the most outstanding in the group. Could she not be the future Bai Nyangzi? To be honest, although her face shape was not too different, perhaps due to her youthful innocence, Li Donglin surprisingly did not recognize her at first glance. Perhaps the difference between makeup and no makeup was just here. Audiences accustomed to the glamorous looks of stars in television and films might not recognize them in real life, especially since she was still in her teenage years. The current Zhao Yaji should have just graduated from high school and was preparing to welcome her first job in life. While Li Donglin was still thinking about how to approach her, the items the girls wanted were already purchased, and with a clamor, they decisively left the milk tea shop. Li Donglin was regretting when he heard the waitress say that the milk tea was ready. "Please pack it for me." Without looking back, he watched Zhao Yazi's silhouette rummaging through his pocket for his wallet to hand it over. Click. The door opened, and Li Donglin walked in, changing his shoes. "Why are you back so late?" On the sofa, Li Dongjung and Li Xiaomei were watching television. They glanced at Li Donglin as he entered, but quickly returned their gaze. "Second brother, there is food left in the kitchen." Li Xiaomei spoke up at this moment. "No, I had something to eat in Tsimsha Sui," Li Donglin replied. "You went to Lizzie Corner?" Li Dongjun casually asked. "Yes, I want to take a look after the afternoon stock market closed. The situation is quite good. Property prices in Kowloon City have risen, nearly reaching $80. Many locals are saying they can no longer afford to buy a flat. That's good. This way our investment this time will be a sure profit," Li Dongjun said with a smile. Li Donglin, however, was feeling regretful about missing the chance to meet the goddess, leaning back on the sofa, appearing quite dispirited. His demeanor startled Li Dongjun, who quickly asked Donglin, "What's wrong?" "I had a breakup." Li Donglin casually replied. "Haha, you break up every day, but have never been in a relationship," Li Xiaomei exclaimed in surprise, then stuck out her tongue and said playfully. "Haha." Li Dongjun also reacted, patting Li Donglin's thigh. "When did you get a girlfriend?" "I didn't even know, and you're talking about breaking up, haha." "Second brother, your tea." Li Xiaomei busily brought over a freshly brewed cup of tea like a little bee. Just a moment ago, Li Donglin had threatened her with a recorder and a color TV he bought during the new year, compelling her to serve him diligently. Good, very obedient." Li Donglin smiled as he took the tea from Li Xiaomei's hands. Although she felt quite upset inside, she had no choice but to obediently return to the sofa. "Donglin, what's the situation in the stock market today?" Just earlier, Li Donglin had mentioned the rising housing prices in Jiulong, and now it was Li Dongsheng's turn to inquire about the stock market trends today. One could only say that the Li family had not yet developed the habit of buying the evening newspaper, otherwise the stock market situation would have already been reported there. Today there was a surge followed by a correction. Although there was a slight increase, the closing price remained below 75 yuan. Li Donglin said somewhat helplessly. "Were there any sales?" Li Dongsheng frowned slightly and asked. "I feel the stock market shouldn't weaken just yet, or at least in the next couple of days it will struggle a bit more. After all, large investors had bought quite a few stocks a few days ago. From my understanding, they need to repeatedly manipulate the stocks to offload them." If the stock price doesn't rise, retail investors will simply not enter the market to take over. So there should be higher prices ahead. After hearing Li Donglin's analysis, Li Dongxing nodded slightly at the end. For large investors to offload their stocks smoothly, they must do so during a price increase, because it is only at this time that there will be buyers chasing the rise, creating opportunities for profit. His brother's analysis wasn't wrong. Do as you see fit, after all it's all you who's managing it. By the way, when do you plan to visit Kowloon next? Li Dongxing suddenly changed the topic and asked. Kowloon. The earliest I can go is next week, but it won't be that soon. Li Donglin replied without a second thought. Second brother, you're not going to look for your goddess. Maybe she'll be waiting for you there tomorrow. Li Xiaomei interjected at this. Upon hearing this, Li Donglin couldn't help but regret having let slip his thoughts. He had no real interest in Zhao Yazi, it was just that seeing a star, a goddess, excited him for a moment. After all, in the era when his grandchildren would chase after stars, he would be too old to keep up. Moreover, at this time, although Zhao Yazi's facial features were still there, her hairstyle was the short hair typical of a high school girl from this era, which didn't quite match her face. Coincidentally, at this moment, the host of Happy Tonight came on stage, and Li Donglin casually remarked, I'd rather go look for Sister Wang Wang. I could just wait outside the TV station. Hee, you go. If you don't go, I'll look down on you, second brother. Li Xiaomei teased. I'm just watching to see if you can manage all these gold bricks. Xiaomei, could you please mind your mouth? Li Dongxing finally couldn't help but speak up at this point. Be careful that your second brother won't agree to buy you a recorder again. Fine. After being threatened earlier, Li Xiaomei suddenly realized that it was best not to bicker with her second brother before buying a color TV and a recorder at home. In the past few days, she had already visited several large electronic stores in Hong Kong with her classmates. There were indeed recorders and tapes for sale, but the prices were a bit steep. Indeed, during this time, the electronics industry in Xinjiang was quite strong, but the main products produced were small appliances like radios and flashlights, mostly under various brands. Others included electric toys and electronic components, among which were chips. However, it seemed that no manufacturers were producing recorders, and there were no reports of tape production either. Jinyi Warehouse is up by half a block. The hotel has risen by 3 mills. Xinjiang Holdings has risen by a block. Y International. In the VIP room on the second floor of the Far East Exchange, a young man in a suit in his 20s stood by the window watching the traders in red and green vests running back and forth on the floor, continuously issuing various trading orders. These stocks are actually from well-established listed companies in Xinjiang, and their initial public offerings were also conducted at the Xinjiang Securities Exchange, which is the Xinjiang Association. However, at this time, due to various reasons, the Xinjiang Association can only rank second among the 3 major stock exchanges in Xinjiang. Without the overwhelming support of the Chinese citizens, the trading volume of 2 sentences can never surpass the Far East Exchange. Currently, the daily trading volume of the Xinjiang Association is merely slightly more than that of the Gold and Silver Exchange. Of course, because of its British capital background, most major British companies in Xinjiang still give face to the Xinjiang Association, taking their company bonds and tradable notes there for listing, and the transaction amounts have remained substantial. Therefore, even though the Xinjiang Association has lost the top position in stock trading volume, in terms of total transaction volume, it still surpasses the Far East Exchange, let alone the Gold and Silver Exchange. Unless the Gold and Silver Exchange includes precious metal trading within its scope, but that is impossible, as Zhangjiang's laws do not permit precious metal trading in the Securities Exchange. Naturally, to create a situation that stirs the enthusiasm of the citizens of Xinjiang to participate, there is no better place than the Far East Exchange as the main battlefield for trading. The young man continuously issued commands in front, while behind him a middle-aged man with a broad forehead and a slightly hooked nose said to a nearby middle-aged man with a somewhat plump nose, although Old Li's trading team looks young, their command is calm and composed. I really don't know where he found such talents. I heard they are from some company in London. Xiao Li sells plastic flowers there, so he got in touch with stocks early on and tried to find them. In that place, these young men also find it difficult to mix. Xiao Li thinks they are pretty good, so he directly brought this team over this time. It seems like he struck gold. The big-nosed middle-aged man whispered in response. London. What? Are you planning to bring back some elites too? We can't always borrow people from Xiao Li for what we want to do in the future. That makes sense. So I heard people from Wall Street are also formidable. Let's first see how things are in London. The rules over there, the locals are more familiar with them. Yes, why haven't they come yet? They've said there are important matters to discuss. The two sat on the sofa, discussing quietly, actually waiting for several main investors of this transaction to arrive. However, for the trading team in this room, they were not affected by the entrance of these people. A few were drawing graphs, while others were responsible for external quotes on the phone. Third brother, here is the trend and transaction of the holdings during this period. It seems that the group that was previously raising the stock price with us has already been oscillating between 78 and 75, and the speed of selling off is increasing. A young man with a picture in hand quickly approached the window and said to the person standing by the window. The person called third brother took the picture and examined it closely, then called out to those behind him, raise the holdings to 79.5. Third brother, they will increase their selling pressure. The young man hurriedly reminded. Let's see if they follow. If they push higher, we'll sell into the momentum, handing it off to them. So, does that mean we are going to set a peak? This time third brother did not answer. He just turned around to glance at the sofa area where 5 or 6 people were already seated. At that moment, the stock market of Hong Kong was still using the traditional, entirely manual trading model, just like most other securities exchanges around the world. Transactions were conducted through phone calls or price lists, with market representatives shouting prices and recording them on boards while dedicated personnel collected and disseminated trading information. However, across the ocean, an exchange relying on computer-assisted trading had just been born, the world's first electronic exchange, the Nasdaq. Yet for Hong Kong, all of this felt too distant. At this moment, Li Donglin was staring intently at the enormous blackboard ahead, observing the latest stock prices written in chalk. The area had been wiped clean repeatedly by traders, yet a thick layer of white chalk still remained, forcing Li Donglin to strain his eyes to read the numbers. 79.56. The latest stock price of Hong Kong land. Continuous trading had kept the stock price of Hong Kong land above 79.5 Hong Kong dollars, and although the price began to fluctuate, there were still many orders being executed here. Aside from specialized institutions, almost no one could see the intraday charts commonly found in modern financial markets. Such charts were usually drawn by dedicated personnel at specialized institutions requiring significant resources. They would only track very important trading commodities, and only senior executives of companies or major clients could view such graphs. In reality, some companies in Hong Kong had already begun using third-generation computers and even the latest fourth-generation microcomputers. The Hang Seng Index could release the latest index just half an hour after trading ended, as the headquarters used computers to automatically calculate the index according to programmed instructions. Li Donglin could not see it, but he had price data segmented by time, allowing him to easily draw an intraday trend. He had been drawing this for the past few days and even found previous trend data to create a daily chart. It has attacked 80 Hong Kong dollars 3 times in a row, but it has been pushed down each time. As the stock price approached 79.5 Hong Kong dollars, once more Li Donglin murmured. Stock analysis theories began to emerge in the early 20th century, and with the booming Hong Kong stock market, such books had become bestsellers, selling quite well during this period. At the very least, Li Donglin had bought 2 of them. He had never truly traded stocks in his past life, so he was eager to practice in this one. Although he had never traded, he had heard numerous legends about stock trading. Those from the capital could chat about anything, and since the capital was one of the regions with the most wealthy individuals, there were plenty of tales to tell. Well, he mentioned this because Li Donglin considered himself no longer a novice. He was already a rookie with a theoretical foundation. 3 tops. In fact, when the stock price first hit around 79.9 Hong Kong dollars and was pushed down, he had already murmured about double tops, albeit very quietly, so that those around him had not heard. Now, with the third attempt failing to break through 80 Hong Kong dollars, Li Donglin instinctively felt something was off. Xiao Mao, I'll step out for a moment. Go ahead. Xiao Mao thought Li Donglin was in urgent need of the restroom and casually replied. Li Donglin stepped out of the small room and quickly returned outside, finding the Defu securities counter, where he rapidly filled out 2 order forms. Li Donglin waited for the counter staff to process the order before leaving with the stamped commission slip. Now he could only wait a while and ask again whether the stocks had been sold. Upon exiting the exchange, Li Donglin pulled out a cigarette from his pack and lit it, leaning against a pillar as he took deep puffs. The street was bustling with pedestrians, each seemingly in a hurry. Li Donglin leaned there smoking while carefully observing the expressions of the passersby. At this moment, Hong Kong's prosperity was incomparable to the mainland. Even the best cities in the country like Magic City and Imperial Capital could hardly compete. Along both sides of Victoria Harbour, countless high-rise buildings had already risen, with new constructions ongoing. Meanwhile, the mainland seemed to have remained unchanged for years, as if time had stopped. However, Li Donglin quickly noticed the expressions of the pedestrians. Is Hong Kong good? Yes, indeed. At least the shops were filled with a dazzling array of goods, though the prices were rather steep. On the mainland, even in rural areas, people were cheerful, unlike the seemingly heavy expressions of the people in Hong Kong that he observed. Brother Wu, could you please keep an eye on things for me? I still need to check on my stall. Behind him at the entrance of the exchange, 2 elderly men were speaking, their faces joyful, much like many people in the... After finishing a cigarette, Li Donglin discarded the butt and walked into a nearby shop to buy 2 packs of Marlboro before returning to the exchange. Soon Li Donglin's figure returned to that small room, pushing the cigarettes toward Wei Gu and Xiao Mao before inquiring about the latest price of the land stocks. 79.2 Hong Kong dollars. The previously resilient price of 79.5 Hong Kong dollars had finally been broken, and Li Donglin found the recorded fluctuations of the land stock prices with Xiao Mao. After he left, the stock struggled around 79.5 Hong Kong dollars for a long time, but ultimately failed to withstand the selling orders, causing the price to drop slightly. Li Donglin exhaled a long breath. He could now confirm that the selling order had been executed, and he could transfer the money back to his bank account tomorrow. At that time, he would mainly focus on activities around Mei Fu New Village, selling the properties there at high prices. With more money, he would then return to the stock market. Pushing the record sheet back, Li Donglin quietly said to Wei Gu and Xiao Mao. Wei Gu, Xiao Mao, thank you for your support these days. I have some matters to attend to in the coming days, so I won't be coming back. What? Did your brother find you a job? Wei Gu glanced back at Li Donglin and asked. Yes, he said to find a job first and give it a try. What about your stocks? Such popular stocks only have good prices when the market is hot. If you miss it, it will be gone. I cleared my positions earlier. The real estate stocks are currently at a high price, and I don't dare to enter again for now. Li Donglin told them about selling his stocks, which was nothing to hide. Indeed, the land prices are no longer low. Even if they can be pushed back up, they won't go far past $80. Wei Gu nodded and said recently the trading volume of land stocks has been quite large. It wouldn't be surprising if the big players are quietly exiting. I feel the same way. Li Donglin wouldn't admit to speculating on properties. It wasn't necessary. However, he would likely return, borrowing the words of that elder brother from the future. Working is impossible. Oh, I can never work in this lifetime. When Li Donglin left the exchange, 2 transaction slips had been added to his pocket. As for the subsequent fluctuations in the stock price of GD, he had lost much interest. In fact, he was too lazy to even calculate how much money he had in his account or how much he had earned in the stock market. By the seaside of Victoria Bay, Li Donglin walked along the undulating railing, greeted by the salty sea breeze. Looking at the massive vessel departing in the distance and the nearby star ferry slicing through the waves, Li Donglin felt a sense of melancholy. Turning back, he saw the sharply defined skyscrapers of Central with the bustling street below, filled with cars and people, which reminded him of his first boat ride to the island. Ahead lay the Central Star Ferry Pier, where 2 uniformed harbor police still stood scrutinizing the passers-by. Perhaps it was indeed the excess of money that led him to wander. Li Donglin had walked all the way from Shangwan along the coast to Causeway Bay, recalling the construction site in the distance, shrouded by a massive curtain, where he thought an underwater tunnel was being built. A bus was approaching in the distance, and right in front was a bus stop. Li Donglin finally felt a bit of pain in his feet, and when the bus stopped, he got on and rode back to Shangwan. "I'm back. Where did you run off to today?" Li Donglin entered the house, and his elder brother, who had already returned from work and was cooking, poked his head out to ask when he heard the door. "I went to see the Causeway Bay Tunnel," Li Donglin replied. "Hey, why did you go there? What's so interesting?" Hearing that his younger brother had gone to Causeway Bay, Li Dongjun replied with annoyance. "Starting tomorrow, it'll be running over to Lai Chi Kok." Li Donglin plopped down on the sofa and shouted toward the "Keep it down, you're disturbing me from watching TV." Li Xiaomei said irritably. "How old are you still watching cartoons? How childish." "Why, oi?" Li Donglin replied. "Oh, come on." Li Xiaomei, annoyed, pushed him, causing Li Donglin to let out a surprised yelp. When the elder brother finished cooking and brought the dishes to the table, Li Donglin sprang from the sofa, wiped the table, took the bowls and chopsticks, and busied himself. Laziness aside, he still had to do what needed to be done. Being unenthusiastic about meals indicated a problem in thinking. "Brother, I've sold all the stocks," Li Donglin suddenly said while eating. "Sold the wine, right? Focus your energy on mobile from now on," Li Dongjun replied, casually. Li Donglin took out the transaction slips and placed them on the dining table. After a while, Li Dongjun finished his meal and picked them up to take a look. 79. 2. That's a pretty good price. Both batches of stocks were transacted at this price, but when their orders were submitted, the stock price of Shangjiang GD was experiencing selling pressure, dropping rapidly after breaking 79. 5. Donglin, doesn't that mean we have 70,000 in our account now? Li Dongjun calculated the selling price mentally and suddenly exclaimed, "Money in the stock market is really easy to earn. Didn't we only invest 30,000 back then? Now it's doubled." They only traded 3 stocks to achieve such results, which certainly surprised Li Dongjun. The more than 20,000 he earned was already equivalent to 2 years of his salary. Once the properties in Lai Chi Kok sell, we'll have even more money and the profits will be even greater, Li Donglin said cheerfully. Having been in Hong Kong for nearly half a year, Li Donglin was quite satisfied with his current life. Back when he was still on the train, he was worried about the public safety in Xinjiang at that time. However, he found out that while there were many gangs here, they rarely initiated trouble with ordinary people, at least not on Hong Kong Island. Donglin, wait for 2 days until the securities company settles the transaction. You can go over and calculate the accounts. They'll directly transfer back 40,000 to that account, and the remaining few thousand can stay in the account for now. You should also transfer a bit out, just 10,000. If other opportunities arise, we won't be left with no money on the account. Li Dongxing spoke up. Previously, after they bought stocks, there were only a few hundred left in the account. Having held the stocks for such a long time, deductions for transaction commissions and stock custody fees after settlement would likely mean that Li Dongxing's own account might not even retain 48,000. However, by transferring back 40,000 for now, he wouldn't worry about the potential second payment for the property a month later. Alright, the day after tomorrow, he'll go calculate the accounts and then transfer the money back. Li Donglin agreed. Elder brother, second brother, you made money on the stocks, didn't you? Buy the color TV and tape recorder in advance. The earlier you buy, the more you enjoy it. The two brothers had just exchanged words, and Li Xiaomei had been transparent throughout, not saying a word. However, not speaking didn't mean she didn't understand, as she knew that her elder brother and second brother had made money in the stock market, so she immediately brought it up. The color TV costs over 2,000, and with the tape recorder it won't even take 4,000 Hong Kong dollars. Compared to the 30,000 that elder brother mentioned investing, which has doubled, that means at least a profit of 30,000. Taking out 4,000 doesn't seem like much. Earlier the family had bought a TV and the little girl was overjoyed. But now, knowing about the better color TVs, she has lost interest in the black and white TV, which shows how changeable she is. I said by the end of the year it really is getting close. Xiaomei, you know about the Meifu New Village. We made money on this property deal. Let's directly buy a Philips. Li Donglin had previously visited a large store. The largest color TV on Hong Kong Island was the Philips TV, imported from Europe with a 27-inch screen. Li Xiaomei immediately exclaimed. She wasn't foolish, she knew that the best TVs right now were from Japan. Sony, Panasonic, and Toshiba products were selling in large quantities in Europe and America. It should be said that during this period the largest TVs were from Sony, and the technology of Sony TVs was the most advanced. Even the country TVs in the 1950s were produced by acquiring Sony's television technology. Alright, let's buy a Sony when the end of the year comes. Li Donglin wasn't in the mood to tease his sister anymore. It was time to roughly calculate how much money he would have in his stock account. About 24,000, which is indeed not a small sum. Of course, elder brother earned more. His profits exceeded all the money in Li Donglin's account. Xiaomei, don't worry. The money at home is invested in Kowloon. Once the property there is sold, and we make money, there will be nothing we can't buy. Li Dongxing spoke up. Moi. Li Donglin noticed the unusual tone in elder brother's voice, and looked over. He don't look at me, there's nothing to see. Li Dongxing quickly said when he saw his second brother looking over. Wait a minute, elder brother, are you planning to buy something? Li Donglin immediately pressed for an answer. Yeah, elder brother, are you thinking of buying something? In the past, elder brother would never say, there's nothing we can't buy, like this, even though he took great care of his younger siblings and tried to meet their requests. Recently, our company ordered 100 units of high-end cars with a unit price of less than 11,000. Li Dongxing smiled and said, but it's better to wait for the Meifu New Village property to be sold first. When the time comes, we can discuss whether to buy one or not. The market price for that car is 12,000, and since we are their major customer, we can get a discount. Wow, big brother, are you going to buy a car? Without caring about what kind of car, Li Xiaomei was the first to react, enthusiastically asking further. Li Donglin, though silent, had his eyes light up, then stared at his elder brother. I do have such a thought, but it is indeed cheap. Li Dongxing seemed to have anticipated this situation and said somewhat awkwardly, I was thinking that the car is quite inexpensive, and our company company also offers special discounts for us. Many colleagues have this thought as well. Your company's salary is so high, a car over 10,000 is just a casual buy. Li Donglin was a bit surprised. Over 10,000 is not a small sum. At this time in Xinjiang, the average worker's income is just a few hundred, and only those in the white-collar class can earn around 1,000. Over 10,000 is equivalent to a year's income without eating or drinking. By the way, big brother, what country is that car they got off from? I haven't heard of it. Li Donglin recalled the car name and realized he indeed had never heard of it. Gouda isn't that the name of a mobile soldier? It's from Czech. Last year it was one of the best-selling models in Xinjiang, mainly because it is cheap, a four-door sedan. Li Dongxing explained this year the company ordered 100 units to replace the old models, so we are getting a good deal and can save some money. Czech. Hearing it's a Czech car, Li Donglin actually had some guesses. It's not surprising the translated car names in Xinjiang differ greatly from those in the mainland. For example, the Pingji sedan sounds like a car from country R, but it is actually what people call Mercedes in the mainland. As for this Gouda car, it is most likely the Skoda. The Daihatsu is only over 8,000. Li Donglin suddenly said, you've seen cars too. Li Dongxing laughed when he heard Li Donglin mention Daihatsu. Don't think that a car costing 10,000 Hong Kong dollars is cheap. At this time, there are even cheaper cars in Xinjiang known domestically as bread trucks. At this time, Xinjiang also had many Japanese cars for sale, with Daihatsu being the cheapest at just over 8,000 Hong Kong dollars. Additionally, there are Mitsubishi three-door sedans and Suzuki station wagons, which are essentially bread trucks priced around 8 to 9,000 Hong Kong dollars. I've gone to see them. Li Donglin said, actually wanting to buy a car himself, and in his past life, he drove a Mercedes in the 49 city. Not choosing to go abroad back then, but staying in the capital, that set of 3-entry 4-courtyard houses is an incredible. The company compared the prices and fuel consumption of the Gouda car earlier, and the conditions offered for maintenance were the best, so we chose this car. As for your earlier question about the salary in the company, actually we in the office earn the least. Even if I get confirmed, it's only around 1,000, while frontline employees earn at least 2,000 a month. Li Dongxing said with some sigh. Oh, I forgot your company is a taxi company, and drivers must earn a lot. Li Donglin was initially surprised, then he understood. Well, in this era, driving is indeed lucrative, and the income. At first, Li Donglin didn't believe it, but once he thought it through, he accepted that regular office workers really earn less than taxi drivers. I heard them say that when the underwater tunnel opens it will be more convenient. Although it will still cost money, it's better than driving and taking a ferry. They also think that many people will definitely buy cars in Xinjiang next year. Big brother, can you drive? Li Xiaomei suddenly remembered that her elder brother seemed not to know how to drive. If I really buy a car, I'll sign up right away. Learning to drive isn't that hard. Li Dongsheng laughed. Then we'll learn together. I'll also turn 18 next month, so I can learn to drive. Li Donglin said immediately. Alright, we'll learn to drive together. Li Dongsheng laughed. Li Xiaomei unusually didn't interrupt this time. She wanted to follow along to learn to drive.